Rain storage. Pants storage area. Huaxia Kingdom, Green City Ghost Exorcism High School. Remember this clearly, the middle-aged woman on the podium said, tapping the blackboard with her pointer. Her glasses slid slightly down her nose as her tone grew stern. There is one type of ghost you must never contract with. The classroom went silent. A female ghost. The students below straightened unconsciously. When you enter the ghost realm, don't be blinded by power alone. Female ghosts usually die with extreme resentment. Once a contract is formed, the backlash is terrifying. She paused, letting the warning sink in. At best, your inspiration will drain and your body will weaken. At worst, you'll lose your life. Sun Yi's pen flew across his notebook. He didn't dare miss a single word. Across the entire world, the teacher continued, fewer than 1,000 people have ever dared to contract a female ghost. None of them ended well, missing limbs, permanent injuries. Crippled futures. Her gaze swept the room. You're still young, don't gamble your lives for short-term strength, remember this. Sun Yi lowered his head and kept writing. He had lived in this world for 18 years now. Long enough to accept its rules. A world where ghosts were real. A world where humans fought them to survive. To live, people entered the ghost realm. To grow stronger, they formed contracts with spirits. Sun Yi studied at Ghost Exorcism High School, a place that resembled an ordinary high school from his previous life, at least on the surface. Tomorrow, he and the other first years would officially enter the ghost realm for the first time. Today's lesson was the final warning. A single mistake inside the ghost realm could mean death. The day passed quickly. That evening, Sun Yi returned home alone. He opened the door and stepped inside, the silence greeting him as usual. Looks like I've triggered the lonely protagonist scenario again, he muttered with a dry laugh. Even to himself, the joke sounded hollow. He lived alone. Dad, Mom. His voice dropped to a whisper, I'll avenge you. I swear it. His parents had once been members of the Green Leaf Warband, a combat unit under Green City's government. Officially, they had died after being ambushed by a 3-star demon. But Sun Yi knew the truth. When his parents died, there had been a third person present. Lihongji, vice principal of Sun Yi's school, leader of that operation, all three were ambushed. Only Lihongji returned without a scratch. Anyone with eyes could see something was wrong. The truth had come from his parents' teammates. Before their deaths, his parents had tried to report severe corruption within the battle group. The very next day after submitting the report, their team was sent into the ghost realm. And then they died. Every thread pointed back to Lihongji, and above him stood the real mastermind. Gao Ba, leader of the Green Leaf Battle Group. Knowing the truth didn't change reality. Without influence, without backing, without power, what could Sun Yi do? Justice wouldn't fall from the sky. Just thinking about seeing his parents' murderer walking freely around the school made his blood boil. In this life, his parents had treated him well, very well. To afford his tuition at Ghost Exorcism High School, they had repeatedly volunteered for dangerous ghost realm expeditions. They wanted him to be stronger, to survive, to protect himself in this demon-infested world. Tomorrow, he would finally enter the ghost realm. As long as he could form a contract, he could grow stronger. Maybe that would bring some comfort to their spirits, but it wasn't enough. Sun Yi's eyes hardened. Lihongji, Gao Ba, they had to pay, yet reality was cruel. Lihongji was a 3-star ghost master, practically untouchable in Green City. Gao Ba was even worse. A 5-star ghost master, the head of the entire battle group. And Sun Yi, no connections, no backing, no contracts, he didn't even have a single ghost. How could he threaten them? Even worse, Lihongji wasn't stupid. There was no way he would allow Sun Yi to grow unchecked. Time was against him. If assassins came before Sun Yi gained power, he wouldn't even be able to resist. And during the talent test, E rank below average. If nothing changed, death was only a matter of time. Then, ding! A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Side effect transfer system activated. Sun Yi's heart skipped. So it's finally here, a cheat system, the standard blessing of transmigrators. His path to revenge had arrived. This system can transfer all side effects suffered by the host to a designated target. Current side effects. None. Target none. Current limit 1 target, switchable at will. Distance to next upgrade. 1,000 pain points. When transferred side effects take effect on the target, pain points will be generated. Pain points can be used to expand target capacity and strengthen contracted spirits. Sun Yi understood immediately. So any backlash or self-inflicted damage I suffer can be redirected to someone else, he murmured, like a curse. And while they suffer, I gain pain points to grow stronger. His thoughts raced, then 2 words surfaced in his mind. Female ghost, the warning from class echoed clearly. Female ghosts had terrifying side effects, exactly what he needed. At his current level, he could only contract one ghost. After reaching 1-star Ghost Master, he would gain 2 additional slots. Every star level after that worked the same way. This first choice was critical. The requirements were clear: severe side effects, high combat value, wide applicability, strong growth potential, and an easy contract. Not a boss-type spirit, not too rare. Sun Yi already had the answer. Blood Sacrifice Demon. A pale girl with black hair and blood-stained white clothes wielding a small scythe. A quasi-demon spirit that harmed enemies by harming itself. In the Ghost Realm, they usually appeared as mage-type minions. She had only 2 skills. Skill 1. Soul Arrow. Consumes the user's flesh, causing random skin ulceration, and fires a soul arrow at the enemy. Cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2. Inspiration Burst. Massively increases inspiration power. After 10 minutes, the user loses more inspiration than gained and enters a weakened state. Cooldown 30 minutes. For ordinary people, this ghost was trash. Self-harm, backlash, weakness afterward. No sane exorcist would touch it, but Sun Yi wasn't ordinary. With side effects transferred away, the drawbacks disappeared entirely. What remained were short cooldowns, high damage, and powerful buffs. 5 seconds, 30 minutes. Compared to other ghosts with 10-second cooldowns and hour-long downtimes, this was absurd. And there was one final reason. The Blood Sacrifice Demon never refused a contract. As long as the exorcist initiated it, she would accept. Sun Yi closed his eyes, a faint smile forming. This is it. His first ghost. A contract with a ghost is basically forcing it to submit. There are 2 ways to do that. One is a verbal approach. You communicate with the ghost like therapy, resolve its obsession, untie its knot, and make it willingly assist the exorcist. The other is simple: fight it until it agrees to sign. But blood sacrifice demons are different. They never refuse. No matter what you ask, they say yes. Of course, that easy mode comes with a brutal price. Anyone who contracts a blood sacrifice demon must lose a body organ. The contract prioritizes organs you can survive without, but still, who could accept that? Giving up an organ just to bind a near-demon spirit. That's not benefit, that's pure suffering. But Sun Yi wasn't scared, because with the side effect transfer system, he wouldn't be the one paying. Tomorrow was the day they entered the Ghost Realm. Sun Yi clenched his fist. The moment I get in, I'll contract the blood sacrifice demon. The next day, the seniors of Greentown High School sat in their classrooms, waiting for the Ghost Realm to open. No teachers, just nervous chatter. I've seen photos of Ghost Realms, but I'm still shaking now that it's real. What's there to fear? I'm going in and wiping everything out. I hope the female ghost is cute, heheh. Different moods, same tension. Sun Yi closed his eyes and silently reviewed everything he'd learned over 3 years. Survival rules, combat basics, contract methods. In this world, the key attribute for controlling spirits was called inspiration. The higher your inspiration, the higher your rank as a demon slayer and the stronger the spirits you could contract. Sun Yi's problem was simple. His talent was terrible. Most students around him were already 1-star ghost masters. Sun Yi meditated every day for 3 years, grinding until his mind felt numb. And still, he was only at the early stage of a quasi-exorcist, not even 1 star. People pitied him. What a waste, his theory is top tier. If he were 1 star, he'd breeze through the assessment. A-rank talent kills you, his intuition is too weak. With his current inspiration, even forming a contract might fail. Sun Yi didn't argue. He just sat there smiling bitterly. Fate was cruel, but this time he had a way to flip the board, the system. Soon the broadcast rang out, the Ghost Realm was opening. White beams of light dropped onto each student. Sun Yi's heartbeat tightened. This exploration wasn't just survival. It would decide his graduation score and even affect which higher academies might recruit him later. And the worst part, your assigned Ghost Realm was random. What kind of realm will I end up in? The light around him faded. The world changed. A dark red sky, school-like buildings in the distance, air thick with the stench of blood, a cold wind cutting through bone. It looked like the end of the world. 2 classmates stood nearby, 1 boy, 1 girl. Fang Yi, tall and skinny, a late-stage novice demon slayer. Cheng Yuan, a nervous girl with glasses, early-stage 1-star ghost master. 3 people total, including Sun Yi. Huh. You two? Sun Yi blurted, startled. He knew them well. They'd always been kind to him in class. After hearing about his family tragedy, they'd looked out for him. Fang Yi had even tutored him for free when Sun Yi was busy doing odd jobs to survive. A big part of Sun Yi's grades existed because of them. Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan nodded. All right, Fang Yi said, steadying his voice. We clear this together. Cheng Yuan swallowed her fear and nodded hard. Then a voice thundered from the sky, cold and emotionless. Welcome to the ghostly examination hall of Hangbing High School. This place was once a famous boarding school. But during the night parade of 100 demons, every teacher and student was slaughtered. Their resentment still lingers. Passing conditions, survive 10 hours, then exit through the back door at the end of the teaching building corridor. In the teaching building area, only near demon or one-star spirits will appear. Bonus missions. Defeat 10 quasi-demons. Contract a one-star quality demon or higher. Clear all classrooms in the Quonking teaching building. 1 star for each bonus mission completed. Rewards, pass with no stars, none 1 star. 3 1-star soul orbs. 2 stars, 1 piece of 1-star equipment. 3 stars, choose any 2-star item from the Ghost Control Bureau's warehouse. Additional equipment rewards depend on final survival rate. Below 50% casualties, semi-grade equipment for each survivor. Below 30% casualties, 1-star equipment each. 0% casualties, 2-star equipment each, plus top contributor chooses any 2-star item. If you face an unbeatable crisis, shout give up to leave, you will lose assessment eligibility. That concludes the explanation. Good luck. The assessment begins. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room for Greentown's Ghost Domain exam. A massive hall packed with screens. Each split screen showed a different examination room. Principals and leaders from major high schools sat watching this year's batch. Greentown High School's principal Yang Xing'an was there. So was Vice Principal Lihongji. Let's see if this year brings any surprises, the principal of Tiana High School said, smiling gently as he stroked his beard. The principal of Chunwu High School snorted, arms crossed. What's to watch? Same every year. Half live, half die, and half of the survivors just run. A staff member called out, "Report, examination room 130, Hangbing Middle School has begun the assessment." Several principals glanced over, Yang Xing'an frowned. That exam room still hasn't been removed. Hangbing's pass rate had been horrifying for years, especially the ending. According to statistics, most deaths happened at the final corridor of the school building. Li Hongzhai's eyes swept the screens and landed on Sun Yi in room 130. His lips curled into a thin, cold smile. So the little bastard ended up there.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Nation Hall at Hangbing Middle School. The three of them are currently at the main gate of Hangbing High School. The exit from the Ghost Realm is through the back door. It requires traversing the entire campus to reach it. Without giving it much thought, Sunya strode into the teaching building in front of him. The other two saw this and went in as well. That's a little scary. Looking at the eerie scene, Cheng Yuan felt a chill run down her spine. The Ghost Realm often features scenes that evoke the deepest fear in people. Sunya didn't believe it. His favorite thing in his past life was watching horror movies. I've watched countless films, including those about The Ring and The Grudge. I've played quite a few horror games. I'd like to see what's in this school that can scare me. Upon entering the teaching building, one can see that the corridor walls are covered with dark red bloodstains. Books and exam papers were scattered all over the ground. Just like the book says, the space within the Ghost Realm is folded. The interior of this teaching building is significantly larger than it appears from the outside. Sunya carefully moved forward, recalling the knowledge he had learned in the past. The dark corridor stretched as far as the eye could see. There were many slogans on both sides of the corridor. It was written in blood. Study until you drop or you'll die. I'd rather live 3 years less than lose a single point. Grades are everything and scores are everything. Sunya admitted that these slogans reminded him of terrible memories from his previous life. But what's so scary about that? The most urgent task is to find the blood sacrifice demon and form a pact with it as soon as possible. Facing the empty corridor once again, Sunya began to move forward. To the left of the corridor were windows, through which the dark red light from the sky shone in. It looked very strange. On the other side were the doors leading to the various classrooms. There are also small windows in the doors, allowing you to check what's happening inside the classroom. Are these ghosts having class? Cheng Yuan, who followed Sunya in, stepped forward to examine the small window and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. In the dilapidated and messy classroom, there were only a few desks scattered around. There were several ghosts that looked like students, with pale faces and lifeless eyes. They sat in their seats just like humans, writing something on their desks. Ghosts attend classes. I don't remember ever reading about that in a book. Fang Yi also came up and they discussed it in hushed tones. Should we go up and negotiate? He seems harmless enough. Maybe I can persuade him to sign a contract. Listening to the way these people were discussing it, Sun Yi shook his head. He stepped forward and interrupted their unrealistic fantasies. This is a ghost's mimicry in the ghost realm. In different ghost realms, ghosts will mimic the appearance of the ghost realm. Once you get close, he will reveal his true colors. Sun Yi's few words calmed down the two eager students in front of him. It seems like it was covered in class. Fang Yi also agreed with Sun Yi's statement. As if trying to gain some sense of security, Cheng Yuan hugged her chest tightly. Sorry, I was a little nervous and couldn't remember that. Cheng Yuan's grades were usually quite good. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him and Fang Yi to come together to tutor Sun Yi. However, this terrifying atmosphere did affect her mindset. Sun Yi waved his hand. It's all right. The priority now is to find the ghost, form a contract with it, and create a fighting force. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to go very far on our own. Demon slayers can project their spiritual energy into combat. However, using inspiration to launch an attack requires a medium. The skills of demons serve as an excellent medium. But if you really don't have any, you'll just have to channel your spiritual energy into your fists and engage in a passionate hand-to-hand combat with the ghost. Sun Yi personally took a look at the classroom that Cheng Yuan had just been observing. There were 3 ghost students sitting inside. Moreover, it's impossible to definitively identify what they are until their mimicry is exposed. Although they were quasi-demon-level ghosts, the spiritual power of ordinary students was enough to deal with them. But Sun Yi has very poor intuition. He's only at the early stage of a quasi-ghost master. Fang Yi is a late-stage quasi-exorcist, and he seems fairly reliable. But the one I worry about the most is Cheng Yuan. She was in a bad mood. Even though she's a 1-star demon slayer, her fear affects her actions when facing demons. Think of those female protagonists in horror movies who, when they encounter ghosts, can only scream and don't run away. Based on rounding, Sun Yi gave his judgment. We can't fight, the risk is extremely high. Finally, I have the system and the opportunity for revenge. It would be ridiculous if they capsized in a ditch. Sun Yi didn't want to jeopardize his future for the sake of creating a good show. This classroom won't do. To be on the safe side, we'd better find a classroom with only one ghost. Sun Yi made a suggestion to the 2 people beside him. After saying that, he continued searching. The current rule in this scenario is that all the ghosts will stay in the classroom. The hallway is safe unless someone opens the classroom door and lets the ghost out. This is quite suitable as the first challenge for students who have just entered the ghost realm. Sun Yi walked briskly down the corridor, his eyes constantly glancing at the small windows of each classroom. Although it's impossible to confirm exactly what it is from the mimicked appearance, but there are still patterns. For example, the female ghost Sun Yi is looking for. After mimicking a student, it will definitely look like a female student. Using this method, one cannot accurately identify the blood sacrifice demon. However, eliminating some incorrect options is also a good thing. Suddenly, he noticed that there was only one girl sitting in one of the classrooms. Got it. Sun Yi arrived at the classroom door and continued to carefully examine the interior space. However, there is no rule that states that ghosts in the ghost realm can only mimic human forms. On the classroom fan, on the blackboard, inside the desks, on the bookshelves, it's possible that ghosts are hiding somewhere. After checking repeatedly, I confirmed that there was only one ghost sitting in the seat in the classroom. Sun Yi closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation in the classroom. There was indeed only the aura of a ghost. Sun Yi was relieved and turned the handle to open the classroom door. All that could be heard was the sound of the iron gate rusting and wearing. The door was opened. As Sun Yi slowly walked into the classroom, his gaze was fixed on the female ghost. She didn't look up, remaining focused on writing her exam paper. Of course, this state is just a facade. Sun Yi could see from afar that the female ghost was merely mechanically scribbling on the exam paper. With the intelligence of a quasi-demon, how could he possibly actually do the questions? Seeing that the other party did not intend to attack him directly, Sun Yi took the initiative to start a conversation. How are things? The female ghost didn't look up, her hands kept moving and she kept muttering to herself. My grades have dropped again, my ranking is going to fall behind again, I don't want to fall behind, I want to write more exam papers. I want to do better on the test, I want to do better on the test, I want to go to university, I want to bring honor to my ancestors. Sun Yi was speechless for a moment. It seems the students at this school are deeply fixated on this. It's already starting to affect the ghosts here. There are specific rules to follow when talking to ghosts that mimic human beings in the ghost realm. As long as the topic fits the context, the ghost's mimicry can be maintained. Conversely, if too much of the dialogue breaks the flow, the ghost will reveal its true form and begin fighting. For example, in the current situation, as long as Sun Yi talks about topics related to school, This will temporarily stabilize the ghost after it has taken on its mimicry form. However, Sun Yi didn't want to waste any more words talking to the ghost in front of him. What Sun Yi needs to do now is to get the ghost in front of him to drop its disguise and reveal its true form as soon as possible. Let's say something provocative to make her reveal her true colors sooner. So, Sun Yi leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Guess what? I'm a Beijing resident, so I just did a couple of practice problems and got into a top-tier university. I'm telling you, don't be so stubborn. Our lords in the capital are truly lords. All they do all day long is eat and drink, nothing else. You could spend your whole life doing mindless math problems and all you'll ever get is the right to see me." Ah. The female ghost in front of them let out a chilling, piercing scream. It seems that Sun Yi's words really provoked her. And it's quite stimulating. It might even transcend the dimensional barrier and stimulate even more people. Let's not talk about these things anymore. In short, the situation is not good. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Yi quickly distanced himself the moment he finished speaking. At the same time, he grabbed a stool and smashed it over. Unfortunately, there are no contracted demons at the moment, so the battles with demons can only be this simple and straightforward. The stool smashed onto the female ghost's head, but it did not shake her. Since the stool that was thrown didn't possess any spiritual power, it couldn't possibly have hurt her. Sun Yi only wanted to provoke the female ghost. Just as he expected, the female ghost immediately revealed her true form after being hit by the stool. "You, how dare you disturb my studies? You're the one who caused my grades to drop. I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Her school uniform disappeared, replaced by tattered clothes. Although the clothes were tattered, they happened to cover all the vital parts due to some kind of divine constraint. Its already pale face began to turn black, and its tongue grew longer and longer until it could even drag on the ground. Sun Yi's expression hardened, a gossipy ghost. "Damn, I got the wrong one. This isn't the ghost I wanted to contract. Although we've made a mistake, it's too late now. We have no choice but to defeat her." The long-tongued ghost is a female ghost that attacks by extending and changing the length of its tongue. She would use her incredibly long tongue to trap people, rendering them immobile, and then swallow them whole. As for how she chewed with her tongue sticking out, a ghost's body isn't that amazing. In summary, in terms of skill classification, the long-tongued ghost belongs to the control type. Without being bound by a contract, and without having their skills upgraded, their combat strength is not high. They usually just bully ordinary people. How could anyone possibly defeat a demon slayer who possesses spiritual powers? The long-tongued demon's nimble tongue, like a snake, lunged at Sun Yi from the ground. The desks and chairs that stood between her and Sun Yi were all knocked away by her tongue, which was almost as thick as a palm. Sun Yi was, of course, very clear about how to deal with the long-tongued ghost. That's close combat. When confronted by a long-tongued demon at close range, the long-armed demon cannot utilize its advantage. In addition, she was very fragile. Even the inspiration of a novice demon slayer in the early stages. With just a little effort from Sun Yi, she couldn't take it for long. All I could see was Sun Yi nimbly dodging the attacking tongue, then sprinting forward to close the distance. The long-tongued demon's tongue is incredibly resilient. Using normal methods, it's not necessarily possible to damage her tongue. Her teeth were also incredibly sharp, capable of easily tearing through a person's skin and flesh. So here's the question. What would happen if she used her teeth to bite her own tongue? Practice makes perfect. "Uppercut," Sun Yi shouted, swinging his fist imbued with spiritual energy. Although shouting like that won't increase the damage, but they really made a strong impression. The fist slammed hard into the long-tongued ghost's chin. The punch to the chin forced the long-tongued demon to close his wide-open mouth. Her sharp teeth bit down hard on her outstretched tongue. Awa. The long-tongued demon's thick tongue was easily pierced by its teeth, and streams of black blood resembling oil flowed out. It seems teeth are still a bit more powerful. After the tongue is injured, its speed decreases significantly. Sun Yi continued to take advantage of her illness to try and kill her. Punch after punch, all aimed at her jaw. The goal was to use the long-tongued demon's teeth to bite off her own tongue. Just as expected, the long-tongued ghost couldn't take it for long. In the end, the long-tongued demon's tongue was bitten off and black blood flowed freely. She let out a long howl, fell to the ground, and transformed into a soul pearl. Sun Yi breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the soul pearl. Taken down. This was his first kill in the ghost realm. Although the battle was short, it was of great significance. "It's a pity we didn't encounter the blood sacrifice demon," Sun Yi said with some regret. "The battles to come will become increasingly difficult. Right now, I'm only dealing with one near demon. We'll have to use our wits and courage to outwit each other. What happens when you encounter 1-star or even 2-star evil spirits later on? Does he always just swing his fists like that? How is that possible? We must find the blood sacrifice pact immediately." Holding the long-tongued demon's soul bead in his palm, Sun Yi quickly recovered the spiritual energy he had just depleted. Just then, Cheng Yuan's cries echoed down the corridor. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you. Please calm down, don't hit me." Cheng Yuan ran past the classroom door where Sun Yi was standing. At the same time, a bright blue arrow shot from behind her but missed. Sun Yi's eyes widened when he saw the arrow. That's a soul arrow. Isn't this the blood sacrifice demon skill that Sun Yi has been longing for? Sun Yi quickly chased after him. Just then, a female ghost dressed in white with black hair holding a small scythe swept past him. Generally speaking, given the intelligence of a quasi-demon, it would attack humans indiscriminately during battle. However, it's unclear whether it was because Cheng Yuan had provoked her too much. At this moment, the blood sacrifice demon harbored deep resentment, seemingly only having eyes for Cheng Yuan and relentlessly pursuing her. Sun Yi guessed that Cheng Yuan must have gone forward to negotiate with the blood sacrifice demon, but the negotiations broke down. And it wasn't just a minor collapse. Seeing Feng Yi following behind, Sun Yi couldn't help but ask him, "What were those two talking about? Why did they make the ghost so angry?" Feng Yi explained with a hint of helplessness. "That's right, the female ghost said she was memorizing too many words and it was very painful for her." So Cheng Yuan comforted the female ghost, while also asking where she was on the journey and how her progress was. As soon as the female ghost said that, Cheng Yuan couldn't help but laugh, and that's how it turned out. Sun Yi looked puzzled. What exactly did the female ghost say? "She said she recited abandon." Sun Yi couldn't hold back either and accidentally burst out laughing. Humor explanation: the joke is that abandon is usually the first word in a word list, which is quite amusing. However, Sun Yi's smile drew the blood sacrifice demon's attention back to him. "You're actually going to laugh at me too? Go to hell." The blood sacrifice demon turned its head and swung its small scythe at Sun Yi. Sun Yi remained calm and said loudly, "Wait, I want a contract." The small scythe in the blood sacrifice demon's hand stopped abruptly, because she saw Sun Yi actually make the hand gesture for the contract with his hand. All that could be seen was Sun Yi gathering his spiritual power in his palm and extending it towards the ghost. He genuinely wanted to form a contract with her. "Sun Yi, you want to contract a female ghost?" Fang Yi doubted that he had heard correctly. With such severe side effects from the contracted female ghost, isn't Sun Yi afraid? Could it be that he intends to use a contract to stop the blood sacrifice demon from hunting down Cheng Yuan? While the situation is indeed critical, isn't this a bit unnecessary? The blood sacrifice demon lowered its scythe, a sinister smile spreading across its lips. "Human, do you know the price of making a pact with me?" "It's okay, hurry up," Sun Yi said, indicating he didn't care about the cost. Seemingly surprised by Sun Yi's eagerness, the blood sacrifice demon paused for a moment before speaking. "I agree." Just as the book says, the blood sacrifice demon accepted Sun Yi's contract request. She also stretched out her delicate white hand. Sun Yi felt the blood sacrifice demon's cold, slender fingers interlock with his own. Two hands clasped together, palms facing each other. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Sun Yi's palm. This spiritual energy traveled through the palm and entered the blood sacrifice demon's body. Eventually, a thin, azure membrane of inspiration formed on the outside of her body. This thin film emits a faint blue light and is an important means of distinguishing between ghosts with owners and ghosts without owners. The blood sacrifice demon stared at Sun Yi, revealing a bewitching smile. "As a sacrifice, I'll accept your kidney." Tian monitoring room. Below, hundreds of proctors stared at their computer screens, occasionally reporting on the situation in the examination room. Examination room 114. Examinee Zhang Shan successfully contracted an evil spirit. In examination room 514, candidate Li Si chose to withdraw. In examination room 1919, candidate Wang Wu engages in battle with an evil spirit. The invigilators truthfully reported the situation in each examination room. In the grandstand, the principal sat upright, all looking at the screen. In examination room 130, examinee Sun Yi is attempting to contract a female ghost. Suddenly, news from exam room 130 caught the attention of all the principals. For a moment, the school principals looked at each other in bewilderment. Contractual female ghost. Does anyone still dare to make a contract with a female ghost these days? Retrieve the surveillance footage from exam room 130 and zoom in on the main screen, the principal of Chunwu High School ordered. He couldn't wait to see who was so reckless. Soon Sun Yi's image appeared on the main screen. Which school does he go to? He never attended classes, right? Anyone who has properly read the first chapter of Introduction to Demon Control. Shouldn't you have known that you can't make a contract with a female ghost under any circumstances? the principal of Xuanwu High School said with a hint of disappointment. Although Sun Yu was not his student, however, he did something so foolish during the Ghost Realm assessment. Anyone would find it unbearable to watch. These words left Yang Xing'an, the principal of Greentown High School, quite embarrassed. But he still had to come forward and explain. This Sun Yi is a student at our Greentown High School. He usually gets excellent grades in theory. That shouldn't be the case. He has no reason not to know the consequences of a contracted female ghost. If you encounter a female ghost in the ghost realm, you can just kill her. Why would anyone even think about having a contract? Although female ghosts usually have stronger skill sets than ordinary ghosts. However, if we also take the corresponding side effects into account, but you're losing the big picture for a small gain. Just then, Vice Principal Lihongji, with a contemptuous smile, made a guess. Although Sun Yi's theoretical grades are excellent, his inspiration is at the bottom of the grade. Until he entered the ghost realm, he was only a quasi-ghost master in the early stages. Perhaps they couldn't form contracts with any other ghosts in the ghost realm, leaving them with no choice but to resort to blood sacrifice. In previous years' ghost realm assessments, there have been plenty of such headstrong candidates. When all other options are exhausted, choose to make a blood sacrifice to a demon. After all, there are no barriers to forming a blood sacrifice contract with a demon. They will always accept any contractual request made to them. Only, without exception, all of these people died tragically. It wasn't a side effect of the contract that caused them to suffer and die on the spot. The problem is that when they unleash their skills later, they are unable to withstand the continuous negative effects and die. Li Hongzhi would be happy with either outcome. Thinking of this, his smile deepened. He couldn't wait to see Sun Yu die a violent death in the ghost realm. In the scene, the blood sacrifice demon's scythe is aimed at Sun Yu's waist. It seems the price of this blood sacrifice pact is losing one of my kidneys. The school principals present all shook their heads. Sun Yu was also a little nervous. This was his first time officially transferring side effects. Is it possible to transfer it? What happens when side effects are transferred? He opened the system panel and repeatedly confirmed that he had indeed bound the transfer object. Don't let anything go wrong in a place like this. For example, forgetting to bind the transfer object can result in you having to bear the side effects yourself. If I really lose my kidneys, I'm doomed. Sun Yi. Pain level 0. Side effects none. Side effect transfer target. Li Hongzhi maximum 1 person. Increasing the limit requires 1,000 pain points. It's definitely linked. The blood sacrifice demon's small scythe gently pierced Sun Yu's left waist. My skin feels slightly sore. Subsequently, Sun Yu felt an unusual sensation in his left kidney. However, this feeling vanished in the next moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Hongzhi's gaze was fixed on Sun Yu's expression on the screen. I look forward to seeing Sun Yu's agonizing reaction after losing a kidney. Let me take a good look. When you're in excruciating pain, don't you and your parents have the same expression? This perverse thought popped into Li Hongzhi's mind. He seemed to be mentally simulating the excruciating pain Sun Yu felt after his kidney was taken by the blood sacrifice demon. A perfectly healthy person, suddenly losing a kidney. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Just thinking about it makes me feel pain. Suddenly, Li Hongzhi sensed something was wrong with him. Why does my left lower back feel a bit uncomfortable? Wait, really? If anyone's going to be in pain, it'll be that brat Sun Yu, right? How did I start too? Am I really that empathetic? The pain intensified, eventually turning into excruciating agony. This pain felt like being pricked by 1,000 needles. It was unbearable. Li Hongzhi, sweating profusely, pressed his hand to the painful area, his eyes wide with shock. Holy crap, what's going on? Where are my kidneys? How did it become that my kidneys are gone? Something incredible happened. Li Hongzhi's left kidney vanished into thin air. Principal Yang Xing'an, who was sitting next to Li Hongzhi, noticed something was off about him. He patted Li Hongzhi on the shoulder. It's all right, Vice President Li, don't worry about Sun Yi. Although he ranked first in theoretical grades at our school. But the Ghost Realm trial is a matter of life and death, so don't take it too seriously. Seeing this, the other school principals also offered their comfort to Li Hongzhi. Yeah, Lao Li, you're just too much of a worrywart. After all, this was Sun's own choice. He must have thought it through. Judging from his gesture of clutching his left waist, old Li must truly feel the same way as Sun at this moment. These words of comfort nearly broke Li Hongzhi. I care about Sun Yi. I wish he were dead. I was clutching my lower back because it was really hurting. If it were a normal person, Li Hongzhi would probably have fainted from the pain by now. Fortunately, he was a 3-star demon slayer, with a physique far exceeding that of ordinary people. A 3-star demon slayer like him. Frequent battles in the ghost realm mean that losing limbs is commonplace. As long as they are not beheaded or smashed to pieces. These aren't major problems. Just find a healing-type exorcist to handle it and then go home and let it settle down. Therefore, even with one kidney missing, he was able to remain calm. From the outside, he only appeared to be trembling slightly, with a few beads of sweat on his forehead. The other principals were unaware of this. They were still watching the big screen, waiting for Sunya's reaction. Why is this contract taking so long? The principal of Chunwoo High School was getting impatient. Why does Sun look so calm? Yes, the blood sacrifice demon's actions just now should indeed have involved sacrificing one of his kidneys. What's going on? Osli Examination Hall at Hengbing High School. Received 100 points of pain from Lihongji. Sunyu received a message from the system in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, Lihongji should be clutching his back and rolling around in pain right now, right? Sunyu guessed to himself. The blood sacrifice demon let out a slightly echoing giggle. Heh, that concludes the contract. Just then Sunyu shouted, wait. The blood sacrifice demon stopped what she was doing, tilting her head with a look of confusion on her face. This human in front of me is really strange. When other blood sacrifice demons are bound by contracts with humans, when organs are taken, who doesn't cry and beg for their parents? How come he not only doesn't complain of pain but also has the mind to make demands? Fang Yu was also bewildered, looking at Sun Yi with no idea what he was doing. Cheng Yuan, who had escaped earlier, discovered that the blood sacrifice demons that had been chasing her were no longer pursuing her. They found their way back and happened to witness Sun Yi's conversation with the blood sacrifice demon. I said, are you satisfied with just taking one kidney? Sun Yi continued. He knew that making a pact with the blood sacrifice demon required sacrificing an organ, but that doesn't mean you can only sacrifice one. It is common knowledge that the more offerings one makes, the greater the reward. In the journey of exorcising demons, this rule is the law of nature. And anyway, it's not like I'm the one being sacrificed. It would be best to sacrifice even more, so that Li Hongzhi suffers more and I can earn more pain points. Sun Yi raised his head and looked directly into the blood sacrifice demon's pure black eyes. I think you could take a few more organs. These words immediately shocked everyone. Fang Yi, standing next to him, couldn't believe his ears. Sun Yi actually wants to perform a sacrifice. One kidney isn't enough. Cheng Yuan was also confused about the current situation. What are they doing? Why is this ghost no longer chasing me? Why is she confronting Sun Yi? Why were they having such a strange conversation? Organs removed. How terrifying. Are they involved in organ trafficking? Cheng Yuan's already flustered mind became even more chaotic. If we're talking about chaos, the monitoring rooms outside the exam halls are probably just as chaotic. They've gone mad, they've really gone mad. The principal of Tian High School shouted. He has been the principal for nearly 30 years. The Ghost Realm assessment is conducted in this way every year. However, no student has ever dared to be like Sun Yi. It's not just about finding a blood sacrifice demon contract. Losing a kidney isn't enough. They even actively requested that more organs be taken. Even the principal of Chunwoo High School couldn't understand what Sun Yi was doing. Is there something wrong with his brain? Why does he keep donating organs? Is he afraid of not dying fast enough? The principal of Greentown High School was secretly amazed by Sun Yi's determination. Is this kid acting this way because he knows he lacks talent and inspiration? By sacrificing more organs, they can obtain stronger contracted demons. Is this a way to break the deadlock? If that's really the case, one has to admire the child's perseverance. To become stronger, they were actually willing to pay such a high price. Sitting next to Yang Xing'an, Li Hongzhi desperately tried to hide the excruciating pain he was experiencing from losing his kidney. A very bad premonition flashed through his mind at that moment. That brat, he had a kidney sacrificed by the blood sacrifice demon, and then I lost my kidney. Could he be behind this? Although it was just a guess, Li Hongzhi could clearly feel that his pain was related to Sun Yi. The large screen continued to display footage from examination room number 130. Barefoot, the blood sacrifice demon floating in midair asked, "Tell me, what else do you want to sacrifice?" Sun Yi rested his chin on his hand, pondering slowly. For example, my eyes. You only need one eye to see things clearly. 2 eyes are too much, Sun Yi said in a very serious tone. Fang Yi, who was standing next to him, and the group of principals in the monitoring room were all speechless upon hearing this. Are you kidding me? You actually complain about having too many eyes. Oh, and the lungs too. I've been training my anaerobic endurance lately, and breathing with both lobes is too easy. You can take one. While everyone, including the blood sacrifice demon, was too shocked to speak, Sun Yi continued, you know I've always been a stone golem player. Having 2 heads is a bit redundant for me, so you can take one of them. In addition, you can cut off any part of my stomach, large intestine, small intestine, etc. If you feel you need it, just leave some for me. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi quickly stepped forward, hugged Sun Yi, and loudly tried to stop him. No way, son, you've sacrificed too many people. So many organs, they could almost fill a pot of offal. Even if it doesn't endanger your life, you'll suffer for the rest of your life. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Sun Yi awkwardly pushed Fang Yi away, then continued to look at the blood sacrifice demon in front of him. So what do you think, do you want it? Of course, then I'll accept your lungs and half of your intestines. The more sacrifices she makes during the contract, the stronger she becomes. The blood sacrifice demon would naturally not refuse such a good thing. However, forget about the brain. She worried that accepting Sun Yi's brain would affect her own intelligence. The small scythe in the blood sacrifice demon's hand, just like before, gently pierced Sun Yi's chest and lower abdomen. The same feeling washed over me. Sun Yi only felt a slight throbbing in his lungs and intestines. There were no further abnormalities after that. Needless to say, all the effects of these sacrifices were transferred to Lihongji, the Ghost Realm Examination Room monitoring room. Lihongji watched as Sun Yi continued to have his lungs and half of his intestines taken away by the blood sacrifice demon. The scene sent a chill down his spine. That bad feeling I had before was getting stronger and stronger. The next moment, I felt excruciating pain in my chest and abdomen at the same time. Sure enough, that damn kid was up to something. No wonder he wasn't afraid at all when his organs were sacrificed. I've poured my heart out to you. That little b asterisk 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 d. Sun Yi, I cough 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 vomit. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a mouthful of blood spurted from Lihongji's mouth. Vice Principal Li. What's wrong? The other principals stood up and went to Lihongji's side to check on the situation. Alas, everyone, Vice Li is just too worried about Sun Yi. This is because they're anxious to see Sun Yi continuing to donate organs. Look at him, he's so anxious he's vomiting blood. Yang Xing'an, the principal of Greentown Middle School, explained to the crowd. Upon hearing these words, Lihongji was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. This statement isn't a metaphor, I'm not worried. Ugh. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. It has to be said that the physique of the 3-star Oni master is truly extraordinary. It's missing a kidney, a lung, and half the length of its intestines. After all that, he was still able to speak. Although Lihongji said he didn't care about Sun Yi, but as the saying goes, to truly understand a person, look at what they do, not what they say. All the principals present could notice it. He used to pay close attention to any footage of Sun Yi taking the exam. Just now, he was so anxious about Sun Yi's second organ donation that he vomited blood. Having gone this far, who can still say that Lihongji doesn't care about Sun Yi? I doubt even his own daughter receives this much attention. In trouble. I want to vomit him. Lihongji vomited blood twice, and the school principals quickly tried to comfort him. All right, Vice President Li, we all know you care about this student, but you're really not in a good state. Yes, no matter how much you care about your students, you should prioritize your own health first. Rushing things won't help. Lihongji is now so desperate he feels like dying. It's clearly the child of my mortal enemy. By a twist of fate, he was mistakenly accused of caring about someone. And to make matters worse, every time he tried to clarify things, he was interrupted, spitting blood. What kind of mess is this? But Sun Yi in the Ghost Realm wasn't satisfied yet. The main screen in the monitoring room was still broadcasting live the situation on Sun Yi's side. All that could be heard was Sun Yi speaking to the blood sacrifice demon through the speakers. Actually, I'm not that interested in women, so why don't you include my second brother in the list too? Upon hearing this, Lihongji, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He rushed forward, shouting hysterically, "Stop him quickly, don't let him sacrifice himself, stop him now." If it weren't for the principals standing by nearby. Otherwise, Lihongji would probably have already rushed up to the proctor. Oh, Vice President Li, you're getting a little too excited. Relax. It's the student's own prerogative to do this. According to the rules, we can't interfere with the examinees in the Ghost Realm. What's going on today? Why is Vice President Li suddenly paying so much attention to Sun Yi? The school principals all tried to persuade him. However, Lihongji didn't care about all that. I wonder what methods Sun Yi used. He transferred all the effects of his sacrifice onto me if he were to sacrifice his second brother as well. My sexual happiness for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Lihongji's face turned pale. He continued his hysterical shouting. I don't care about any of that, we can't let him continue sacrificing. In the Ghost Realm, received 100 pain points from Lihongji. Received 100 pain points from Lihongji. 2 messages flashed through Sun Yi's mind in quick succession. Needless to say, Lihongji must have thoroughly enjoyed the sacrifice just now. Although one cannot witness it firsthand, the agonizing screams of those who killed one's loved ones and enemies are heard. But just watching these pain points accumulate is unsatisfying. Using his imagination, Sunya felt a little better. Of course, do you think you can so easily quell Sunya's anger? It's not that simple. It's not just Lihongji. Gao Ba, the leader of the Green Leaf Battle Group behind him, and everyone involved in this. He won't let Sunya get away with it, at present. The blood sacrifice demon looked at Sunya with a strange expression. I don't know why. The boy in front of me didn't seem afraid of sacrifice at all. It even gave her the feeling that she was in a hurry to be sacrificed. This is the first time I've encountered such a strange human since I became a ghost. Hurry, hurry, sacrifice my second brother too. Sunya spread his arms wide, displaying his torso without reservation and kept urging him on. Where was the alluring and seductive expression from their first meeting? On the face of the blood sacrifice demon, where was the same bewitching and wicked look? She looked like she was stuffed, so she quickly waved her hand. It's no use, it's really no use. There are too many offerings, I feel like they're going to leak out if there are any more. As for where it leaked from, I doubt she'd be willing to tell. The blood sacrifice demon felt the human organs it had collected from Sunya's body. For some reason, the inspiration emanating from the collected organs far surpassed that of Sunyi. These alone are enough to maximize one's potential. She'll never understand. These were the organs offered as a sacrifice to her. It all comes down to that unlucky guy, Lihongji. The organs of the 3-star Bath Demon Slayer were used as offerings. How could the improvement be small? Unfortunately, the blood sacrifice demon was ultimately only a quasi-evil demon. It can't handle too much inspiration. Otherwise, Sunyu would really want to sacrifice his entire body, including all his internal organs. Who knows, in the end, we might be able to raise an incredibly powerful ghost that can wreak havoc in the ghost realm. I see. Sunya pondered for a moment after hearing the blood sacrifice demon's reply. In that case, let's leave it at that. This message was relayed to the monitoring room lobby. This finally relieved Lihongji, who had been struggling desperately. All right, Sun has given up on the sacrifice. Lao Li, you can calm down for a bit. His physical condition is far too poor. Vice Li, you've been worrying too much about this student. Let's take him to the infirmary to rest first. I think that might not be enough. Just to be safe, let's send him to Greentown Hospital. The school principal said they would arrange for staff to take Lihongji away. In the examination room at Hengbing Middle School, it completely devoured the organs sacrificed by Sun Yi. The azure membrane of spiritual energy that had been surrounding the blood sacrifice demon became even brighter. It even became somewhat dazzling. Contract complete. Finally, she made her body transparent again and merged into Sunya's body. The moment the blood sacrifice demon entered Sunya's body, information about the blood sacrifice demon appeared in his mind. Blood sacrifice demon. Rank 2-star demon. Sacrifice reward, proficiency increase speed x10. Skill 1, Soul Arrow, sacrifices a random area of the caster's skin to fire a soul arrow damaging the enemy. 5-second cooldown. Preliminary level, proficiency 0, 100 more points needed to upgrade. Second skill, Inspiration Burst, greatly increases inspiration power. After 10 minutes, it will deduct more inspiration power than the increase, and the user will fall into a weakened state. 30-minute cooldown, preliminary level, proficiency 0, 100 proficiency needed to upgrade. Third skill, Bone Spikes to be unlocked, requires 10 1-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. Upon seeing the blood sacrifice demon's interface, Sunyi immediately perked up. Holy crap, 2-star evil spirit. He went directly from a near demon to a 2-star demon. You need to understand that right now in the entire ghost realm. They were all low-level minions, either near evil spirits or 1-star evil spirits. With this 2-star demon-level blood sacrifice demon, isn't this just unleashing a rampage, completely slaughtering everyone? Sunyi was only thinking about donating more organs at the time with the aim of framing Lihongji. Who would have thought that sacrificing these organs could bring about such a significant improvement? In addition, Sunyi also saw the sacrificial reward. The importance of this reward should not be underestimated. 10 times faster skill improvement. What does that mean? To upgrade the ghost skills, you need to continuously use the skills to increase proficiency. Others need to use it 100 times to reach the maximum proficiency level. Sunyi only needs 10 tries to reach the maximum level. They're naturally 10 times more efficient than everyone else. Under normal circumstances, the first step to upgrading a skill is to reach maximum proficiency. The second method requires investing a soul bead of the corresponding grade. For example, to upgrade a skill from the quasi level to the 1-star level, you would need 10 quasi-demon level soul orbs. The same applies to other levels. Sun Yi only felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, sacrificing organs only increases the level of the blood sacrifice demon itself, not its skills. As contract to sacrifice the demon with blood, Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan approached. Sun Yi, did you really form a blood sacrifice contract with a demon? Cheng Yuan leaned closer to Sun Yi and carefully looked him up and down. The boy in front of me was tall and straight with sharp eyes. His facial features were also very regular. It doesn't look like it's missing any organs, does it? I remember when we talked about blood sacrifice demons in class before, the teacher even showed pictures of people who had made blood sacrifice demon contracts. Which one of them wasn't disheveled and haggard, looking like they were about to die at any moment? Sun Yi is clearly different from those other people. But why are they different? Cheng Yuan was completely baffled. Oh right, Sun Yi, how come you're all right? Fang Yi realized at this moment, a person who is missing a kidney, half a lung and half intestine. He was already writhing on the ground in pain, spitting blood. Why is Sun Yi still standing here as if nothing happened? Well, maybe the blood sacrifice demon forgot to take it, haha. In short, I did successfully complete the contract, but I also did not lose any organs. Don't worry about me, Sun Yi made up some excuse to get by. Fortunately, Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Instead of worrying about Sun Yi, you should think about yourself. Neither of them has a contracted ghost yet. In the ghost realm, maintaining unity is extremely important. Only the three of them were in this examination room. No one knows what dangers await in the subsequent scenes. If you are selfish and only care about yourself, isn't this just like those dim-witted supporting characters in horror movies from my past life? They insist on being alone, and when danger arises, they insist on going alone. Who can be blamed for his sudden death? Even setting aside these arguments, let's look at the benefits alone. Currently, the way to maximize profits is to pursue the lowest possible casualty rate. Only 3 people have entered this ghost realm so far. If even one person dies, the casualty rate is 33.3%. That means you're missing a 1-star piece of equipment. Who would turn down a reward? Furthermore, the official team cleverly set the MVP reward under the condition of a 0% casualty rate. This requires the strongest to enter the ghost realm to protect the weaker ones within. No one can be injured or killed. However, the situation in the ghost realm is fraught with danger and change, and Sun Yi cannot keep an eye on the 2 of them at all times. That's why Sun Yi plans to help the 2 find the contracted ghost. It's not troublesome anyway. As long as they take a liking to whichever ghost they want when they're killing it later, just leave it alive. It was just a side thing. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Sun Yi made the suggestion. Now that I've fulfilled the contract, I'll definitely lend you a hand. Just tell me which ghost you want, and I'll beat it half to death so you can go and form the contract. Sun Yi is planning to take the path of armed conflict. That's obvious. In the ghost realm, combat power is the greatest truth. Although it is said that ghosts formed through talk therapy have a higher compatibility with their masters, but for a lowly demon of near-demon level, it makes little difference whether it's there or not. This doesn't mean we should completely abandon intellectual debate when encountering a ghost who wants to form a contract later. Sun Yi first let Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan step forward to try to negotiate. It would be best if the conversation went well. But what if negotiations fail? That means this ghost doesn't know what's good for it, so Sun Yi will have to deal with it. With a 2-star blood sacrifice demon, it's basically a piece of cake. It's settled then, let's start searching the classrooms one by one. Sun Yi, Fang Yi, and Cheng Yuan agreed on their plan and officially began scanning the images. The group returned to the corridor and opened the first classroom. The 3 ghosts who had previously disguised themselves as students remained seated in their original positions. Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan exchanged a glance, then stepped forward to begin talking to the ghost. All 3 ghosts resembled male students. They were all in their seats, heads down, writing furiously. Just like when Sun Yi encountered the long-tongued ghost before. When the classroom door was opened, none of the ghosts reacted further. In a classroom stained with blood, with dilapidated desks and chairs, and test papers and book pages scattered all over the floor. They sat quietly, writing furiously, and seemed quite focused. If I hadn't known beforehand that this was a ghost realm, Sun, you would probably genuinely believe that the people in front of him were just ordinary high school students who were studying hard. Cheng Yuan patted her slightly large chest as if to encourage herself. Don't be afraid, ghosts aren't scary at all. She kept giving herself positive self-talk. Previously, I had finally managed to try to negotiate with the ghost. As a result, he couldn't hold back and laughed, ruining everything. Cheng Yuan was terrified of messing things up again. She kept recalling the negotiation techniques she had learned in class. Various scenarios were simulated. Cheng Yuan stood there, pondering for a while. Finally, she mustered her courage once again. With a confident smile, she approached the ghost. "Hello, may I ask if you womans get out of here? You'll only slow down our learning pace." Cheng Yuan was interrupted before she could speak. All the terms, wording, and conversation techniques I had planned out, they were all stuck in their mouths. The talk therapy was over before it even began. Cheng Yuan retreated with tears in her eyes. "Wah. I failed again." Upon seeing this, Fang Yi couldn't help but start to think. These ghosts were unwilling to communicate with Cheng Yuan, then I'll have to do it. It was Fang Yi's turn to do talk therapy, so-called talk therapy. It involves using dialogue to resolve the ghost's resentment and persuade it to form a contract with you. Although Fang Yi is not as good as Cheng Yuan, a one-star ghost master in terms of inspiration. But the situation is different now. These three ghosts are unwilling to communicate with women. The advantage is in my hands. Fang Yi gave a thumbs up to Cheng Yuan and Sun Yi, who had returned. He looks very confident. He strode confidently toward the ghosts. "How have you been lately?" Fang started the conversation. Upon hearing Fang Yi's voice, one of the ghosts put down its pen and looked up at him. "My girlfriend is affecting my studies. So I broke up with her," he said quietly. Fang Yi felt that the ghost in front of him was speaking strangely, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. They had no choice but to continue the conversation. "Isn't this a good thing? It's good to focus on studying. But I'm so lonely since girlfriends are unreliable. Wouldn't a boyfriend be more reliable?" After speaking, the ghost, disguised as a student, stared intently at Fang Yi. This made Fang Yi feel a little uneasy. I didn't expect you to be bisexual." Fang looked troubled. If he is alone, having talked to the ghost for a while, he'd probably chicken out by now. But things are different now. "There's someone behind me. With Sun Yi in charge, as long as they don't do anything reckless, there shouldn't be any major problems." The ghost nodded. "You're right." Emboldened by the support of others, Fang Yi boldly continued the conversation. "You mean you want to be friends with me?" During ghost talk therapy, if you can establish relationships with ghosts to varying degrees. Therefore, there will naturally be various benefits after the contract is signed. If you really do become friends with ghosts through talk therapy, after that contract, they will be able to control these ghosts more easily. But a ghost is still a ghost, its temperament is fickle. Fang Yi still cannot let his guard down. Suddenly, the classroom bell rang. It's the school bell ringing. The other ghosts also put down their pens when they heard the bell. "Get out of class is over, let's grab some snacks." After saying that, they took out their snacks from under the table. Fang Yi looked at their snacks and gasped. These three ghosts were taken out. It's a human hand. It was a human female hand that had been torn apart and broken into several pieces with tremendous force. Med not to notice Fang Yi's surprised expression. The demon before him was devouring a human hand. It occasionally let out a chilling, eerie laugh. "Friend, it's delicious. Girlfriend, it's even more delicious." Fang Yi felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. "This wouldn't be your girlfriend's. She always tells me that we should fail the exam together and then go to work together. I couldn't convince her, but I really wanted to go to university with her. Since that's the case, then let her become a part of me. That way we can stay together forever, ha ha ha." Fang Yi looked horrified. Listening to the ghost story, he felt a chill run down his spine. They were on high alert in an instant, not daring to relax their guard in the slightest. Goodness, so that's what the ghost was saying before. He broke up with his girlfriend, it means exactly what it says. He dismembered his girlfriend, breaking her into several pieces. How come this ghost has such a dry sense of humor? However, this leads to the conclusion that, when I said that he was bisexual, as far as this ghost is concerned, it probably really does mean exactly what it says. They ate both men and women. This is appealing to both men and women. "Let's be friends, I'm curious, what do you taste like?" As soon as he finished speaking, the three ghosts in front of Fang Yi slowly stood up. "Oh no, the conversation has gone wrong, son." Fang sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated. Sun Yi, on the other hand, had already released blood to sacrifice to the ghosts and had been waiting for a long time. All that could be seen were the three male students dissolving their disguises. They revealed their true forms. They are three ghouls. A quasi-demon that accumulates power by eating corpses and has an extreme craving for flesh and blood. Its appearance is that of a hairless, bald creature crawling on its stomach, with no skin and exposed flesh. Sun Yi pointed a finger at the three ghouls in front of him. Inspiration from the fingertips coalesces, forming the shape of an arrow. At the same time, the blood-sacrificed demon standing behind Sun Yi was making the same gesture. When a demon tamer controls a contracted demon in battle, they look somewhat like a stand user. When the contracted ghost releases its skill, it can be released by the ghost himself. It is also possible to transfer the casting of spells to the demon tamer himself, just like Sun Yi is doing now. Sun Yi looked at the condensed soul arrow. The soul arrows released by the 2-star blood sacrifice demon look different, although the skill levels are the same. However, this was different from the soul arrow Sun Yi had seen when he first encountered the blood sacrifice demon in the corridor. The soul arrow in front of Sun Yi was not only larger in size, but also darker in color. The original soul arrow was a translucent, light blue, 3 centimeter long slender arrow. But now it has turned dark blue and the arrow has increased in length to 1 meter. Its thickness also changed from the thickness of a finger to the thickness of an arm. This is something we have to mention. The relationship between a demon's level and skills. The strength of an Oni directly affects the power of its skills. The same skill, when released by a 1-star demon, is stronger than that of a near demon. And it's not just a little bit stronger. Take the soul arrow as an example. If an ordinary person were struck by a regular soul arrow, unless it's a fatal wound, at most it'll just cause bleeding and injury. A few days of bandaging and rest will do the trick. But what if you were hit by a soul arrow released by Sun Yi? That's probably not that simple. The thick soul arrow will pierce a hole in their bodies. That's the difference. With a thought, Sun Yi conjured a soul arrow at his fingertips, which shot out with a whooshing sound. At the same time, Sun Yi felt an itch on the skin of his thigh. But just like before, these extremely faint itch disappeared in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously, a notification popped up from the system. Received 10 points of pain from Lihongji. He remembers it very clearly. Soul arrow, short cooldown, low mana cost, but the trade-off is that each use causes a patch of skin to rot. The effect of festering skin will naturally be considered by the system as a side effect of using soul arrow. Therefore, this effect naturally transferred to Lihongji. However, when it manifests in Lihongji, it might not be as skin ulcers. The blood sacrifice demon's skills are so overpowered precisely because each use requires sacrificing a part of its body to compensate for the lost inspiration. For Sun Yi, his body, that of aspiring demon slayer, might require a palm-sized amount of festering skin to compensate for. However, for Lihongji, the Samsung Ghost Master, only a skin the size of a fingernail is needed. It might not even ulcerate, it might just become red, swollen, and itchy. Even so, there is no need to worry about Lihongji's risk of recovery. As the blood sacrifice demon's skill level increases, the side effects will naturally become more severe. The soul arrow, fired with explosive force, struck the first ghoul. The arrow exploded the instant it hit the target. Boom! The immense impact sent the ghoul rolling backwards several meters. It even knocked away 2 other animals behind it. Seeing the menacing ghoul easily defeated by Sun Yi, Cheng Yuan couldn't help but praise him. Wow, Sun's contracted spirit is amazing. Fang Yi, who had been withdrawn, couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a 2-star demon, that arrow nearly killed the ghoul. Sun Yi himself didn't expect him to be so powerful. Wow, that's pretty powerful. I originally thought that soul arrow, with its short cooldown, would be the kind of skill that required quantity to win. By constantly kiting and maneuvering, the demon's health was gradually whittled down until it was finally defeated. Sun Yi had expected this to be the case. Even after firing that arrow, one should consider where to pull it back and in which direction to avoid the impact. Everything has been planned out in one go. Result: you're telling me he was crippled by a single arrow? Perhaps this is what it means to be outclassed. The ghouls that had been knocked down struggled to their feet again. It let out a roar like a wild beast and began to charge at Sun Yi. Sun Yi noticed that the ghouls that had been directly hit by the soul arrows were moving much more slowly. He was indeed seriously injured. As the saying goes, it's better to cut off one finger than to injure all 5, rather than crippling all 3 ghouls. Why not kill one first? Sun Yi controlled the blood sacrifice ghost to float above the classroom, bypassing the 2 ghouls that pounced on it. Another soul arrow was fired, aimed at the heavily wounded ghoul. Received 10 points of pain from Lihongji. Another system notification popped up. The ghoul had only just regained its footing and gotten to its feet. Then, just as he regained his footing, he was struck by the soul arrow again. The immense impact caused it to continue rolling backward, smashing through numerous tables and chairs along the way. Judging from its condition, it'll be finished after just one more arrow, Sun Yi concluded. Just then 2 ghouls rushed over and were almost in front of Sun Yi. "Help me stop them," he shouted. Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan immediately released their spiritual energy, attaching it to their hands and assuming a fighting stance. They stood between Sun Yi and the ghoul. Although Fang Yi's inspiration is somewhat weak, he is daring and willing to fight. The key point is that he also understands Sun Yi's importance. If Sun Yi dies, he and Cheng Yuan alone probably won't be able to survive in this ghost realm. Fang Yi desperately tried to stop the ghouls. As for Cheng Yuan, although she was a bit timid, she was somewhat afraid of dealing with ghouls. However, her strength as a 1-star ghost master made up for this. In short, it was because of the two people who stopped them that the ghouls did not get close to Sun Yi immediately. Third soul arrow dying. Sun Yi shouted, and the blood sacrifice demon cooperated by releasing soul arrows, which shot towards the dying ghoul. Awa. Amidst a piercing scream, the ghoul died, transforming into a soul bead. Received 10 points of pain from Lihongji. As before, the system continued to display the pain points gained from torturing Lihongji after transferring the side effects of the soul arrow. After killing the heavily wounded ghoul, Sun Yi's blood sacrifice ghost immediately floated back to join the battle. She wielded her small scythe, hacking at the ghouls, leaving wound after wound. Unfortunately, the blood sacrifice demon is a ranged magic user. The small sickle in her hand was more of a magical weapon and not suitable for killing. In terms of close quarters combat ability, it's barely better than nothing. The primary source of damage is still soul arrow. As before, 3 soul arrows were enough to take down each ghoul. Each arrow fired, pain levels will increase accordingly. The battle is over. Sun Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. This battle exposed many problems. The first issue is the security of the device itself. Although there is a 2-star blood sacrifice demon, however, she still needs to find angles to shoot arrows during combat. They can't stay by your side forever. Moreover, even if it's by my side, it doesn't really serve any great purpose. Blood sacrifice demons are not good at close combat. Right now, with a level advantage, I can bully the quasi-evil spirits by relying on my attributes. But what about later, when facing opponents with 1 or even 2 stars? What should we do then? Therefore, Sun Yi made a decision. The next contract must be with a melee tank-type demon, and she must be a female ghost. Since I possess the side effect transfer system, that female ghost is definitely the only option. It's not just about being attracted to the female ghost's supermodel-like skills. The main side effect is caused by the female ghosts, which can also be used as another form of attack, transferred to the enemy. When more vacant spots become available, Sun Yi plans to reserve one of them. They're just waiting to bind themselves to their opponent during battle. The bizarre side effects of the female ghosts on your body will take effect in real time during battle. Sun, these are the soul beads dropped by those ghouls. You can take them. Fang Yi had already collected the scattered soul beads and handed them over to Sun Yi. In this battle, there's no doubt that Sun Yi carried the team. Without him, it would have been impossible to win so easily. Sun Yi took these 3 soul beads as a matter of course. Okay, Sun Yi took the soul pearl, opened the blood sacrifice demon's panel, blood sacrifice demon. Rank, 2-star demon. Sacrifice reward, proficiency increase speed x10. Skill 1, soul arrow, sacrifices a random area of the user's skin to fire a soul arrow, damaging the enemy. 5-second cooldown. Preliminary level 90 proficiency, 10 more points needed to upgrade. Second skill, inspiration burst, greatly increases inspiration power. After 10 minutes, it will deduct more inspiration power than the increase, and the user will fall into a weakened state. 30-minute cooldown, preliminary level proficiency 0, 100 proficiency needed to upgrade. Third skill, bone spikes to be unlocked, requires 10 1-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. Soul arrow is just 10 points away from maxing out its proficiency. The upgrade requires 10 soul orbs dropped by quasi-demons, currently including the long-tongued ghost that Sun Yi killed solo. He possesses a total of 4 soul orbs. Once you get 6 more soul orbs, you can upgrade the soul arrow skill. As for the pain level, there are currently 390 points. Sun Yi plans to save it for now. Currently, the resources in the ghost realm are sufficient to upgrade the soul arrow skill. There's no need to waste pain points. It's better to wait until you reach a higher level and it becomes harder to farm materials or increase your proficiency. Also, I seem to have forgotten to use my inspiration burst skill, Sun Yi said with a slightly embarrassed laugh, if we understand it as transferring side effects like the soul arrow. The skill inspiration burst. It seems like it can permanently enhance Sun Yi's inspiration, because the skill description does not mention temporarily increasing inspiration. Instead, it boosts inspiration and then deducts more inspiration after a period of time. The normal usage mechanism is to overdraw one's resources to survive in a crisis. However, there is a side effect transfer system. You can remove the part about inspiration from the latter half of the skill description. It becomes a divine skill where inspiration only increases. If that's the case, then Sun Yi wouldn't need to meditate every day anymore. He directly relied on this inspiration to remove the side effects. You don't have to do anything, you can level up just by lying down. Just thinking about it makes me feel awesome. Without further ado, Sun Yi walked to a place a little further away from Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan. Instantly activate the inspiration burst skill. Instantly, a powerful surge of inspiration erupted from his body. It was obvious that the intensity of the spiritual power emanating from Sun Yi was much higher than before. Judging by his skill level, he should have reached the mid-stage of a quasi-demon master. I made it. Sun Yi was delighted to feel the surge of inspiration coursing through his body. Even after overcoming this initial bottleneck, the bursts of inspiration continued unabated. Sun Yi's spiritual power continued to increase. They kept pushing forward until they reached the bottleneck between the mid and late stages of the quasi-demon master realm. Holy crap, no wonder it's designed for burst damage and survival. The boost is huge. Sun Yi couldn't help but sigh. I accumulated knowledge through meditation over 3 years. They're all still stuck in the early stages of becoming quasi-demon masters. This explosion has propelled us straight into the mid-game, and it just so happens to be right before breaking through the bottleneck of the later stages. It looks like once the cooldown is over, the next time I use Inspiration Burst, I'll be able to break through to the late stage of Quasi-Demon Master. Sun Yi predicted. The importance of the ranks of Demon Slayers is self-evident. A higher level means a greater potential for inspiration. To draw an analogy, think of it as the maximum mana pool in a game. Similarly, in situations where replenishment is not possible, a high-level Ghost Master can enable their contracted ghosts to unleash more skills. Furthermore, the Demon Slayer's body will become stronger as the Demon Slayer's level increases. Some Demon Slayers even specialize in using their physical form as the primary element. They specifically seek to contract with many demons that can enhance physical bodies and provide buffs. In battle, he doesn't rely on contracted spirits. Instead, he takes matters into his own hands. It subverted the traditional combat style of Demon Slayers. Furthermore, higher levels allow for more precise control over contracted spirits. Take the battle we just fought, for example. When Sun Yi gave the order to release the soul arrow, actually the crosshair was off by a lot. To say that it was accurate enough to hit the ghoul's head, it's practically impossible. Fortunately, the fighting area was not large at the time, and the ghoul was a fairly large target, plus the distance was relatively short. That's why the attack didn't miss. But things are different now. Sun Yi felt that his precision in controlling the blood sacrifice demon had improved considerably. If we return to the previous scenario, we will fight 3 ghouls. Sun Yi was confident that he could accurately fire his soul arrows and hit them while he was moving at high speed. He no longer needs Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan's help. He can fly and pull the kite all by himself. Sun Yi returned to the 2 of them. Let's move on to the next classroom. A. Sun, your aura has gotten much stronger. Cheng Yuan immediately noticed something was wrong with Sun Yi. The battle just now was quite taxing. I broke through while absorbing the soul pearl to replenish my spiritual energy. Sun Yi simply made up another excuse to fool him. However, this excuse wasn't entirely unconvincing. That makes perfect sense. Anyway, Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan believed it. I see, then let's continue our journey. Following this rhythm, Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan first attempted to talk. If you fail, try again. If you see a ghost that Fang Yi or Cheng Yuan needs to contract with, leave it alive. The group worked quickly in the seemingly endless corridor. We entered one classroom after another. Every time I entered a classroom, the sounds of fighting would soon erupt. The sounds of fighting continued for a short while, then were accompanied by the pitiful screams of the demons. Then everything returned to calm. The classroom door opened, and the 3 of them came out holding the soul beads. Then we moved on to the next classroom, for ghosts. Isn't this a classic human story? It's like some kind of psychopathic demon slayer, slaughtering everyone in each classroom one by one. At the same time, examination room number 810. Get out of my way, all of you. A sharp, uninhibited shout rang out as a young girl, wielding her black sword, charged towards the ghoul before her. The Black Sword Demon is a melee-type demon, a 1-star evil spirit, and possesses extremely high combat power. The only drawback is that it cannot stray too far from the Demon Master's body. Li Xiaowan is amazing. She's taken down another ghoul. This seems to be the 3rd ghoul she's killed already, right? This Black Sword Demon is too strong. No wonder it's a 1-star evil spirit. The students around him spared no effort in flattering him. This girl named Li Xiaowan is an outstanding student at Greentown High School. Regardless of physical fitness, inspiration, or theoretical achievements, they were almost perfect in school. Why is it described as near perfect? Because her theoretical scores were always second. He never managed to surpass Sun Yi, who came in 1st place. This infuriated Li Xiaowan, who had a high opinion of herself and considered herself a privileged young woman. Why is it that a penniless, powerless, and resourceless good-for-nothing can keep suppressing me? She disliked Sun Yi for a long time. It's all because of Sun Yi. Li Xiaowan felt that she had always lived in his shadow. Everyone compares him to themselves. Fortunately, heaven has eyes. Sun Yi's inspirational talent is only at level EI, on the other hand, grade A. After a period of meditation training, Li Xiaowan has reached the late stage of a one-star ghost master. As for Sun Yi, they are no longer worthy of being compared to her. At that moment, she felt quite good about herself. I'm afraid that good-for-nothing Sun Yi died in the ghost realm not long after entering, right? Sister Huan, you mean Sun Yi? Haha, that bookworm who only knows how to study, how can he compare to you? Sun Yi, this seemingly useless early-stage ghost master, is truly honored to have caught your attention. Several other students from Greentown High School continued to praise him. Li Xiaowan believed it too. With Sun Yi's early-stage inspirational abilities as a quasi-ghost master, it's simply impossible to survive in the ghost realm. His limited inspiration was almost completely exhausted after killing a near-demon. Collecting the soul orbs dropped by the ghouls, Li Xiaowan continued leading the team forward. Inside the monitoring room of the Ghost Domain Examination Hall, on the large screen, live footage of Examination Room 810 is being played. In the video, Li Xiaowan, controlling her black sword demon, once again beautifully slays a ghoul. This child must be Li Xiaowan, the popular student at your Greentown High School, right? The principal of Tianhe High School stroked his beard and asked. Even the principal of Chunwu High School couldn't help but praise it. The little girl is progressing quite quickly and is very efficient. She can take down a ghost in about 5 minutes. At this rate, he should be the fastest to break through the first stage, right? That's right, she's very talented and has excellent inspiration. After all, she is Vice Principal Li's daughter. Vice President Li invested a lot of resources in her. He had already reached the late stage of a one-star ghost master before entering the ghost realm. Principal Yang Xingen of Greentown Middle School introduced the school with a smile. These words immediately drew gasps of surprise from many school principals. A late-stage, one-star ghost master. To possess such strength before even entering the ghost realm, this child's potential is truly remarkable. Just then, a school principal suddenly asked, "She must be the top student in her grade at your school, right?" However, Principal Yang Xingen shook his head. What? The school principals were starting to get restless. Someone as capable as her. They weren't even the top students at Greentown High School. Wouldn't their first-place winner be even more impressive? They might even have reached the level of a two-star ghost master. Yang Xingen spoke slowly. The top student in our school is a student named Sun Yi. Although his intuition was only at the early stage of a quasi-exorcist, his theoretical knowledge was excellent. He had ranked first in all previous exams. The other principals then remembered. When I was looking at exam room number 130 before, I did seem to see such a character. I doubt anyone can forget him. It left a very deep impression on me. Sun Yi was likely one of the principals present, having worked in the education industry for many years. The only one who made a pact with a blood sacrifice demon and demanded the sacrifice of several organs. Let's zoom in on the exam room surveillance footage. I want to see how this kid is doing now. The principal of Tianhe High School was very curious, and he made a suggestion. A person who has lost a kidney, a lung, and half of their intestines. Is it even possible to survive in the ghost realm? He was eager to know this. What's the situation? I think it's good enough if he's still alive after all this time. The principal of Chunwu High School expressed pessimism about Sun Yi. I don't think it's that bad. He dared to make a contract with a female ghost, so he must have his own reasons and plans. I've talked to this kid before and he's quite determined. I guess they're gritting their teeth and desperately pushing forward, relying on the blood sacrifice demons, right? Yang Xingen, the principal of Greentown High School, speculated. This made him feel sorry for Sun Yi. What a pity for this child. Both his temperament and his knowledge make him the perfect candidate to be a demon slayer. Why is it only an E-rank talent? Let's see how it goes anyway. He waved his hand, signaling the staff to retrieve the footage. The other principals also agreed. Soon, the image on the big screen switched to examination room number 130, where Sun Yi was located. Bang, the classroom door was kicked open. Others wouldn't dare make such a commotion while exploring the ghost realm. They were afraid that making a big commotion would directly agitate the ghost in its mimicry. However, the people who walked into the classroom in the video did not seem worried about this at all. The first boy to walk into the classroom was Sun Yi. His expression was relaxed, he even yawned, hardly resembling someone in a dangerous and deadly ghost realm. Behind Sun Yi, the blood sacrifice demon, maintaining the dozen or so soul arrows that had already been condensed, strode into the classroom. Next to enter were Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan, both of them looking relaxed and at ease. Seeing the attitude of these people, the principals present couldn't help but frown. This isn't a trial in a ghost realm at all. Are these people on a picnic? Still shows no signs of anything amiss. That's really true, and it doesn't seem like she's just putting on a brave face. Could it be that he wasn't sacrificed organs by a blood sacrifice demon? Impossible. How could the contract succeed without organ donation? Look, aren't those blood sacrifice demons floating behind him? Sun Yu walked up to the classroom podium and slammed his fist on it, making a loud noise. Thump. Is he out of his mind? He actually caused such a commotion in the ghost realm. Principal Yang, are you sure Sun Yi is number one in theory? Keep quiet in the ghost realm. This should have been emphasized repeatedly in class. Yang Xing'an couldn't figure it out either. What exactly is Sun Yi up to? When exploring the ghost realm, you need to avoid making too much noise. Noise will not only break the ghost's mimicry, but also make it impossible to communicate with the ghost safely. It will also attract other ghosts that do not follow the rules of the scene and wander randomly. In the worst-case scenario, it could trigger a ghost tide. If a ghost tide were to erupt, it would be disastrous for a quasi-ghost master like Sun Yi. That would be a certain death sentence. Where did he get the audacity to do this? They weren't satisfied just watching Sun Yi pat the podium. He roared, "Reveal yourselves, all of you." Instantly, the ghosts sitting in the audience broke their disguise. Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan stood to the side, scanning the mimicking ghosts in front of them. It's like choosing products. 4 ghouls again and a sleepy ghost. I don't really want it, Cheng Yuan, what about you? I don't want to sign these contracts either, brother son, just do it. Hearing Cheng Yuan speak so casually, it felt like killing all the ghosts in the room was incredibly easy. This left the principals watching in the monitoring room feeling uneasy. Take action? Is it just Sun Yi alone? At the same time, I'm facing 5 ghosts in the entire classroom. That's no way to brag. Even among her peers, Li Xiaowan possesses top-tier abilities. Even at the fastest pace, it only takes 5 minutes to kill 1 ghost. This is already incredibly fast for the average student. Sun Yi, you've got it all figured out, taking on 5 at once. Who gave you the courage? Is it Fish Liang? They're really courting death. Sun Yi had no idea about any of this. No sooner had Cheng Yuan finished speaking than the dozen or so soul arrows maintained by the blood sacrifice demon were fired. It fired continuously, just like a machine gun. Awa, roar ga. The ghosts in the classroom were swarmed by the soul arrows and died instantly, turning into soul beads. This is a new usage developed by Sun Yi. The soul arrow has a 5-second cooldown, which isn't very long. Moreover, given the current power of Sun Yi's soul arrow, no matter what kind of ghost it is, as long as it's at the level of a near demon, they're usually taken down with 3 soul arrows, although it is powerful. However, you still need to wait for the cooldown to kill a ghost. During this period, Sun Yi had no more skills to use. Blood sacrifice demons are not very good at protecting themselves. This introduces factors of instability. In order to ensure consistent kills and improve efficiency, so Sun Yi came up with this solution. The mechanism for casting the soul arrow skill is to first create it, and then control the soul arrow to fire. Release the skill to put it on cooldown. However, the created soul arrows are kept suspended in midair and not fired for the time being. Once the cooldown is complete, continue crafting new soul arrows. This process repeats itself. Once you have collected a sufficient number of soul arrows, shoot it all out at once, to achieve a swift kill, leaving these ghosts no room to maneuver. Now that it's in practice, the results are actually quite good. Collect a dozen or so soul arrows before entering the classroom. If they disagree, a barrage of arrows will be unleashed. Inside the ghost domain monitoring room, seeing how easily Sun Yi had eliminated all the evil spirits in a classroom, the school principals were dumbfounded. You can do that? They were all wiped out in an instant, less than 10 seconds. The principal of Tian High School felt dizzy at that moment. They saw Li Xiaowan kill a ghoul in 5 minutes. That already makes them stand out. So what is Sun Yi now? In 10 seconds, there were 4 or 5 ghosts in a classroom, annihilated. For students of his level, this is simply defying the heavens. Principal Yang is Sun Yi. Usually this strong. Completely stunned by what they had just witnessed, the principals present all turn to look at Yang Xing'an. Wait a minute, look at Sun Yi's blood sacrifice ghost. It seems a bit different from the unclaimed blood sacrifice ghost. The principal of Chunwu High School noticed something amiss. After a closer look, another exclamation rang out. This is a 2-star blood sacrifice demon. No wonder these soul arrows are so powerful. They've already reached level 2. In that case, it's understandable that Sun Yi was able to sweep through the competition. And look at Sun Yi's skin, the principal of Chunwu High School continued. His skin didn't ulcerate when he released the soul arrow. What? The principals gasped in surprise once again. This can't be. Does that mean Sun Yi won't be affected by the female ghost side effects? The principal of Tianhe High School felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. How can someone be unaffected by side effects and use skills at will? Unfortunately, the facts are undeniable. On the screen, Sunya continued to use his skills, and soul arrows kept appearing around the blood sacrifice demon. But no matter how you use the soul arrow, Sunya also experienced no side effects. There wasn't a single ulcer. Could it be that he really is a genius who is naturally immune to the female ghost skills? Your esteemed school has truly nurtured a top-tier prodigy. The principals all congratulated Yang Xingen, the principal of Greentown High School. Hehe, you're too kind, everyone. It's all thanks to Sun's own hard work. Yang Xingen chuckled happily. I remember the Ghost Control Bureau also sent people there and granted special permission to set up a screen in his hospital room to broadcast our main screen right. That's right, now Vice Principal Li can see the same scene as us. He was so worried about Sun Yi. Now that he's seen this, he must feel relieved. Let's see just how pleased Lihongji is. Greentown Hospital, inside the VIP ward. Lihongji's face was full of resentment and his whole body was trembling. It itches ... it's so itchy. Sun Yi used the soul arrow, and all the side effects were transferred to him. Unfortunately, the current level of soul arrow is too low. The skin ulceration when transferred to Lihongji turned into itching, but this isn't just any ordinary itch. Lihongji felt as if ants were gnawing at every part of his body, causing both pain and itching. The worst part is that Lihongji can't scratch him. For some reason, Lihongji felt that his inspiration had weakened. Previously, I was able to suppress some of the pain by relying on my intuition. But now, he feels he is gradually losing control. With so many internal organs missing, Lihongji experiences pain with even the slightest movement. Not to mention scratching it with your hands. Another wave of incredibly irritating itching hit, extremely torturous. On the screen set up in front of them, Sun Yi's actions in the ghost realm were being played, let alone seeing Sun Yi. Now I'm with Lihongji. Whenever the name Sun Yi is mentioned, he got angry. Once he leaves the ghost realm, I absolutely must kill him. No matter the method, no matter the consequences, Jijai swore fiercely. The very next moment after the oath was sworn, Lihongji happened to see on the screen that Sun Yi fired more than a dozen soul arrows in a row. So many soul arrows, Lihongji's heart tightened. This will cause so many side effects. Just as expected, at the same time, more than a dozen more itchy spots appeared on Lihongji's body. This pain was driving him almost insane. He wished he could immediately bang his head against a wall and end all this suffering. The only thing that kept him alive was probably Sun Yi. We must hold out until Sun Yi leaves the ghost realm and then retaliate in kind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in death. Of all the itching sensations on Lihongji's body, his buttocks were the most intense. My butt ... it's so itchy. Lihongji couldn't hold back any longer. Can someone help me scratch this? Just then, the nurse pushed open the ward door. Mr. Li, would you like to inquire about the hospitalization expenses? Generally speaking, people like Lihongji who collapse at their posts are able to get their medical expenses reimbursed. That means his school will pay for it, but I still have to ask. What if someone plans to pay using another method? The nurse approached Lihongji. How do you plan to pay for your hospitalization? After his inspiration weakened, Lihongji's speech became somewhat weak. Upon seeing the nurse, he quickly begged her to scratch his itch. My butt, cough, cough, cough. As a result, he got excited while speaking and accidentally coughed. This cough, however, caused excruciating pain in every part of his body where organs had been removed. The intense pain caused Lihongji to faint. The nurse was left standing there dumbfounded, trying to decipher the last words Lihongji uttered before he collapsed. He said, "Pay with your butt." The nurse's expression was very strange. The examination hall at Hengbing High School gained 150 pain points from Lihongji. Another pain points have been credited to my account. Sun Yi's lips unconsciously curled up into a wide smile. He then cleaned several classrooms in turn. Even the most foolish of the remaining ghosts understood. Never mess with these people. With this mindset, Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan easily made contracts with the ghosts they each wanted through talk therapy. Fang Yi's contract was with the previous tank-type ghost, the corpse ghost. Possesses the ability to regenerate rotten flesh, continuously restoring a large amount of its own condition. If you don't kill it in one hit, it will quickly recover to full health and become lively and energetic again. Cheng Yuan, on the other hand, made a contract with a ghost that was more of a support type, a drowned ghost. It can launch water bubbles to trap enemies and affect their movements. Of course, if the entrapment lasts too long, the enemy can also be drowned by suffocation. Unfortunately, ghosts don't need to breathe. Sun Yi's progress is also very encouraging. Finally, I've collected 10 quasi-evil ghost soul beads. It's time to upgrade. He is called the blood sacrifice ghost. Sun Yi carefully examined the appearance of the blood sacrifice demon. Aside from his corpse-like dark blue skin, completely black eyes with no whites and somewhat dirty clothes, he was otherwise unharmed. The blood sacrifice demon is quite good-looking. Among a multitude of evil spirits, he crushed a host of ugly monsters with sharp teeth and fangs. Even compared to humans, it's considered to be among the more handsome and refined. Sun Yi suddenly gave an order, "Open your mouth." The blood sacrifice was performed as instructed. "Close your eyes." The blood sacrifice demon continued to do as instructed. "Don't move around, I'll give you something good to eat." Then came the sound of clothes rustling. A premonition arose in the blood sacrifice demon's heart and she spoke slowly. "Just in case, let me explain first. If a human and a ghost do that kind of thing, the human's spiritual energy will be drained. If the master doesn't mind, then I won't." Before the blood sacrifice demon could finish speaking, something was put into its mouth. A soul bead. The sound of clothes rustling just now was definitely Sun Yi taking things out of his pockets. Sun Yi opened the blood sacrifice demon's panel. Blood sacrifice demon. Rank 2-star demon. Sacrifice reward, proficiency increase speed x10. Skill 1, soul arrow at the cost of a random skin ulceration on the caster. Fires a soul arrow to damage the enemy. 5-second cooldown, preliminary level 100 proficiency upgradable. Second skill, inspiration burst, greatly increases inspiration for 10 minutes. After the duration ends, it deducts more inspiration than the increase and inflicts a weakened state. 30-minute cooldown, preliminary level proficiency 1090 points needed to upgrade. Third skill, bone spikes to be unlocked, requires 10 1-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. Yes, it's definitely possible to upgrade soul arrow now. Sun Yi nodded, then continued stuffing soul beads into the mouth of the blood sacrifice demon. A soul bead of near demon level is only the size of a soybean. It's like putting coins into a vending machine. Sun Yi stuffed the soul beads one by one into the mouth of the blood sacrifice demon. They were stuffing food in while counting. 8, 9, 10, okay, that's enough. After Sun Yi counted 10 soul beads, he lifted the blood sacrifice demon's chin with his palm and closed her mouth. The blood sacrifice demon was utterly speechless. Such a strange method of cultivation. Could my owner have some kind of unusual fetish? Begin upgrading soul arrow. Sun Yi gave orders to the blood sacrifice demon. Upon receiving the command, the blood sacrifice demon slowly emitted a glow. At the same time, 3 options appeared in front of Sun Yi. Triple shot. Increases the number of soul arrows fired at once to 3 but inflicts a debuff. All projectiles deal only 50% damage. Compensation for consumption. Soul arrow no longer causes the Onmyoji's skin to fester, but the inspiration it consumes is doubled. Poisonous arrow. Soul arrow infused with corpse poison. Each time you upgrade a skill, you'll have 3 randomly generated options like this. Sun Yi examined the upgrade options. The triple shot simply increases damage, turning a single soul arrow into 3 shots without consuming more inspiration. However, this will result in a debuff that causes projectiles to deal only 50% damage. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even if all 3 shots hit, it will only cause 150% of the original damage. This is also a way to maintain balance. However, the 50% damage debuff effect from this projectile can be transferred by the system. Although it appears to be on Sun Yi, it actually only applies to the transfer target bound to Sun Yi. This significantly increases the cost-effectiveness of the triple fire upgrade option. All 3 soul arrows can deal full damage. That's 300%. If it's a 5v5 multiplayer online battle game that Sun Yi played in his previous life. If that idiot designer who's just coasting through his job had done it, he would have already designed it to reduce damage when hitting the same target multiple times. But here, multiple hits mean you take full damage. Cool. As for the other options, the second option is to use a compensation method, which prevents soul arrow from causing the skin ulceration side effect but doubles the mana cost. An option whose fundamental meaning is unclear. There was absolutely no benefit for Sun Yi. If we remove the side effects of soul arrow, how will we torment our enemies? How can I earn pain points? What's more, the mana cost has doubled. A complete loss. Sun Yi would absolutely never consider this option. Third option. The soul arrows fired were infused with corpse poison. Corpse poison can cause continuous damage to enemies and can stack infinitely. This is a classic example of a trap option. It looks pretty good. Infinite stacking if the number of layers is added later. Massive kill, but is that really the case? The continuous damage from a single layer of corpse poison is not high. Multiple layers are needed to achieve a noticeable effect. However, considering the current damage output of soul arrow, 3 arrows kill a near-evil spirit. Where would you find enough attack frequency to stack corpse poison? Even later on, when encountering 1-star or even 2-star evil spirits, even the tank-type demons, wait until the corpse poison accumulates to a level that can cause significant damage. His health bar is probably almost empty. For a long time, the damage caused by Soul Arrow itself was greater than that caused by corpse poison. The idea is to rely on stacking corpse poison layers to deal enough damage. That's still not very realistic. If you choose this option, it's essentially a waste of an upgrade opportunity for a long time. Sun Yu was able to calculate the efficiency involved. That concludes our discussion on upgrade options. Sun Yu decisively chose the first option, firing 3 shots in quick succession. The moment after he made his choice, a flash of light appeared on the blood sacrifice demon's body. Check the information about the blood sacrifice demon again. Blood sacrifice demon. Rank 2-star demon. Sacrifice reward, proficiency increase speed x10. Skill 1 triple soul arrow shot. At the cost of a random skin ulceration on the caster, 3 soul arrows are fired, damaging the enemy. 5-second cooldown. 1 star, 0 proficiency, 1000 proficiency needed to upgrade. Second skill. Inspiration burst, greatly increases inspiration for 10 minutes. After the duration ends, it deducts more inspiration than the increase and inflicts a weakened state. 30-minute cooldown. Preliminary level proficiency 20, 80 more needed to upgrade. Third skill, bone spikes to be unlocked, requires 10 1-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. The skills have indeed been upgraded. In addition, I've accumulated a lot of pain points, so it's time to use them up. Sun Yi then opened the system panel. Sun Yi. Pain level 750. Side effects 1 time. Removal of a kidney, removal of the left lung lobe, removal of half of the intestine, skin ulceration. Side effect persistent, projectile damage reduced by 50%. Side effect transfer target. Lihongji maximum 1 person, increasing the limit requires 1000 pain points. Sun Yu discovered that the system's side effects section was divided into 2 parts, one-time side effects and persistent side effects. Explaining these things is quite simple. A one-time side effect is a side effect that only takes effect once. When Sun Yi experiences side effects, whoever is affected by the transfer will bear the consequences. If Sun Yi switches the transfer object, it will not take effect on other objects again. However, persistent side effects are a different story. As the name suggests, it remains in effect. Whoever is currently being transferred will continue to bear these side effects. Switching objects will also have an effect on the new target. If I collect more persistent side effects, the binding and transferability is transferred to the opponent during combat, giving this system combat capabilities as well. Sun Yi hopes to develop more uses for the system. In addition, 750 points of pain were collected. Pain points can upgrade the system and increase the number of targets for transferring side effects. It can also be used to upgrade skills or unlock new skills. Each skill upgrade using pain points for the first time, as well as unlocking a new skill, consumes 500 pain points. Each subsequent attempt doubles the pain point consumption. The second use of the pain points upgrade costs 1000, the third time in 2000. Fourth time 4000. This process repeats itself. When using pain points to upgrade skills, the skill level is ignored. Only the number of uses is considered. In other words, even in the very late game, Sun Yu needs to upgrade a 9-star skill to 10 stars. However, this is only the first time you've used the pain points to upgrade this skill. That means it consumes 500 points of pain, based on these rules. The higher the skill level, the greater the benefits of using pain points to level up. In a time like now, when upgrading requirements can be easily met by grinding, don't rashly use pain points to upgrade skills. That's such a waste. Therefore, it's best not to use these 750 pain points to upgrade skills for now. Let's use it to unlock the Bone Spurs skill first. Collecting 10 1-star soul beads doesn't seem that easy at the moment. It's better to unlock it directly using pain points. With a thought, Sun Yi consumed 500 points of pain. Blood Sacrifice Demon's third skill, Bone Spikes unlocked. Bone Spur extracts a bone from the caster, transforming it into a bone spur that shoots out with a piercing effect, dealing massive damage. 30-second cooldown, Quasi-tier. Caused massive damage. Sun Yi's interest was piqued upon seeing this description. Since the skill description includes these 4 words directly, it's perfectly acceptable to put them in the description itself. This skill's damage must be considerable. In addition, bone spurs also have a penetrating effect. It can attack enemies in a straight line at once. In some narrow and elongated terrains, it can have a surprising effect. However, the inspiration required for this skill is extremely high. Sun Yu took a moment to assess the situation. Currently, all the inspiration in my entire body. That's not enough for 3 treatments of bone spurs. In addition, each use requires the consumption of a bone as a price. It's easy to imagine just how terrifying the massive damage of the bone spur skill really is. It seems that bone spurs are my last resort, Sun Yu muttered to himself. Complete the upgrade of the blood sacrifice demon and unlock new skills. Sun Yu continued to work with Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan. After upgrading Soul Arrow, the speed of killing ghosts is greatly increased. It fires 3 shots in quick succession, and each shot deals full damage. In addition, there was Sun Yu's previous skill in accumulating arrows. Basically, every time we clean the ghosts out of the classroom, Sun Yu was able to collect more than 30 soul arrows. Given such a large quantity, you don't even need to aim. Upon entering the classroom, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. The evil spirits had nowhere to hide. In just a moment, the entire classroom was emptied. The efficiency is much higher than before. Even in the rarest of cases, some escaped detection. Fang Yu would also use the corpse demon to finish off enemies. In this space, overlapping and twisting in a corridor stretching for several kilometers. In less than 3 hours, we had reached the end. Don't complain about the long time. If someone else were to explore this, it would probably take at least 8 or 9 hours to clear the entire classroom. After one trip, I accumulated over 100 quasi-evil ghost soul beads. As the absolute main force, Sun Yu takes 80% of the points. The remaining 20% was split equally between Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan. Using these soul orbs, both of them upgraded their contracted spirits. Their respective contracted spirits have also leveled up, reaching the level of 1-star evil spirits. During this period, Sun Yu used his inspiration burst 6 more times. His inspiration continues to break new ground. I've already reached the early stage of a 1-star ghost master. Finally, Sun Yi, Fang Yi, and Cheng Yuan arrived at the end of the corridor. Corridor, there was one last ghost, the grand finale. Upon seeing Sun Yi and his companions enter, it calmly revealed itself. Fang Yi. This guy doesn't seem easy to deal with. Cheng Yuan is the final leader of this ghost realm. Sun Yi remained silent, releasing a blood sacrifice to the demons, ready to fight at any moment. Perceive its inspiration and observe its shape. Sun Yi judged that this should be a 1-star faceless ghost. The 3 stood ready, unsure of what the ghost in front of them wanted to do. All they saw was the faceless demon clapping its hands. Ring, 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 ring. Suddenly, the school bell rang out in a piercing sound. At the same time, all the closed classroom doors along the entire corridor opened simultaneously. Now Sun Yi finally understood the faceless ghost's intentions. It's planning to unleash all the ghosts still in the classroom so they can attack us all at once. If Sun Yi and his team hadn't cleaned all the classrooms one by one, at this time all the classrooms they missed will be opened. Then a dozen or even dozens of evil spirits would rush out at once. Even if they only have the strength of quasi-demons, if their numbers increase and they form a demon tide, it will be troublesome. If that really happens, in a narrow space like a corridor, there is no way to avoid it. Once again, they were attacked from both sides by the faceless demon and the demons released from the classroom. It was extremely dangerous. This is also why Hengbing Middle School has a high casualty rate in the ghost domain. Many people are too hasty and walk to the end without cleaning all the classrooms. Then they were attacked from both sides and died in a small horde of ghosts. Unfortunately, we had already cleaned all the classrooms. You can't even summon a ghost. Sun Yi smiled. The faceless ghost, finding that not a single ghost had come out of the classroom, became enraged. It let out a chilling roar and attacked the 3 of them. You think you can struggle, you mere ghost. Bone spurs. Sun Yi immediately ordered the blood sacrifice demon to unleash the bone spike skill. As the last leader of the ghost realm, they should be pretty good at fighting, right? Perfect timing to try out my new skill. The moment the skill was released, Sun Yi felt a slight numbness in the bones of his right arm. This must be a side effect of releasing bone spurs. Normally, one of Sun Yi's bones would be removed. However, after the transfer, it is estimated that the condition will not be so serious. So, it's just a broken bone. As expected, the tingling sensation in Sun Yi's hand bones vanished in an instant. Received 100 points of pain from Lihongji. Tusk, 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 how does it feel to have a bone fracture? These 100 points of pain should be enough to explain the situation on Lihongji's side. The blood sacrifice demon received enough energy to create a sharp bone spur more than half a meter long. The bone spur still shone with a faint crimson light. Swish. The bone spike shot out like lightning, and the powerful impact pierced directly through the faceless demon's chest. After piercing the faceless demon, the bone spike continued to fly backward, carrying the faceless demon with it. Like a nail it firmly to the wall. Awa, the faceless demon, screamed in agony, its long, thin limbs flailing wildly, but it could not break free of the bone spikes. Holy crap. Brother Sun is awesome. Fang Yi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. With just one skill, the leader of the ghost realm was reduced to this state. Hurry before he breaks free. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the three launched a joint attack on the faceless demon. The faceless demon, struck by the bone spikes, was already on the verge of death. After several more rounds of attacks, the faceless demon's health bar reached 0, its body shattered, and it gradually turned into soul beads. Take it, Sun Yi said excitedly, picking up the soul pearl from the ground. How long did it take us? Cheng Yuan asked. A total of 3 hours and 25 minutes. That's so fast. Fang glanced at his watch and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. All right, let's go out. Maybe we'll be the first to leave the ghost realm. As Sun Yi spoke, he walked straight towards the glass door at the end of the road. Although you can still see the view behind you through the glass door, it's a desolate and vast playground. However, Sun Yi and his group's ghost realm ends here. Open the glass door and a milky white portal appears. This should be the exit from the ghost realm. Let's go. Sun Yi didn't hesitate for long and left through the exit. Outside the exit of the ghost realm lies a plaza. There are already quite a few students outside. The vast majority of them had given up on the ghost realm assessment. Among them, some could not bear the terrifying environment of the ghost realm and the excessive mental pressure, so they chose to give up. Many people were severely injured by evil spirits in the ghost realm and had no choice but to give up and try to escape. In short, the atmosphere in the square outside was quite oppressive. Those students who came out early remained silent. In the spacious square, only occasional sobs and painful groans could be heard. My legs, my legs. Well, I should never have gone into the ghost realm. Although their lives were tragic, it was their own choice. Only by entering the ghost realm can one qualify to take the entrance exam for the Ghost Control University. Only then can one go further on the path of becoming a demon slayer. So many people are willing to risk their lives to participate in this kind of assessment. It's not just about the resources and reputation that high-ranking demon slayers can enjoy. More importantly, it's to have enough self-defense capabilities in this world of 100 demons roaming at night. In this world overrun by monsters, only strength is the true currency. Sun Yi and his two companions walked out of the teleportation portal in the center of the square. There are already so many people outside. Sun Yi seemed somewhat surprised. Brother Sun, even if you chose to give up in the ghost realm, you would still have arrived here sooner. Fang Yi reminded him from the side. Upon seeing someone leave the ghost realm, the teachers guarding the exit immediately surrounded them. You've worked hard. Before the ghost realm assessment is completely over, find a place to rest in this plaza. A teacher came up and handed over a hot towel and a small bag of snacks. These are for the students who returned from the ghost realm looking disheveled and exhausted to rest and recuperate. How are you? Is anyone injured? You can get basic medical treatment here. A medical-type exorcist nearby greeted the group. No need, none of us are hurt. Sun Yi glanced at Fang Yi and Cheng Yuan and responded. It's all right. Giving up the exam will disqualify you from becoming a demon slayer. But it's good that they returned safely. The teacher in charge of welcoming the test takers offered words of comfort, seeing how quickly the three of them left the ghost realm. None of the three were injured. She naturally assumed that Sun Yi and the other two were also students who chose to give up in the ghost realm. No, teacher, we've completed the ghost realm. Cheng Yuan explained with a smile. The teacher was taken aback at first, then looked at her with disbelief. Are you students who have completed the assessment? Inside the monitoring room of the Ghost Realm Examination Hall, the assessments in other ghost realms are still underway. As before, various kinds of ghostly information were reported by the proctor. All students in exam room 114 are eliminated. Students in exam room 514 are struggling. A small swarm of ghosts appeared in examination room 1919, and all the students were wiped out. Information from each examination center was reported from time to time. As time went on, most of the candidates who entered the ghost realm arrived at the core areas of their respective examination halls. The level of danger has increased dramatically. Occasionally, reports will emerge of all examinees being wiped out in a certain ghostly realm. The principals on the stage also expressed some regret. This kind of thing happens frequently in the demon exorcist examination every year. But watching these vibrant lives vanish into the ghost realm is truly unbearable. Mood will always be affected. Just then, exam room 130, everyone was unharmed, with Sun Yi passing the assessment perfectly. The assessment. What time is it? It's already finished. At this point in time, most candidates are still in the middle of the process. The principals were quite surprised to hear that the candidates had already completed the assessment. The principal of Tianhe High School glanced at the time and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, 3 hours and 25 minutes, unprecedented. Finished so quickly, quickly check the previous year's Ghost Realm assessment times. Maybe they broke the records. I found it's 3 hours and 29 minutes. 4 minutes faster, that's not bad. Yang Xingen nodded, indicating his approval of the achievement. To break the record in the already unreasonably difficult ghost domain of Hengbing High School, that's quite excellent. I think it's just so-so. The principal of Xuanwu High School waved his hand. The record of customs clearance time is only so-so in terms of value. All you have to do is act like a coward, hide from ghosts in the ghost realm, and rush towards the exit without a care in the world. Wouldn't breaking this record be a piece of cake? I remember last year, several people from our school managed to get through customs in under 4 hours. Hearing these words, Yang Xingen was somewhat displeased. But that is indeed the truth. If you only look at the completion time, the value of the certificate is indeed not high. Because the other candidates were in the ghost realm, they definitely need to find a way to contract with a demon and then fight it. This will naturally take longer. Just then, the principal of Xuanwu High School widened his eyes, suddenly realizing something. Gentlemen, that's not right. The principals, who had been excitedly discussing the record-breaking candidate, fell silent and looked at him. The principal of Xuanwu High School spoke slowly, his expression grave. They didn't just complete the assessment, they passed it perfectly. We should compare it with the time record of a perfect completion. The school principals then realized what was happening. Yes, it's a perfect clear. For standard clearance, candidates only need to exit the examination room through the exit. But a perfect completion is different. All the extra tasks in the examination rooms must be completed without any casualties. This is a comprehensive test for the candidates in the ghost realm. It not only requires strong combat capabilities, but also sufficiently high efficiency. To achieve a perfect completion rate is a matter of 1 in 10,000. These people are basically top-tier geniuses, the pillars of the future of the entire Daxia. Such prodigies, once they appear, will cause a frenzy among all the top ghost-controlling universities in the country. Long ago, Green City also had a super genius who perfectly cleared the ghost realm. Later, after his results were announced, that caused a sensation throughout the city. It's been making headlines for several days in a row. Scholarships from the school, the Ghost Exorcism Bureau, and the Green City government, they were overflowing with them. He even had team leaders approach him directly to sign contracts. Once he graduates from university, he can directly join the battle group and take on an important position. Ultimately, he lived up to expectations and was directly admitted to the Imperial Ghost University. Not only are all fees waived, but resources and rewards are also provided annually, along with opportunities to lead teams on expeditions to the Ghost Realm. All sorts of benefits were arranged for me. It was incredibly enjoyable. It can be said that as long as one can perfectly clear the Ghost Realm, it means to thoroughly bring glory to one's ancestors and achieve great success. However, such talent has never appeared again since. Now let's take a look at Sun Yi. Not only did I achieve a perfect completion, but I also achieved a perfect score. I still managed to break the existing time record and achieve a perfect clear. In terms of difficulty, it is naturally a whole level higher than a normal perfect clear. They are simply incomparable. However, the time taken to pass the test perfectly in test room number 130 was even shorter than the fastest record for passing the test normally. It's unimaginable how Sun Yi managed to do that. Am I seeing things? Is it really Sun Yi who made a contract with a female ghost, and it was a perfect completion? Yang Xingen rubbed his eyes repeatedly and checked them over and over again. That's right, it's Sun Yi. Did he really manage to get through all that thanks to the female ghost? Unprecedented. Absolutely unprecedented. With Sun Yi achieving such results, Yang Xingen, as his principal, was naturally the happiest person. It's remarkable that his school can produce someone like that. Not only will he, as the principal, benefit, but the entire Greentown High School may also benefit from this in the future. We must report this result immediately. Also, the admissions officers from those top-tier ghost hunting universities happen to be in Green City. Notify them immediately. Yang Xingen excitedly gave instructions to the staff next to him. Every year, as the National Ghost Realm Assessment approaches, admissions officers from various ghost-controlling universities visit each province. They happen to be in Greentown at that moment. Sun Yi is the candidate who broke the record for clearing the Ghost Realm and even achieved a perfect clear. They will definitely be very interested. Yang Xingen had already made his plans. When recruiting new students this year, we will definitely put Sunya's photo in the most prominent position in the promotional materials. In the most luxurious hotel in Greentown. The admissions officers from the top 10 universities in the country, the Ghost Exorcist University, were all sitting together at this moment. Each of them held information on the various prodigies of Greentown. This is good, our school wants it. Gentlemen, I genuinely think this student is a good candidate. If you don't want him, our school will take him. Your school wants this too. Let's go visit him together and see what he's willing to do. The admissions officers are having an internal selection meeting. Every year during the Ghost Domain Assessment, the recruitment teachers from various regions would hold a meeting like this. The goal is to rationally distribute the local talents, to avoid unnecessary competition. Admissions officers from various universities will meet at this meeting to discuss their choices in advance. Yao Lequin, an admissions officer at Shanghai Ghost University, carefully examined the student files in his hand. The information indicates that the target student is from the local Greentown High School and her name is Li Xiaowan. A-level talent, already at the late stage of a one-star Ghost Master before the Ghost Domain Assessment. Their theoretical scores are also impressive, consistently ranking second. Yao Lequin read out the information card in his hand. I really hope the results come out soon. He was still anxiously waiting for news from his informant. Teachers like them who recruit students in various regions generally have local informants. They have a variety of methods for obtaining information. Sometimes, some test takers even achieve certain scores in the Ghost realm, a virtual environment for testing or evaluating students. He knew even earlier than the principals in the central monitoring room. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, Yao Lequin's phone rang. Hello, it's me. Li Xiaowan is making rapid progress and seems to be on the verge of a perfect completion, right? Okay, I'll be right there. Yao Lequin put down his phone. Everyone, it's almost time. It's time to head to the exit and greet the test takers. On the plaza outside the exit of the Ghost Realm, time passed little by little. Following Sun Yi, students gradually left the Ghost Realm and appeared at the exit in the center of the square. The vast majority of them quit halfway through. At this time, the other students were still fighting in the Ghost Realm. Not everyone has the skill level of Sun Yi. During this not-so-short waiting time, Sun Yi sat quietly in a corner of the square, listlessly showing off the snacks the teacher had given him. In the past, he wouldn't let go of any opportunity, however small, to improve his strength. He'd probably just sit there meditating. But things are different now. If you have the ability to generate bursts of inspiration, why spend so much time meditating? Even meditating for 10 or 15 years cannot compare to a few high-level bursts of inspiration. In comparison, instead of wasting time on arduous self-cultivation, it's better to indulge in a few more snacks and feel happier. I'm just killing time anyway. Sun Yi's inspiration has once again exploded. This is naturally the effect of a burst of inspiration. Sun Yi gave orders to the blood sacrifice demon. The inspiration burst skill has been set to auto-cast. Release it as soon as the cooldown is over. Each time it gives me a significant boost in inspiration, and it won't have any side effects on you. Who wouldn't like it? My inspiration burst skill is maxed out. Experiencing another surge in inspiration, Sun Yi discovered that his skills could be upgraded. Blood sacrifice demon, come forth. Sun Yi called out. The phantom of the blood sacrifice demon quickly emerged from Sun Yi's body and then materialized. Open your mouth. The blood sacrifice was performed as instructed. Close your eyes. Blood sacrifice demon. Again. Although she complained a little, she still did as she was told and obediently closed her eyes. Don't move. Sun Yi's voice came from directly opposite her. A moment later, something warm and moist was shot into her mouth. The blood sacrifice demon reacted instinctively. That's right, it's the soul bead, of course. Haha, I hit it on the first shot, my aim is pretty good. Sun Yi's voice came through. It turns out he was using the soul beads like marbles, shooting them around for fun. Splash, splash. He had put the soul beads that he had obtained from killing ghosts in the ghost realm into a small bag. Based on the price of a single quasi-evil spirit bead, which is several hundred yuan. This small bag of soul beads is worth tens of thousands. Sun Yi rummaged through the soul bead bag just like he used to play marbles when he was a child. Take the evil spirit's soul orb and play with it. I doubt only Sun Yi would do something like that. Hey, take this. Sun Yi flicked his thumb, sending out another soul bead, but it hit the blood sacrifice demon's nose. Again. It hit the eyes again. It hit him in the face. Hey, I don't believe it today. It took Sun Yi a long time to finally shoot 10 quasi-evil ghost soul beads into the blood sacrifice ghost's mouth. Blood sacrifice demon. Sometimes having an unreliable owner can be quite frustrating. In short, the 10 soul beads were indeed received as a blood sacrifice to the demon. Let's start upgrading our skills. The blood sacrifice demon began to glow just like it had when upgrading Soul Arrow. 3 options once again appeared before Sun Yi. Bloody Shield. When unleashing Inspiration Burst, gain a shield based on your current missing health. The shield lasts for 10 seconds. Burst Materialization. When unleashing a burst of inspiration, a circular shockwave is created around the user, causing area damage. Instant repayment. Increases inspiration burst and deducted inspiration by 50%, but the deduction will gradually reach the full amount over 10 minutes, starting from the time the skill is used. It seems that the 3 upgrade options we've been given this time are all pretty good. Unlike when I upgraded Soul Arrow, where there seemed to be 3 options but only one could actually be selected. All 3 options are viable choices this time and none of them are bad, however, although all 3 can be selected. However, there are still differences in quality among the options. The optimal choice still exists. Let's look at the first option first. Gain a shield when unleashing a burst of inspiration. This is of great help to Sun Yi now. Because Sun Yi currently lacks self-defense skills, the blood sacrifice demon's fragile physique will soon be exposed when Sun Yi explores higher-level demon realms. Having such a shield skill would significantly increase the margin for error during exploration. At least it can prevent the blood sacrifice demon from dying suddenly. However, it can be noted that this shield is based on the amount of health lost. For the condition to take effect, the user must be in a state of having health depleted. It's suitable for situations where you're severely wounded and on the verge of death. In this situation, you can instantly gain a significant amount of shield, providing a foundation for subsequent escape or counterattack. However, is it really possible for a blood sacrifice to a demon to result in the demon being left with very little blood? A fragile backline mage after being approached, they usually just die instantly and evaporate. Is there a chance to use the shield? Therefore, although this skill seems pretty good, it actually has limitations. Now let's talk about the second option. When unleashing a burst of inspiration, it creates a shockwave surrounding itself, causing area of effect damage. It has to be said that Sun Yi was actually quite tempted by this option. Blood sacrifice demons do currently lack area of effect damage. Soul Arrow deals single target damage. Although bone spikes can penetrate multiple targets, their range is only a straight line, making them difficult to deal with when surrounded. And with this upgrade, the explosiveness has become more concrete. Blood sacrifice demons can now possess area of effect damage skills. In the future, when dealing with being surrounded by evil spirits or even facing a horde of ghosts, Sun Yi has a very good ability to protect himself. Unfortunately, Sun Yi still cannot choose this upgrade. This brings us to the concept of skill efficiency. To determine whether a skill is powerful, you can't just look at its effects. It's also necessary to consider its skill cooldown, duration, and other factors. Don't forget, the skill Inspiration Burst, there is a full 30-minute cooldown period, whether it's a shield or area of effect damage. It can only be used once every 30 minutes. Their efficiency in combat would be terribly low. Furthermore, their function doesn't really align with the positioning of a burst of inspiration, with the development of the side effect transfer system. The Inspiration Burst skill is now basically used as soon as it's available. For Sun Yi, this is purely a development skill. If you're saving your Inspiration Burst to wait for the right moment to unleash a shield or shockwave, that would truly be a losing proposition. Therefore, both of these options are inferior to the third option. Immediate repayment is the option that Sun Yi prefers. It can not only enhance the burst of inspiration but also increase the inspiration. Furthermore, it can deduct even more inspiration points, which can be used to torment the transfer target with side effects. Based on these advantages, this option also has practical value. The inspiration power deducted as a side effect of the previous burst of inspiration power will be deducted all at once 10 minutes after the skill is released. But things are different now. The moment the skill is activated, it will begin to gradually deplete your inspiration points, which will continue for 10 minutes. This is equivalent to moving forward the time that would normally be deducted from inspiration. In this case, if the side effect transfer target is specified as the opponent during combat, then, if you use a burst of inspiration, the opponent will continuously lose inspiration during the battle. Isn't this also a form of weakening? The result of that thought process has been calculated. I choose the third option. Let's start the upgrade. Sun Yi gave his conclusion, Blood Sacrifice Demon. Rank, 2-star Demon. Sacrifice reward, proficiency increase speed x 10. Skill 1, triple soul arrow shot. At the cost of a random skin ulceration on the caster, 3 soul arrows are fired, damaging the enemy. 5-second cooldown. 1 star, 450 proficiency, 1000 more needed to upgrade. Second skill, Inspiration Burst, greatly increases inspiration for 10 minutes. During this time, inspiration will gradually decrease by a greater amount than the increase, and the user will fall into a weakened state. 30-minute cooldown. 1 star, 0 proficiency, 1000 proficiency needed to upgrade. Third skill, Bone Spike, extracts a bone from the user, transforming it into a bone spike that shoots out with a piercing effect, dealing massive damage. 30-second cooldown. Preliminary proficiency 20, 80 more needed to upgrade. Open the Blood Sacrifice Demons panel and confirm that the skills have indeed been upgraded. There's also a little trick here. Skills will have their cooldown time reset after being upgraded. Therefore, Sun Yi can now unleash his inspiration again. As the skill was activated, Sun Yi felt his spiritual energy surge forth once again. Moreover, the surge of inspiration was far greater than any previous burst of inspiration. If things continue at this pace, if he has a few more bursts of inspiration, Sun Yi's spiritual power will be enough to reach the mid-stage of a 1-star Ghost Master. That's all I can say about the upgrade process. The others only need to meditate diligently and absorb the soul beads. Sun Yi, who can level up using bursts of inspiration, has many more things to consider. Forward. There were approximately 4 hours left before the end of the assessment. Students gradually began to complete the assessment and leave through the exit. The vast majority of students who completed the assessment were no better off than those who gave up and ran away. They were all covered in blood, filthy, and in a very sorry state. However, since they managed to complete the assessment alive, they have earned a chance to enter the Ghost Academy. With hopes of making a name for themselves and achieving great success in their eyes, they found empty seats in the square and sat down to rest. Among those who came out, many were also students from Greentown High School. They saw Sun Yi in the square, even showing off his snacks, looking completely relaxed. They all frowned. This is our school's former top student. I never imagined that he would fall into such a sorry state. It's changed so much. A boy wearing glasses shook his head and said to his companion. Another girl joined in the analysis. Look at Sun Yi's clean and tidy clothes. They didn't look like they had fought any evil spirits at all. They must have abandoned the assessment halfway through and escaped. That's not how it works. A classmate of Sun Yi's stood nearby and defended him. He's naturally lacking in inspiration. What can he do? Until entering the ghost realm, he was only at the early stage of a quasi-ghost master. With this tiny spark of inspiration, instead of giving up, must I just throw my life away in this ghostly realm? The conversation ended there, because they noticed that Sun Yi was looking at them. After advancing to the level of a 1-star Ghost Master, Sun Yi's hearing also improved significantly. I heard everything. Sun Yi spoke to the group with a smile. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look down on you, really. The student with glasses who had been there earlier was now frantically apologizing. Although Sun Yi's talent was poor and his Ghost Master level was not high. However, he was, after all, a star student who maintained the top academic ranking in the entire school for 3 consecutive years. In addition, Sun Yi was very approachable and friendly when he was in school. Therefore, many classmates respected him. Even though he's fallen on hard times now, his prestige still remains. The bespectacled man felt guilty about talking about him in front of others. Next, Sun Yi said. At the same time, a bag of potato chips was precisely tossed to the man with glasses. This left the other companions puzzled. What is Sun Yi doing? Your observation and analysis are quite insightful. Here's a bag of snacks for you. Sun Yi said with a smile, Thank you, brother Sun. The bespectacled man, carrying potato chips, quickly left with his companions. They found a place to sit down a little away from Sun Yi. As expected, Sun Yi is still the same old Sun Yi. Inside a ward at Greentown Hospital, Lihongji's phone rang. Hey, what's wrong? A faint, weak voice came from the hospital bed. Tormented by various side effects, his body had become quite weak. Even more critically, for some reason, Lihongji's inspiration was also steadily declining. Originally, his strength was equivalent to that of a mid-stage 3-star Onmyoji. We've now regressed to the early game of a 3-star Ghost Master. Moreover, the downward trend has not yet abated. It seems that it won't be long before I'm completely relegated to a 2-star Ghost Master. The doctor was quite surprised by this phenomenon, but Lihongji knew very well what was going on. It must have been Sun Yi who did this. The teacher on the other end of the phone explained in detail how Sun Yi had perfectly passed the game. What did you say? Sun Yi has left the ghost realm. And it was a perfect completion. Upon hearing the name Sun Yi, Lihongji's voice became louder. After all, he ended up in this state because of Sun Yi. A burning rage raged within Lihongji. Countless resentful thoughts flashed through his mind. Lihongji struggled to his feet and took out a pill from his storage ring. By taking this pill, I can greatly alleviate my physical pain in a short period of time. It was originally meant to save my life in dire situations, but now I can't worry about that anymore. After swallowing the pill in one gulp, Lihongji was able to get out of bed and walk in about 3 breaths. Unfortunately, Lihongji's spiritual power had declined, and the effects of the elixir were not as pronounced. It's okay as long as I can walk. I need to get to the assessment square. I absolutely have to get Sun Yi. Even though my internal organs are still in excruciating pain. Lihongji was driven by his burning desire for revenge. Forcing herself to stay upright, she walked step by step out of the hospital. When the nurses and doctors on duty outside the ward saw Lihongji walk out on his own, they all rushed forward to stop him. Mr. Lei, your injuries are still. Don't stop me, the assessment is over, I'm definitely going to find Sun Yi. Lihongji gritted his teeth and recited. His unwavering dedication deeply moved the doctors and nurses. It's so touching. I never imagined that even with such serious injuries, he would still be thinking of his students. That's right, that's right. I heard that Vice Principal Lei was hospitalized because he vomited blood because he was too worried about the students. With such high moral character, I almost couldn't bear to stop him. So the medical staff along the way all made way for this good principal, who concerned his students. On his way to the exam exit, Lihongji took out his phone and called Gao Ba. Commander Gao, I must report something to you. What's up? Gao Ba's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. We must, at all costs, kill Sun Yi. This kid is too dangerous. If we don't get rid of him, we could all die at his hands. On the other end of the phone, Gao Ba was taken aback when he heard Lihongji describe the situation as so serious. He naturally knew who Sun Yi was. He was the only son of Sun Xingyi and his wife, who dared to investigate him. When Gao Ba does things, he always insists on eliminating all traces of the problem. People like Sun Yi are only a nuisance if kept around. He never intended to let it go. That was the original plan. Once Sun Yi emerges from the ghost realm during his summer vacation, send a few random people to kill him. Of course, this is based on Sun Yi's level of inspiration. He probably died right there in the ghost realm. That would save a lot of trouble. In any case, he was doomed to die. But why is Lihongji so panicked now, so eager to get rid of Sun Yi? She even said she might die at his hands. That's a bit ridiculous. You mean, you want me to be careful of a kid with the potential to become a demon slayer? Gao Ba was very puzzled. He couldn't imagine what gave Sun Yi the right to threaten him. Relying on the ghosts, he made contracts within the ghost realm. You must be joking. Lihongji's tone remained very serious. He completed the ghost realm perfectly. Gao Ba was even more confused. Perfect completion? What does it matter, faced with his own strength as a 5-star ghost master in the early stages? Is there a difference? The difference between myself and Sun Yi is like the difference between a tiger and a chicken. In the face of a tiger, is there a difference between a chicken and a fighting C***K? The only result was that before dying it let out a scream unique to chickens. What are you doing? Ouch. Gao Ba really couldn't understand what Lihongji was thinking anymore. Upon further reflection, Gao Ba realized something. I understand, you mean Sun Yi is becoming too conspicuous, making it difficult to take action right. Students who can perfectly pass the Ghost Realm assessment will naturally be sought after by various universities. Moreover, it will be published in newspapers and attract attention from all sides. At this time they wanted to assassinate Sun Yi. It's definitely quite difficult. Even if you succeed, it's extremely difficult to avoid leaving any evidence against you. If you're not careful, you might offend those people from the Ghost High School. Even as the leader of the battle group, it probably wouldn't be so easy for him to escape. We need to think of a solution. After a moment's thought, Gao Ba continued responding to Lihongji on the phone. I already have a plan, don't worry. That would be wonderful, thank you so much, Commander, Lihongji said happily, wise of Greentone. A black luxury sedan is speeding along. Yao Lequin, an admissions officer from Shanghai Ghost University, sat comfortably in the back row. The car was driving on the road leading to the exit plaza of the Ghost Domain. I hope we can get there before Li Xiaowan comes out. Yao Lequin glanced at the somewhat congested road outside the car window and said worriedly. This is a pattern summarized from years of enrollment experience. The candidates who passed the Ghost Realm test have just emerged from a life-or-death ordeal. If he could appear before the candidates at this crucial moment and tell them that the universities hope to recruit him. This stark contrast between hardship and eventual success can easily move candidates and persuade them to accept the conditional admission. After all, they were hard-won talents. If due to some impression or other reason someone is unwilling to choose our university and goes to choose another university instead, that would be a huge loss. Ring, ring, ring. Yao Lequin's phone rang again. What's up? He asked as he answered the phone. Sun Yi. Is it a perfect clear? Okay, I understand. Yao Lequin was about to hang up the phone. At this moment, a sentence was added from the other end of the phone, which immediately made Yao Lequin uneasy. What? He broke the time records. Even shorter than the normal completion time, Yao Lequin could hardly believe his ears. When will he leave the examination room? They're already out right. Damn it, this is a top-tier candidate, the provincial champion. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Yao Lequin immediately gave instructions to the driver. Quick, 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 we've got the top scorer in the province. We must contact him before any other schools do. With an air of arrogance, Li Xiaowan stepped out of the exit portal of the Ghost Realm. Congratulations, Sister Huan. You've successfully conquered the Ghost Realm and achieved a perfect clear. The classmates who followed him out immediately began to flatter him with practiced ease. I think our Sister Huan is likely to be the top performer in this year's school's Ghost Realm assessment. 6 hours and 30 minutes and a perfect finish. Becoming the provincial champion isn't impossible. Some of the followers even started speculating. That's natural, I was born to reach the top. Li Xiaowan, who was proud of her talent, didn't care about these praises. You've worked hard, student. Please rest here for a while. The teacher in charge of welcoming them stepped forward. Li Xiaowan took the distributed items and led a few of her followers to find an empty seat to rest. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Sun Yi. He was perfectly fine and his clothes weren't torn or dirty at all. Upon seeing Sun Yi, Li Xiaowan frowned, her face showing displeasure. How did he, a mere novice ghost master in the early stages, manage to leave the ghost realm alive? What gives him the right? Li Xiaowan didn't understand. Her entourage also noticed Sun Yi at this moment. Don't worry about it, Sister Huan. Sun Yi must have given up on the assessment halfway through and ran away. That's right, don't take it to heart. He's from a completely different world than you. It's all Sun Yi's fault. He should have died in the ghost realm to please Sister Huan. These followers made almost outrageous statements. Sun Yi was both amused and exasperated. So the whole world should revolve around Li Xiaowan. Who the hell is she? Speaking of Li Xiaowan, she actually has some connection with Sun Yi. His father was Lihongji, Sun Yi's enemy. In fact, when Sun Yi investigated Lihongji's information in the past, he also investigated Li Xiaowan at the same time. This is different from her current demeanor, which portrays her as a pampered and privileged young lady. Her original talent for inspiration was even worse than Sun Yi's, at the very lowest level F. It's all thanks to various high-level pills, potions, spiritual liquids, and all sorts of powerful tonics. It was brought back to life. The cost of this is astronomical. Moreover, some resources are so rare that they cannot be obtained simply by spending money. Sun Yi can confirm it. Even Lihongji, who became the vice principal and also the leader of the task force. It's impossible for them to afford it. These resources were all acquired and used by Lihongji shortly after Sun Yi's parents died. The truth is simple. Those were all rewards Lihongji received for killing his parents. It was given to Lihongji by Gao Ba, the leader of the battle group, as a reward. In other words, Li Xiaowan's current talent and strength, her current source of power and prestige, it was all bought with the lives of Sun Yi's parents. Therefore, Sun Yi had absolutely no good feelings towards Li Xiaowan. I just felt extremely nauseous. Of course, she was also on Sun Yi's revenge list. He's just slightly behind Lihongji in the rankings. Misfortune should not extend to children, provided that blessings do not extend to them either. Sun Yi also made up his mind about one thing. Once the pain level was high enough, he would increase the number of people affected by the side effects. Let Li Xiaowan also experience the unpleasant taste of side effects. The admissions officers from Shanghai Ghost Controlling University are here. Suddenly someone shouted that. So everyone's eyes turned toward the entrance to the square. Yao Lequin, dressed in a neat formal suit and holding recruitment materials, was there. The students in the square immediately began to discuss the matter. Admissions officer. Why are you here so quickly? Yeah, the assessment isn't over yet, is it? What's going on here? Don't you know, the admissions officers at these universities usually have their own information channels. We'll come early whenever we receive news of a student's excellent results. Speaking of high-achieving students, they are the top scorers who have left the exam room so far. All eyes immediately turned to Li Xiaowan. That's right, it's Li Xiaowan. Congratulations, Sister Huan. The teachers from Shanghai Ghost Controlling University contacted us so quickly. Sister Huan is awesome. If she really gets selected, her future is truly limitless. Even the arrogant Li Xiaowan. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel excited. A smile spread across his face and his eyes were full of anticipation. Shanghai Ghost University, that's a top-tier university renowned throughout the country, comparable to the Imperial Ghost University in the capital. Hello everyone, I'm Yao Lequin, a teacher at Shanghai Ghost University, responsible for admissions in Guangxi Province. Stepping into the square, Yao Lequin first gave a self-introduction. I'm here to see a classmate. I'd like to have a chat with them. Looking for someone, could they be here to see me? Are you here to discuss admission requirements? Li Xiaowan's heart grew increasingly excited. That student has excellent grades. Our Shanghai Ghost Controlling University hopes to recruit them. Yao Lequin continued. Hearing this, Li Xiaowan was almost certain, without a doubt, absolutely certain, this teacher is here to see me. I'm about to get into a top university. Li Xiaowan was overjoyed again. It's as if I can already see her strolling through the campus of Shanghai University of Technology. Yao Lequin was about to say something when his gaze suddenly sharpened. At the entrance to the square, another person appeared. Following his gaze, the other students also looked over. That's Gao Ba, the leader of the Green Leaf Squad. Ender Gao, what brings you here? Yao Lequin was somewhat surprised. He had been in charge of student recruitment at Greentown for many years, so he naturally knew all the important figures in Greentown. Gao Ba slowly walked into the square. I heard that a candidate from our Greentown passed the exam perfectly. Our Greenleaf team also hopes that Greentown will produce more and better talents. Therefore, that candidate is hereby awarded. These words immediately sparked discussion among the students in the entire square. How could they have alarmed two important figures at the same time? Who on earth is so amazing? Whoever it is, that person is definitely going to take off. Their guessing game continued, which attracted the attention of both Yao Lequin and Gao Ba, who arrived at the same time. Who could it be? Li Xiaowan, of course, had already started popping champagne. Commander Gao, he's here to see me too, Li Xiaowan exclaimed excitedly. Because of her father's connections, she had met Gao Ba a few times. As the leader of Greentown's largest battle group, Gao Ba is a well-known figure in Greentown, whether it's strength or power. They are all at the top of Greentown's rankings. Even the mayor of Green City has to show Gao Ba a lot of respect, and that's the kind of important person he is. They actually said they'd reward me. Li Xiaowan was overjoyed, a gift from someone of Gao Ba's caliber. It goes without saying how valuable it must be. Li Xiaowan was still immersed in her imagined bright future. Her followers also began to exert their influence. Wow, as expected of Sister Huan. Even Commander Gao can appreciate your excellence. I really want to know what kind of good stuff Commander Gao will reward us with. Double happiness, Sister Huan will soon surpass all her peers. After praising Li Xiaowan enough, the conversation shifted. They then turned their attention to Sun Yi. Sun Yi, needless to say, these lackeys will definitely start their attacks and discrediting. Can we skip this step in the future? It's annoying to look at. But that former top student, despite his already terrible skills, yet they still don't know how to assess the situation. Yeah, she doesn't even know who to please. She acts all indifferent all day long. Who is she trying to fool? Don't even think about it. If he had any brains, he would have already come begging Sister Huan for forgiveness. Then came another series of astonishing remarks. Sun Yi felt like his brain was being r******d by this group of people. What is all this nonsense? So I have to be a simp like you guys. On the contrary, it's you, lick and lick until the very end. What can we possibly catch? If there were any ghosts that could block sound, Sun Yi would be tempted to quickly make a contract with them. Listening to these outrageous statements every day is enough to give anyone a nervous breakdown. In the center of the square, Gao Ba walked up to Yao Lequin. The two spoke in hushed tones for a short while, then exchanged a smile. Ha ha ha, so you came here looking for him too? Gao Ba laughed loudly. Yes, it's him, Yao Lequin nodded with a smile. That's about it, it's time to call this student out. They're probably getting impatient by now, Yao Lequin continued. Li Xiaowan was indeed extremely anxious. Her eyes were practically blazing with anger. She desperately wanted to hear her own name. Now, Sun Yi, please go to the center of the square, Yao Lequin shouted at the end. Sun Yi, Li Xiaowan was dumbfounded. These two words came out of Yao Lequin's mouth. She simply couldn't accept this fact. The person the teacher is looking for is not me. Is he the person I despise the most? How is that possible? Am I dreaming? Since Li Xiaowan possessed an A-level talent for inspiration, wherever they go, they are the center of attention. Everyone respected her and obeyed her. It was as if this were some kind of universal law. No matter what good things happen, she's always the first to enjoy them. Everyone else deserved only the scraps she didn't want. That's how it should be. Why was Sun Yi chosen? Li Ziawan suddenly felt dizzy, her head was spinning. She had difficulty breathing, her scalp was numb, her breathing was sluggish. Her whole body was cold, her hands were trembling, her gaze was fixed. Her muscles were twitching, her eyes were red, her toes were cramping, her hair was greasy, her nails were turning outwards. Her stomach was upset, her ribs were painful, her lymph nodes were swollen, and her trachea was blocked. In short, I feel uncomfortable all over. Sister Huan, are you having an epileptic seizure? The assistant next to her noticed that Li Ziawan seemed a little off. I've never seen her like this before. It took Li Ziawan a long time to calm down, then only one sentence came to mind. Why him? The other students were very puzzled. Why did they choose Sun Yi? Didn't he escape the ghost realm and give up the assessment? He didn't even have any grades, so how could teacher Yao say he had excellent grades? Numerous questions arose in the students' minds. On stage, Yao Lequin continued to call out Sun Yi's name. Is Sun Yi there? I'd like to talk to you about the admission requirements for Shanghai Ghost University. I refuse to accept this. Why was Sun Yi chosen? Li Ziawan couldn't accept that she wasn't chosen, and she asked loudly. Yao Lequin glanced at the screen and recognized Li Ziawan as the speaker, then slowly replied. I know your score, you passed perfectly, which is also excellent. However, Sun Yi also achieved a perfect completion. Yao Lequin's words were like a bomb dropped into water. In an instant, the entire square erupted in an extremely enthusiastic reaction. The students couldn't believe their ears. There are two candidates who passed perfectly. Such achievements haven't been seen for years, but now we've seen two at once. Those who knew who Sun Yi was were his classmates from Greentown High School. The shock in my heart was even more intense. Sun Yi, he actually cleared the game perfectly. This name to appear alongside such an unattainable achievement. Isn't he only at the early stage of a quasi-exorcist level in terms of spiritual inspiration? How did you do that? And those classmates who feel sorry for Sun Yi's current situation, everyone was happy for Sun Yi at this moment. Sun's story is so inspiring. From being the undisputed number one in the entire school to being ignored and now back at the top. What a roller coaster ride. As expected, I knew Sun Yi would rise again one day. Li Ziawan refused to give up and continued to persistently ask questions. He got a perfect playthrough and so did I, so why? Enough, I don't have time to listen to your incessant rambling. Gao Ba's sudden angry shout startled everyone present. Li Ziawan was also jolted awake by the shout. Gao Ba looked coldly at Li Ziawan below the stage. My time is limited, don't get in my way. I'm the one who sets the reward, I can give it to whomever I want. It's not your place as a junior to give orders. Gao Ba has never had a good temper. In other words, we must be patient today in order to eliminate Sun Yi without leaving a trace. Normally, it would be quite unusual for an unknown nobody to speak to him like that. Gao Ba had already had her thrown into a high-level ghost realm to play ghost tag. The fact that they have been able to tolerate this level of tolerance is unprecedented. Inished cursing, Yao Lequin quickly stepped in to smooth things over. I understand how you feel, but Sun Yi's perfect completion is special. Special? A question mark appeared in everyone's mind at this moment. What does special mean? Is it because Sun Yi is special? Or was there something unique about the ghost realm he cleared? A moment later, Yao Lequin revealed the answer. Sun Yi's time to perfectly clear the ghost realm is far lower than all current records. The time taken was 3 hours and 25 minutes. What, it's so short? At this point, I reckon we haven't even finished half of the ghost realm. This time record is probably even shorter than the average time to complete a level. Soon, everyone realized what breaking the record for perfect completion time really meant. Top Scholar, the winner of this Ghost Realm assessment. If someone like Li Ziawan can achieve a perfect score, they are considered an elite, so Sun Yi is the best of the best, the elite of the elite. This time, the positions of both sides have been completely reversed. Instead, Sun Yi became unapproachable. Thinking of this, Li Ziawan completely deflated. Sun Yi didn't show much surprise. His gaze was fixed intently on Gao Ba in the center of the square. He involuntarily became breathless and clenched his fists. That was the mastermind behind the murder of his parents, right in front of me. However, reason told Sun Yi that he must remain calm. It's not the right time yet. Sun Yi definitely couldn't beat the person in front of him right now. Even if one were to risk everything, it would be difficult to do so in front of so many people. To exact revenge, they need to find a female ghost with even stronger and more potent side effects. By using the transfer system, all these effects can be transferred to him. This way, no one would know and there would be no risk to Sun Yi. Let Gao Ba taste what it's like to be tortured. Only with the strength of a high-ranking 5-star ghost master. Even for Sun Yi, Bone Spurs is currently the skill with the most severe side effects. For Sun Yi, a 1-star ghost master, it would require removing a bone. If transferred to Galba, a 5-star ghost master, it would probably only make his bones itch a little. It has almost no effect. Moreover, Sun Yu was still very puzzled by Gao Ba's arrival. What's he doing here? Surely they couldn't possibly be here to congratulate me, could they? These scumbags even managed to embezzle funds allocated to the warband by the government. They actually have the leisure to send gifts to congratulate the test takers. Needless to say, they definitely had ill intentions. However, Sun Yu is still unclear about Gao Ba's true intentions. I have no choice but to go on stage. Sun Yu stood up and walked to the center of the square in complete silence. Along the way, students from other schools craned their necks trying to get a good look at Sun Yi. They were very curious about who Sun Yi was. This person could almost be declared the top scorer in Guangxi province. What does it actually look like? So this is Sun Yi. Wow, it's this handsome guy. As expected, people who achieve great things are all good-looking. They approached Yao Lequin and Gao Ba. Sun Yi smiled naturally. Thank you, teacher, and thank you, Commander Gao, for your appreciation. He first thanked him politely. Yao Lequin handed the admission materials for Shanghai Ghost University to Sun Yi. Our school's strength is beyond doubt. We can meet every requirement you can think of. If you're interested, nod now and I can issue you an acceptance letter immediately. Yao Lequin stated this very directly, like Sun Yi, a top-scoring student. It's best to decide as soon as possible. This will save us from the trouble of other universities vying for our resources. For Sun Yi, actually, it doesn't matter which kind of ghost exorcism university you choose. His focus in improving his abilities did not lie in the limited resources that the university could provide. The focus is on the female ghost. But when it comes to the most famous female ghost in the whole country, it's the female ghost from White Mist Town in the Shanghai area. In this ghostly realm called White Mist Town, it's inhabited entirely by female ghosts. In terms of side effects, they're all incredibly potent. Others might avoid White Mist Town like the plague. Female ghosts are usually more difficult to deal with than other ghosts. Moreover, a contract cannot be formed. After much hardship, we finally managed to kill one. The fallen soul beads were no different from those of other ghosts. Extremely low cost-performance ratio, but for Sun Yi, this is the perfect treasure trove. Every ghost is a female ghost. They each possess unique and extraordinary skills. In addition, it has its own side effect transfer system. It will definitely greatly improve my abilities. Moreover, the side effects of the transfer, Sun Yi glanced at Gao Ba beside him. That will definitely give Gao Ba a run for his money, so the only obstacle at present is the Ghost Realm Pass. A Ghost Realm Pass is required before entering the Ghost Realm. This kind of pass is not only difficult to obtain, it's even more difficult to process now. Not only are various qualifications and certifications required, but also proof of competence. It will cost a lot of money, that's a fair statement. I want to obtain a Ghost Domain Pass for a specific province region. It's absolutely necessary to shed a layer of skin. The worst part is, furthermore, travel permits are not interchangeable between different regions and provinces. The travel permit I finally got was rejected in another province. If Sun Yu wants to enter White Mist Town, you absolutely need a Ghost Domain Pass for the Shanghai area. I hope to explore the Ghost Realm in the Shanghai area, but don't worry about that. The Ghost Realm Pass will be sent along with your acceptance letter. Before Sun Yu could finish speaking, Yao Lequin interrupted him. Joke. I've been in charge of student recruitment for so many years. What do these exceptional students consider during the admissions process? Yao Lequin knew better than anyone else. A top-tier prodigy like this would definitely want to seek out the Ghost Realm for training. Requirements like the Ghost Domain Pass. This is just to make things difficult for ordinary demon slayers. For Shanghai University of Technology and Sciences, this is nothing. Applying in the school's name will take very little time. Yao Lequin added, of course, it's not just about the pass. All tuition and fees, accommodation and utilities are covered. School public resources, highest access rights, annual scholarships. Everything is yours if you agree to come to our school. This will not only solve Sun Yi's most pressing problem, all the other rewards are also very generous. Sun Yi needed to go to Shanghai and then to Beiwu Town anyway. In addition, there's the Shanghai Ghost Exorcism University, which is also the best ghost exorcism university in the Shanghai area. Therefore, Sun Yi's choice of Shanghai University of Technology and Design makes perfect sense. Okay, I agree, he nodded. Excellent. On behalf of the school, I thank you for your recognition. Sun Yi, you've been accepted into Shanghai Ghost Controlling University. The acceptance letter will arrive soon. Thought Sun Yi would think about it more carefully when choosing a university. To everyone's surprise, he directly accepted the invitation from Shanghai Ghost University. At that moment, Gao Ba also clapped and walked in. Congratulations, son. This is also a reward I'm giving you on behalf of the Green Leaf Battle Team. I hope you will achieve great things in your studies and contribute to the fight against evil spirits in the future. Galba uttered some nice words, then took out a delicate little box. This is a 3-star soul bead. Let's use it to enhance Sun's inspiration. After saying that, the box was handed to Sun Yi. The 3-star vengeful ghost bead. Absorbing it will cause broken bones and dissolving muscles. The system automatically notified Sun Yi that something with side effects had appeared in his hands. Good heavens, so that's what Galba was planning. Between soul beads, it is impossible to tell what kind of ghost dropped them just by looking at them. However, some ghost soul beads have strong side effects when absorbed. For example, the one that Galba just gave away. The moment Sun Yi saw this system notification, he understood Galba's intention. Now that I'm the top scorer, I'm getting attention from all sides. It's inconvenient to do it myself, so they switched to underhanded tactics, trying to poison me with the soul bead. Moreover, the selection of the quality of the soul beads is extremely malicious. The soul orb used is from Samsung. Wherein lies the malice? Sun Yi is currently only a 1-star ghost master. If you rashly absorb a 3-star soul bead, the absorption efficiency will be relatively poor. The best option is to wait until your inspiration level increases to the level of a 2-star ghost master before absorbing it. Therefore, if Sun Yi didn't have the system, he wouldn't know that this was the soul bead of a vengeful ghost. He will die sometime in the future after advancing to the 2nd-star ghost master level due to absorbing a soul bead. By then, Sun Yi will no longer be receiving the same level of attention he does now. Even if they die, people will only suspect that they were cursed by evil spirits while descending to the ghost realm. It's very difficult to trace Gao Ba's involvement. Sun Yi cursed inwardly. That old B*******, he's definitely full of bad intentions. Don't you like to scheme against people? I'll make you experience what it's like to be tricked. Although my inner turmoil was immense. On the surface, Sun Yi remained calm and composed, smiling as he thanked Gao Ba. Thank you for the reward, Commander Gao. I will definitely make good use of it. Sun Yi also deliberately emphasized the 4 characters, make full use of. This is clearly intended to express a desire for revenge. However, Gao Ba felt that Sun Yi would definitely wait until the time was right before absorbing him. This is exactly what he wanted. You're welcome, it's all for the sake of humanity. May you all become successful as soon as possible. Gao Ba patted Sun Yi on the shoulder in a cheerful manner. Sun Yi, holding his reward, slowly walked back to his resting spot. Tusk. The shoulder that got patted needs a thorough wash tonight. The 10-hour countdown ended. This year's Ghost Realm assessment has come to a close. The square where Sun Yi is currently located is now full of people. In the center of the square on the rostrum, the leaders of various high schools took their seats, including Lihongji, who was pale-faced. In addition, many social celebrities also attended the awards ceremony for this assessment. Gao Ba was among them. Then, the teachers who came to Greentown to recruit students were also in the VIP seats. The awards ceremony is proceeding smoothly. Fang Yi, you have achieved the 2-star completion requirement and obtained 1-star equipment. Cheng Yuan, you have achieved the 2-star completion requirement and have obtained 1-star equipment. Sun Yi, you have achieved a 3-star clearance and have received 1 2-star item exchange voucher from the Ghost Control Bureau. A staff member stepped forward and handed Sun Yi a voucher with a faint, inspired engraving. The scroll reads, with this scroll, you can exchange it for 1 2-star item in the Ghost Control Bureau's equipment inventory. And the seal of the Bureau of Exorcism. Furthermore, in Examination Room 130, everyone survived without injury or death. Based on the casualty rate bonus, all candidates in this examination room will also receive a 2-star equipment piece. Furthermore, after analysis, the best candidate in this examination room was determined to be Sun Yi. Sun Yi has been awarded the highest contribution reward, a 2-star item exchange voucher for the Ghost Exorcism Bureau. A headdress and another 2-star exchange voucher were handed to Sun Yi. Sun Yi acquired a new item and the system automatically displayed a notification. Ether Lens. Increases casting range by 10 meters. Slightly increases maximum inspiration and inspiration recovery speed. Equipment serves 2 purposes for Onmyoji. One type is worn by the Demon Slayer himself. The other type is for equipping ghosts. As for the Ether Lens in Sun Yi's hand, it can be either. As mentioned before, this applies when a Demon Slayer uses the Contract Demon skill. The subject of the spell can be either a ghost or the Ghost Tamer himself. The effect of the Ether Lens is that whoever wears it will receive a bonus when casting spells. The equipment was mostly handcrafted. It was made by inlaying soul beads and processing some materials from the Ghost Realm. The star rating of equipment is determined by the evil spirit orbs used to forge it. It is said that there are some items in the ghost realm. Because of the profound spiritual energy of the ghost realm, it possesses unique effects. Some equipment is formed naturally in this way. These are collectively called ghost domain equipment, and their strength is distinguished by the ghost domain they produce. If the ghost realm is generated, the required ghost master level to enter is 2 stars. Therefore, this ghost domain equipment will be rated as 2 stars. Finally, let's congratulate Sun Yi on achieving a perfect completion time and breaking the previous record. The entire venue erupted in deafening applause. After the awards ceremony, Sun Yi, having already chosen Shanghai Ghost University, was no longer bothered by admissions officers. Lihongji found Gao Ba. Commander Gao about Sun Yi. Lihongji's face turned even paler. The effects of the pills he had taken earlier were almost worn off, and he felt the pain all over his body starting to reappear. Don't worry, I've already arranged a brilliant plan. Sun Yi is doomed. Gao Ba had already noticed Li Hongzhai's worries and reassured him. If you're willing to do things for me, then you're my friend. I, Gao Ba, never treat my friends unfairly. Besides, as Sun Xingyi's illegitimate son, I would have killed Sun Yi even if you hadn't said anything. When Li Hongzhai heard Gao Ba say that, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, Commander Gao. He nodded and thanked them quickly. Since it was the ruthless and vicious leader of the gang who made the move, Sun Yi is definitely going to die, and they'll die a horrible death. He couldn't wait to see Sun Yi's gruesome death. A residential community in Greentown, finally home. Sun Yi casually tossed all sorts of odds and ends he was carrying onto the coffee table. He then slumped onto the sofa. After resting for a while, he took out the 3-star vengeful ghost bead that Gao Ba had given him. Trying to trick me, humph. Sun Yi opened the system panel. Sun Yi. Pain level 1870. Side effects 1 time. Removal of a kidney, removal of the left lung lobe, removal of half of the intestine, skin ulceration. Side effect persistent, projectile damage reduced by 50%. Side effect transfer target. Li Hongzhai maximum 1 person, increasing the limit requires 1,000 pain points. The pain level is high enough to unlock the transfer limit. Spend 1,000 pain points to increase the maximum number of targets for side effect transfer. Upgrade complete, maximum number of players increased to 3. It appears that each upgrade to the cap adds 2 slots for transferring side effects. Moreover, the side effects of transferring the virus out will not be mitigated by the increase in the number of recipients. Everyone simultaneously bears the full cost of the side effects. Sun Yi immediately added Gao Ba and Li Xiaowan to the 2 extra empty seats. However, there is now a problem. To produce side effects, you need to unleash a skill. But I can't exactly cast blood sacrifice on a wall at home, can I? Suddenly, Sun Yi had a great idea. Don't rush to absorb the vengeful spirit beads. Perhaps I could try eating them raw. Eating the soul pearl raw. There's no such thing as a cooked soul bead. Normally, a demon tamer absorbs a soul orb by holding it in their hand. This type of absorption is the most stable and safest, but it's not the most efficient. What is the most efficient method? It swallows the soul orb directly, so why don't other people do it? It's very simple. This way, the body can absorb all the spiritual energy from the soul pearl at once. The essence of an exorcist's enhanced spiritual power. It's about absorbing inspiration and continuously raising the upper limit of that inspiration. As the upper limit increases to a certain level, the level of the demon slayer will also increase. That's the concept. However, the amount of inspiration a person can absorb at one time is limited if you absorb too much inspiration in a short period of time. Mild symptoms include dizziness, nausea, and nosebleeds. In severe cases, they could explode on the spot and ascend to heaven. Therefore, no normal person would be tempted to swallow a soul pearl whole for convenience. But Sun Yi is no normal person. To be on the safe side, let's start with the quasi-demon soul orb. Sun Yi took out the quasi-evil ghost soul bead that he had obtained in the ghost domain of Hengbing Middle School. His system's function is to transfer side effects. Sun Yi had already tried this on the very night the system was awakened. Stabbing yourself with a knife will not transfer the knife to others. Fortunately, Sun Yi was also undecided at the time, so he chose to P***K his own finger first. However, it still resulted in normal injury and bleeding. The next day at school, I secretly glanced at Li Hongzhai's hands and didn't see any scars. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly and stab myself in the stomach. Otherwise, his own death would truly become an unsolved mystery. In short, side effect transfer is not the same as a damage transfer system. Sun Yi deliberately sought death by harming himself. It's useless. This leads to new questions. What exactly constitutes a side effect? Sun Yi's understanding is that an effect must have both obvious benefits and drawbacks. This way, the system can separate the effects, keeping the good ones and transferring the bad ones away. The advantage of consuming soul pearls raw is that it allows you to acquire a large amount of inspiration power. But the disadvantage is that your body will be injured due to the excessive amount of inspiration power you absorb. There are indeed obvious advantages and disadvantages. The theory holds true, let's put it to the test now. As if to bolster his courage, Sun Yi then swallowed a quasi-evil spirit bead, based on Sun Yi's current level of inspiration as a mid-stage 1-star ghost master. If it fails and the body isn't transferred out, at most the backlash will leave you bedridden for 2 or 3 days. Those who are not dead. Anyway, I won't die. If it's confirmed that nothing bad will happen and the side effects of consuming the soul pearl can be transferred elsewhere. Sun Yi glanced at his current soul bead reserves. I ate a few hundred near-evil spirit beads like candy every day. I'll get you. The soul pearl was very hard. Sun Yi tried to bite it for a long time but couldn't get it through. For the sake of your teeth, you should just swallow it. After swallowing the soul pearl, an inspirational force far more powerful than any burst of inspirational power surged out from Sun Yi's stomach, taking into account the user's physical tolerance. Therefore, even a skill like a burst of inspiration has extremely serious side effects. Even when boosting inspiration, it won't increase so dramatically. But the soul-devouring pearl is different. Who cares about you? Just let it go up. Sun Yi felt a swelling sensation throughout his entire body, in every part where inspiration could flow. My internal organs also feel a little sore. And just as this slight pain was about to turn into excruciating pain, you don't feel anything anymore. Sun Yi discovered that the swelling all over his body had vanished in an instant. Feel the inspiration within you. Indeed, there has been an improvement. And it's not small. Even though Sun Yi's Ghost Master level has now reached 1 star, however, the inspiration contained within a complete quasi-evil spirit bead can still be of considerable help. It has now been confirmed that eating the soul pearl raw will not cause any problems, so what's next? Sun Yi picked up the 3-star vengeful ghost bead. Never mind, I won't eat now. Sun Yi put the soul bead down again. It wasn't that Sun Yi didn't want to absorb the inspiration from it. It wasn't that Sun Yi was afraid of the side effects and wanted to kill Lihongji and his team. Keeping these people alive now still has a significant purpose. Take, for example, these quasi-evil spirit beads. Sun Yi continued his analysis. If you swallow the 3-star vengeful ghost orb now, Gao Ba, a 5-star ghost master, should be able to barely hold on, but without a doubt, Li Hongji and Li Xiaowan will die suddenly. In that case, who's going to make up for the pain points I'm missing? Furthermore, Sun Yi has no intention of harming other innocent people in order to quickly improve his strength. Repay any grudge with a grudge and settle any score with a grudge. If you're greedy for the boost from consuming soul beads, just find someone on the street, bind them to them after the side effects are over and start consuming them. That's Sun Yi and Gao Ba, who didn't hesitate to kill his parents for profit. What's the difference? The current situation. Perhaps we should slowly consume some of the quasi-evil ghost soul beads first. It can both enhance inspiration and torment the 3 of them for a long time. This is the option with the highest return. Received 50 points of pain from Li Hongji. Received 100 points of pain from Li Xiaowan. Received 10 pain points from Gao Ba. Sun Yi received a system notification. This confirms that the side effects of the soul-swallowing pearl have been transferred. The same side effects have a lesser effect on people of higher ranks. This can be seen from the difference in the 3 people's pain levels. Even from the increased pain values, one can roughly guess the reactions of the 3 individuals at this moment. Li Hongji probably felt his energy channels and meridians swelling throughout his body, and his internal organs were aching. By the way, Li Hongji's internal organs are no longer complete. He has fewer lungs and kidneys. Wouldn't that reduce the amount of pain I suffer? After all, side effects can't torment a non-existent organ. This is probably a rather horrific joke. As for Li Xiaowan, she only has the strength of a late-stage 1-star ghost master. After being hit by such a side effect, he would probably be vomiting blood and rolling on the ground by now. Finally, there's Gao Ba. If you only have 10 points of pain, I guess it's just that my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. They might still be wondering at this point if they've eaten something bad. Let them catch their breath before they continue eating, Sun Yi suggested. Don't kill someone all at once. Take 1 pill before each of your 3 daily meals. We'll talk about that later when we're binding with higher-level people. After consuming the soul bead, Sun Yi took out the equipment that had been the reward for the entire team's survival and successful completion of the game. Ether Lens. This is a headdress. The lens itself is azure blue with petal-like edges. When wearing it, a decorative strap is used to tie it to the head, and then the lens is placed on the forehead. This improves the accuracy of skill casting, thereby increasing the casting range. This thing should be equipped on the blood sacrifice demon. With a thought, the blood sacrifice demon obeyed Sunya's summons and appeared beside him. Once the ether lens is successfully equipped on the blood sacrifice, the lens will appear and disappear along with the blood sacrifice. There won't be a situation where the blood sacrifice ghost is taken back by Sunyi and all its equipment is left behind. Stand at attention, Sunyi commanded. The blood sacrifice was performed as instructed. Sunyi picked up the ethereal lens and slowly parted the blood sacrifice demon's hair. He personally hung it on the forehead of the blood sacrifice demon. You are in gear, physical contact is inevitable. The blood sacrifice demon's skin was icy cold to the touch, devoid of any warmth. As Sunya's contracted ghost, the blood sacrifice ghost completely complied with all of his requests. Her beautiful body was at his mercy. The etheric lens was thus placed on the forehead of the blood sacrifice demon. Sunyi circled the blood sacrifice demon, admiring her new equipment. Why does it feel? A bit like playing a dress-up game. Sunya complained. Take another look at the blood sacrifice demon's clothes. Bloodstains were visible on the pristine white dress. If you see it in a ghost realm, then it certainly fits the atmosphere of horror and terror. Leaving the ghost realm, we examined it again under normal lighting. I felt it was somewhat inappropriate. It's quite common to dress up the ghost you've contracted with, although most of them simply changed into weapons and equipment. For example, you could replace the teeth of a demon with a set of steel teeth, or equip the tanky ghost with armor. Many high-level demon slayers do this. This is for strength. However, some demon slayers have unique preferences. They might also modify the appearance of the contracted spirit based on their own aesthetic sense. It's like buying skins for characters in a game. I'll get you a new outfit when I have the chance, Sunyi decided. The next morning, Sunyi arrived at the Ghost Control Bureau. Hello, I'm here to exchange for a 2-star item. Here's the exchange coupon. Upon arriving at the reception desk, Sunyi stated his purpose. The receptionist was a young woman who had recently started working there. She checked the voucher repeatedly to make sure it was correct, then took Sunyi to the 2-star warehouse. Choose any 2 items from here. When you come out, please use the machine here to retrieve them. Please be aware that taking items that have not been properly dispatched from the warehouse to the door will trigger an alarm. The receptionist gestured towards a delivery machine at the warehouse entrance. It looks a bit like the machine used for signing for packages at a courier station. Sunyi walked deeper into the warehouse. The warehouse is filled with various props, whether it's equipment, soul beads, or elixirs and potions, etc. They were all piled up like they were free. On the outside market, a single 2-star soul bead can be worth hundreds of thousands. Here, it's like tomatoes in a market, arranged in a basket according to their different types. The equipment is similar to that in a clothing store, with each item categorized and hung on display shelves. So here's the question. What kind of product should I choose? Sunyi thought about his goal. I want to go to Beiwu Town, located in the Shanghai area. Let's look for some specific equipment first. By the way, it's best if it has some side effects. White Fog Town, as its name suggests, is shrouded in white fog that obscures visibility all day long. If you wish to explore that area, therefore, we must find a way to overcome the effects of the white fog. Sunyi searched carefully in the equipment area. There isn't much equipment with sufficient information. The ghost-seeking disc. Sunyi picked up a compass-shaped piece of equipment, ghost-finding compass. After being infused with spiritual energy, it automatically points to the ghost closest to the compass, with a search range of 100 meters. If there is no target, it will keep circling. The system displayed information about the ghost finder. This doesn't seem to work very well. Sunyi was somewhat dissatisfied. This ghost hunting compass has quite a few limitations. Initially, the search range is limited to 100 meters. Moreover, it only points in the direction of the ghost. The distance cannot be determined. Worst of all, it can only point out the location of one ghost at a time. What if there are multiple ghosts around? Sunyi does not intend to choose this option. He put the ghost-finding disc back in its original place. Just then, Sunyi found a pair of goggles at the very back of the shelf. It was covered in dust, so it must have been deliberately placed in the most remote location. Insight goggles. When vision is obstructed, you can always see up to 50 meters behind you from the obstructed point. Vision gradually decreases during use. Holy crap, this stuff is awesome. Sunyi reached into the shelf and carefully took out the vision goggles. This equipment isn't just about seeing through things. For example, in dense fog, Sunyi's visibility is 50 meters. With the Insight goggles equipped, Sunyi will be able to see an additional 50 meters beyond the 50-meter visual limit. A total of 100 meters can be seen, even if the fog is so thick that you can't see your hand in front of your face. Based on the effectiveness of this insight goggles, the line of sight remains at 50 meters. To put it extremely, even while wearing these goggles, someone suddenly covers your eyes from behind. Even through the hand covering his eyes, Sun Yi could still see things up to 50 meters away. In addition, it has the side effect of reducing vision. It's pretty good. It is a side effect that can continue to have an effect. During combat, bind the target of the transfer to the opponent. This will continuously reduce the enemy's vision. It can significantly reduce the hit rate of enemy attacks. I'll choose this one. Sun Yi took the vision goggles in his hand and continued searching for the next thing he wanted. The issue of entering White Mist Town to explore the relevant sightlines has now been resolved. The next issue is fighting the demons within. White Mist Town suddenly turned into a ghost town 3 years ago. The ghosts inside range in strength from 1 to 3 stars. If it weren't full of female ghosts, it would probably be a pretty popular ghost realm. Offensively, Sun Yi's blood sacrifice ghost has soul, arrow, and bone spikes. The blood sacrifice demon already has the strength of a 2-star character, so it's basically not afraid of being unable to defeat demons. If they really encounter a formidable opponent, let them taste the power of bone spurs. The massive damage mentioned in the skill description is no exaggeration. The focus remains on defense. Before finding a human shield-type ghost, Sun Yi was in a state similar to a glass cannon. The damage is indeed high. But once they get close, they can't withstand many blows. To solve this problem, Sun Yi turned his gaze to the armor section. That gives you many more options: metal armor, leather armor, chainmail, or it could be cloth armor. There was even a JK uniform, a sailor uniform worn by high school girls. No, why would the Ghost Control Bureau have such strange things in their equipment inventory? What exactly were the motives of those official warbands for taking this outfit out of the ghost realm? Hiss, maybe. Sun Yi's gaze fell on the JK uniform, and suddenly a bold idea came to him. However, personal preferences are one thing. At present, we still need to focus on strength. Let's take a look at the attributes of this garment first. Even if someone wears an ugly outfit, the attributes they provide are enough to easily defeat all the ghosts in White Mist Town. Sun Yi would definitely switch without hesitation. There is a kind of beauty in its intensity. Don't talk about whether it's ugly or not. Tell me, isn't it strong? Just as Sun Yi was lost in thought, information about the garment popped into his mind. Void uniform reduces casting delay, has an active effect. Upon activation, enters a void state for 10 seconds, during which the user cannot be damaged by physical attacks but also cannot launch physical attacks. Skill casting is unaffected. Active effect has a 1-minute cooldown. When using the active effect, skill damage taken is increased by 80%. Sun Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. This time I have no choice but to choose spicy. Choose this option. Look at this incredible effect. Let's start with the passive ability. The passive effect reduces the delay in casting skills. The Blood Sacrifice Ghost happens to be a mage-type ghost that frequently needs to cast spells. In simple terms, it allows the Blood Sacrifice demon to accelerate the condensation of soul arrows and bone spikes when releasing them. It would normally take about a second. It will shorten after being equipped, becoming even shorter. How much shorter exactly? It might need to be equipped and tested further. Furthermore, its most overpowered feature is its active effect. It cannot be damaged by physical attacks, and it does not affect the casting of skills. It perfectly matches Sun Yi's Blood Sacrifice Demon. Those ghosts that need to engage in close combat deal mostly physical damage. This active effect is more powerful than any piece of armor. No matter how thick the armor is, it can still be penetrated. However, this ethereal school uniform is immune to physical attacks from its very mechanism. And then look at these even more outrageous side effects. Increases the amount of skill damage taken by 80%. Under the influence of the side effect transfer system, transfer it to the opponent. This is equivalent to directly increasing the Blood Sacrifice Demon's damage output by 80%. Just thinking about it is exciting. With the equipment he had already selected, Sun Yi exited the warehouse at the entrance. Upon returning home, Sun Yi immediately summoned a blood sacrifice to appease the ghost. Sun Yi took out the void school uniform and stood in front of the Blood Sacrifice Demon. Take off your clothes. Blood Sacrifice Demon. Master, would you like to hear what you're saying? Is it some kind of divine constraint that prevents Sun Yi from manually changing her clothes? Why not change it? Sun Yi said firmly. He stepped forward and began to remove the white dress from the Blood Sacrifice Demon's body. Sun Yi observed the Blood Sacrifice Demon up close once again. She was a young girl with willow-leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a small, cherry-red mouth. Her skin was smooth, but its color was bluish-black. First of all, Sun Yi wants to clarify that he has no special hobbies. However, once you get used to the skin color of the blood sacrifice demon, I feel it's not entirely unacceptable. It's even kind of exciting. At Sun Yi's request, the blood sacrifice demon gradually donned the void school uniform. There was no other way. Since we had chosen to enter into a contract with Sun Yi, she would do anything she was asked to do willingly. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao, let's not talk about this anymore. Few done. Sun Yi looked the blood sacrifice demon up and down, as if admiring his own masterpiece. After donning the void school uniform, aside from their skin color and eyes, the blood sacrifice demons are almost indistinguishable from humans. The youthful feel of the school uniform instantly softened her ghostly allure, giving her a touch of innocence. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, swaying in the wind. They looked like innocent and naive high school students. Not bad, not bad. Sun Yi was very satisfied. Finally, she's rid herself of the fierce and menacing aura typical of female ghosts. The current blood sacrifice demons are quite pleasing to the eye. When we descend into the ghost realm to slay ghosts, it will add a touch of romance. From now on, we should dress up the female ghosts we contract with in this way. Maybe it won't look bad. What should be done with the blood-stained dress that was taken off? Sun Yi doesn't plan to give it up for the time being. I'll change it back to the original skin later when I want to. As we all know, let's take games as an example. Once players become skilled enough, they will develop their own unique aesthetic sense. Sun Yi is very much looking forward to seeing how he will dress up the new female ghost. In the days leading up to the notification, Sun Yi began researching Beiwu Town online. White Mist Town was turned into a ghost town 3 years ago. It's not like Hengbing High School, but a ghost realm existing in another dimension. White Mist Town is the original town where humans lived in reality. 3 years ago, a night parade of 100 ghosts suddenly broke out there. The residents were forced to leave, and the town was abandoned, becoming a ghost town overrun by evil spirits. Interestingly, White Mist Town wasn't always full of female ghosts. When it first became a ghost realm, it was no different from any other ghost realm. However, as time went by, only female ghosts remained in White Mist Town. Strange, does survival of the fittest also occur among ghosts? Sun Yi analyzed the news reports about Beiwu Town on the computer. Information found online is ultimately limited. Let's check out the surrounding area when we get to Shanghai. Sun Yi made a plan. I have a feeling that there are many suspicious things about this White Mist Town. He had a premonition about this. As he pondered this, Sun Yi glanced at the clock beside him. Time's up, it's time to eat the soul pearl. He took out a quasi-evil spirit bead, popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. Received 50 points of pain from Lihongji. Received 100 points of pain from Li Xiaowan. Received 10 pain points from Galba. During this period, Sun Yi swallowed 3 quasi-evil ghost soul beads every day at a set time. It's like taking medicine. Each time a soul bead is swallowed, the pain levels of Lihongji, Li Xiaowan, and Gao Ba will appear without fail. They must have suffered a lot these past few days. With the combined boost of his spiritual inspiration and the soul-devouring pearl over the past few days, Sun Yi, the level of the demon slayer also skyrocketed. I've now reached the late stage of a 1-star ghost master. Soon, the admission notice arrived at Sun Yi's home. Just as Professor Yao Lequin said back then, the envelope also included a pass to the ghost realm in Shanghai. In this way, Sun Yi would have the right to freely travel through the ghost realm of Shanghai. This trip will likely take a very long time before I have a chance to return home. Sun Yi looked around the room where he had grown up. After his parents passed away, he lived alone. Before he knew it, Sun Yi had gotten used to living alone. After packing my luggage, I gave the whole house a final cleaning. Sun Yi was carrying a backpack and holding a rolling suitcase. Well then, I'm off. Sun Yi said, looking at the empty house. I don't know who he's talking to, perhaps he was saying it to himself. Greentown Airport. The airport waiting hall is bustling with people. Sun Yi held his boarding pass, waiting listlessly for the flight to arrive. Ring, ring, ring. Sun Yi's phone rang. It was Yao Lequin calling. Son, did you receive the acceptance letter and the ghost realm pass inside, right? Thank you, teacher. I have received it and am now planning to go to Shanghai. Before the start of the school year, I'll train in the nearby ghost realm in White Mist Town. Sun Yi responded politely. After all, Sun Yi was the top scorer in the province. During this period, Yao Lequin frequently called to inquire about Sun Yi's situation. We'll chat about everyday things even when we have nothing else to do. Oh, I see. Then you must be careful. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Yao Lequin said with some concern. Please be sure to act within your capabilities. In the past, there have been cases of new students dying in the ghost realm before even enrolling. Don't worry, teacher, I'll be careful. With Sun Yi's assurance, Yao Lequin continued explaining on the other end of the phone. In addition, our Shanghai Ghost University implements a mentorship system for teaching. Originally, the freshmen would choose their advisors when they enrolled. However, there is a professor at the school who, after learning about your situation, really wants you. I wonder what your wishes are, wants to take me on as a mentor. Sun Yu was somewhat surprised. He never expected to be so popular. Moreover, we currently know absolutely nothing about the professors there. Deciding now who to study with for the next 4 years seems rather rash. Yes, and this professor has rarely taken on students until now, until he saw your application. He said he couldn't live without me, which surprised me quite a bit. So let's ask for your thoughts first. Yao Lequin explained the situation. What does he study? Professor Bai Yongfeng is the only professor in the entire Magic University, and even in the whole of Daxia, who systematically studies female ghosts. Known as the foremost expert in the field of female ghost research. Upon hearing this name, Sun Yi immediately became interested. The field of female ghost research, isn't this a perfect match for my major? I specialize in contracting with female ghosts. Sun Yi had a strong interest in Professor Bai Yongfeng. I'll visit him after we leave White Mist Town. Okay, I'm willing to study under Professor Bai. Please tell him that I'll visit him after I leave Beiwu Town, Sun Yi told Yao Lequin. Okay, I'll send you his contact information first. A brief piece of information about Professor Bai Yongfeng was quickly sent to Sun Yi's mobile phone. Ding dong, airport announcement, boarding time is here, Sun Yi should board the plane now. Shanghai, here I come. Sun Yi shouldered his backpack, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Office at Shanghai Ghost University. There were two people in the corner of the office. One was in a wheelchair, the other was using crutches. To the untrained eye, it might look like a meeting for people with disabilities, but absolutely no one would laugh at them for these things. Because their strength is all above 3-star Demon Slayer. What, you're saying Sun Yu went straight into White Mist Town? Bai Yongfeng sat in a wheelchair. The prosthetic left hand grips the phone tightly. After listening to Yao Lequin's explanation on the other end, he was so angry that his fake nose became crooked. After so many years, I've finally encountered a new life with a female ghost under a contract, such a promising talent. I haven't even seen them yet. Why would you head straight to a place like this as soon as you arrive in Shanghai? Are you out of your mind? Teacher, why don't I go and get my junior brother? The boy standing next to Bai Yongfeng, leaning on his crutches, said. He was Yan Zuolin, Bai Yongfeng's only student before Sun Yi arrived. He was very talented and studied and cultivated at the Magic University for 4 years. Now a senior in college, he has the strength of a late-stage 3-star Demon Slayer. The contracted spirits they possess are all quite powerful. Talented individuals like these would be highly sought after by numerous organizations upon entering the workforce. At this moment, his face was full of worry. He was very clear about the situation in White Mist Town. That's no joke, just a freshman who has just passed the Ghost Realm assessment. No matter how strong you are, you can't just go and fight a 2-star evil spirit in White Mist Town head-on. Besides, she's a female ghost. Hurry up and try to stop him at the Ghost Domain outpost. Bai Yongfeng waved his hand. As soon as he got off the plane, Sun Yu took a taxi directly to the outskirts of Beiwu Town. White Mist Town? The taxi driver's face changed when he heard the name. Can't we go? Sun Yu asked, somewhat puzzled by the driver's reaction. Going is fine, but buddy, you don't actually want to go in for training, do you? I asked, the driver replied. Sun Yu nodded. Young man, don't think I'm being nosy, but this place is really weird. You must be a university freshman. There are several ghost realms in the Shanghai area suitable for training, so there's no need to go here. In the past few days, several college freshmen like you have been taken in and carried out, missing limbs or other injuries. It's terrible. Thank you for your concern. I'll go check it out first. Whether I can get in or not is still undecided. Sun Yi responded with a smile. The driver meant well, and Sun Yi didn't need to argue with him. The taxi drove slowly from the airport to the outskirts of Shanghai. The environment outside the car window gradually became desolate and dilapidated. Sun Yu saw a large cloud of white fog on the distant horizon. The outlines of the buildings could be faintly seen through the thick fog. The fog was thick as if it could devour all life. See that? That's White Mist Town hidden in that fog. The driver explained. The taxi drove past a row of dilapidated wooden houses. Where is this? Sun Yu looked out the window. In this metropolis filled with skyscrapers, it's astonishing that such a place still exists. This place has been around for about 3 years. They were all original residents of White Mist Town. After escaping, they had nowhere to go, so they had to settle down nearby. The driver explained. The appearance of the ghost realm represents an opportunity for ghost masters to hone their skills and level up. But what about the ordinary residents who already live here? This is a completely undeserved disaster. The taxi drove into the outpost, which was 1 kilometer from the entrance to Bayu town. Outposts are buildings located on the perimeter of each ghost domain, used to monitor the ghost domain. It is also the place where the demon slayers make their final preparations before entering the demon realm. Here you can buy some emergency medicines commonly used in the ghost realm, and also provide first aid for wounded people who have just emerged. Sunya got out of the car and entered the base gate. Upon entering, one could hear wails and screams coming from all around. Holy crap, I barely escaped. That female ghost was really fierce. A burly man covered in wounds sat leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Ouch. Gently, gently, ouch. Another man who was being treated cried out in pain from his wound. These people are all exorcists in society who do not belong to any organization. Equivalent to a rogue cultivator in fantasy novels. Most of them are at the early stage of a 2-star ghost master, with a few reaching the mid-stage of a 2-star. Sun Yu was completely stunned by the scene. Good heavens, is this ghost realm really that dangerous? Should we go in or not? Sun Yu continued walking inside. At this moment, a group of people walking past Sun Yu called out to him. Are you a freshman at Magic University? The speaker was a boy who was slightly older than Sun Yu. The people in their group were all quite young. They should all be students from the Ghost University. Yes, is there something you need? Sun Yu stopped and looked at the other person. My name is Fan Te, and I'm a sophomore at Shanghai Ghost University. Fan Te introduces himself. Hello, senior fan, my name is Sun Yi. I've been accepted, but I haven't registered yet. Sun Yi also introduced himself to everyone. Hey Sun, you don't actually plan to go to White Mist Town alone, do you? Please, please don't do that. We just came out of there. The female ghosts in White Mist Town have all sorts of strange and bizarre skills. They're definitely not people that ordinary people can fight. Fan Te tried to persuade Sun Yi. Sun Yi took another look at Fan Te and his group. Although none of them were missing limbs like those social exorcists. However, judging from their faces, they all looked haggard. They must have gone through many fierce battles in White Mist Town. I understand, I'm just here to gather some information, I won't go in. Sun Yi casually told a little white lie. We definitely have to go into White Mist Town. Otherwise, who will provide the female ghost I'm missing? It is true that information needs to be collected. It's impossible to just blindly rush in without knowing anything, right? I understand. Take care of yourself and don't push yourself too hard. I've already heard that several new lives have been lost inside. Fan Te patted Sun Yi on the shoulder, then led the team away. In order to gather information, Sun Yi began to wander around the entire outpost. Suddenly, he noticed a woman looking around, taking notes in a notebook. He looks like a reporter. I have a feeling there's some big news hiding in White Mist Town. The reporter muttered to himself, constantly taking notes in his notebook. Yi observed this and an idea came to him. Maybe she knows something. Hello, is it convenient for us to chat? Without thinking twice, Sun Yi went up and started a conversation. The female reporter put down her pen, paused for a moment, and then looked at Sun Yi. Anything related to this ghostly realm is fine. Her job is to gather information from various sources. How could anyone possibly refuse an unexpected chat? She knew very well that some big news stories often came from seemingly meaningless casual conversations. Sun Yi sat down in front of the female reporter. Judging from your appearance, you're a new student here to train in the ghost realm. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Nianian, and as you can see, I am an investigative journalist. My name is Sun. Wait, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Sun Yu was about to introduce himself when Zhang Nianian interrupted him. She swiped and tapped on her phone with great skill. You are Sun Yi, the top scorer in this year's Ghost Realm assessment in Guangxi province. Zhang Nianian said with some surprise. It's me, Sun Yi readily admitted. Wow, no wonder you're a reporter. Their information-gathering ability is a bit too outrageous. Are you heading into White Mist Town? If I'm going to get it approved, can I write it as a report? If you agree, I'm willing to tell you the information I currently have. Zhang Nianian launched a barrage of questions at you. Sun Yi didn't know what to say for a moment, so he nodded. Okay, so our deal is done. Zhang Nianian immediately wrote a title in her notebook. Sun Yu, the top scorer in Guangxi province, resolutely challenges Bayu Town. Can you tell me about White Mist Town now? Sun Yi asked. Certainly. Zhang Nianian quickly flipped through her notebook. Soon, Sun Yi learned a lot of information about Bayu Town. At the heart of White Mist Town is a female ghost. Demons like these are usually extremely powerful. Once the core ghost is killed, the entire ghost realm will dissipate. According to those who escaped, it was a giant demon with a human head and an animal body. Her name is Beast Demon. The beast-like demons possess overwhelming attack power, requiring ample defensive measures to challenge them. It's best to bring a tank-type demon along, otherwise you'll be easily defeated in one go by the beast-like demon. In addition, due to the emergence of White Mist Town, land prices in the surrounding areas plummeted, and all of them were acquired by a real estate businessman. Interestingly, this real estate businessman was born in White Mist Town. The original residents of White Mist Town have been requesting the nation to send a warband to subdue the core demon, but have received no response. Because the female ghost's combat power is much stronger than other ghosts of the same level. However, the reward for killing the female ghost will not increase. The input and output are not proportional, so naturally no group is willing to enter the fray. Also, I have an unverified rumor. Zhang Nianian said somewhat mysteriously. A very small number of people encountered the mysterious ghost master when they were in danger in White Mist Town. It's a girl about your age. She is very powerful. She can take down several evil spirits by herself and help them break through the encirclement of evil spirits. After the crisis was over, she disappeared and nobody knew who she was. Sun Yi is not currently concerned about these rumors. The current focus is on the core female ghost of the ghost realm who has transformed into a beast-like demon. What should I do? The core ghosts are all pillars of their respective ghost realms. Its combat power is naturally stronger than that of other demons. What's more, she's a female ghost. Sun Yi was making plans. If only we could form a contract with the core female ghost. I wonder how strong it can be. Even if you can't form a contract, the soul orbs and materials dropped by the core ghost after it dies will be several times more valuable than those from ordinary monsters. I feel it's necessary to challenge her. Sun Yi, you look so eager to try, you wouldn't happen to be thinking of going in to challenge the core ghost, would you? Zhang Nianian guessed. Sun Yi remained silent, but wasn't that itself a form of answer? That's really bold. Zhang Nianian's eyes widened, looking quite surprised. As far as I know, other ghost masters who enter White Mist Town only explore the outer perimeter at most. Only teams of 5 or more people will choose to venture deeper into this area. You're going alone, not only to the deepest part of Daebeu Town, but also planning to challenge the core demon? Sun Yi nodded. To others, the female ghosts of White Mist Town are very powerful. But what about Sun Yi? What happened to the female ghost? I have one too. Most of the female ghosts in the ghost realm are at least at the 2nd star level. Sun Yi's blood sacrifice demon is also a 2-star character. Why can't we go? Moreover, within the ghost realm, Sun Yi can continue to form contracts with the female ghosts there to enhance his combat power. Sun Yi is currently a late-stage 1-star ghost master. When you reach the level of a 1-star ghost master, you can unlock 2 contract slots. In other words, you can contract 2 ghosts. Sun Yi has already made up his mind. Since we're going to try to form a contract with the core female ghost, we definitely need to reserve a spot for her. There's one more spot, so let's use it to contract a tank-type female ghost in the ghost realm. It's not just about challenging the core female ghost. Sun Yi's team of contracted ghosts also desperately needs a frontline ghost to tank damage. When my inspiration becomes stronger and I become a 2-star ghost master, that will create 2 more empty seats. If the team is built with the goal of addressing weaknesses, then we'll also need a ghost to assist with healing and a ghost for ranged physical damage output. The blood sacrifice demon's skills are primarily magical damage. If you encounter some ghosts with high magic resistance, things can get tough. It seems you've already made up your mind, so no amount of persuasion from me will change anything. Unlike the others, Zhang Nianian did not try to dissuade Sun Yi after hearing his decision. I should get going. Sun Yi stood up. Take care and come back safely. I'm really looking forward to our next collaboration. Zhang Nianian said goodbye to Sun Yi with a professional smile. 3 kilometers from Daebeu Town, there is a large area of haphazardly built wooden houses. It's dirty, chaotic, and littered everywhere. The town of White Mist has been invaded by ghosts, leaving a large number of residents homeless. They were all ordinary people in the town, and all their assets were tied up in White Mist Town. Unwilling to leave their hometown, they chose to settle down again near Daebeu Town. Every day they stand here gazing at White Mist Town from afar. They hope that one day the thick white fog will dissipate and they can return home. The Hiruikai family is one of many former residents of Daebeu Town who lost their homes. The night parade of 100 demons broke out so suddenly that the residents didn't have time to take anything with them when they evacuated. What about ordinary people like him? The family of 3 barely managed to make ends meet by working in a nearby factory. Today, Hiruikai, who had just finished working and returned home, gazed at Daebeu Town from afar as usual. It's still the same there. The white mist still lingered. Evil spirits still roam freely within it. It's been 3 years. How much longer until I can return to this hometown that's so close yet so far? The children in the family have asked him this question countless times. Dad, when can we go home? At times like these, he Ruikai was always speechless. 3 years ago, they were simply informed that 100 Ghosts parade had broken out in White Mist Town and that they needed to evacuate. They originally thought that as long as they waited for the night parade of 100 demons to end, they could go back. But no one expected that the evil spirits would take root in White Mist Town and never leave. White Mist Town thus transformed from a peaceful and tranquil town into a desolate and ruined ghost realm. Hiruikai had also inquired about how to make the ghost realm disappear. The only way is to kill the core ghost of the ghost realm, but they were all just ordinary people. Let alone the core ghosts, they couldn't even defeat the weakest ghost in White Mist Town. But he was unwilling to give up. Must I really continue drifting like this? Never be able to go home? Sishin, he could vaguely see the entrance to White Mist Town. Scattered demon slayers can often be seen setting off from the outpost and disappearing into the thick white fog. Today is no exception. If only we had a demon slayer who could help us kill the core demon. As he spoke, Ruikai saw the figure of a young boy, heading alone into the depths of the white mist. Our country, Daxia, has so many powerful demon slayers. Maybe one of them will be imprisoned today to help us eliminate the evil spirits and reclaim our homeland. Ruikai muttered to himself, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. He himself didn't believe that statement. So many years have passed. I've never seen a truly powerful person. Those who went into their deaths were rushing to come. I'm afraid that the boy who just entered White Mist Town will end up like the others. Will we never be able to escape this white fog again? The boyish figure that Ruikai saw was none other than Sun Yi. After completing all preparations at the outpost, he officially set off for White Mist Town. The white mist in front of us seemed to merge with the buildings inside, becoming a colossal entity. The closer I got, the more oppressive it felt, and in that vast white fog, a slender, graceful figure moved through the streets and alleys. But suddenly they stopped and lingered. She silently observed Sun Yi in the distance, then turned and left. The fog is getting thicker, Sun Yi looked around. At this moment he was fully armed, carrying various consumables purchased from the outpost. Looking back from inside the ghost realm at the outpost outside, it wasn't far away, but I couldn't see anything clearly. Faint lights emanating from the outpost. Has the visibility already dropped to this level just by stepping through the gates of White Mist Town? It is estimated that you can now see about 50 meters away. Sun Yi took out the insight mirror that he had exchanged in the Ghost Control Bureau's warehouse. This equipment allows Sun Yi to see an additional 50 meters ahead through obstructions when his line of sight is blocked. In a sense, this equipment does more than just allow you to see further. It also has a fairly strong perspective function. Some stairwells or various corners where ghosts might be hiding. With the 50-meter wide perspective of the goggles, everything is clearly visible. The moment he put it on, Sun Yi felt his field of vision widen considerably. Things that obstruct the view become blurred and transparent under the protection of the goggles. Just in case, Sun Yi summoned the blood sacrifice demon directly. A blood sacrifice demon, wearing a JK uniform and with an ethereal lens attached to its forehead, emerged from Sun Yi's body. Keep your eyes on what's behind me, he ordered. Contract spirits and demon slayers share the same visual field. Therefore, by offering blood as a sacrifice to the ghost, one can gain an extra pair of eyes. The additional vision that blood sacrifice demons can provide is limited. It's better than nothing. Next, I need to quickly find a tank-type ghost contract to prepare for challenging the core female ghost. Sun Yi was making plans. As usual, maintain the creation of soul arrows, but do not fire them. Sun Yi continued to issue orders. This is a technique he developed during his previous assessment in the ghost realm. The blood sacrifice demon was obedient. She began to condense a soul arrow. The etheric lens on her forehead took effect, significantly increasing the speed at which the soul arrows were condensed. Sun Yi is currently still located on the outskirts of Bayu Town. Therefore, space was not distorted too much. At least the streets are still normal. It didn't happen like the teaching building corridor during the previous Ghost Realm assessment. It doesn't look very big from the outside, but it's several kilometers long inside. Gradually, the surrounding fog thickened. Wearing protective goggles, Sun Yi's field of vision decreased to 70 meters. Are we almost at the street? Sun Yi found himself at a crossroads. The shops along the roadside still have their old signs hanging on them. Convenience store, printing shop, barbershop. The shop was in disarray, with broken bricks and rubble everywhere and many overturned cabinets. It seems the residents left in a hurry that night 3 years ago. Suddenly, a woman's faint voice came from the distance of the street. It smells so good. It really smells so good. Sunya looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman walking her dog. The dog she was holding had 3 heads, each drooling and constantly sniffing the ground. These ghost mimicry attempts are so insincere. Sunya was beyond even wanting to comment on this ghost intelligence. Who would take a walk in a place like this? If you're not a ghost, then who is? Gah, here comes the delicious child. The woman also noticed Sunyi. Without saying a word, he grabbed the dog and rushed towards him. As she charged, the woman's mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp teeth like a dog's. Thick saliva dripped from her mouth. Sunyi gave the blood sacrifice demon a look. The latter immediately took action. She held a small sickle like a conductor leading a performance and waved it at the woman in front of her. Numerous soul arrows hovering around the blood sacrifice demon shot towards her simultaneously. Bang! After the soul arrow struck the woman, it immediately emitted a burst of spiritual energy. They beat both the person and the dog into a swarm of bees, even the items around her. The utility poles, streetlights, and abandoned vehicles along the roadside, they were all smashed to pieces. This resulted in a large crater in the ground. In the center of the pit, a soul bead fell to the ground. Instant kill, a soul orb in the early stages of the 2nd star level, and there's only one. Sunya sneered inwardly. Sure enough, the woman walking the dog earlier and the dog she was walking were the same person. Otherwise, why is there only one soul orb? Although I don't know what kind of shady dealings are involved. But under Sun Yili's relentless attack with flying bricks, there's no need to think about these things anymore, just kill everything that can move. The battle that just ended in an instant. Sun Yu was testing the current combat strength of the blood sacrifice demons. The purpose was to see how the enemy had transformed from a near demon into a 2-star demon. Is it still possible to achieve a 24-second sellout? Now it seems the answer is yes. Having confirmed this, Sun Yi understood the upper limit of his own strength. Unless you are attacked first by the female ghost or you are surrounded. In a one-on-one fight, Sun Yi easily defeated the female ghost, who was also a 2-star early game character. Even if you reach the mid-stage of the 2nd star level, you can still kill them. It will be a little more difficult in the later stages of the 2-star system. Sun Yi felt that Samsung's early-stage demons were at their limit. This is the limit for him, as he currently only possesses the blood sacrifice demon. When encountering female ghosts later, Sun Yi would first attack with a soul arrow to break their mimicry. Only then can we confirm what exactly it is. If you need a tank-type female ghost, then try a contract. If not, kill them on the spot. Unfortunately, after exploring for nearly an hour, Sun Yi still hadn't found a suitable female ghost to form a contract with. I did manage to get more than 10 soul orbs in the early stages of the 2nd star level. However, there was one thing that concerned Sun Yi. It seems that every female ghost he defeated, whether intentionally or unintentionally, mentioned the fragrance. What smells good to a ghost? Nature is made of human flesh and blood. But that's not the only answer. Sun Yi knew that there were other things that emitted scents that attracted ghosts. Bait to lure ghosts. It was a prop made from human blood and various precious materials. It is specifically designed to attract ghosts in ghost realms. Or, during the night parade of 100 demons, guide the direction of the demons to prevent the demon horde from rushing into human settlements. So someone has planted ghost bait in this area. Sun Yu began to speculate. But if bait was used to lure ghosts, why weren't they attracted to it? Instead, we're stuck here with an explanation. Some ghosts have their own territories. Weak demons usually dare not enter the territory of powerful demons. Another hour has passed. That's true. Among the enemies encountered in the white mist, mid-stage 2-star demons began to appear. They were also talking about fragrance. Sun Yi suddenly had a premonition. That bait that lures ghosts into this ghostly realm, could it be located at the spot where the core female ghost is? That makes sense. Based on the knowledge Sun Yi learned at school, the territory designated by ghosts is not fixed. The ghost realm isn't necessarily filled with wandering ghosts on the outskirts. The deeper you go in, the stronger the ghosts become. These ghosts can all move. Unfortunately, they were a bit unlucky and ran into a core ghost as soon as they entered the ghost realm. It's not impossible. Why do the ghosts in White Mist Town become increasingly powerful the further you go into the town? Because they dared not venture deeper into the territory of higher-level ghosts. However, because of the bait used to lure the ghosts, these ghosts were unwilling to leave. This is how it came to be, with evil spirits distributed in layers surrounding the center, according to their hierarchy. Having quickly grasped this point, Sun Yi planned his subsequent actions. Following this distribution, if you go a little further in, you'll reach the area of late-stage 2-star ghosts. At this level, even one-on-one combat is difficult, let alone being surrounded by multiple ghosts. It's best to improve your strength in the area where you're wandering around in the mid-stage of the second star level. It would be even better if we could find a suitable tank-type demon and form a contract with it. Sun Yi opened the Blood Sacrifice Demons panel. Blood Sacrifice Demon. Rank 2-star Demon. Sacrifice Reward, Proficiency Increase Speed x10. Skill 1 Triple Soul Arrow Shot. At the cost of a random skin ulceration on the caster, 3 soul arrows are fired, damaging the enemy. 5-second cooldown. 1 star, 1000 proficiency upgradable. Second skill. Inspiration Burst greatly increases inspiration for 10 minutes. During this time, inspiration will gradually decrease by a greater amount than the increase, and the user will fall into a weakened state. 30-minute cooldown. 1 star, 850 proficiency, 150 more needed to upgrade. Third skill, Bone Spike. Extracts a bone from the user, transforming it into a bone spike that shoots out, dealing massive damage with a piercing effect. 30-second cooldown, basic proficiency 100 upgradable. There are now 2 skills that can be upgraded, Soul Arrows and Bone Spikes. Upgrading Soul Arrow requires 10 1-star Ghost Soul Orbs. Sun Yi currently only possesses the Quasi-Evil Ghost Soul Bead, along with many other 2-star Soul Beads. Fortunately, this applies to upgrading skills. Soul Beads of different qualities can be used in an equivalent ratio of 1:10. In other words, it only takes 1 2-star Soul Bead to upgrade. Blood Sacrifice Demon, come here. Sun Yi took out a 2-star Soul Bead and said to her. The Blood Sacrifice Demon slowly floated over, habitually closing its eyes and opening its mouth. No, I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already started moving on your own. Sun Yi found it somewhat amusing, but this saves a lot of trouble. Sun Yi placed the 2-star Soul Bead into the mouth of the Blood Sacrifice Demon. Upgrade Soul Arrow. 3 upgrade options appeared. Barbo, Soul Arrows now pass through the target and stay behind it. Activating the Barbo effect returns all stopped Soul Arrows, dealing damage again to enemies along the return path. The Uncrowned Champion's Guardian. Every third time an enemy is hit by a Soul Arrow, they will take true damage based on a percentage of their maximum health and gain the debuff, the Uncrowned Champion's Wrath. They will always become enraged when questioned. Rapid Fire. Increases rate of fire and reduces cooldown time. Sun Yi didn't pay much attention to the other options. His gaze was fixed intently on the second option. Holy crap, VN, percentage-based true damage. You're driving on the 3rd ring road, right? With this effect added. At that time, whether it's defeating the tank-type demons or fighting the beast-like demons, putting everything else aside, just look at the effect of this percentage-based true damage. The difficulty level has been reduced significantly. Needless to say, this option is basically a done deal. On another note, why is this option named Guardian of the Uncrowned Champion, and then it comes with this strange debuff? Perhaps it's alluding to something. Sun Yi didn't want to think about it any further. As for the other options, the first option is a barb. Isn't this just Zia gathering her feathers? While it's pretty good, it doesn't feel as good as the percentage-based true damage of the second option. The third option is also fairly standard. Sun Yi chose the second upgrade option from the list. Upgrade complete. Then it's time for Bone Spurs. Sun Yi took out 10 Quasi-Evil Ghost Soul Beads at once. Master, I'll do it myself. Blood Sacrifice Demon, he said, then took the Soul Bead from Sun Yi's hand. Like swallowing pills, they put them into their mouths one by one and swallowed them. Upgrade the Bone Spur skill. 3 more options popped up. Bone Drill. After hitting an enemy, the bone spikes adhere to the surface, continuously rotating and widening the wound. Soul Chaser. Bone spikes can now track enemies and deal bonus true damage based on the distance they travel. Gain debuff. Projectile speed reduced by 50%. Frost Enchantment. Enemies hit by bone spikes have their movement speed reduced by 20%. Good, the trap option has reappeared after a long absence. That refers to the first option. Bone Spurs are a skill with powerful penetrating capabilities. Relying on its penetrating ability, it can kill enemies in a straight line at once. However, once the Bone Drill option is selected, the bone spikes will stop upon hitting the first enemy, continuing to deal damage to that single enemy. This will cause damage to overflow. Bone spikes are inherently a high damage skill. They could have dealt more damage to enemies by piercing them. Choosing this option is like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. The second option is quite good. The ability to track enemies means there's no longer a need to control the blood sacrifice for precise aiming. Once you've chosen a target and roughly thrown it in that direction, you can leave it alone. Furthermore, it also comes with a damage boost effect that increases the further the flight distance. Most people, upon realizing they are being targeted by a skill, would choose to run away. This will continuously increase the flight distance of the bone spikes, ultimately dealing extremely high damage upon impact. What's more, this is real damage, a noble kind of damage. As for the debuff effect that reduces the projectile's flight speed, if this side effect is transferred to the enemy, it makes it much easier for Sun Yi to dodge skills. I don't really like the third option. Only a 20% reduction. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Sun Yi ultimately chose the second option, Soul Chaser. Upgrade complete. Excellent, my combat power has now increased to another level. Sun Yi completed the upgrade and continued to advance into deeper areas. Beiyu Town Outpost. Extremely anxious, Yan Zulin jumped out of the car as fast as he could without even closing the door. Leaning on his crutches, he ran and jumped as he rushed towards the outpost. Everyone else in the base was stunned. We arrived at the base's reception area. I said, have you seen a teenager about 18 years old acting alone? Before the receptionist could answer, Yan Zulin then took out a photograph. The image printed on it is of Sun Yi. If you see this, please let me know, but there are so many people coming and going at the outpost. How could she possibly remember everything? Sorry, I don't remember. No recollections. So did you see it before or didn't you see it before? I'm waiting here for Sun Yi to arrive so I can stop him. Or is it? The worst possible outcome flashed through Yan Zulin's mind. Has he already entered the ghost realm? Still worried, Yan Zulin went around asking people at the outpost. I've met the person you're talking about. The speaker was a woman dressed in business attire, holding a laptop. She is Zhang Nianian, the reporter who previously made a deal with Sun Yi. Yan Zulin was overjoyed to hear Zhang Nianian say that she had met him before. Really? Where is he? Zhang Nianian did not answer but pointed with the pen in her hand to the vast white fog in the distance. Upon seeing her reply, Yan Zulin felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it. I was still a step too late. He took out his phone and dialed Bai Yongfeng's number. Teacher, Sun Yi has already entered White Mist Town. What eyes? Bai Yongfeng's shouts came from the other end of the phone. Don't be angry, teacher. You're not feeling well, please don't get upset. I'll go in and find him right away. Yan Zulin quickly reassured him. Training in the ghost realm and searching for someone in the ghost realm are two different levels of difficulty. Go back to get your equipment and also bring enough dry food and emergency medicine. A round trip would take at least several hours. Where would we find the time? Buy some supplies at the outpost and head straight to White Mist Town. This is the fastest way right now. Yan Zulin didn't want Bai Yongfeng to worry too much. Professor Bai studies female ghosts and also makes contracts with them. It takes a lifetime to complete. Almost all the organs that wouldn't kill someone if missing were sacrificed. The wounds on their bodies and the strange side effects are even more varied. He couldn't let Professor Bai worry too much anymore. Otherwise, who will help him with his graduation thesis? All right, hurry up and go, you must rescue your junior brother. Because he remained on high alert at all times, Sun Yi did not advance very quickly. Our current location is still in the outer area of White Mist Town. Logically speaking, walking so conspicuously on the street like this would be extremely eye-catching. However, this was a last resort. Sun Yi would never dare to enter the surrounding buildings. Even with the X-ray vision provided by the goggles, he wouldn't dare. The space within the ghost realm is folded. Who knows if you'll get lost inside a building. I opened the living room door and there was an indoor basketball court behind it. I went in, and when I looked back, the door behind me had turned into a toilet. This is where space folds and changes. Sun Yi would never dare to go in recklessly, although it's also possible to get out by smashing walls and causing damage. However, unless a battle was about to break out, Sun Yi didn't want to make too much of a commotion. Several screams of agony came from ahead. Sun Yi immediately became extremely vigilant. Was it the cry of a ghost or the cry of a human? Shall we go take a look? In the ghost realm, any unusual occurrence warrants such caution. Rumble, 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 rumble. From the depths of the fog came the roar of an engine. In this pitch-black fog, how could such a sound possibly arise? They don't seem to match at all, do they? Master behind you. The blood sacrifice demon who had been on high alert issued a warning. Sun Yi quickly turned around. But then in the distance behind him, two extremely bright car headlights suddenly appeared. And that's where the engine roar comes from. The vision goggles worn by Sun Yi were effective. The fog that had been obstructing the view gradually became clear. He saw something emerging from the depths of the fog. It's a fully insured semi-trailer dump truck, and it's charging towards Sun Yi at full speed. What is this thing? Why would there be something like this in the ghost realm? Even in such a critical moment of life and death, Sun Yi still couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks. Get out of the way, what if someone gets hit? Sun Yi felt he could easily break the world record in the 100-meter sprint. Of course, it was definitely broken when it was hit and sent flying. They quickly scurried to the side of the street with the blood sacrifice demon. Call. The truck sped past Sunyi, its rapid movement creating gusts of wind. Without hitting Sunyi, the truck continued driving forward until it disappeared into the fog again. Is it over? Sunyi walked back to the center from the side of the street. There were many loose stones on both sides of the road, making it difficult to walk. If you want to continue moving forward, it's better to stay in the middle of the road. However, the roar of the engine still did not stop. Just then, a few seconds after the truck disappeared, bang, a deafening crash erupted from the direction the truck had gone. Then, car lights reappeared in the fog. The truck, which had already left, turned 180 degrees and charged back from the direction it had originally left in. With the help of the observation lens, Sunyi can see the truck a few seconds earlier. This gives you time to react. Without the insight lens, there would be an additional 50-meter field of view. By the time Sunyi sees the truck, it will probably already be driving right up to him. Strange, I have a feeling the truck wasn't heading straight for me. Having dodged another oncoming truck, Sunyi noticed something amiss. No matter what, we must find the female ghost who launched the attack. Sunyi made a judgment. The commotion is getting bigger and bigger if we can't end the battle quickly. You'll definitely be surrounded by many female ghosts who will come drawn by the sound. That would be troublesome. He quickly recalled what he had learned. The female ghost illustration is related to trucks. It's a vengeful ghost. Sunyi recognized the female ghost who launched the attack based on the attacks he suffered. A truck-hit ghost, as the name suggests, is a ghost that has been transformed after being hit and killed by a truck. Because she was a female ghost, her deep resentment coalesced into a ghost truck. She repeatedly uses the condensed trucks to launch ramming attacks, which are extremely destructive. In addition, there were many truck parts embedded in her body when she was hit and thrown into the air. These parts, like armor, protect her body, giving her extremely strong defensive capabilities. Although it can control the ghost truck to launch fierce attacks, but the ghost that crashes into something is a human shield type of ghost. Of course, this is also someone's Sunyi urgently needs to contract with. Unlike the conventional image of a tank-type demon, the knock-on ghost is incredibly tanky yet deals high damage. It's truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. The tank-type female ghost finally appeared, and Sunyi couldn't help but feel excited. Since we can determine that it was a ghost that died in a traffic accident, Sunyi naturally knew what skill of the death by a car had just used to attack him. It's her signature skill, summoning the ghost truck. The skill effect is to summon a truck from a distance to crash into the ghoul. When it hits her, the ghost truck can change its direction and enhance its effects. That's right, it's Ornn's ultimate ability. The only difference is that they changed the object of the collision to a truck. The sound of a collision that was heard in the fog just now as the ghost truck drove away. It's the ghost that's adjusting the truck's direction. This way, her true location is exposed. Come on, blood sacrifice demon, let her taste the percentage-based true damage of our upgraded soul arrow. Sun Yi and the blood sacrifice demon took advantage of the moment when they dodged the ghost truck. Hurry up and head towards the location of the ghost that was killed in the collision. They advanced approximately 200 meters. Sun Yi suddenly looked up. That figure, shrouded in mist, standing alone in the middle of the street. Found you, you runaway bee *****D. Lustration says, she is a woman with short hair and a medium-sized, well-proportioned figure. Contrary to the common perception that tank monsters are usually large and robust, they are actually quite different. Her ability to withstand injury is mainly reflected in her physical strength. The body of the man who died in the hit-and-run had many pieces of truck debris deeply embedded in his flesh. These fragments formed an armor-like garment that covered her entire body. It has a post-apocalyptic punk style, giving the impression of armor made from various scrap metal. The ghost whose body was wrapped in layers of armor possessed extremely high resistance to both magic and physical attacks. At this moment, she grinned coldly, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Several people lay collapsed around her. They were on the verge of death, hanging by a thread. Are these the people who were the source of the screams earlier? Sunya quickly surveyed the people lying on the ground. The ages vary. One of them was a girl of similar age to Sun Yi. At this moment, she was also kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, seemingly without even the strength to stand up. Judging from the clothes she's wearing, they're probably of high quality. Those who appeared to be her guards fared even worse. They were covered in blood, and several were on the verge of death. Is this some young lady from a wealthy family going down to the ghost realm for training? Sun Yi speculated. Let's take another look at the strength of this group. The only difference is that the girl is a late-stage, one-star ghost master. Everyone else possesses the strength of a 2-star Ghost Master. The strongest among them possesses the strength of a 3-star early game Oni Master. He is a man with a scar on his face. This configuration is suitable for entering the Ghost Realm, as long as you don't recklessly challenge the core female ghost. In other circumstances, there should be no danger. Unfortunately, we encountered this extremely unusual ghost who died in a collision. The dead man is highly durable and can deal high damage over a wide area. I guess the whole team doesn't have any skills that reduce defense or break armor. Everyone was repeatedly jostled and tossed about by the dump trucks. What, is anyone else here? The strongest member of the group, the scarred man, spotted Sun Yi and exclaimed in surprise. When he saw Sun Yi appear, hope rekindled in his eyes. The rest of the team has now lost their fighting ability. He was the only one struggling to keep going. If he falls, I'm afraid everyone will be in grave danger. However, when he saw it clearly, the expectation on his face turned into despair once again. Are you alone? He had heard human footsteps earlier. I had thought there would be a team of about 10 people to help fight off the demons. But to my utter surprise, only Sun Yi came. Moreover, judging from the inspiration emanating from Sun Yi, he's only a late-stage 1-star Ghost Master. With such meager abilities, you dare to venture into the Ghost Realm. Isn't that just asking for death? Run, this is a late-stage 2-star monster, you can't beat it. He shouted at Sun Yi. The others did the same, quickly urging Sun Yi to live. Leave here and report to the outpost. Just say that Miss Han Kainion's team is in dire straits in the Ghost Realm, and they need the Han family to send reinforcements. Don't want. Han Kainion gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet. The skeletal demon she summoned behind her was surrounded by a very weak spiritual aura. Can still fight. Although she was stubborn, her body went limp. Exhausted, Han Kainion collapsed to the ground. Even so, she forced her eyes open and stared intently at the ghost that had been hit by a car. Young man, please take our message out with you. The Han family will definitely repay you handsomely. Another guard who had fallen to the ground said to Sun Yi. Just then, the Demon King launched another attack. Smash them all, let you taste my pain too. With an extremely twisted and maniacal smile on his face, the ghost who had been hit by a car screamed. At the same time, Sun Yi heard the roar of a truck engine behind him again. She's summoning ghost trucks again. Sun Yi felt somewhat powerless for a moment. For now, we can only watch helplessly as the ghost that crashed into us unleashes its skill and summons a ghost truck. If there were a contracted ghost with an interrupt skill, it could stop the ghost from crashing into something. We absolutely must find a way to find a support hero who can disrupt the enemy's skill casting. Sun Yi continued to plan in his mind. However, the most important thing right now is to make a contract with the ghost who crashed into you. Rumble, 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 the ghost truck appeared behind Sun Yi. This time they're coming straight for him. Young friend, you wouldn't actually want to challenge the ghost who died in a traffic accident, would you? The scarred man found it hard to believe that Sun Yi showed no sign of retreating. Don't be reckless at a time like this. If you run away now, I'll hold her off, there's still a chance. Sun Yi ignored the scarred man's advice. He wants to make a contract to kill the ghost. This has absolutely nothing to do with the Han family. Sun Yi dodged to the side, avoiding the ghost truck. At the same time, the blood sacrifice ghost fired soul arrows at the ghost that had been killed. That's a female ghost. The guards were puzzled when they saw that the contracted ghost summoned by Sun Yi was actually a blood sacrifice ghost. And why did they specifically make the blood sacrifice demon wear a JK uniform? Is it some peculiar fetish of the demon slayer? Furthermore, what puzzled them the most was, how could someone possibly contract with a female ghost? Isn't this person afraid of the side effects? The scarred man frowned as well. Use a female ghost. Is this person planning to fight to the death? When he was a mercenary, he had actually met a very small number of people who had contracts with female ghosts. Without exception, they were all daredevils like a suicide squad. Relying on the female ghost's powerful skills, she provides overwhelming real-time combat strength. But he quickly assessed the blood sacrifice demon summoned by Sun Yi. 2-star early game. The attack power was simply insufficient to break through the demon's defenses. Sun Yi didn't have much time to attack, so he seized the opportunity and fired a soul arrow. The others will remain as they are for now. Clang, the first soul arrow struck the demon, leaving only a slight mark on its armor, just as the scarred man had predicted. Run. You can't break through the demon's defenses at all, he continued to urge. The scarred man also summoned his own contracted ghost, a scarred, headless ghost. His other contracted spirits were too badly injured to be released. Currently, this headless ghost is the only fighting force he can provide. The headless demon is depicted as a burly, headless man wielding a large sword. The scarred man was wounded and his spiritual power was weakened. The headless ghost was also covered in wounds, with black blood like oil slowly flowing out. The ghost truck was about to reach the ghost in a flash. The ghost can be killed when the ghost truck hits her. By actively ramming the ghost truck, the truck's direction of travel is drastically altered. Even a 180-degree turn is possible. Bang! The ghost truck aimed at Sun Yi and rammed into him just then. Sun Yi mentally invoked the system, Sun Yi. Pain level 3980s. Side effects: 1 time. Removal of a kidney, removal of the left lung lobe, removal of half of the intestine, skin ulceration. Side effect persistent. Projectile damage reduced by 50%. The uncrowned champion's fury, he's bound to lose his temper when questioned. Projectile speed reduced by 50%. Side effect transfer targets. Lihongji Li Ziyuan Gaoba maximum of 3. Increasing the limit requires 10,000 pain points. Replace Li Ziyuan, the recipient of the side effects, with the person who died in the accident. Editing completes. The instant the binding is complete, the ghost truck's movement speed instantly slowed down. This is the side effect of reduced projectile speed taking effect. That's right, anything that's thrown out of your hand and has a ballistic trajectory. Then consider them all as projectiles. By reducing his speed by half, Sun Yi effortlessly dodged the ghost while driving. Hell, that's it. Sun Yi sneered at the man who had been hit by a car. Side effect: uncrowned champion's fury effect activated. The pale face of the ghost who was hit by a car, it has visibly turned red, lightspeed red warmth. What did you say? You dare question my actions? The demon, cursing and screaming, attacked Sun Yi as if it had lost its mind. Sun Yi finally understood. It turns out it was the anger of the so-called uncrowned champion. Apply it in real-world scenarios. The mockery is guaranteed to succeed. D. Sun Yi sighed. This is the first time a side effect transfer system has been used in actual combat. It was worth it for him to have been deliberately accumulating a continuous debuff effect. It really works. It can not only reduce the movement speed of the ghost truck that crashes into ghosts by half. As speed decreases, the impact damage will naturally be reduced. Moreover, there's also a debuff that reduces projectile damage. It can reduce the impact damage from a truck collision by half. This undoubtedly severely weakens the most powerful attack method of the death by accident. This is. The sudden change shocked everyone, including the scarred man, the truck that just ran them over and over. Why has it slowed down so much now? Did this boy do it? That's not enough to defeat the demon of death. You have no way to break through her defenses. As the scarred man spoke, he began directing the headless ghosts to attack the ghost that had crashed into him. Clang! The headless ghost's large blade slashed at the ghost who had died by crashing, barely managing to cut off a few pieces from her body. This was the strongest attack the scarred man could muster. That only allowed them to scrape off a few fragments. If things continue like this, I wonder how much longer I'll need to do gua sha. The headless ghost's attack temporarily stopped the runaway ghost in its tracks. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sun Yi continued to command the blood sacrifice demons to fire soul arrows. Clang! The second arrow hit its target. It's the same as before, except that it adds a few more scratches to the fragments attached to the ghost that died in the accident. Young friend, you should still. Don't be in such a hurry. Sun Yi was truly fed up with the scarred man's advice. Why does it seem like you don't trust people at all? Even if I listen to you now, I'll turn around and leave. Are you sure you can hold out until rescue arrives? The blood sacrifice demon had excellent room to maneuver, and Sun Yi commanded her to immediately fire her third soul arrow. Clang! A crisp, metallic cracking sound rang out. The ghost that had been hit by the car let out a chilling scream. She seemed to be attacked by some enormous force and was suddenly sent flying backward. Whoosh! The armor, pieced together from truck scraps and attached to her body, exploded like fireworks, scattering across the ground. That's a real injury, little sister, Sun Yi exclaimed excitedly. The true damage effect of Soul Arrow has been activated. True damage cannot be reduced by the armor on the ghost that was hit and killed. Seeing this monstrous crash that nearly wiped them all out. At this moment, Sun Yi broke through his defense. Everyone else felt a chill run down their spine. The guards felt that their years of common sense had been shattered by Sun Yi in a very short time. Not only did he form a contract with the female ghost, but he could also use her skills normally without suffering any backlash. They also used some unknown method to harm the ghost that was hit by the car. At this time, the scarred man also began to reevaluate Sun Yi. No wonder he was able to come here alone. Or perhaps I underestimated people. Even the extremely strong-willed Han Kaianian secretly sighed at the gap between the two. Despite being protected by numerous guards, she still nearly lost her life. And this unknown boy, He could almost single-handedly defeat the demon who crashed into him. Keep in mind the two are almost the same age. The ghost that was hit by the car clearly suffered considerable damage. Large pieces of truck debris fell from her body, revealing her fair skin underneath. Sun couldn't help but complain inwardly. How come these female ghosts are all so well preserved? One by one, let's look at the other evil spirits. Which one of them isn't desperately trying to become ugly and scary? Why are you female ghosts so antisocial? The blood sacrifice demon, who instantly shares Sunya's thoughts. I feel like I've been inexplicably scolded by my master. Damn it, I'm going to run you all over the place. The ghost got up, trying to summon the ghost truck again. Sunya wouldn't give her that chance. The blood sacrifice demon continued to unleash soul arrows. Every third arrow that hits the ghost's soul deals percentage-based true damage. Isn't that a coincidence? The soul arrow can fire 3 arrows with each release. Clang, clang, clang. Many more pieces of the body of the ghost that was hit by a car were peeled off. The hit-and-run ghost's health bar isn't very high. Without the protection of these truck fragments, she won't last long. And don't forget, releasing the soul arrow has side effects. Each time it is released, a patch of skin ulcerates. This also applies to those who die in traffic accidents. Her once fair and delicate skin is now gradually breaking down. These injuries will make her weaker and weaker. In theory, Sunya could simply transfer this side effect to the person who died in the accident. Then find a place to hide and frantically fire soul arrows at the air. Ultimately, they'll be able to take down the ghost that crashed into them. But that would be too slow. Sunya's goal was not to kill the man who died in the accident. Instead, make a contract with her. Damn humans, I'm really angry. Clang, clang, clang. The blood sacrifice demon continued firing 3 consecutive soul arrows. It dealt another percentage-based true damage effect. The explosion caused the man who had finally managed to stand up to fall backward again. Sigh, I still prefer your initial rebellious self. Sunya shook his head and laughed mockingly. This is the first real battle after Soul Arrow was upgraded to 2 stars. I never expected it to have such good results. It's incredibly efficient at killing meat. The armor made of truck fragments that had been attached to the man who had been hit by the truck was now almost completely gone. Her defenses have been greatly reduced. In this state, it's likely that 2 or 3 more rounds of Soul Arrow attacks would destroy the demon. Sunya had the blood sacrifice demon maintain the Soul Arrow as it slowly approached the demon who had killed him. The ghost that was hit by the car was already injured and in very bad condition. She watched helplessly as Sunya approached, but dared not make a move. She knew perfectly well that once the ghost truck was summoned, Sunya would not hesitate to shoot a Soul Arrow and kill her. If you kill me or chop me up, it's up to you. The ghost who had been hit by a car lying on the ground glared at Sunya. Even in this situation, she remained remarkably resolute. The ghost who died in the car accident, a female ghost at the late stage of the 2nd star level, possessed a personality and intelligence close to that of an ordinary person. Sunya crouched down, looking straight at the ghost who had been hit by a car. She had just been severely beaten, and her body was covered in sores and wounds. But it's not hard to see that the guy who died in the accident was still quite good-looking. He belongs to the tomboy type with a bit of a roguish and domineering air. Human, what do you want to do? The ghost who had been hit by a car felt a little uneasy being scrutinized so closely by Sunya. She felt as if the human boy in front of her had licked her entire body with his gaze. After briefly admiring the appearance of the runaway car, Sunya got down to business. Just like when they made a blood sacrifice to the demon. Sunya extended his left hand, making a contract gesture. My team needs you, make a pact with me. These words immediately shocked everyone present. Making a pact with a ghost who died in a traffic accident. Young friend, are you out of your mind? After hearing clearly what Sunya said, the scarred man exclaimed in surprise. Others also tried to dissuade him. You've made a pact with a ghost, meaning you'll get hit by a ghost truck every day. Even if the ghost that caused the accident is incredibly powerful, it's really not worth losing your life for it. Their concerns are valid. The side effects of the contract-based ghost killing are quite severe, and it will haunt you for the rest of your life. The side effects of the contract-based hit-and-run ghost are: from the moment the contract is signed, a ghost truck will randomly appear every day and crash into the contractor. Until the contractor dies. Sunya almost single-handedly defeated the runaway ghost. What should be done? Should we form a contract or kill the enemy to obtain the soul orb? Ultimately, it's Sunya who decides. They can only offer suggestions. Those who die in traffic accidents don't have a choice, judging from Sunya's current attitude. If she dared to express even the slightest refusal, the blood sacrifice demon beside her would immediately fire a dozen soul arrows. With her current defensive capabilities, those soul arrows would be enough to kill her twice over. She didn't want to die, I agree. The madness that had been on the face of the man who had been hit by a car was gone. With her head hanging low, she looked as disheveled as a drowned rat. Then let's do it. Sun Yi guided the flow of inspiration to his left hand, which was making a contract gesture. The ghost who had been hit by the car also stretched out his blood-stained hand and intertwined his fingers with Sun Yi's. Because it was covered in blood, it felt sticky to the touch. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Sun Yi's palm and shot into the body of the ghost who had been hit by a car. Sun Yi's inspiration formed a thin azure film on the surface of the body of the ghost who died in the accident. The contract is complete. As proof that you can empathize with me, you'll get hit by a truck too. That's what the ghost who died in the accident said. At this moment, Sun Yi quickly shifted the focus of the side effects from the hit-and-run driver back to Li Xiaowan. Although it cannot be seen, but he knew the truth in his heart. In the faraway Green City, a good show is about to begin. At the same time, Greentown Hospital Intensive Care Unit, Li Xiaowan and her father Lihongji. The two lay on the hospital bed on the verge of death from the torment. Ahem, Li Xiaowan couldn't help but cough again, but even this cough caused her excruciating pain in every organ of her body. Suddenly, she noticed that her skin had inexplicably developed more than a dozen ulcers. Every part of my body is burning with pain. Her once charming face is now so badly ulcerated that she is unrecognizable. Li Hongzhi, who was next to him, was in a slightly better condition. At least he could lie or sit on the hospital bed and look at his phone. Li Xiaowan's situation was much worse. Her inspiration level is only at the late stage of a one-star ghost master. Symptoms of unexplained swelling of the meridians related to spiritual inspiration. This is clearly a symptom that only appears when someone swallows a soul pearl whole. But she never swallowed a soul pearl. Outside the ward, the father and daughter's family anxiously asked the doctor what had happened. It seems that Li Xiaowan and her father Li Hongzhi started having their illnesses right after the ghost realm assessment ended. My inner spiritual power inexplicably surged. This is clearly a symptom of absorbing a large amount of inspiration in a short period of time. However, a check revealed the strength of his spiritual power. I haven't gotten any stronger. Just enduring the symptoms yields no benefit whatsoever. Li Hongzhi is alright. With the early game inspiration of the 3-star demon master, he at most feels bloating and pain all over his body. Li Xiaowan is in a terrible situation, the way they looked in pain when the illness struck. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices and the whole body was convulsing. Every time it's excruciating. Moreover, this symptom occurs 3 times a day without fail. It's very regular, once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening. It is also accompanied by random skin ulceration symptoms. At her age, she should naturally be concerned about her appearance. As a result, ulcers appeared randomly all over his body, and even the most professional doctors in Guangxi province couldn't find the cause. Regarding the current condition of Li Xiaowan and Li Hongzhi, we have, well, some good news and some bad news. Which one would you like to hear first? After repeatedly reviewing the father and daughter's files, the doctor looked troubled and adjusted his glasses before summarizing. Let's hear the bad news first, said Li Hongzhi's family. This is a simple form of expectation management. First, they heard the bad news, learning the worst possible outcome. That way, when I hear the good news, I'll feel a little better. The bad news is, we can't find the cause of any of the symptoms. Regardless of the medical examinations, both of them have always been in good health, with all their indicators normal. Doctor, what's the good news? The Li family asked with a glimmer of hope. What if the good news is a major breakthrough in another area? Is this considered good news, albeit barely? It doesn't matter, we're already at rock bottom anyway, so whichever way we go, it's upwards. The doctor in the white coat gave a mysterious smile. The good news is, these 2 patients have become famous. We decided to name the illness after the patient. From now on, these symptoms will be called Li Xiaowan Li Hongzhi syndrome. Their names will live on forever in the medical community. Congratulations, congratulations. You son of a b******ch. The Li family members immediately lost their composure, as if steam was rising from their heads. Is this what you call good news? The sounds of Li's family shouting and cursing could be heard outside the ward. Inside the ward, Li Hongzhi was still scrolling through his phone. This is currently the only method he has left to relieve his physical pain. Suddenly, he saw a trending news story that had gone viral across the internet. Sun Yi, the top scholar from Guangxi province, is challenging White Mist Town alone. Sun Yi. Li Hongzhi knew this perfectly well. The people who have caused him and his daughter such a terrible situation. He had also talked about Sun Yi with other people, but nobody believed him. How could Sun Yi, alone at such a great distance, possibly harm Lihongji, whose spiritual insight is 2 levels higher than his? Who would believe that? Only his daughter Li Xiaowan would think that way. Lihongji read the entire article carefully. Ha ha ha, this little b asterisk 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 d overestimates himself and goes to challenge White Mist Town. He grinned coldly. Since being admitted to the intensive care unit, this was the first time he had smiled. It can only be said that the power of hatred is still very strong. Li Hongzhi was well aware that as long as Sun Yi continued to use the female ghost, the side effects caused by the female ghost will continue to transfer to him and his daughter. Li Hongzhi personally confirmed this during the previous ghost domain assessment. As long as Sun Yi, who is being monitored, uses the blood sacrifice demon skill, Li Hongzhi would then suffer from the side effects at the same time. Sun Yi, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. What a coincidence. Li Hongzhi also knew a little about the situation in the ghost domain in Shanghai. White Mist Town, although most of the female ghosts there are at the 2-star level. However, the actual difficulty of the challenge is far beyond 2 stars. Even a mid-stage 3-star Onmyoji wouldn't dare guarantee that they could solo White Mist Town. Besides, Sun Yi is just a 1-star ghost master who has just graduated from high school. Needless to say, he will definitely die in White Mist Town, Li Hongzhi concluded. Once Sun Yi is dead, there will naturally be no more side effects transferred to him. With proper rest and recuperation, you will recover. Oh right, I forgot to ask Commander Gao about it in detail before. He said at the time that he would devise a plan that would surely kill Sun Yi. What exactly is it? As luck would have it, Gao Ba called, Commander Gao. Li Hongzhi responded to Gao Ba's phone call with great respect. How are you and your daughter's conditions? Gao Ba asked. Thank you for your concern, Commander Gao. My daughter and I are currently in stable condition. That's good. Wait a minute, Commander Gao. I just received news that Sun Yi seems to have entered Beiwu Town in Shanghai. That place is extremely dangerous. He will surely die there. If you, Commander, have arranged for someone to assassinate him, you can withdraw now. Send someone? Gao Ba asked, somewhat puzzled. What era are we living in, still using traditional assassination methods? Li Hongzhi didn't know what Gao Ba was trying to say. Haha, I was giving it to Sun Yi. Rumble, 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 rumble. The roar of a large truck engine inexplicably appeared in the hospital corridor. The nurses on duty rushed out to check the situation. Huh. Why is there nothing here? Call. Suddenly, a semi-transparent ghost truck sped through the wall right in front of the nurses. The young nurses were completely dumbfounded. What is that? Truck? Why are there trucks in hospital wards? All I could see was that ghost truck speeding straight toward the intensive care unit. It appears to have no collision volume. It passed right through the corridor, carrying everything from people and medical equipment to hospital beds. It was not affected in any way. To others, the appearance of this ghost truck seemed like a miracle. It might only give them a little fright at most, but for the ghost truck's target, but it's not that simple. Why is it so noisy? Where is that engine noise coming from? Li Hongzhi frowned. Strange, I think I'm hearing the same sound on my end too. Gao Ba was also puzzled on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, Li Hongzhi saw a semi-transparent ghost truck drive straight into the ICU through the door. Li Hongzhi and his daughter were used as targets for the transfer of side effects. That truck was definitely coming for the two of them. Bang! Li Hongzhi and Li Xiaowan were hit directly by the ghost truck. The powerful impact sent them flying, crashing through the wall. Is that the sky? The last moments before Li Hongzhi lost consciousness. He gazed at the sky over Green City. It's so blue. The father and daughter, like birds with broken wings, twirled and fell down the stairs. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, the head nurse rushed to the intensive care unit. All I could see were 2 human-shaped holes in the hospital wall, just like the cartoons I watched when I was a kid. Head nurse. Just now 2 patients were hit by a truck and thrown against the wall. The on-duty nurse, who witnessed everything just now, reported the facts truthfully. However, even she herself didn't believe this explanation. How could someone be hit by a car on the 6th floor? Gao Ba's home in Greentown's Jiafengshan Villa area. Bang. Gao Ba's body crashed through the villa's wall and landed directly in the bushes outside the villa. Cough, cough. What's going on? Why can't my contracted spirit stop that truck? Gao Ba was very puzzled. I was talking to Li Hongzhi on the phone just now. A semi-transparent ghost truck appeared out of nowhere and hit him, sending him flying. Although this minor injury was insignificant to him, but his house was damaged as a result. Who's attacking? Show yourself, stop playing tricks, Gao Ba roared in fury. 5 contracted ghosts appeared behind him. 1 stayed behind to protect him, while the other 4 searched the area around the villa, trying to find the person who launched the attack. After searching for a long time, I found nothing. What on earth is going on? Gao Ba was completely dumbfounded. He should be completely bewildered. The side effect of the ghostly contract is that you will be hit by a ghost truck. Once a day at a random time. This occurs immediately after the contract is completed, and most importantly, the ghost truck appearing as a side effect ignores all other obstacles and only affects the target. Because this doesn't belong to any skill, there won't be any fluctuations in inspiration. Even though Gao Ba is a 5-star ghost master, he still couldn't detect it. By the time he heard the roar of the truck engine, the truck was already right in front of him. Let's return to Sun Yi's side. After saying he would let people experience what it's like to be hit by a truck, the madman closed his eyes and remained motionless. The scarred man, the other guards, and Han Kaianian, and the others all stared intently at Sun Yi. This mysterious and powerful young stranger was completely unafraid of the side effects. He resolutely chose to make a pact with the ghost who died in a collision in order to strengthen the female ghost. The contract has been completed, which means the side effects of the contract involving the deceased ghost are about to take effect. But why is there absolutely no sound? Suddenly, the ghost who had been hit by a car opened its eyes. Information flashed through Sun Yi's mind. Received a total of 1,800 pain points from Lihongji, Li Xiaowan, Gao Ba, and the dead man. The skill Sun Yi used in the battle just now. In fact, each of these effects is constantly acting on Lihongji and his group, generating pain points. But in such a fierce battle just now, you can't have this kind of message constantly popping into your head, can you? That would disrupt the rhythm of the battle. It would also disrupt Sun Yi's thinking. Therefore, during battles, Sun Yi would have the system delay displaying information about the pain level gained. A final statistic will be taken after the battle ends. All right, someone did feel my pain, the driver said. We bumped into 2 more people. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. The ghost truck laughed gleefully as it sensed the ghost truck hitting even more people. What you've given extra will not be in vain. I will transform that extra joy into strength to repay you. The ghost truck gains an additional sacrifice bonus effect, Super 100-ton King. Ghost truck size increased by 50%, impact force increased by 50%, damage increased by 50%. Then like a blood sacrifice demon, her body became transparent and merged into Sun Yi's body. The scarred man's mouth was wide open. Doesn't this mean nothing happened? How did it suddenly end? Is the information in the encyclopedia wrong? A series of questions arose in his mind. Before he could ask anything more, his strength gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. He had already exhausted his spiritual energy to the limit to be able to stand up to the ghost who had died in the accident. Now that the ghost who died in the accident has been bound by a contract, the crisis has disappeared. Once his body relaxed, the scarred man naturally couldn't stand up. Now the Han family members only need to replenish their spiritual energy with their soul pearls. Once you've regained some strength, you'll be able to leave on your own. Wait, please stop. Han Kaianian, who had been silent all along, called out to Sun Yi. You saved us. You are a great benefactor to the Han family. May I ask your name? Sun Yi, I've remembered. When you come to the Han family again, stop calling them the Han family. No matter how powerful your family is, what does it have to do with you? What's the use if you're not strong yourself? If I hadn't passed through this area today. Even if the Han family behind you is the most powerful family in the world, so what? Sun Yi couldn't help but scold him. Family power. For Sun Yi, this kind of thing meant nothing anymore. Speaking of which, starting from the time his parents passed away, Sun Yi no longer has a so-called home, let alone a family. He gradually realized that in this world, only personal strength matters most. Sun Yi's words made Han Kaianian blush and speechless for a moment. She considers herself an excellent person, but all of this is actually based on the family's upbringing. Without the Han family's preferential treatment and allocation of various resources, could she have gotten to where she is today? You are absolutely right. Han Kaianian lowered her head. The guard beside Han Kaianian crawled over and with trembling hands took out the soul pearl from his pocket and handed it to her. Miss Han, perhaps you should focus on restoring your inspiration first. Mr. Sun, where are you going next? I asked the scarred man. I'm not going anywhere, I'll stay right here. Everyone was taken aback by Sun Yi's answer. Han Kaianian was somewhat surprised. Are you going to help us guard it? Although in White Mist Town, the ghosts each have their own territory. However, some wandering ghosts will still exist. Judging from the current situation of the Han family, if another 2-star female ghost appears after Sun Yi leaves, they probably really have no ability to resist at all. Sun Yi shook his head. It's not that I want to protect you. His gaze was now fixed on the distant mist. Others may not be able to see it. but Sun Yi, wearing his vision goggles, could see it clearly. The commotion from the fight with the ghosts that just happened was still too great. From within the white mist, at least several dozen female ghosts were slowly approaching. They encountered a ghost tide. Yulin, leaning on his crutch, ran all the way into White Mist Town. Don't let his crutches fool you, he's incredibly fast. As a late-stage 3-star ghost master, Yan Zuolin's physical abilities are truly exceptional. Even with crutches, he can still run faster than a normal person. To the astonishment of everyone at the outpost, he hopped and skipped into White Mist Town. Because his goal was to find Sun Yi, he moved forward very quickly. I just hope my junior brother isn't in any danger, he said hopefully. The two had never met. But since Professor Bai Yongfeng accepted him as a student, therefore Yan Zuolin needed to ensure Sun Yi's safe exit from Beiwu Town. At the very least, I can't let myself graduate with my mentor having no students at all. That won't do. Sniffing ghost, come out, Yan Zuolin called to his contracted ghost. A little imp with a long, pointed nose appeared. The ghost lives up to its name. Sniffers possess an extremely keen sense of smell, making them well-suited for long-distance tracking. This is one of the reasons why Bai Yongfeng sent Yan Zuolin. Find a lone male around 18 years old who should also be fighting alongside a female ghost. Based on this information, identify the traces of inspiration that match the criteria. After a contracted spirit releases its skill, it leaves behind a faint trace of spiritual energy in the air. Sniffers can track specific targets using these extremely minute amounts of sensory energy. Unless the target performs an operation such as spatial jump or too much time passes. Otherwise, theoretically, one could follow the trail of inspiration indefinitely. The sniffer sniffed the ground and reported in its high-pitched voice, "Found it over here." Walk. Yan Zuolin followed the direction indicated by the sniffing ghost. Along the way, Yan Zuolin frequently saw large craters on the ground. How intense must the battle have been to produce such marks? Yan Zuolin couldn't help but sigh. What worries him even more is, every path Sun Yi has walked, most of them are dilapidated. A large crater appeared in the ground which was covered with rubble. Whether it's a cement utility pole or a metal street lamp by the roadside, you can see a broken one every few dozen meters. Yan Zuolin was unaware that these were the traces left by Sun Yi when he killed the ghost. He had no idea that Sun Yi, who had just entered university, already possessed such terrifying combat power. Could it be that junior brother's son is being chased by some powerful ghost? Yan Zuolin could only draw this conclusion. Otherwise, how can we explain why wherever Sun Yi went, everything was left in ruins? And coincidentally, there wasn't a single ghost among them. That's because they were scared away by that powerful evil spirit. It's impossible for my junior brother to be so powerful as to kill all the ghosts on the road. No matter what, Sun Yi is definitely in danger now. We must find him right away. Yan Zuolin arrived at a correct conclusion from a wrong guess. Sun Yi is indeed in danger. At this moment, the ghost tied in front of Sun Yi gradually appeared in the mist. The Han family members had only just begun to recover using the soul beads. The only one who could fight was the scarred man, whose injuries were slightly less severe. Their combat effectiveness is negligible but better than nothing. Mr. Sun Yi, I'll help you too. The scarred man desperately absorbed the 2-star soul bead in his hand and stood up. However, he still lost his balance and fell. Well, now it really is just Sun Yi left. It's over. Are we going to die here? Han Kainian's small face was filled with despair, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. The guy who just got hit and killed is still fighting for his life. Once we kill her, the world will be our oyster. But what we're encountering now isn't just 1 or 2 ghosts. Instead, there were dozens, even hundreds of evil spirits. This is a ghost tide. Even the most skilled demon slayer can be overwhelmed by a horde of demons alone. They will only be overwhelmed by endless evil spirits. All our hopes now rest on Sun Yi, but can we win? Han Kainian looked at Sun Yi and asked softly. Sun Yi turned to look at Han Kainian and uttered that famous line, "We will win." This was not meant to comfort Han Kainian. Sun Yi has that confidence. After saying that, he quickly opened the panel for the ghost that had been hit by a car, the ghost who died in the crash. Rank late stage 2-star demon. Sacrifice reward Super 100-ton king. Ghost truck size increased by 50%. Impact force increased by 50%. Damage increased by 50%. Skill 1 summons a ghost truck. A truck is summoned from a distance to crash into the ghost. Upon hitting the ghost truck's direction changes and its effects are enhanced. 1 minute cooldown, 2 stars, 0 proficiency, 10,000 proficiency required for upgrade. Second skill, fragment armor. Truck wreckage forms armor to protect the truck driver, reducing physical and magical damage by a fixed amount. After taking a certain amount of damage, a portion of the fragments will be removed, reducing the truck's defense. Passive effect 2 stars, 0 proficiency, 10,000 proficiency needed to upgrade. Third skill, intercept to be unlocked requires 10 3-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. After obtaining a 2-star ghost contract, skill levels start from 2 stars. Sun Yi didn't have time to examine the skills of the dead man in detail. The ghostly tide is practically on our faces. Do we still need to meticulously analyze and explain each of the killer ghost skills? That's just too idiotic. System, Sun Yi mentally invoked the system. Use pain points to upgrade the first skill of the death demon. Their skill proficiency is all at 0, and there's simply no time for Sun Yi to grind for it. The goal now is to maximize the probability of winning. It's about using up all that accumulated pain points. Consuming 500 pain points, upgrade the first skill of the runaway truck, summon ghost truck to 3 stars. Confirmed. Confirmed, hurry hurry, Sun Yi was extremely anxious. Instantly 3 options popped up. Fuel tanker truck. The ghost truck transforms into a ghost fuel tanker truck, which can be manually detonated while in motion, causing widespread fire damage. It can be switched back to the ghost truck at any time. Water truck. The ghost truck transforms into a ghost water truck, spraying water on the surrounding area while driving, causing water-based damage. It also plays the music Orchid Grass through a high-decibel loudspeaker, causing area of effect mental damage. It can be switched back to the ghost truck at any time. Sewage suction truck. The ghost truck transforms into a ghost sewage suction truck, continuously spraying sewage into the surrounding area while driving, causing continuous poison damage. The sewage suction truck can be detonated by fire damage, creating a large-scale explosion that causes both poison and fire damage in an area. It can be switched back to the ghost truck at any time. No. Why do all sorts of strange options keep popping up, especially at crucial moments? Time was of the essence, so Sun Yi quickly glanced at each option. A septic tank truck isn't very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. However, insulting a group of ghosts won't work these days, so it's ruled out. While water spraying from a sprinkler truck can cause damage over a certain area, it is far less effective than the explosion of an oil tanker. I choose the first one. Let's upgrade quickly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Alright, you hit and run B ***** D. Time for some serious trouble. Sun Yi summoned the ghost that had been hit by a car. Watch me smash them all away. The ghost who died in the accident was utterly ruthless towards her other sisters in the ghost realm. Sun Yi estimated. The demon who collided with another's head was already at the late stage of the 2nd star level. There was already a level difference between these female ghosts, whose strength was generally in the early to mid stages of the 2nd star level. In addition to the sacrifice rewards, the ghost truck's size, damage, and impact force have all been greatly enhanced. With our current strength, using the ability to summon ghost trucks, they run over enemies repeatedly, female ghosts like these on par with those who died in traffic accidents. No matter how many come, they can all take flight. Just as he was about to move, whoosh, just then, a sword was flung across from the horizon. Insert it from above onto the top of a ghost's head. A nimble figure flashed past immediately after. Using the momentum, he stepped onto the sword hilt and, relying on his own weight, pierced the entire demon from head to toe. Through the thick fog, the guards exclaimed in surprise. Another expert. In the eyes of the Han family. In the white mist, only the silhouette of a person wearing a long dress could be vaguely seen. Sun Yi, wearing protective goggles, could see everything clearly. She was a beautiful young woman dressed in a blue and white Lolita dress. Her smooth hair had slightly curled ends, and her long boots were vintage and exquisite. There was not a trace of ruthlessness or fierceness on her face. Instead, she always wore the same sweet smile. It seems like what she's doing. Instead of piercing the demon's body with a sword, he practiced flower arranging at home. Extreme gore and extreme elegance coexist in her, Sun Yi suddenly realized. At the outpost, when I was exchanging intelligence with Zhang Nianian, I've mentioned this girl before. Is she the mysterious ghost slayer who appears in times of crisis? Sun Yi guessed. Look at the outfit she's wearing. He seems to be a master. As the saying goes, skill breeds daring. After impaling the first female ghost, the girl kicked up the longsword that had pinned the ghost to the ground. The longsword was kicked into the air, spinning twice before landing steadily in the girl's hand. That's so cool. Han Kainian's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is she? She's amazing. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Look at other people's children. Without even summoning a contracted ghost, he simply grabbed a longsword and started killing. What about me? He brought a group of people to the ghost realm for training, and they almost got their car overturned by a ghost that had run over. The other female ghosts in the horde of ghosts, upon discovering that a ghost was being attacked, immediately went berserk. Dozens of female ghosts simultaneously let out chilling screams and rushed towards the girl. The latter, however, calmly raised his sword. The next moment, her figure vanished from the spot, transforming into an extremely sharp streak of light, weaving back and forth among the numerous female ghosts. Everywhere they went, the sound of flesh being cut could be heard. I can't see her anywhere. Is she unleashing a skill? I can't see her contracted spirit. Han Kaionian asked in confusion. Some demon slayers prefer to fight with their bare hands. They can unleash their skills by acting as the primary agents themselves, without needing to summon contracted spirits. In this situation, summoning the contracted spirit would only become her weakness. The guard, who had recovered somewhat, explained to Han Kaionian. Sun Yi, on the other hand, was very interested in this mysterious girl. Or rather, they were very interested in the skill she had just used. Holy crap, invincible slash, or you could call it the alpha raid, call whichever you like. Sun Yi was well aware of the skill's effects. As the name suggests, invincible then slay. You will not take any damage during the slashing attack, you are invincible throughout. Furthermore, the damage from the slash can trigger attack effects. That's a really powerful skill. I just don't know which ghost she got it from. Under the girl's invincible slash, dozens of female ghosts died. 2-star soul beads littered the ground. She alone with so many 2-star evil spirits. Kill them all. The scarred man could hardly believe his eyes. Is this even human? And she's so young. The scarred man felt that his years as a demon slayer had been a joke. He believed he had accumulated a wealth of practical experience through years of hard work and experience in the business world. In the end, it was no match for a little girl's sword. The invincible slash ended and the mysterious girl reappeared. The soul beads scattered all over the ground seemed worthless to her. She sheathed her longsword and looked towards Sun Yi. I took care of the bad guys, everything's fine now. A gentle voice came from inside. We're saved. Han Kaionian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Twice he was saved from the brink of certain death. Today was so exciting. She felt her heart couldn't take it. Is that really true? Sun Yi walked closer to the girl and pointed to the white mist in the distance. Through the penetrating vision of the goggles, Sun Yi saw it. The dozens of female ghosts we just saw were merely the first wave of the ghost tide, and in the rear, there are at least 100 female ghosts. There are even more. Oh my god. There's still so much. Han Kaionian initially thought it was a dangerous encounter. Unexpectedly, those dozens of female ghosts were just the vanguard. More ghost tides are coming. As more female ghosts gradually emerged from the mist, the girl froze in place. Her delicate face also lost its previous smile. Instead, it's serious. It seems that even someone as strong as her is somewhat unsure. Her seriousness vanished in an instant. With a forced smile, she drew her sword again. No. It's okay, I can protect everyone. Without much hesitation, she drew her sword and charged straight at the ghost tide. Sun Yi silently watched her retreating figure, forehead, as long as you're happy. Actually, Sun Yi's ability to kill someone in a car accident could have solved the problem, but if she insists on going up. Sun Yi had no reason to stop them. If she doesn't want these soul beads, I'll just activate auto pickup. His gaze fell upon the 2-star soul beads scattered on the ground. Sun Yi still has confidence. Behind them, the Han family members who had collapsed could only pray silently. They placed all their hopes on this mysterious girl. Unfortunately, the invincible slash skill is still on cooldown. She can only fight using her swordsmanship. As the girl rushed in, a gap was immediately torn open in the vast tide of ghosts. Many female ghosts were cleaved in two by the mysterious girl's sword in a single encounter. It seems like things are going well, but that's not actually the case. Although it can still swiftly kill the female ghost, it cannot do so without taking damage. Even she couldn't manage to do everything perfectly. Surrounded by numerous female ghosts, the girl was quickly injured. Although the female ghost that had injured her was cleaved in two by a sword in the next second. But this was all in vain. There were always angles she couldn't defend against. As the girl gradually showed signs of despair, an atmosphere of despair returned. If she loses, we'll all die. Han Kaionian murmured. Even with the help of the death by running ghost, Sun Yi alone could not have achieved that. The chances of winning are slim. Although the ghost he had just contracted was very strong, it was still only recently subdued. Whether it's the control over the contracted ghost or the state of the ghost itself, they probably won't be able to fully unleash the power of the death by accident, even if they really perform at their full potential. The skill of the dead man's strike consumes such a huge amount of spiritual energy. You need to repeatedly use the skill to summon ghost trucks, ramming them back and forth. Can Sun Yi hold on? The only chance is for this girl to hold out until the cooldown ends. Use that powerful skill again. There is only a glimmer of hope. Please, you absolutely have to win. However, things didn't go as planned. Behind the horde of ghosts, a giant-mouthed ghost opened its enormous maw, within which energy condensed. After charging for a few seconds, an energy cannon the size of a wash basin was fired at the mysterious girl. Uh, the girl, who was simultaneously entangled by numerous female ghosts and had no time to dodge, hurriedly swung her sword to parry. The powerful energy surge sent her flying backward. He fell heavily to the ground, landing right in front of Sun Yi. Defeated. Defeated. T broke out in a cold sweat. Now almost all of them are incapacitated. With this girl defeated, Sun Yi simply couldn't withstand her. It seems that today they are all doomed to die. Sun Yi looked up. Goodness, I've only collected less than half of the soul beads. Did we lose? The girl got up. Just as she was about to rush towards the ghost tide again, Sun Yi placed his hand on the girl's delicate shoulder. It feels good. It was so soft and boneless, like touching tender tofu. With a questioning look in her eyes, the girl turned to look at Sun Yi. The latter pulled her back and walked towards the ghost tide himself. That's enough. Take a break and watch my performance. Sun Yi waved his hand. Time to get out and work. The ghost that died from being hit by a car and the ghost that was sacrificed to the blood appeared at the same time. You damn devil, smash them all away. Haha, just what I wanted. The runaway ghost laughed maniacally and began to summon the ghost truck. No, after the upgrade, what we're calling for now should be the ghost tanker truck. And then there are the blood sacrifice demons, unleashing bone spikes at the very back of the demon horde. The blood sacrifice demon didn't react much, simply carrying out Sun Yi's orders silently. Soon, a tanker truck came rushing straight from behind the horde of ghosts. Furthermore, the size of the tanker truck also benefits from the bonus from the sacrifice of the ghost that died in the accident. Size, impact, and damage have all been increased by 50%. To the naked eye, the tanker truck rushing towards us from a distance appeared to be at least 2 stories tall. Although the damage isn't as high as the mysterious girl's invincible slash, which kills one enemy at a time. Being hit by such a large oil tanker truck is not a pleasant experience. Moreover, such an impact carries a powerful force that can send the female ghosts flying. That's right, knocking someone into the air is also a form of control effect. The mysterious girl standing next to Sun Yi was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. He was knocked away so easily. These are all mid-stage 2-star female ghosts, and there are even some late-stage 2-star ones. The tanker truck crashed right in front of the man who had been killed. She aimed at the area with the most ghosts and rammed the ghost tanker truck. Bang! After the truck that had been hit changed direction, the tanker truck went even faster. Just like the zombie movies Sun Yi watched in his previous life. The group of female ghosts were brutally hit by the oil tanker. Even so, it did not dispel the worries of the Han family. Just knocked away, the scarred man frowned. A simple collision doesn't actually do much damage to a ghost. As you can see, many of the female ghosts got back up after being knocked away. This tactic can at best provide some control. The damage output was still a bit lacking. If Sun Yi has plenty of inspiration, that does indeed allow for sustained control through repeated impacts. To achieve such an effect, an enormous amount of inspiration is required. Can this young man named Sun Yi really hold on? The scarred man questioned this point, but soon Sun Yi proved whether the damage caused by the hit and run was sufficient. It's not over yet, explode. Sun Yi issued the order. The ghost who had been hit by the truck snapped his fingers casually towards the tanker truck's location. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose from the midst of the ghost tide. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by intense flames, spread outwards. Countless female ghosts were killed by the earthquake and burned to death. Whether it was that mysterious girl or the Han family members, everyone was amazed by the power of the explosion. Han Kainion's mouth was dry and her vision was blurred. Why did the truck that killed the ghost turn into a tanker truck? Just now, during the fight with the ghost who died in the accident, if she were to use this tactic as well, everyone present had long since been blown away to who knows where. Could it be that? Han Kainion came to a guess that was hard to believe. What methods does Sun Yi have to quickly upgrade the dead ghost after contracting it? This level of damage, even a 3-star early-game Oni probably couldn't withstand. The guards were assessing the power of the explosion. The shockwave from the explosion transformed into a gust of hot wind, ruffling the mysterious girl's hair. She has been silent ever since she was thrown back injured. Her gaze remained fixed on Sun Yi, and it was unclear what she was thinking. The giant-mouthed demon opened its mouth wide again. An energy cannon shot towards Sun Yi. They did understand the principle of capture the king first to catch the thief. Unfortunately, Sun Yi was protected by the death by accident. The ghost who had been hit by a car quickly arrived in front of Sun Yi. Snap! The energy cannon struck the fragments of her armor, only charring them slightly. It doesn't hurt or itch at all, the runaway ghost sneered. The blood sacrifice demon seized the opportunity and locked onto the giant-mouthed demon with a bone spike. With a whooshing sound, the bone spikes pierced through numerous female ghosts and shot towards the giant-mouthed ghost. The giant-mouthed demon is actually quite intelligent. Seeing the bone spurs shooting towards her from afar, she swayed her bulky body, trying to dodge them. Unfortunately, after the upgrade, the bone spurs now have built-in tracking. Moreover, the more the giant-mouthed demon dodges, the farther the bone spikes travel and the denser the scarlet energy attached to them becomes. The greater the damage, the higher the damage. The giant-mouthed demon ultimately couldn't escape the bone spike's pursuit. The moment she was hit, the crimson energy on the bone spur flowed into her body. This is where the calculation of additional damage based on flight distance begins. The giant-mouthed demon let out a miserable scream, its whole body convulsed, and then its body dissipated into soul beads. The blood sacrifice demon's bone spike not only killed the giant-mouthed demon. The female ghosts that are pierced through along the way will also suffer additional damage based on the distance the bone spikes travel when they are hit. Theoretically speaking, if there is a ghost constantly running around carrying this bone spur, take a stroll around the entire White Mist town 2 or 3 times. Then, just right, the bone spurs were guided to pierce the core female ghost, the beast-like ghost. The accumulated extra damage should be enough to instantly kill the beast-like demon. Of course, this is just theory. It only relies on one skill each from the death by accident and blood sacrifice classes. This produced a very considerable effect. The tanker truck explosion created a very wide area of flames. It was like a wall of fire, greatly hindering the female ghost's progress. The very few female ghosts that managed to escape were mostly reduced to mangled blood by the oil tanker explosion. Those who escaped were then killed by the blood sacrifice demons using soul arrows. The skills of blood sacrifice ghost and death-binding ghost both consume a significant amount of resources. After one round, Sunya felt that most of his inspiration had been drained. Perfect, let's just use the soul orb to replenish our inspiration power. Sunya took out the quasi-evil ghost soul bead from the bag. Huh, you're done eating. During his previous trial in the ghost realm, Sunya had already consumed all the quasi-evil ghost soul beads he had picked up. Since that's the case, Sunya took out a 2-star soul bead. Since the discovery of the method of absorbing soul beads by swallowing them whole, Sunya never absorbed soul beads using the traditional method again. 1 soul bead per bite. 1 pill instantly replenishes your inspiration. It also increases your cultivation level. Since he doesn't lack soul beads anyway, why not? He was about to put the soul pearl into his mouth. The girl's slender white hand grasped Sunya's. She spoke slowly. That would be very dangerous. Yi stopped what he was doing and asked, Tang Shi. After a slight hesitation, the girl who had suddenly appeared said her name. Sunya adopted a serious and earnest tone. Tang Shi, you need to know, people's physical constitutions cannot be generalized. For example, if I swallowed a soul pearl whole, nothing would actually happen to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yi threw the soul pearl into his mouth and swallowed it. Tang Shi looked thoughtful. It's as if what Sun Yi said was very philosophical. But what philosophical truth is there? The side effects have all been transferred to other people. Nothing will happen. After swallowing the soul pearl, an even more powerful spiritual energy surged from his stomach. Sun Yi's completely depleted inspiration was quickly replenished. Just as Sun Yi's expanding inspiration was about to reach his limit, the swelling disappeared instantly. Needless to say, it was transferred away by the side effect transfer system. After replenishing his spiritual power, Sun Yi then had the hit-and-run ghost summon the oil tanker. Boom! After the back-and-forth collisions, Sun Yi detonated the oil tanker once more, after 2 such violent explosions. The originally raging ghost tide was simply blasted away. Of the remaining female ghosts who could still move, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would have run away as fast as they could. Sun Yi sat leisurely in place, watching the blood sacrifice ghost and the death-binding ghost chase after the remaining defeated soldiers. Tang Shi's voice came from beside him. May I have your name? Sun Yi. Sun Yi, Sun Yi, I will remember this name well. Tang Shi repeated Sun Yi's name several times. Sometime later, Tang Shi left. Just like her appearance, it came without any warning. Sun Yi ignored her. Meeting is fate and so is parting. They killed all the female ghosts who hadn't run far, and the blood sacrifice ghosts and the ghosts who died in the accident returned to Sun Yi's side. Gained a total of 890 pain points from Lihongji, Li Ziawan, and Gao Ba. They were all killed so cleanly and efficiently. Han Kainian could hardly believe it was true, relying entirely on Sun Yi alone. Using only 2 contracted ghosts. Moreover, one of them was a newly contracted ghost that had been killed in a collision. This should be an impossible thing to do. Right now, right in front of her, it was happening. The guards of the Han family also wore expressions of disbelief. Who exactly is Sun Yi? The ghost tide is such a dangerous natural disaster. It's been cracked. Moreover, they relied entirely on brute force to defeat the demon horde head-on. You're telling me this is a late-stage, one-star ghost master? The scarred man was also secretly pondering this in his heart. Once we leave the ghost realm, we must investigate this thoroughly. Sun Yi possesses such terrifying strength. Just who is he, since they appeared in the Shanghai area and they seemed to be university freshmen? If we meet again in the future, it would be best to try to win him over. Sun Yi spoke to the blood sacrifice ghost and the death-binding ghost. Where are the soul orbs on the ground? Shouldn't we pick them up too? After repelling the ghost horde, the ground was littered with fallen soul orbs. Each one is of 2-star quality. If Sun Yi were to collect them all by himself, who knows how long it would take, it would be better to let the 2 contracted ghosts do the work. Seriously. Aren't our only duties fighting? I was hit by a car, the ghost complained. It felt like at that moment the identities of the 2 ghosts had changed. She felt that they were going to be humanoid Pokemon. Paru has transformed into a human form. But an order is an order, and the blood sacrifice ghosts and the runaway ghosts had no choice but to go back and collect the soul beads from the ground. After finishing the final touches, Sun Yi said goodbye to the Han family. Don't worry about us, please set off with peace of mind. The scarred man used this short period of time to absorb the soul bead, and by this time, his spiritual power had begun to recover. With him guarding, there's no need to worry about wandering evil spirits getting close. Okay, I'm off then, Sun Yi waved, although I wasn't worried about them at all, but there's no need to say such things. My luggage is so heavy. Sun Yi started complaining to himself. Having survived the onslaught of the ghost tide, Sun Yi obtained at least 100 2-star soul beads. So many soul beads were piled up in the backpack behind Sun Yi. It's quite heavy. Perfect, let's upgrade these resources then, in preparation for the battle against the beast-like demons. Sun Yi began to think. The tank-type demon has now completed its contract, and it was a ghost that died in a collision. It balances area of effect damage and tankiness. So the next goal is to confront the strongest female ghost in White Mist Town, the beast-transformed demon. As long as you can defeat her, or rather, successfully form a contract with her, Sun Yi's mission in Beiwu Town can be considered successfully completed. So if you want to challenge the beast-like demon, you first need to deal with her attacks. The beast-like demon's attack was powerful and heavy. The blood sacrifice demon has the void uniform, which completely ignores physical attacks. Sun Yi's physical defenses can be left to the death-binding ghost. Just to be on the safe side, let's upgrade the Death Wraith's defenses again. Sun Yi was still somewhat uneasy, based on the information previously exchanged with Zhang Nianian. The Beast Demon has the strength of a 3-star character in the early game. The Dead Man is only a 2-star late-game character. It cannot be completely guaranteed. Sun Yi opened the interface for the Dead Man again. The ghost who died in the crash. Rank late-stage 2-star demon. Sacrifice reward Super 100-ton King. Ghost truck size increased by 50%, impact force increased by 50%, damage increased by 50%. Skill 1. Summons a ghost truck. A truck is summoned from a distance to crash into the ghost. Upon impact, the ghost truck's direction changes and its effects are enhanced. The truck can be switched to a tanker truck. 1-minute cooldown. 3 stars, 2 proficiency, 10,000 required for upgrade. Second skill, Fragment Armor. Truck wreckage forms armor to protect the truck driver, reducing physical and magical damage by a fixed amount. After taking a certain amount of damage, a portion of the fragments is stripped away, reducing the truck's defense. Passive effect 2 stars, proficiency 39, 10,000 more needed to upgrade. Third skill. Intercept to be unlocked, requires 10 3-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. When we faced the ghost tide before, the situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to properly check her stats. Let's watch it again now. How come my second skill proficiency has gotten so high? Sun Yi asked, puzzled. Speaking of which, the armor on the runaway ghost was created based on her second skill. If I upgrade the second skill, will I be able to upgrade these armors as well? This will increase the survivability of the hit-and-run ghost. However, Sun Yi doesn't want to use pain points to upgrade his second skill right now. Why? How is proficiency calculated for passive skills like these? Sun Yi had this question in his mind. The first skill of the Dead Man is to summon a ghost truck. It was used twice in the battle just now. Therefore, there are 2 levels of proficiency. This is normal. But why does her second skill have a proficiency level as high as 39? Isn't this a passive skill? Since passive skills cannot be used actively, how should proficiency be calculated? Sun Yi suddenly had a guess in his mind. He summoned the ghost that had been killed in the crash. What do you want? There's clearly nothing outside to bump into. The ghost who died in the accident appeared while making sarcastic remarks. Her temperament is far more fierce than that of the blood sacrifice demon. Stand still, attention, don't move. Who died in the accident, stand still. Then he casually picked up a stone from the ground. Smash it hard at the ghost that died in the accident. Clang. The stone was blocked by the armor on the ghost's body, making a crisp clanging sound. The ghost who died in the accident. Ignoring the bewildered look on the face of the runaway ghost, Sun Yi opened the panel again, focusing on checking her proficiency with her second skill. Second skill, fragment armor. Truck wreckage forms armor to protect the victim, reducing physical and magical damage by a fixed amount. After receiving a certain amount of damage, a portion of the fragments is stripped away, reducing defense. Passive effect 2 stars, proficiency 40, 10,000 more needed to upgrade. It went up just as I thought. Sun Yi was very pleased that his conjecture had been confirmed. Every time the armor of the demon that crashes into it blocks 1 instance of damage, its proficiency increases by 1 point. The next step is quite simple. Sun Yi's gaze fell on the ghost who had been hit by a car. The ghost who got hit by a car, I have a bad feeling. No, relying solely on staged accidents to gain experience is currently proving a bit too slow. Sun Yi shook his head, rejecting the idea of having the death-hit ghost run into walls everywhere to increase its second skill proficiency. Isn't there still a third skill that hasn't been unlocked yet? Let's unlock the skill and see how it works. Spend 500 pain points to unlock the third skill, Intercept of the Runaway Hunter. Confirm. Confirm. The third skill of the dead man's car, Intercept, has been unlocked. Third skill, Intercept, redirects any enemy attacks near the ghoul to redirect them towards the ghoul. The ghoul takes half damage due to the interception. Passive effect. 2 stars, proficiency 0, 10,000 more needed to upgrade. Once the skill was unlocked, the interception effect appeared before Sun Yi. Direct any attack towards the dead man. Sun Yi read out the effects on the panel word by word. Isn't this a permanent taunt? That's not all. Projectiles like soul arrows. The interception will directly alter its flight trajectory, directing it towards the crash site. Now we don't have to worry about efficiency issues. The dead man now comes with a permanent taunt effect. Just pick any ghost and have it stand in front of her. You can automatically use their attacks to farm proficiency. Furthermore, based on the progression pattern of fragment armor proficiency, it's estimated that for this skill, interception is calculated by awarding 1 point of proficiency for each successful guided attack. In that case, go and find those wandering female ghosts. It's best to find one with lower attack power. After finalizing the upgrade plan for the dead man character, the next step is for Sun Yi to upgrade himself. The level of the Demon Slayer is also quite important. The higher the level, the stronger the inspiration. The stronger the control over the contracted spirits, the better. Moreover, if the opportunity arises at that time. I want to contract a 3-star evil demon level beast-like demon. It should have at least the spiritual power of a 2-star ghost master. Otherwise, the difficulty of forming a contract would increase significantly. Even with a contract, you can't control it. Sun Yi has consumed so many soul beads plus the 2-star soul bead he just ate. In addition, I had bursts of inspiration and kept using it. He has now reached the limit of the late stage of a 1-star ghost master. With just one more upgrade, Sun Yi will be able to break through his bottleneck and officially become a 2-star ghost master. Then after breaking through to the 2nd-star ghost master, that 3-star vengeful ghost bead that Galba gave me, that meets the optimal absorption conditions. Eat it right away. Sun Yi continued with the planning. If it's a 3-star soul orb, even Galba must be feeling pretty bad, right? As for Lihongji and Li Xiaowan, they are examples of this. He'll probably die. Furthermore, it also comes with the special side effect of being haunted by vengeful spirits. Their deaths will be extremely gruesome. As for the blood sacrifice demon, Sun Yi took a look. There are no skills to upgrade yet. That's how it is for now. Let's get started. Sun Yi took out a 2-star soul bead. Swallow it without hesitation. Greentone intensive care unit. Ouch, father, it hurts so much. Li Xiaowan's weak moans continued throughout the day. Lihongji, standing next to him, wasn't much better off. Not long ago, the father and daughter were hit and thrown into the air by a ghost truck that suddenly appeared. They were just carried back downstairs by the doctors. Both of them are now covered in bandages. It was incredibly tragic. The Li family members are still arguing with the doctor outside. What are your hospital's protective measures? Why did that ghost truck not hit anyone else but specifically our family? Their shouts and curses rose and fell. Lihongji didn't want to pay them any attention. Suddenly, his phone popped up with another trending topic. News from the outpost. A ghost tide has broken out in Baiju Town. Guangxi Province's top scorer Sun Yi may be missing. Upon seeing this message, Lihongji perked up completely. Great. Ha ha ha, that's really great. Despite his bandaged body, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. That damn Sun Yi is definitely going to die now. That's one of the most dangerous natural disasters. He quickly called Gao Ba. Lihongji, what's up? Gao Ba's voice sounded strained. Commander Gao, what happened? It's really weird. A ghost truck suddenly appeared and knocked me out of my house. Commander Gao, you too. The two exchanged information. You mean to say that Sun Yi could have done all of this? Are you kidding me? He's at least several thousand kilometers away from us. Gao Ba didn't believe a single word Lihongji said. There's one thing that can prove it, Lihongji said confidently. How can you prove it? In the ghost realm where Sun Yi is currently located, a ghost tide has just broken out and he will inevitably die in the ghost tide. After he died, none of us experienced any more strange symptoms. This proves that Sun Yi was behind it all. By the way, Commander Gao, since that's the case, could you reveal your plan to kill that kid? Lihongji asked. Previously, all we knew was that Gao Ba had devised a plan to kill Sun Yi. But what exactly is it? He still wanted to know the situation. Gao Ba revealed his plan to use the 3-star vengeful ghost orb to kill Sun Yi. Don't worry, anyone who dares to absorb such a poisoned soul bead. Let alone a 1-star ghost master. Even 2-star or 3-star enemies are doomed. Even I wouldn't feel good if I got involved with this stuff. If it weren't for the fact that this side effect's toxicity is ineffective against demons, it would have long been used as excellent material for poison attribute materials. In short, you can rest assured. Just wait and see that kid's Sun Yi get poisoned by the side effects and his whole body turns into pus and blood. After listening to Gao Ba's description, Lihongji's face turned ashen in an instant. He was trembling all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Commander ... Commander, did you really give that vengeful ghost bead to Sun Yi? Extreme fear made Lihongji's voice tremble. Yes, Gao Ba replied quite naturally, as if it were all perfectly reasonable. Commander, please believe me, that kid Sun Yi, I don't know what kind of evil magic he knows that he can remove the side effects from my body. A scream came from nearby. Lihongji wanted to continue speaking, but he was horrified to find that he could no longer make a sound. It's too late. The effects have already begun to take hold. D300 pain points from Lihongji, Li Xiaowan, and Gao Ba. Received 300 pain points from Lihongji and Li Xiaowan. Received 500 pain points from Lihongji and Li Xiaowan. Lihongji and Li Xiaowan are deceased. These prompts flashed through Sun Yi's mind. He opened the system panel, Sun Yi. Pain level 5980s. Side effects 1 time. Removal of kidney, removal of left lung lobe, removal of half of intestine, skin ulceration, and the entire body becoming purulent and rotting. Side effect persistent. Projectile damage reduced by 50%. The uncrowned champion's fury, he's bound to lose his temper when questioned. The projectile's flight speed is reduced by 50%. At a random time each day, a ghost truck will spawn nearby and crash into the bound person. Side effect transfer targets. Lihongji deceased, Li Xiaowan deceased, Gao Ba maximum of 3, increasing the limit requires 10,000 pain points. HMPH, you deserve to die. Sun Yi glanced at Lihongji's death information and snorted coldly. In this way, he could be considered to have avenged his parents in the first place. Only the Gao Ba remains, a 5-star demon slayer. The side effects he has are probably far from having any effect on Gao Ba. No rush. There is ample time. He upgraded himself to a 2-star early-stage Ghost Master by consuming a 2-star Soul Bead and relying on that 3-star Vengeful Ghost Bead. Sun Yi's inspiration was enhanced once again. They've already reached the mid-stage of 2 stars. Sun Yi now feels that he has an inexhaustible supply of inspiration. Even if you let blood sacrifice ghosts and runaway ghosts use their most resource-intensive bone spikes and ghost truck summoning abilities while they're on cooldown. Judging from the current total amount of inspiration, it can be used 7 or 8 times in a row without any problem. In this state, if they were to encounter a ghost tide like the one just now, Sun Yi was confident that he could completely resolve the situation within 10 minutes, killing the ghost and collecting the soul pearl at the same time. In addition, Sun Yi felt that the accuracy of the contract ghost skill had also improved significantly. Take the ghost tanker truck that just killed a ghost as an example. If previously we could only control the tanker truck from crashing in a straight line, Sun Yi can now make this tanker truck swerve during the collision, a huge improvement. Alright, now it's time to give the dead man character a good practice run. Sun Yi said, Shanghai University of the Dead, also known as the Ghost University. Inside Professor Bai Yongfeng's villa. This on this on this. Bai Yongfeng stared at the latest trending news on his phone, speechless for a moment. A ghost tide has broken out in Beiwu town, and Sun Yi, the top scholar in Guangxi province, is feared to be missing. Ghost tide, my students are still inside, Bai Yongfeng said painfully, clutching his chest with his prosthetic leg. His eldest disciple is Yan Zuolin, and there is also the promising Sun Yi. They're all in White Mist Town. Bai Yongfeng suddenly felt dizzy. He absolutely cannot lose such a precious student. No, we have to bring more people in and rescue all my students at once. As a professor at Magic University, Bai Yongfeng has a wealth of connections. Among them were some battle group leaders. Hey Lao Zhao, here's the thing. Bai Yongfeng began explaining the situation after dialing the number. To sum up his meaning in one sentence, call for reinforcements. Go to White Mist Town and rescue Sun Yi and Yan Zuolin. What about Yan Zuolin's situation? That's the place where the ghost tide erupted. Yan Zuolin repeatedly confirmed the direction pointed out by the smell ghost and came to a conclusion that shocked him. While on the road, he could hear roars and deafening explosions coming from that direction from time to time. He kept praying in his heart, hoping that Sun Yi would not go that way. However, that is the truth. The more you try to avoid something, the more likely it is to happen. Yan Zuolin then summoned the contracted ghost he used in battle. Female ghost, shadowy ghost. A shadowy figure wielding a dagger and dressed as an assassin appeared. Even if the ghost tide is dangerous, he wanted to go and see them all. Who knows, Sun Yi might be fighting a tough battle over there right now. The 3-star mid-game Shadow Spectre he possesses can provide considerable assistance. This is a demon with extremely strong assassination skills. Its direct combat capability is not strong, but rescuing Sun Yi should be enough. Yan Zuolin was with the shadowy ghost. He wielded his 2 canes with incredible speed, continuing his journey towards the ghost tide. Upon arrival, they found the streets littered with wreckage and many embers still burning. Yan Zuolin was at a loss for words upon seeing the scene before him. He certainly didn't mishear. The sound of dozens or even hundreds of ghosts roaring at the same time. There's definitely a ghost tide, but where's the ghost? All that's left are ruins. This was the first time Yan Zuolin had ever seen anything like it. Look around. He saw the Han family members who had been severely injured by the ghost that had killed them. They went up to inquire about the situation. Everyone, there was a ghost horde here just now. Could you please tell me the details? Yan Zuolin asked the scarred man who was currently in the best condition. Seeing the guard's wary expressions, Yan Zuolin had no choice but to explain his purpose. I am a student at Shanghai Ghost University, and my name is Yan Zuolin. I'm here to see my junior brother. He is a young man, approximately 18 years old, who acts alone and has made a pact with a female ghost. Have you ever seen someone like this? To prove his identity, Yan Zuolin took out his student ID. When the guards saw that it was a senior from the same school as their Miss Han, they were all a little relieved. You're not talking about Sun Yi, are you? Han Kaianian listened to Yan Zuolin's description and suddenly spoke. That's right, it's him. My junior is named Sun Yi. Here's his photo. Have you seen him before? Having finally found a clue to Sun Yi's whereabouts, Yan Zuolin was incredibly excited. The scarred man recounted how Sun Yi appeared, saved them, killed the ghost through a contract, and how he resolved the ghost tide. Yan Zuolin, He felt as if he were listening to some legendary story. He wasn't particularly concerned about the contracted female ghost. After all, he had chosen the path of becoming a female ghost. But he was a 1-star ghost master, relying on the blood sacrifice ghost in the early stages of a 2-star game. How did you manage to beat a 2-star late game Crash Hunter? Additionally, after the contract resulted in the death of the ghost, she could perfectly control the demon on the spot and even use her to repel the horde of demons. Who writes their myths like this? Is this saying that my junior brother is actually ridiculously strong? Yan Zuolin's mind was filled with a constant stream of questions. In any case, as long as Sun Yi is found, these problems can be solved. Which way did he go? Yan Zuolin asked hurriedly. After he finished cleaning up the battlefield, he went deeper into the street. The scarred man pointed ahead. Thank you, everyone. Yan Zuolin hurried on his way. Is Sun Yi planning to delve even deeper? If we go any further in, we'll be almost at the core demon's territory. Could it be? Yan Zuolin suddenly thought of something. Is Sun Yi trying to challenge the core female ghost? Ding, 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 ding. The sounds of impact could be heard continuously from the streets of White Mist Town. Push harder, push harder. Didn't you eat? The ghost who died in the accident said mockingly, his arms crossed in front of him. Around her, several roaming clawed demons relentlessly attacked the demon who had crashed into her. Sun Yi watched the show from a distance. Not bad, your skill level is increasing rapidly. He said happily, the 2 passive skills of the dead man, fragmented armor, and interception. Each successful activation counts as one level of proficiency. This growth rate is much faster than that of active skills. In order to efficiently increase proficiency, Sun Yi specifically sought out several claw demons. This kind of demon attacks extremely quickly. How fast? It can achieve 10 grabs per second. It uses its extremely long nails to claw at its prey. This type of attack causes significant damage to the skin and flesh. Generally speaking, these clawed demons pose a great threat to the demon tamer's own body. Once they get close, with the claw demon's attack speed of 10 claws per second, in no time at all he'd be torn to shreds. But for the armor of the demon who was hit by a car, it was like scraping a scalp. It's virtually impossible to break through their defenses. Furthermore, the dead man also has the ability to intercept. It can actively guide the direction of the claw demon's attack. They were specifically designed to hit the armor. The original plan was for the blood sacrifice demon to carry a small scythe and hack at the armored demons as it went. But then I thought, wouldn't making the blood sacrifice demons do the same work still drain my own inspiration? Instead of doing that, why not let those wild female ghosts do the work? And they don't even need to pay salaries. Sun Yi looked relaxed. Open the dead man panel, the ghost who died in the crash. Rank, late stage 2-star demon. Sacrifice reward, super 100-ton king. Ghost truck size increased by 50%, impact force increased by 50%, damage increased by 50%. Skill 1 summons a ghost truck. A truck is summoned from a distance to crash into the ghost. Upon impact, the ghost truck's direction changes and its effects are enhanced. The truck can be switched to a tanker truck. 1 minute cooldown. 3 stars, 4 proficiency, 10,000 required for upgrade. Second skill, fragment armor. Truck wreckage forms armor to protect the truck driver, reducing physical and magical damage by a fixed amount. After taking a certain amount of damage, a portion of the fragments is stripped away, reducing the truck's defense. Passive effect, 2 stars, 40-90 proficiency, 10,000 more needed to upgrade. Third skill. Intercept redirects any enemy attacks near the ghost to redirect them towards the ghost. The ghost takes half damage due to the interception. Passive effect. 2 stars, 40-90 proficiency, 10,000 more needed to upgrade. I'm almost halfway there in terms of proficiency. And the numbers are still increasing rapidly. A claw demon can perform 10 claw attacks in a second. 10 seconds equals 100 grabs, 600 are caught in 1 minute. That's 36,000 catches per hour. There are currently 4 claw demons attacking simultaneously. In theory, it only takes 4.2 minutes to max out proficiency from 0. A simple math problem, so here's the question. Please assess the proficiency of the second and third skills of the dead man's skill as described above. Conversely, how long has Sun Yi been grinding for proficiency? Please write your answer in the comments section. Hey, why did you stop? The demon who crashed into the road noticed that the attack speed of these claw demons had obviously decreased. There's no way around it, even ghosts get tired. With such a ferocious attack of 10 claws per second, the claw demon could only last for half a minute at most. If you don't attack me, I'll attack you, the demon threatened menacingly. Upon hearing this, the nearby claw demons had no choice but to continue their frantic attack, but their inspiration had also been almost exhausted. After a few moments, the speed slowed down again. Tisk, useless. The runaway ghost waved his hand, summoning the ghost truck. Bang, a ghost truck appeared and knocked the 4 clawed ghosts away. These claw demons are also drained dry. Blood sacrifice demon, go and finish them off. Sun Yi gave the order. Well, theory is theory and reality is reality. Each time a claw demon is found, it cannot sustain an attack for very long. The only way is to continue exploiting their labor until they can no longer work, then kill them and take the soul pearl. If you don't do it, plenty of female ghosts will. The blood sacrifice demon obediently stepped forward and together with the runaway demon killed several exhausted claw demons. Sun Yi glanced at the proficiency level again. The current proficiency level for both skills is 4736. Keep searching for the claw demon. Sun Yi felt a pang of regret. When fighting the demon horde, we should have just let the demons who crashed into us get beaten up. In that case, wouldn't your skill level increase incredibly fast? In short, this is Sun Yi's plan. Upgrade the second and third skills of the demon of the collision, and then challenge the beast demon. We're probably not far from the very center of the entire ghost realm now. Sun Yi judged by looking at the even thicker white fog ahead. Beiwu Town Outpost. A convoy of 6 jeeps arrived at the base entrance in a grand procession. A large group of demon tamers dressed in warband uniforms got out of the car. The group made such a striking entrance. This sparked speculation among the people at the outpost. Which warband are these? Such a grand entrance. These people have incredibly strong intuition. Even the weakest one can become a 3-star late-game Onmyoji. So strong, then what are they doing here? The strongest ghost in this ghost realm is only a mid-stage 3-star ghost. Are you here to stomp on newbies? In the jeep at the front, an elderly man with a white beard was helped out and sat in a wheelchair. Professor Bai, we've arrived. The team leader who was in charge of leading the squad said respectfully, "Okay, let's go." "Wait, no need to push, I can do it myself." Bai Yongfeng nodded and waved his hand, declining the offer from others to help push his wheelchair. In his youth, he made contracts with many female ghosts. This left him with many disabilities, including his 2 legs. However, when he goes out, he never lets anyone else push his wheelchair. The group quickly tidied up their equipment. "Let's go." With the squad leader's command, the entire squad slowly entered White Mist Town. As they walked through the lobby of the outpost, someone finally recognized the insignia on their clothes. That's, holy crap, the glorious chapter. Huh, such a large battle group, why would they come to such a small place? Maybe they want to go in and look for someone. Can someone explain to me what the glorious chapter is? A person who is clearly a novice demon slayer asked. You don't know. In the Shanghai area, there are 4 top-tier battle groups that are famous throughout the country, and the Glorious Battle Group is one of them. These warbands possess the capability to conquer and explore large-scale ghost realms. When the night parade of 100 demons broke out, even the Bureau of Demon Control had to ask them for help. The team leader and the tracking team members led the way. Bai Yongfeng followed directly behind them. He pushed the wheelchair quite quickly. Similar to Yan Zuolin, although disabled, Bai Yongfeng's mobility is not much worse than that of a normal person. Listen up, everyone, the captain said. Our goal is to find Yan Zuolin and Sun Yi. During the search, there is a high possibility of encountering the ghost tied head-on. Proceed with caution. On the other hand, actually spent most of his time on the search for the ghost. Find a few claw demons, gather them together, and then send the runaway demons up to increase their proficiency. And so, I practiced repeatedly until I was proficient. Finally maxed out, Sun Yi breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the proficiency level on the Hitandrun Ghost panel. Next, we should upgrade the Dead Man's Car, a character in a TV drama. Alright, take down these claw demons, he shouted to the death demons waiting in the distance. The runaway ghost and the blood sacrifice ghost quickly dealt with the claw ghost. Here, these are the soul beads they dropped. The ghost who died in the accident handed the soul beads to Sun Yi. Come here, Sun Yi ordered. The ghost who had been hit by a car approached with some confusion. The blood sacrifice demon cast a pitiful look at her. This left the ghost who died in the accident quite puzzled. What does she mean by that? Close your eyes, Sun Yi continued to command. The ghost who died in the accident closed its eyes. She heard the sound of clothes rustling in front of her. Realizing what might happen, the man who had been hit by a car turned bright red. That fierce and thuggish look vanished completely. This isn't appropriate, master. This place is probably not convenient, the ghost who died in the accident said awkwardly. This left Sun Yi speechless. No, you're blushing now, where did that arrogant demeanor go? Sun Yi was too lazy to argue with her, so he grabbed a handful of soul beads and stuffed them into the mouth of the ghost who had died in the accident. Master is here. Why is it a soul orb? In the latter half of the conversation, the disappointment in the voice of the man who died in the accident was clearly audible. Swallow it. Sun Yi gave the order. The ghost who had been hit by the car gritted his teeth and swallowed all 20 soul beads at once. Now we can upgrade. Upgrade the second and third skills of the death by accident. A flash of light appeared, and 3 upgrade options appeared before Sun Yi. First, let's talk about the second skill, the Fragment Armor. Blade Armor increases the fixed damage reduction of the shard armor and grows spikes. Passively reflects all damage, returning 50% of the damage received before the defense reduction, plus a small amount of fixed damage to the attacker. Can be turned on or off. Flesh and Blood Armor transforms fragmented armor into flesh and blood armor, increasing the skin thickness of the Deathbringer by 100% and significantly improving the Deathbringer's regenerative abilities. Fragment Integration merges all fragments into a single unit, significantly increasing the damage required for the armor to shatter. Once the armor shatters, the entire suit of armor will break. Of these 3 options, only the first and third would catch Sun Yi's eye. The middle option, the flesh and blood armor, is hilarious. The Demon of Death was known for its extremely strong defense. Her health is not more than other non-tank type demons. By sacrificing fragments of armor, can one regain a significant amount of regenerative abilities. Are you kidding me? This is tantamount to destroying one's own Great Wall. As for the 2 options, Blade Armor and Fragment Integration. Blade Armor can increase damage reduction. In other words, selecting this option will directly increase the defense of the dead man's revenge. In addition, it also has a damage reflection effect. A 50% rebound is quite significant. It also gives the dead man additional offensive options. Otherwise, relying solely on ghost trucks would still have many limitations. As for fragment integration, there is no substantial improvement in this regard. It simply makes the fragmented armor a single piece, preventing it from peeling away as it takes damage. To some extent, this does increase tankiness. Compared to the blade mail option, it's still inferior. Choose blade armor upgrade. Upgrade complete. The moment this message appeared, the fragments of armor on the body of the ghost that had been hit by a car suddenly sprouted countless sharp spikes. Wow, I didn't expect this upgrade could directly affect the appearance. Sun Yi, observing the changes in the ghost that had been hit by a car, couldn't help but speak. I've become stronger. Hahaha, let's see who dares to hit me now. The ghost who died in the accident was also very excited. However, these sharp spikes are a bit of a nuisance. Sun Yi felt that he had made a careless mistake. Even if you trip and fall while walking, you might land on a ghost that died in a collision. Forehead, just thinking about it makes me feel awful. Fortunately, the upgrade effects of the blade armor can be turned on or off at any time. It's best not to activate the blade armor unless there's a battle. Okay. The demon retracted the spikes from the fragmented armor. Next is interception. Wide area, interception range increased by 50%. Guard. Intercept becomes a targeted skill, designating a guard target. Any attack intent against that target will automatically be transferred to the fallen ghost. Guardian of the Ghost Truck. For every 10 successful interceptions, a ghost truck summon will be released automatically for free once. However, each successful summon will stun the ghost master for 3 seconds. All 3 options this time are pretty good. Both the wide area and escort options are good. With the increased interception range, more teammates can be covered. When the battle lines expand, even the death by ramming monster can block more attacks aimed at its teammates. Guardians, on the other hand, are specialized for protecting a single, high-value target. What's truly terrifying about this upgrade option is that it directly shifts the attack intent. In a sense, this effect is comparable to mind control. Both of these upgrade options are good. Unfortunately, the third option is just too outrageous. Automatically and free release once, the call of the ghost truck, what a concept. It will not deplete Sun Yi's own inspiration. It won't even take up the cooldown of the first skill itself. Furthermore, the activation requirement is based on attack frequency with no damage requirement. Even if the enemy only scratched the surface 10 times, the ghost who was hit by the car didn't suffer any real damage. You can still start the ghost truck for free once. She's such a supermodel. In addition, this option has the side effect of causing dizziness for 3 seconds. By utilizing the side effect transfer system, it can achieve a guaranteed hit control effect in actual combat. Imagine the enemy attacks the ghost 10 times. The effect activates, automatically summoning a ghost truck to crash into it. Furthermore, due to its side effects, it can stun enemies for 3 seconds. This will significantly increase the hit rate of the ghost truck. Forming a smooth, short combo, it would be an injustice not to choose this. I choose the third one, upgrade complete. The upgrade to the crashed ghost is complete. Before we officially challenge the beast demon, let's find a weaker monster to test our skills first. Sun Yi felt it was best to be cautious, based on the team of contracted ghosts he currently possesses. Defeating a 3-star early-game demon shouldn't be a problem. The problem is that the target, the beast-like demon, is a female demon, and it's only Samsung's midterm. Currently, I feel that all possible ways to improve combat power have been maximized. If we still can't win, we'll use the pain points to temporarily upgrade all the skills again. Sun Yi continued with his plan. The current pain level is several thousand points. The only skill upgraded using pain points is the first skill of the Deathstalker. Apart from that, all of them were upgraded using soul orbs normally. Upgrading using pain points costs 500 points the first time, 1,000 points the second time, and the cost doubles each time thereafter. In case the beast-like demons are stronger than Sun Yi expected. Several thousand points of pain are enough to upgrade all the skills of the Blood Sacrifice Ghost and the Death Smash Ghost once each. Let's find any ghost and test its upgraded abilities. Then it's time to officially enter the core area. Aw, demons! Go, you damned devil, use 100,000 volts. Sun Yi struck a pose in a childish manner, pointing at a clawed demon in front of him that had no mimicry. Master, what's wrong with you? The ghost that crashes into another will naturally not carry out an order that cannot be fulfilled. She's not Pikachu, and she certainly doesn't have any 100,000 volts abilities. Soloing is so boring, there's nobody to chat with. You guys go up and fight, what am I supposed to do besides watch the show? Wouldn't that add some fun to the ghost slaying process? The ghost that crashed into the car and the blood sacrifice ghost were both speechless. Alright, anyway, hurry up and get beaten up. Try out the latest upgraded fragment armor, it even has an interception effect. Sun Yi officially ordered the ghost to be killed. Upon hearing the command, the latter activated its blade armor, and sharp spikes the thickness of a finger sprouted from the fragments of its armor. Then the ghost charged forward with great momentum. Sensing the approaching demon, the clawed demon let out a shrill howl and swung its claws to attack. Ding 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 ding, the claw demon has an extremely fast attack speed. 10 claws per second is no joke, and the speed at which you lose health due to reflected damage is truly astounding. The more they attacked, the more lacerations and wounds appeared on the claw demon's body. When she scratched for the 10th time, rumble 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 rumble, a ghostly tanker truck appeared from afar and rammed into the claw demon. Bang, wait a minute, tanker truck, Sun Yi realized this. In other words, this is an upgrade to the interception. The summoned ghost truck inherits all the upgrade effects of the first skill of the runaway class. The calculation isn't finished yet. Sun Yi then opened the profile of the character Crash Ghost to check the proficiency of his first skill. Skill 1, summons a ghost truck. A truck is summoned from a distance to ram into the ghost. Upon hitting the ghost truck's direction changes and its effects are enhanced. The truck can be switched to a tanker truck. 1 minute cooldown, 3 stars, 6 proficiency, 10,000 proficiency required for upgrade. Proficiency has increased. A free ghost truck summoned through a passive effect. It does not consume inspiration points, nor does it take up the cooldown time of the first skill, but it can genuinely improve your proficiency. This should solve the problem of skill proficiency. The skill Summon Ghost Truck has a significant cooldown time and consumes a considerable amount of inspiration. Trying to improve your proficiency in this skill is usually a very daunting task. Now we can rely on the Ghost Truck's protection as an upgrade option. Gain proficiency points for free, Sun Yi felt it. The Rampage possesses the upgraded Fragment Armor skill and the upgraded Intercept skill. A ghost goes to fight the horde of ghosts it encountered before. It shouldn't be a problem, you don't have to do anything. Just by going in and getting attacked, every 10 attacks you trigger will summon a ghost tanker truck. The horde of ghosts consisted of hundreds of female ghosts, unleashing a dazzling array of attacks. Isn't this something that can be easily achieved? It might even be faster than the Claw Demon. Several ghost tanker trucks can be summoned in a second, then detonate simultaneously. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Just imagining it makes it seem ridiculously powerful. When the opportunity arises later, try to deliberately trigger a ghost tide and let the ghost that died in the accident fight it one-on-one. Sun Yi slowly memorized this goal. Now everything is ready, it's time to venture deeper. On the other side, Yan Zuolin was still outwitting and outmaneuvering the Claw Demon, blocking his way. These guys are such a pain. His Shadow Spectre isn't strong in direct combat. He mainly relies on sneak attacks and backstabs to deal damage. However, the Claw Demon's defining characteristic is its keen senses. The shadowy ghost's sneak attacks were discovered several times. What followed was the Claw Demon's signature attack, a frenzied, wild clawing attack. This attack speed is so fast that it creates afterimages. Even Yan Zuolin's shadow ghost wouldn't dare to confront it head-on. He does have more contracted spirits. If he releases them into battle, he can more easily defeat the Claw Spirit. But he wanted to conserve his inspiration as much as possible. Otherwise, they will summon contracted demons to fight without restraint. What if you encounter Sun Yi and he's locked in a fierce battle, while your own inspiration has run dry? Just watch your junior brother die. Not everyone is as extraordinary as Sun Yi, who directly replenishes his spiritual power by swallowing soul pearls. Ordinary people like Yan Zuolin usually absorb the soul pearl by holding it in their hands. The efficiency is much lower. Currently, this is the most cost-effective method. It is to drive his strongest fighting force, the Shadow Demon, into battle. This approach is relatively more efficient. Just as Yan Zuolin was instructing the shadowy figure to continue searching for angles to launch a sneak attack, footsteps sounded behind him. Is there someone else? Yan Zuolin looked behind him warily while calling the shadowy figure back to his side. He could hear many figures in the mist behind him. Judging from the footsteps, there were at least 30 people. Such a large team size. What are you doing here? That's Yan Zuolin. Are you all right? Bai Yangfeng's voice came from within the white mist. Bai Yangfeng, along with members of the squad sent by the glorious battle group, appeared. Professor, what brings you here? Yan Zuolin exclaimed in surprise, speechless. Are you all right? How's the ghost tide? Are you injured? I saw that Yan Zuolin was still standing and could speak properly. Bai Yangfeng was overjoyed. He spun his wheelchair incredibly fast, rushing straight towards Yan Zuolin. Yan Zuolin was also deeply moved. In the perilous ghost realm, they shoulder a difficult mission. At this critical moment, he suddenly encountered his teacher, who also brought so many reinforcements. What a timely help. However, Bai Yongfeng seemed to be getting a little too excited. Click, Yan Zuolin's expression suddenly became somewhat distorted. Ouch, my foot, Professor, your wheelchair is poking my toe. Heh, sorry. What's the current situation? Is there any news about Sun Yi? Without putting on too much of a professorial air, Bai Yongfeng quickly asked. Yan Zuolin was about to say something. The clawed demon he had just fought was not happy about it. The fight is only halfway through. How come you're suddenly acting like master and disciple? You're ignoring me, aren't you? HMPH, HMPH. She charged at me screaming, "Get out of my way," Bai Yongfeng shouted angrily. A female ghost dressed in professional attire suddenly appeared beside him, unleashing her skill with a flash of light. A scythe appeared out of thin air above the claw demon's head and then swung straight down. Click. The claw demon's head was severed in an instant. Instant kill, the female ghost nodded to Bai Yongfeng and then vanished immediately. Yan Zuolin was stunned. No wonder he's a professor. The claw demon that had been entangled with me for so long, they don't take him seriously at all. Even just a single glance, he hadn't even reacted yet. Just kill it. A 6-star demon slayer, terrifying indeed. Alright, let's talk about Sun Yi now. Also, did you encounter a ghost horde? We haven't seen any signs of a ghost horde since we came in. N was about to speak, but he didn't know where to begin. Along the way, what he saw and heard was somewhat beyond normal comprehension. Seeing Yan Zuolin's hesitant expression, Bai Yongfeng thought Yan Zuolin was just frightened. He patted Yan Zuolin on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't be afraid, just speak slowly, starting from when you entered White Mist Town. After gathering his thoughts, Yan Zuolin slowly began to speak. I gradually discovered this when I first entered White Mist Town. Every road Sun Yi walked on was riddled with potholes and broken. Many of the cement utility poles and streetlights along the roadside were broken. Large craters also appeared in the ground from time to time. At that time, I thought that junior brother Sun Yi, after entering the ghost realm, was pursued by powerful evil spirits and fled deeper into White Mist Town. Bai Yongfeng's gaze sharpened upon hearing Yan Zuolin's account. He saw these traces on his way in. I already had a bad feeling about it. Now my premonition has been confirmed. Judging from the extent of the damage caused, the evil spirit chasing him is at least a mid-stage 2-star and possibly even a late-stage 2-star. Bai Yongfeng deduced. This is extremely dangerous for Sun Yi, who only possesses the strength of a late-stage 1-star ghost master. Bai Yongfeng's worries deepened. Go on. Later I found out that it wasn't quite like that. These marks must have been made by Sun Yi. What? Bai Yongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Sun Yi is just a kid who just graduated from Yugui High School, the so-called provincial champion. Bai Yongfeng had seen quite a few as well. But I've never seen anyone like Sun Yi before. I doubt anyone else in the entire country of my age could achieve this level. They actually possess such formidable strength. A surge of joy welled up in his heart. I never expected to find such a promising student. Before even entering university, he can already unleash destructive power comparable to a mid-stage or even late-stage 2-star player. Even at Shanghai University of Technology, a place teeming with talented individuals and geniuses, such a thing is practically unheard of. Bai Yongfeng suddenly thought of the ghost tide and hurriedly asked Yan Zuolin. Since Sun Yi has such strength, he should be able to escape from the ghost tide smoothly, right? However, what Bai Yongfeng did not expect was, Yan Zuolin shook his head. This reaction made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Sigh, I still couldn't dodge it. Heaven is jealous of talent. Bai Yongfeng sighed deeply, lamenting Sun Yi's misfortune. Even a 3-star demon tamer would be doomed if caught in a horde of 2-star demons. If Sun Yi were to be caught in the ghost tide, he would likely face the same grim fate. A freshman who could have become the most dazzling new star in the entire Magic University. How could this be? Yan Zuolin was speechless. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why is it acting like our junior brother passed away? Who says that failing to escape the horde of ghosts is the same as perishing within it? Isn't there another possibility, for example, defeat the ghost horde? Professor, it's not what you think. Based on my investigation and the descriptions of eyewitnesses at the scene. After facing the ghost tide Sun Yi, he's not dead, he's still alive. Bai Yongfeng's eyes gleamed with hope. Where is the ghost tide located? If we go there now, we might be able to catch up, said the anxious team leader beside them. No, the ghost tide is gone because Sun Yi has already dealt with it. Yan Zuolin uttered this conclusion that he still finds hard to believe. For a moment, everyone present was deeply shocked. This is impossible. Bai Yongfeng was so excited that he could barely speak. Suppress the ghost tide. This kid is no freshman at all, more like a monster. This further strengthened Bai Yongfeng's determination to take Sun Yi as his apprentice. Such a top-tier talent, and also a female ghost with a contract. They must be nurtured properly. Bai Yongfeng felt he was about to witness the birth of the world's strongest demon tamer. So Sun Yi is alright, Bai Yongfeng finally confirmed. Not only was he alright, but he also continued to venture deeper into the area. She probably wants to challenge the core female ghost of the entire ghost realm. Yan Zuolin said, challenge the core female ghost. Bai Yongfeng's expression became extremely serious. These words were extremely serious to him. We need to hurry, we have to leave immediately. After saying that, Bai Yongfeng ordered the members of the Radiant Battle Group behind him to prepare to advance. Professor, what's wrong? Why are you so serious? Yan Zuolin asked, somewhat puzzled. If we get there too late, we'll only be able to collect Sun Yi's body. Is the central female ghost in White Mist Town really that powerful? Even junior brother Sun Yi, who could defeat the ghost tide, couldn't beat him. Defeating the ghost horde and defeating the core female ghost are two different things. Moreover, I had previously received information that the core female ghost of White Mist Town was actually a beast-like ghost. She is special, she cannot be bound by a contract, and she will resurrect even after being killed. If Sun Yi is unaware of this and rashly challenges the enemy, it will be very dangerous. Sun Yi, accompanied by the blood sacrifice ghost and the runaway ghost, walked the streets of White Mist Town with the two ghosts. The wording might not be entirely accurate, because the blood sacrifice demon floats. This wasn't because Sun Yi found exploring the ghost realm alone too lonely. This is also a common method of vigilance when soloing in the ghost realm. Keep the contracted spirit constantly exposed. It's like a gun that's always cocked. In case of emergencies, it can also enable the contracted spirit to launch an attack immediately. In addition, the vision of both the blood sacrifice ghost and the death by accident ghost can be shared with Sun Yi at all times. This also helps to prevent surprise attacks. Hey, you who got hit by a car, I have something I want to ask you. Sun Yi suddenly spoke, what's wrong? Can you still smell that fragrance? Sun Yi asked. The current objective is to find the core female ghost, the beast-transformed ghost, in the entire White Mist Town. However, the exact location is still uncertain. Sun Yi still cares a lot about the situation he encountered before. Many ghosts were mentioning the distant fragrance, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It is now known that it smells like bait to lure ghosts. Furthermore, according to Sun Yi's deduction, the vicinity of the location of the bait for attracting ghosts should be the location of the core female ghost, the beast-like ghost. So all we need to do is let the ghost who died in the accident guide us by following the direction of the scent. You can then easily travel to the core area of White Mist Town to confront the beast demons. Sun Yi looked at the woman who had been hit by a car, awaiting her answer. Of course I can still smell it right in that direction. The ghost pointed to the road beside him. Following the direction, Sun Yi continued forward. About half an hour later, a residential building appeared before Sun Yi. An extremely strong surge of inspiration emanated from this building. Any demon slayer standing here would likely feel an underlying unease in the air. In such an environment, it is only natural that many evil spirits would reside there. However, unusually the streets were deathly silent. There were no female ghosts wandering around. Found it the core of the ghost realms. An extremely strong sense of resentment coming from upstairs. Sun Yi murmured, that's probably where the core female ghost was born. Their gaze turned toward the source of the resentment. It was coming from a room on the 5th floor of an apartment building. Sun Yi asked the man who had been hit by a car beside him. That fragrance, it's on the 5th floor of this building, right? No, it's at the bottom of the building, in the basement. Underground. Sun Yi was momentarily stunned. The bait to lure ghosts and the birthplace of the core female ghost, not the same place. It would be best to visit both places for now. There are usually many clues in the place where the core ghost is born. These clues can greatly help in defeating the core demon. Let's go check out the basement first. After saying that, Sun Yi, the blood sacrifice ghost, and the killed ghost formed a formation. The one who crashed into the car activated his blade armor and walked at the front. Sun Yi, who needed protection, was in the middle. The blood sacrifice demon, positioned slightly behind Sun Yi, began accumulating soul arrows. We arrived at the entrance of the residential building. This is a new residential building in a new community. It has an access gate at the entrance, but it has been vandalized. Upon entering, a cool breeze swept over me. Sun Yi felt as if he had entered a room with the air conditioning set at 16 degrees Celsius. The traces of the ghost horde attack are still very clear. There is blood everywhere and broken glass doors and windows. The shoes crunched as they stepped over the broken glass. This is a fairly spacious lobby with the elevator lobby further ahead. Naturally, the elevator was broken. In situations like this, it's best not to expect to get up in the elevator. Rather, even if the elevator were working properly, Sun Yu wouldn't have dared to take it. After entering the lobby, Sun Yu kept turning back to look at himself. I repeatedly looked at the space behind me. It was confirmed that the view outside the entrance gate had indeed remained unchanged. Sun Yu felt a slight sense of relief. There was no severe spatial folding within this building. Sun Yu made a judgment. Entering such a confined space in the ghost realm requires constant caution regarding spatial folding. Once you get lost in it, it might be difficult to get out. Keep going. Sun Yu discovered that the blood sacrifice demon, which should have been further behind him, had unknowingly moved much closer to him. A unique, ethereal fragrance emanated from the blood sacrifice demon. Seemingly sensing Sun Yu's question, the blood sacrifice demon explained slowly. The environment here is eerie. I want to get closer to protect my master. The blood sacrifice demon, who rarely spoke, rarely took the initiative to speak. You're not scared, are you? Sun Yu suddenly asked. Master, ghosts are not afraid. The blood sacrifice demon was completely serious. Then why are you holding my arm? This is a necessary protective measure. The blood sacrifice demon hesitated for a moment before offering a reasoning argument. Sun Yu sighed helplessly. This was the first time he had ever seen a blood sacrifice demon show any emotional change. He didn't know what to do either. The textbook's explanation of female ghosts can be summarized in 2 points. First, avoid contracts. Otherwise, the side effects will kill you. Secondly, female ghosts are much stronger than other evil spirits of the same level, so it's best to avoid provoking them unless absolutely necessary. As for the difference between female ghosts and other normal evil spirits, how to cultivate, what are its characteristics? Sun Yu is still completely clueless. We still know too little. Once I get back to school, I must study diligently under Professor Bai's guidance. We need to thoroughly investigate these phenomena. So, from the current perspective, the blood sacrifice demon must have developed a sense of fear. However, it would be possible to forcibly order her back to her original position. But if we actually do that, it will likely put her under even more psychological pressure. This reduces the synchronization rate and affects operations. Oh well, it's not in any trouble anyway. Let her hold it if she likes it. The ghost who crashed into the car opened the door to the underground parking garage. Sun Yu was on high alert. Kill them as soon as they open the door. One of the most common ways to encounter evil spirits. Almost every time you open a door in the ghost realm, you have to be prepared for an axe to come crashing down from behind the door. Bang! A sudden, loud noise echoed throughout the entire hall. The blood sacrifice demon gripped even tighter. At the same time, the accumulated soul arrow moved in front of Sun Yi. If any evil spirit pounces on Sun Yi, it will be instantly killed by the soul arrow. However, nothing happened after the loud noise. Master, this door is so fragile it'll collapse at the slightest touch. The grumbling of the man who died in the accident came over the loudspeaker. It turned out to be the sound of an old security door tipping over. It was a false alarm. Go through the safety door and continue down the narrow staircase. The hall was already quite dark. The stairwell was almost completely dark. Only the ghosts that died from collisions and the blood sacrifice ghosts emitted a faint glow of spiritual energy. Sun Yu took out a flashlight from his backpack, turned it on, and used it to light the way ahead. A dark and cramped space illuminated by a white flashlight. This really sets the tone for a horror game. The only advantage is, in this game however, the ghosts all have health bars. We arrived at the underground parking garage without any major incident. So, can you identify the source of the fragrance? Sun Yu asked the ghost who died in the accident. Of course, the smell is so strong it's suffocating. It's right over here, the man who died in the accident continued, pointing the way. Finally, Sun Yu found the bait to lure the ghost in an abandoned car. Opening the car door, Sun Yu finally saw the source of the tragedy that had occurred in White Mist Town. It was a large, spice-like substance. It was entirely black with a pitted and uneven surface resembling a dried-out corpse, but it feels soft to the touch, somewhat like Play-Doh. That's too much, Sun Yi exclaimed. A single ghost-attracting bait the size of a ping-pong ball is enough to change the direction of a small swarm of ghosts. What was placed in front of Sun Yi was a piece as big as a school desk. The bait to lure ghosts was placed on the car, emitting an extremely strong ghost-attracting fragrance. Sun Yi could clearly sense that both the hit-and-run ghost and the blood sacrifice ghost had a strong urge to swallow the bait. Upon touching the entire ghost-attracting bait, Sun Yi created a thin film of spiritual energy to block the aura it released. Let's take this with us. Sun Yi put the enormous ghost-attracting bait into his backpack. Wow, it's quite heavy. It weighs roughly 20 pounds. The problem that needs to be solved is, why would a ghost bait be placed here? Sun Yi began inspecting the car that contained the bait to lure the ghost. He quickly found a sign in the car. It appears to be the logo of a business group. If nothing unexpected happens, this bait to lure the ghost was transported here by them. But what's the point of doing this? What are they after? Suddenly, Sun Yi thought of something. This is the Roch Group. I learned about the Roch Group during a previous conversation with reporter Zhang Nianian. The founder behind it is Luo Yuanliang. That's the developer who bought up large amounts of land at low prices after the night parade of 100 ghosts broke out in White Mist Town. A tragedy caused by greed seems to be gradually becoming clear. Sun Yi frowned. Using ghost luring bait to deliberately trigger a parade of ghosts at night, thereby acquiring land at a low price. Our new problems arose as a result. The night parade of 100 demons did indeed erupt. But in the end, the evil spirits took over White Mist Town and never left. If Luo Yuanliang's goal is to acquire land in Beiwu Town at a low price, this objective was clearly not achieved. It's impossible that the elaborate procession of 100 demons was solely for the purpose of creating a ghost realm, right? What benefit would it bring him? Compared to acquiring the entire White Mist Town at a low price, acquiring the small amount of land on the outskirts that saw its value drop due to the emergence of White Mist Town is insignificant. The reason for this is currently unknown to Sun Yi. Anyway, one thing is certain. This Luo Yuanliang is no good. For their own benefit, they caused the deaths of so many people in White Mist Town. Perhaps this information could bring even greater benefits. Sun Yi pondered to maximize profits. Perhaps with this information, we can apply for a huge student grant from the Roch Group. Keep a backup plan and at the same time find Luo Yuanliang and explain that you know what he did in Beiwu Town. He would probably be more than happy to give Sun Yi a generous amount of student aid. For the sake of profit, the other party was willing to let the ghost tide devour the entire population of White Mist Town. If proper protective measures are not taken, the situation could escalate further once it becomes clear that Sun Yi has discovered the secret of White Mist Town. It seems the Luo Group's pursuit will soon follow. Of course, this doesn't mean the matter is over. Once he received the scholarship funds, Sun Yi would unhesitatingly hand over all the details. The wronged souls of so many residents of Beiwu Town cannot find peace so easily. Yes. Sun Yi directly bound Luo Yuanliang to the side effect transfer system. Binding successful. Then we just waited a few days. Tormented by the side effects to the point of unbearable pain, Luo Yuanliang begged and pleaded with everyone he could to find a doctor. Then Sun Yi's educational funding will be secured. After taking the bait to lure the ghost, Sun Yi investigated the entire underground parking garage. There really wasn't anything else of value. Then this area can be considered explored successfully. Let's go upstairs and take a look. Sun Yi gave the order. He had a premonition. Perhaps more clues can be found at the place where the core ghost was born. This explains why the entire White Mist Town became a ghost town. It's not impossible. Back in the stairwell they had come from, the ghost who died in the accident was still leading the way, with Sun Yi and the blood sacrifice ghost following behind. Follow the safety passage upwards. The silence along the way was eerily profound. They encountered no evil spirits to obstruct them. If you encounter a ghost, it can start a battle. That might ease the tension a bit. But I just can't seem to run into anything. Sun Yi even started to wonder if the entire building was now free of ghosts. There are generally no human corpses in the ghost realm, because they'll definitely be eaten by the ghosts. Large, dried bloodstains are often found on the floor of the stairwell. It's not hard to guess that these bloodstains are from former human corpses. We're on the 5th floor. Sun Yi shone his flashlight on the floor markers on the wall. Open the security door and you'll find yourself in a long, narrow corridor. On the left side of the corridor are rows of houses, and on the other side is a fence. This layout is somewhat similar to that of a dormitory building. Something's up. Wearing his vision goggles, Sun Yi could see much further ahead. A grotesque demon with deformed features lingers at the door of a certain room. It was dressed in black night clothes and held a huge, spiked blade in its hand. The left side of his body is similar to that of an ordinary person, including his exposed hands and feet, as well as half of his face. The other half was a mixture of rotting flesh and blood, with only the torso and limbs barely distinguishable. A ghost I've never seen before. Is it a special individual? Sun Yi observed from a distance. Special individuals are ghosts that appear for various reasons. In some cases, people become ghosts after they die. Even objects can turn into ghosts. Or even, it could simply be a concept existing in a person's mind. Under the influence of inspiration, they may descend to Earth in the form of ghosts. And these kinds of ghosts are usually unique. They won't appear anywhere else. Not only are they extremely rare, its strength is also much greater than that of a normal ghost. Only. Not a female ghost. Sunya continued to observe and discovered that the deformed ghost's face was that of a human male. Moreover, its constant wandering and groans sounded like the howls of a monster. The ghosts in White Mist Town and they're not female ghosts. It seems that it does indeed have its special features. Furthermore, it wasn't just random shouting. Listening intently, Sunya could vaguely make out what the deformed ghost was saying. Receive a reward. Hehe, Director Zio will give me a lot of money. Sunya frowned. Is this a ghost that was transformed from a human? Sunya speculated. When the night parade of 100 demons erupts, a horde of demons descends. It will also bring an unprecedented concentration of inspiration. If you die under these circumstances, you may be reborn as a ghost. This is related to a person's desires, resentments, and level of spiritual power before death. But who is this Director Zio it's talking about? Knock him down and see what you can get out of him. Sunya made a decision. This deformed ghost is blocking the way. To enter the house filled with the deepest resentment, one must pass by the location of the deformed ghost. Since we must defeat it, why not ask it what it's saying? You hit and run B **** D, get out there. Master, just you wait and see. The ghost that had been hit by the car rushed straight forward. In this kind of fighting environment, Sunya had no intention of calling in the ghost truck. Only ghost trucks created by the curse of the ghost contract. That's the kind of collision that ignores all collision volume and only hits the target. Trucks summoned through skills have their full collision volume. If this were summoned from the stairwell, one wrong move and the building could be demolished. The blood sacrifice demon, relying on its innate ability to levitate, flew out from the right-hand railing. This way you can avoid being hit from behind by the ghost. Snort, snort, numerous soul arrows were fired, striking the deformed demon's body. Within a short period of time, the percentage-based true damage effect was triggered several times. The battle had barely begun when this deformed monster had already lost almost half of its health. Who is it? Are they here to steal my bounty? We will never let you succeed. Sensing the attack, the deformed ghost cried out in a trembling voice. It looks sluggish, but it's anything but sluggish when it fights. Knowing that attacking the frontline tanks and killing the ghosts is useless, it threw the dagger directly at the blood sacrifice demon flying in midair. The sharp dagger shot out at lightning speed. I'm still here, don't ignore me, the ghost shouted fiercely. At the same time, the passive effect of interception is activated. Affected by the effect, the dagger made a sharp turn in midair and shot towards the ghost that had crashed into it. Clang. The dagger sparked as it struck the broken pieces of the demon's armor. Blade armor effect activated. A dagger stab wound appeared out of nowhere on the deformed ghost's body. Following closely behind were the bone spikes of the blood sacrifice demon. Sharp bone spurs pierced straight through the deformed ghost's body. Its body was restrained, and it tried to cut the bone spurs with the sharp blade in its hand. However, the ghost that had been hit by the car had already rushed up to the deformed ghost. Under the effect of the interception, the blade in the deformed ghost's hand seemed to be attracted by a powerful magnet. Completely disobeying its commands, it slashed straight at the fragments of the demon's armor. Clang, ah! The deformed ghost screamed in agony. Another slash appeared out of nowhere on its body. The blade armor effect of the Deathbringer came into play again. It really works great. It has the effect of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. Brush. The blood sacrifice demon fired another bone spike, piercing the deformed demon from another angle. It must be firmly pinned down in place, unable to move. Wait, don't kill him yet. Sun Yi ordered a halt. He planned to ask who this Director Zio was that the deformed ghost had mentioned, and why it wanders here. Perhaps this is related to the core ghost of the ghost realm. Just in case, Sun Yi had the ghost who died in the accident hold down the deformed ghost. Then have the blood sacrifice demon summon soul arrows, aiming them at the head of the deformed demon. Shoot it immediately if it shows any signs of getting out of control. After taking all necessary safety precautions, Sun Yi slowly walked up to the deformed ghost and asked him a question. Who is this Director Zio you just mentioned? What is your purpose here? The deformed ghost was panting heavily. I'm here to work for Director Zio to kill someone who's blind to reason. Who is Director Zio and who is this blind fool? Explain yourself. The director is Zio Jianren. You blind B ****D. All you did was have your ghost realm assessment results stolen. How dare they report to their superiors? They're asking for death, hahaha, substitute grades. Sun Yu frowned deeply. Having just gone through the ghost realm trial, he had naturally heard of such things. For example, someone's score in the ghost realm might be altered and replaced by another person. Let someone else use the scores you got into to attend the university you were accepted into. This is the biggest blow to a high school student who is working hard to cultivate their intuition. As it stands now, this deformed ghost must have been sent by Zio Jianren to kill the student whose score was stolen. The purpose is to silence them. What kind of beastly behavior is this? Sun Yi couldn't help but think of himself. If he didn't have an awakening system, didn't have a contracted female ghost, and didn't become stronger, faced with persecution by Lihongji and Gao Ba, perhaps he'll end up like the pitiful person the deformed ghost spoke of, dying by the assassin's blade. So did you succeed? Sun Yi continued to question, suppressing his anger. Of course it worked, it's right there. The deformed ghost twisted its head and looked at the door of a house next to it. That was the source of the resentment. Having discussed this much, Sun Yi probably already had a general idea of what was going on. If nothing unexpected happens, it's the same student whose score was stolen and who was subsequently murdered. Perhaps it was due to its powerful resentment that it transformed into a core ghost in the ghost realm. The deformed ghost, as if boasting of its achievements, continued to chatter on and on about the details of what happened. She was only at the late stage of the first star level. I stabbed her through the chest with one strike and she couldn't even scream. Ha 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 ha, and then she even begged me for mercy. I don't need the further details. Blood sacrifice demon, get to work. Wait, I'm waiting. Snort, snort, the blood sacrifice demon unleashed a dozen or so soul arrows at once, striking the deformed demon's head directly. Before it could even finish pleading for mercy, its head was smashed open, flesh flying everywhere, before turning into a soul bead and falling away. Sun Yi picked up the soul bead. Holy crap, only mid-stage 2-star. Making such bold claims and in the end not even reaching the late-game level of a 2-star character. What a disappointment. I thought that special individuals would be at least a bit higher than the average level. In the end, it's just average. However, the effects of absorbing these special individual soul beads, as well as their performance after being crafted into equipment, are all unique. They are all much better than ordinary soul beads. Keep this soul orb safe for now, and don't mix it up with the other soul orbs. Sun Yi then led the ghost who killed him and the blood sacrifice ghost to thoroughly inspect all other areas of this floor. No abnormalities were found, there were no other lurking ghosts. We've finally arrived. Behind this door lies the birthplace of the core ghost of White Mist Town. Sun Yi stood in front of the door that resented the most and swallowed hard. Pay close attention. Then Sun Yi and the blood sacrifice demon took 3 steps back. The ghost who died in the accident, you open the door, you're tough enough to take a beating anyway, Sun Yi commanded the runaway ghost. The ghost who had been hit by the car had no choice but to gently push open the door. It wasn't locked, it opened with a push. The ghost who had been hit by the car took 2 steps into the room and looked around. There is no danger. Sun Yi also observed the surroundings through the perspective of the ghost who had been hit by a car. No, there isn't. Only then did I feel slightly relieved and step into this place where the resentment was strongest. The room was dark, so Sun Yi turned on his flashlight. Perhaps it's because of the core demon. Unlike other parts of the ghost realm, this place is not chaotic and dilapidated. Everything remains the same as before. There wasn't even a speck of dust. It's as if people were living here just a second ago. This should be the home of the person whose grades were stolen, as the deformed ghost mentioned. Sun Yi quickly checked the living room. Pots, pans, bowls. Only one set of bowls and chopsticks is used regularly, and it is placed in the most conspicuous position. The rest were placed on very tall cabinets. Sun Yi, who has lived alone for a long time, naturally understands what this means. This person also lives alone, there is no one else in their family. Sun Yi analyzed. All the information gathered so far could be key to defeating the beast demon. For example, Sun Yi learned that the core ghost died by being pierced through the chest. So when you challenge the beast-like demon, focusing your attacks on its chest might be effective. Furthermore, considering his habit of living alone before his death, even after becoming a ghost, he will likely fight alone, without any henchmen to interfere with Sun Yi. This is all the information we have at the moment. Continuing their exploration, the ghost who was hit by a car opens the bedroom door. Master, this is. By sharing his vision, Sun Yi saw what was in front of the ghost who had been hit by a car. A large patch of dried bloodstains on the ground. The girl, clutching her sword tightly in her arms, fell to her side on the ground. The body was not decomposed and looked as if it were asleep. But it was obvious that there was a hole in her chest that was almost the size of a bowl. Master, this person looks somewhat familiar, the blood sacrifice demon reminded him. Sun Yi certainly knew who she was. Ah. Sun Yi was dumbfounded. How could it be her, Tang Shi? Weren't we just fighting side by side perfectly fine? Died wrong, Sunya carefully examined Tang Shi's body. The wound was definitely not recent. It must have died a long time ago. And the clothes she was wearing were also wrong. Tang Shi, whom I met during the ghost tide, was wearing a blue and white Lolita dress. The corpse in front of them was wearing home clothes. It's impossible to say that Tang Shi, being so romantic, would specially change her clothes before she died, right? Therefore, there is only one conclusion. You all probably guessed it right. The core ghost who died with extreme resentment and was reborn as a female ghost is Tang Shi. The person who appeared to help repel the first wave of ghosts. That must be Tang Shi who became a ghost. But how was she able to maintain such a high degree of rationality? They would not crave human flesh and blood. It will not attack humans. Even their speech and behavior are almost identical to those of a normal human being. Why is that? New questions arose in Sunya's mind once again. Furthermore, if the core female ghost is Tang Shi, what is that beast-like demon? There can't possibly be two core ghosts in one ghost realm. The reason for this is still unclear to me. Let's look around some more. I wonder if there's any other valuable information. Sunya made the suggestion. After searching thoroughly, Sunya discovered more clues. His parents disappeared and he was raised by relatives. What protagonist template? However, Sunya didn't even receive any help from relatives. They barely make ends meet by doing odd jobs on weekends. The other room is a study. The bookshelf is filled with books on exorcism. These books are all worn out from frequent use. If you open any of them, you'll see they're covered in notes. He's still a good student. He studies very diligently. In a hidden corner of the study, there was a cardboard box that caught Sunya's attention. Turn it over and open it. A whole box full of romance novels. Forehead. Sunya was speechless. So she has this kind of hobby. These shouldn't be the main point. There were also her essays from school, including her teacher's comments, written from childhood to adulthood. Master, with so much data, it'll take forever to finish reading it. The guy who got hit by the car was clearly the type who couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth while Sunya was looking at the documents. The blood sacrifice demon, however, remained quiet throughout, occasionally informing Sunya of his discoveries. Her writing style is gentle and delicate, and the teacher's comments also reflect this. She must be a kind-hearted girl. The blood sacrifice demon gave its evaluation. Sunya also found the most crucial item, Tang Shi's ghost domain assessment results. The time was 3 years ago. The grades are perfect completion. Sunya exclaimed in surprise, although he also completed the game perfectly. But this kind of achievement isn't something you can get easily. Even in Shanghai, where educational resources are better, this is still an option. Such achievements also place them among the best of their peers. What's more, she did it without any background or resources. The more I investigate, the more regrettable it becomes. What a wonderful person. He was impersonated and his life was ruined. After investigating for about 10 minutes, Sunya stopped. It feels like if I keep looking, it'll completely turn into an invasion of privacy. There is no more meaningful information. The investigation is complete. The beast-like demon is not the core demon of White Mist Town. Tang Shi is the one, but she was special. Even though it has become a ghost, it is still willing to communicate with people and will come out to help others escape danger. This is so strange. However, we can infer her personality based on the evaluations she received during her lifetime. If we say that after her death, due to her personality, she resisted her instincts as a ghost. So what is the reason for such intense resentment here? Let's find the beast-like demon first, or at least Tang Shi. Sunya felt that he might be only one step away from the truth. Finding them should resolve all the doubts. At the same time, thump, 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 heavy footsteps could be heard outside. At the same time, there were sounds of fighting and collisions. The impact reverberated throughout the entire area. The violent tremors felt like they were going to shatter one's internal organs. Sun Yi, along with the hit-and-run ghost and the blood sacrifice ghost, arrived in the corridor and looked down. Through Sun Yi's insightful lens, he could clearly see the enormous thing downstairs. 2 arms as thick as cars on the left and right. Its skin has some bony spurs resembling the skin of a crocodile. It also had a thick dragon tail behind it. With such an appearance, no matter how you look at it, she has nothing to do with a female ghost. But she was indeed a female ghost, because the head of this enormous body is connected to the girl's upper body. Unfortunately, perhaps it's some kind of limitation imposed by the laws of nature. Something resembling crocodile skin covered all the vital areas. Wait, that face. Sunya was afraid he had misread it, so he checked it repeatedly. That beast-like demon in human form, Tang Shi's face, it's her again. The one who came to the rescue with a sword was Tang Shi. Tang Shi died in the core area. And now Sunya's target, the beast-like demon, also has Tang Shi's face. Is this Tang Shi or Alice? Can't get through. After making a brief comment, Sun Yu noticed that the beast-like demon was currently engaged in a fierce battle with someone. The incredibly sharp, cold white trajectory transformed into a streak of light, entangling the beast-like demon's entire body. Everywhere it passed, the beast-like demon's body gained another wound. Sun Yu recognized the move at a glance. Invincible slash. After the attack ended, Tang Shi, dressed in a blue and white Lolita dress, reappeared and continued fighting the beast-like demon. This actually made things easier for Sun Yi. The two ghosts they were looking for appeared at the same time. But how should we proceed? Sun Yi thought he should observe from the sidelines for now, to put it another way, watching a play. The two demons are currently locked in a fierce battle, so it's not appropriate for Sun Yi to intervene. It wouldn't be good if we got accidentally injured. Sun Yi has the ability to kill the beast-like demon single-handedly. As long as the name of the beast-like ghost is bound to the system. Then activate the blood sacrifice ghost's void uniform effect and apply an 80% skill vulnerability to the beastman ghost. Then, they went all out. They unleashed everything, soul arrows, bone spikes, ghost trucks, they just kept throwing them at them. Give me a precise number, done in 3 minutes, but now, since someone is willing to be his vanguard, why not? After the invincible slash ended, Tang Shi's swordsmanship was also quite exquisite. However, during her battle, Sun Yu discovered a pattern, the fourth strike. Will the resulting wounds be particularly noticeable? This might be one of her passive skills. Sun Yu speculated. Roar, the beast-like demon let out a deafening roar. The enormous claw swept across, but Tang Shi nimbly dodged it. She ascended upwards on the giant claws, a flash of sword light, and the beast-like demon's human form was cleaved into pieces. Did you win? Sun Yu speculated, it can't be that simple, can it? Struck in a vital spot, the beast-like demon's body went limp and it collapsed to the ground. Tang Shi sheathed her sword and left. Is that all? Sun Yu quickly went downstairs. The soul orb of a beast-transformed demon, that's a valuable item. Tang Shi is a ghost, so naturally she wouldn't collect the soul beads of other ghosts. Without being contracted by a ghost master, a ghost cannot absorb a soul bead on its own. Rushing downstairs, Sun Yi approached the corpse of the beast-like ghost. As soon as they got close, a strong sense of resentment emanated from the beast-like demon. An unprecedented sense of vigilance suddenly arose in Sun Yi's mind. He had a premonition. It's best not to get close to the corpse in front of you. Continue to observe carefully. The beast-like demon lay motionless on the ground, but why didn't the body dissipate? Did it not transform into a soul bead? Playing dead, Sun Yi analyzed calmly. Just to be on the safe side, let's smash the corpse to pieces first and see how you resurrect. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This is the third time the ghost tanker has struck the corpse of the beast-like demon. Explode. Boom, another oil tanker truck exploded. The beast-like demon's corpse had been smashed to pieces. Is this enough? The man who died in the accident asked. Not enough. Gather all the pieces of meat on the ground, finely chop them into minced meat, pile them together and roast them over a high flame. Sun Yi still felt uneasy. All of the above actions were performed by the ghost who died in the accident. Because she's the fattest, if Sun Yi or the blood sacrifice demon gets close, if the beast-like ghost suddenly rises from the dead, I'll just slap it across the face. That's not fun anymore. At this moment, Sun Yi was still thinking about something. Why hasn't it turned into a soul orb yet? Sun Yi had clearly exhausted all his imagination in destroying the corpse of the beast-like demon. But it still didn't turn into a soul bead. What exactly happened? The ghost that crashed into the fire threw the scattered body parts of the beast-like ghost into the fire. She couldn't possibly complete an order like finely chopping meat sauce. She's not a cook. It took about 10 minutes to figure it out. Is everything all right now? Sun Yi slowly approached. The beast-like demon's entire body was basically torn apart. It's impossible for a piece of meat to suddenly jump up and slap Sun Yi, right? That would be a bit too bizarre. Sun Yi approached to examine the corpse of the beast-like demon. Just then, the beast-like demon's flesh and blood began to dissipate. Haha, finally dead. He was just faking his death. He quickly searched for the soul orb dropped by the beast-like demon, but what Sun Yi didn't expect was the dissipated physical body did not transform into a soul bead. Instead, they regroup and reunite in the same spot. They reassembled into a beast-like demon. Holy crap. He's resurrected. Blood sacrifice demons, runaway demons prepare for battle. The beast-like demons combined at an extremely fast speed. In just 2 breaths, her enormous body was then fully reassembled. Roar. A deafening roar resounded once more. It's coming, Sun Yi said solemnly. That's how we ended up in a critical situation. It seemed to spread like some kind of signal. Tang Shi, who was strolling along the streets of Beiwu town in the distance, suddenly sensed this signal. She immediately turned around and hurried towards Sun Yi's direction. Meanwhile, on Sunya's side, the beast-like demon crouched down, briefly gathered its strength, and then charged straight towards Sunya's position. Dream on, come here. The runaway demon activated his blade armor, and the intercept effect kicked in at the same time. The beast-like demon's charge attack immediately changed direction in midair, crashing into the demon that had been killed. Bang! At the moment of the collision, the ghost was thrown back 10 meters. The massive beast-like demon also suffered damage from the blade armor's counterattack, staggered, and fell backward. The strength level of the beast demon at the mid-stage of 3 stars. That's really powerful. Fortunately, the killing ghost was there, otherwise Sun Yu would probably have been killed by that single impact. Sun Yu dared not be careless and immediately called the system. Set the beast demon as the transfer target. Setup complete. Blood Sacrifice Demon, unlock the Void School uniform. Receive. The Blood Sacrifice Demon activates the active effect of the JK uniform on its body. Her body was gradually enveloped in a verdant light. At the same time, this emerald green color also appeared on the beast-like demon. This is what it looks like to enter a state of nothingness. In this state, the Blood Sacrifice Demon cannot be damaged by physical attacks, but it also cannot launch physical attacks. However, skills will not be affected. The side effect of entering a state of nothingness is that the skill damage you take increases by 80%. Now, this side effect has been transferred to the beast-like demon. The effect of being unable to launch physical attacks was also transferred, although this is irrelevant to the Blood Sacrifice Demon who attacks with magical skills. However, the restrictions on beast-like demons are quite significant. She is the type who relies on physical attacks to deal damage. Sun Yu took out a 2-star soul bead and popped it into his mouth. At the same time, the order was issued. Use all your skills on the beast-like demon. In an instant, there were soul arrows, bone spikes, and ghostly oil tankers. Charge at the beast-like demon together. In no time, the beast-like demon collapsed to the ground again. Oh, so that's all. Sun Yu wiped the sweat from his hands. I thought it would be something more impressive. However, just like when Tang Shi defeated the beast-like demon last time, even after being defeated, the beast-like demon's corpse did not transform into a soul orb. It did not dissipate. This time, Sun Yu did not torture the corpse again, because no matter how many times you finish off the enemy, even if it's ground into powder, the beast-like demon will revive once the time is up. What should we do then? Perhaps if we can figure out the relationship between the beast-like demon and Tang Shi, we can find a solution. Sun Yu first withdrew from the beast-like demon. This would prevent her from reviving and attacking Sun Yu again. Sun Yu didn't want to fight this kind of war of attrition that would yield no results. Sun Yi arrived at the ground floor of a small building, which was far from the corpse of the beast-like ghost, but convenient for observing the surrounding area. After a brief probe to confirm that there was no overlap in space, Sun Yi then waited there. He was waiting for the beast-like demon to revive again and for Tang Shi to reappear. Let's organize the information a bit. It is certain that the beast-like ghost and Tang Shi are connected. They have the exact same face. It couldn't possibly be just for looks, right? Furthermore, Sun Yu could clearly sense that the beast-like ghost carried a strong aura of resentment. It was similar to the resentment emanating from Tang Shi's body. They're not just similar, they're practically identical. What do you think? Sun Yu asked his 2 contracted ghosts. Me. I'll just sit and watch. The man who got hit by the car was completely unconcerned about these brain-teasing puzzles. The more meticulous blood sacrifice demon also offered her opinion. Even as a demon, one must retain humanity. A sacrifice is necessary. She analyzed it from the perspective of equivalent exchange. That's true of him, he can't stop talking about his old profession. Sun Yu felt that the blood sacrifice demon's statement made some sense. The cost of maintaining humanity, what should it be? Could it be that Tang Shi also sacrificed something? I don't see her missing any limbs or arms. This small discussion was still ongoing even after the beast-like demon was resurrected. Master, look, that beast has come back to life, the ghost who died in the accident warned. The fallen beast-like demon's body dissipated and reassembled. When he reappeared, all his wounds had disappeared. This time, the resurrection happened exceptionally quickly, in just a few minutes. Therefore, it seems that Sun Yi's actions of destroying the body were effective, but it only prolonged the time it took for the beast-like demon to revive. Beast. Upon hearing this keyword, Sun Yi appeared thoughtful. Oh right, you beast. I understand. Sun Yi suddenly felt a breakthrough in his thinking, and he excitedly patted the man who had been hit by a car on the shoulder. Of course, the blade armor wasn't activated, otherwise Sun Yi's hand would have been pierced through. After calming down a bit, Sun Yi raised a question. Why do you say that the beast-transformed demon, being a mid-stage 3-star female ghost, has absolutely no intelligence? Ritual abilities increase, the intelligence of a ghost should also be higher. Like the blood sacrifice demon, it only had the strength of a quasi-demon at the beginning, and its intelligence was just so-so. Its mind was full of things like sacrifice. Now that it's a 2-star early game Oni, not only does it speak fluently, but it could even read a book just now. So why as a mid-stage 3-star beast-type demon? All they do is roar, they act on instinct, they're practically no different from wild beasts. In contrast, Tang Shi, who is also a ghost, possesses far too much of a human side. Despite being a demon, it still helps humans kill their own kind. However, she clearly died with immense resentment. That's probably why they were able to become ghosts. But why can't you see any of that in Tang Shi? Combined with the resentment emanating from the beast-like demon, Sun Yi revealed his answer. The beast-like demon is a part of Tang Shi. The resentment from her wrongful death turned her into a ghost, but her kind nature prevented her from accepting her ghostly instincts. Thus, her humanity was separated from the innate hatred a demon naturally harbors for the living, and this is how the beast-like demon was formed. The reason why the beast-like demon could be resurrected is now clear. Because she wasn't a ghost at all, it's part of the ghost. The ghost's body may be partially damaged, but it is not completely destroyed. Enveloped in the abundant spiritual energy within the ghost realm, one can gradually recover after a period of time. Therefore, it seems that the true method to defeat the beast-like demon it's about defeating Tang Shi, or sign a contract with Tang Shi. Of course, Sun Yu would definitely prefer the latter. Tang Shi's fighting prowess made him extremely covetous. How could Sun Yu not be tempted by such a powerful skill as Invincible Slash? A god-tier skill that combines offense, survival, and mobility. It would be such a waste not to have a contract. Besides, Sun Yu went to great lengths to come to White Mist Town precisely to contract the core female ghost, didn't he? Beast-like demons cannot be contracted. However, it can form a contract with a female ghost even stronger than a beast-like demon. A graceful figure emerged nimbly from the alleyway. Tang Shi has arrived. I wonder if they sensed the commotion from Sun Yu's battle with the beast-like demon. From where Sun Yu was, he could see her clearly. Let's go, it's time to go up and talk. Sun Yu stood up from the rock. Bai Yongfeng and Yan Zuolin were extremely anxious. Damn it, of all times, the ghosts in the ghost realm have become much more ferocious. Yan Zuolin fought alongside the members of the Glorious Battle Group, occasionally complaining. The distribution of female ghosts in White Mist Town was originally quite fixed. The female ghosts also tend to move towards the center and don't scatter. But for some reason, this trend disappeared. A large number of female ghosts dispersed from the central area, causing considerable trouble for the group's advance. Little did they know, it was Sun Yi who took the bait to lure the ghosts from the core of the ghost realm. This is why the female ghosts in the ghost realm are no longer attracted to the center. All the female ghosts began to revert to their random, wandering behavior pattern. Although the demon slayers in the team were generally far stronger, killing demons still takes time. What they lack most right now is time. Bai Yongfeng also sent one of his female ghosts to assist in the battle. The team's current situation is roughly equivalent to going against the tide of ghosts. Even at such a great distance from the core of the ghost realm, there are already so many female ghosts. It would be terrible to be inside the core. In addition, they could all hear it just now. An explosion came from the deepest part of the fog, and there were towering flames. It's obvious without even guessing that Sun Yi is fighting the core ghost. Even though they knew Sun Yi was in a tough fight, they could only watch from afar. I feel uneasy. Sun Yi, please don't let anything happen to you. He prayed. Unfortunately, he himself didn't believe in such prayers. The beast-like demons of White Mist Town are infamous. It not only possesses overwhelming and powerful attacks, it can also resurrect infinitely, cannot be killed, and cannot be contracted. Sun Yi, who knew nothing about this, rashly challenged the beast-like demon. The only outcome will be the exhaustion of inspiration, followed by being torn apart by the beast-like demon. Therefore, we must find Sun Yi before these things become a reality. Tang Shi looked around but couldn't find Sun Yi, but once again they discovered the beast-like demon. Has it come back to life? Then let's kill them one more time until they can't be resurrected. She seemed to be used to such things. After saying that, Tang Shi drew her sword again. She was about to charge at the beast-like demon in the distance. How many times have you done this? Sun Yi's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Tang Shi turned around. Sun Yi? She still remembered the name of the boy in front of her. Tang Shi relaxed slightly. Thank goodness no one is hurt. Let me be blunt, Tang Shi, do you think you're a human or a ghost? Sun Yi suddenly asked a question. Tang Shi suddenly froze, wondering why Sun Yi was asking these questions. That's not important. What's important is to destroy this ghost. Her gaze wandered, then she looked at the beast-like ghost in the distance. No, this is important. Sun Yi blocked Tang Shi's path. The demon that crashed into him and the blood sacrifice demon appeared behind him at the same time. Although it was known that Tang Shi was gentle and kind by nature. But under such pressure, no one knows if she will lose control. I'm sorry, I don't know. The imagined loss of control doesn't exist, Tang Shi said softly, lowering her head. There are two separate memories in my mind. In one part of it, I lived in this small town, back when there was no white fog and no ghosts. Although I feel a little lonely, I'm still very happy. The other part is here, where I relentlessly hunt down ghosts and bad guys with no rest and no entertainment. I don't know which part is true. Listening to Tang Shi's account, Sun Yi gained a much deeper understanding of her situation. It's likely she doesn't remember how she died. However, there was one key word in Tang Shi's words that caught Sun Yi's attention. You said you relentlessly hunt down ghosts and bad guys. She's still killing people in the ghost realm. Sun Yi felt it was necessary to understand this in detail. All three of you are good people. I want to protect the good people and kill the bad people. Just like when everyone was attacked by bad guys, Tang Shi explained earnestly. Wait a minute. Sun Yi noticed the oddity in Tang Shi's logic. That's right, Sun Yi should have noticed it when he first met her before the ghost tied. Tang Shi has never uttered the words female ghost. At the time, she also used the word bad people to refer to the female ghosts in the ghost tide. Does she see female ghosts as human beings? Wait a minute, I'm asking you, is she a human or a ghost? Sun Yi asked Tang Shi, pointing to the blood sacrifice ghost beside him. Of course it's humans, Tang Shi said seriously, not like she was joking. In an instant, Sun Yi suddenly realized, almost all known information is connected, the case is solved. This explains why White Mist Town is full of female ghosts, because the ordinary evil spirits who weren't female ghosts were basically all killed by Tang Shi. Now, the mystery surrounding the entire town of White Mist. It's basically clear now. It's time to end this tragedy. Hours ago, in order to acquire land in White Mist Town at a low price, the Luo group used a ghost-attracting bait to trigger a parade of 100 ghosts. Coincidentally, it happened on the very night the night parade of 100 demons broke out. A poor girl whose exam results were stolen was killed by an assassin sent by Zio Jianren, filled with resentment. The immense resentment, combined with the inspiration from the night parade of 100 demons, caused the girl to be reborn as a demon. At the same time, it also turned her into a core ghost, preventing the ghost tide from leaving and keeping it in White Mist Town. However, her human nature clashed violently with her demonic nature. The conflict was so intense that it tore her in two. The human part transforms into Tang Shi, dressed in a Lolita dress, protecting humanity in the ghost realm. The demons are beast-like demons that roam the core area day and night, and are regarded by the people as the core demon of White Mist Town. This is the cause and effect of White Mist Town turning into a ghost town. Let's return to the present. Sun Yi and Tang Shi looked at each other. Now all we need to do is sign her into a contract and all of this will end. But how should the contract be made? Should we beat her into submission? This still seems like the worst possible solution. It's best to persuade her. Sun Yi decided to start with the beast-like demons. How many times have you killed that beast-like demon? He asked Tang Shi. I don't know, I've lost count. She's a bad person, she'll attack anything she sees indiscriminately. She must be eliminated. She was about to draw her sword again when she spoke. What if it comes back to life? Sun Yi asked again. Kill him one more times. What if I respawn again? Keep killing. What if this thing could resurrect infinitely? Keep killing endlessly. Perhaps because she became a ghost, Tang Shi's thinking became somewhat rigid. Or rather, she harbored a deep-seated obsession. It seems that as long as she keeps doing things, she can feel at ease. As for what was done, whether it was effective or not, that's not necessarily true. Sun Yi intends to continue to exert verbal pressure. You've been persisting here to kill evil spirits all along, that's good. But you never considered why this ghost realm exists. Why can the beast demon resurrect infinitely? Why is it that no matter how hard you try, this ghostly realm always harms and kills people? As Sun Yi continued asking questions, he gradually pressed Tang Shi closer to the issue. I don't know. Tang Shi was visibly flustered when Sun Yi stared at her and questioned her like that. It seems that applying pressure in this way is quite effective. Sun Yi decided to continue. Of course, we still need to be careful not to push Tang Shi too far. That would be terrible, Sun Yi continued. It's because of you, you are the core of the entire ghost realm. The existence of the ghost realm attracts a constant stream of ghost masters, who then find themselves in danger. It's all because you, as the core ghost, are supporting the entire ghost realm. Sun Yi deliberately exaggerated the seriousness of the matter. Although it is said that when a demon tamer enters the demon realm, he is responsible for his own life and death. But according to Sun Yi, it seems that Tang Shi should be held responsible for all the injuries and deaths in Beiwu town. This is also a form of applying pressure. What should I do? Tang Shi panicked completely. She has always considered protecting others as her duty. But now, Sun Yi tells her that the people in the ghost realm are in danger because of her existence. This completely shattered her beliefs. Seeing that the time was ripe, Sun Yi raised his left hand, making a contract gesture. A pale blue inspiration flows through my palm. If you truly want to protect others, then hold this hand. Make a contract with me. In this way, both the beast-like ghosts and the ghost realm of White Mist Town will disappear. Upon seeing Sun Yi's gesture, Tang Shi instantly recalled many past events, when she was still human. Knowledge from books, trials in the ghost realm, and contracts. This time, however, the positions have reversed. She became the one who was contracted by someone. I agree. She slowly reached out and intertwined her fingers with Sun Yi's. It's done. A surge of inspiration emanated from Sun Yi's palm and entered Tang Shi's body. A membrane of inspiration belonging to Sun Yi covers her entire body. Is the contract complete? Sun Yi had a question. While signing a contract with Tang Shi, the enormous body of the beast-like demon in the distance rapidly dissipated. The blue tide of inspiration flowed into Tang Shi's body. They are indeed one entity. Having formed a contract with Tang Shi, has the beast-like demon also returned as a part of her? Just then, Bai Yangfeng and his group arrived. Although they were still far away, Bai Yangfeng could see the beast-like ghost's body dissipating. Make a decision instantly. This is a beast-like demon resurrecting. When she is resurrected, her body will dissipate and reform. Sun Yi must have defeated her again. Hurry. It's right there. His hands rubbed the wheelchair so hard they almost sparked. Sprint, sprint, charge, save my student. The panel popped up in front of Sun Yi. Tang Shi. Rank 3-star late-game demon. Sacrifice reward to be unlocked. Will be unlocked after taking revenge on Xiao Jianren. Skill 1, Invincible Slash, transforms the body into a stream of sword light, launching a continuous attack between enemies for 3 seconds. Invincible during the attack, unaffected by any negative effects. The number of attacks during this duration is related to Tang Shi's attack speed. 5-minute cooldown, 3 stars, 0 proficiency, 100,000 proficiency required for upgrade. Second skill. Fatal Strike. Tang Shi's 4th attack deals 250% additional damage. Passive effect, 3 stars, proficiency 0, requires 100,000 to upgrade. Third skill, Healing Aromatherapy unlocked. Unlocking requires 10 4-star soul orbs or 500 pain points. Is it over? Of course that's not all. For any female ghost, a contract will inevitably produce side effects. Tang Shi is no exception. Huh. Why are my hands moving by themselves? Tang Shi exclaimed in surprise. She drew her sword, aimed it at Sun Yi's chest, and made as if to stab him. It seems that to form a contract with her, one must also have a sword pierce through the chest. Sun Yi wasn't afraid. It's okay, come on. Suddenly, Sun Yi noticed the sacrifice reward section on Tang Shi's panel. Revenge on Xiao Jianren. What exactly constitutes revenge? Sun Yi's understanding is that it's reciprocal retaliation. Since Tang Shi was killed by an assassin he sent, stabbing her in the chest. Why not let him try it too? Oh, right, system also set Xiao Jianren as a target for side effect transfer. Setup complete. Sun Yi, get out of the way, I can't control my hand. Tang Shi was still unaware of what had happened, and she hurriedly shouted. Didn't she even know that a sacrifice was necessary? Tang Shi's sword stopped the instant it touched Sun Yi's chest. It didn't even tear Sun Yi's clothes. How strange. I didn't stab you, but I have a feeling that at least 3 people were stabbed. Tang Shi tilted her head, unable to understand the reason. Received a total of 300 pain points from Gao Ba, Luo Yuanliang, and Xiao Jianren. The system's message clearly indicated who had been stabbed. The revenge mission is initially completed. Tang Shi has received the sacrifice reward, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. Attacks will spray the blood of a demon lord to form sword energy. Gain additional sacrifice reward. Heart of the Sword Saint passively increases attack power by 15%, attack speed by 15%, movement speed by 15%, and dodge chance by 15%. Haha, as expected, transferring the blame to H. Xiao Qingzhen will also be seen as revenge. Moreover, because of the contract, even more people were sacrificed. Therefore, Tang Shi also received an additional boost. In this way, Tang Shi officially became Sun Yi's contracted ghost. Bound by a contract, and the ghost realm lost its core. The inspiration that had gathered here, along with Tang Shi's resentment before her death, gradually dissipated. In every corner of the ghost realm, overlapping spaces are also unfolded. The thick fog that had enveloped White Mist Town gradually dissipated. This feeling is truly strange. It seems I can directly sense what you're thinking, Sun Yi. Tang Shi looked at her body, which was gradually becoming translucent, and made her assessment before merging into Sun Yi's body. At the same time, Sun Yi could sense that another ghost had entered his body. Beast Demon. I remember now back when I was a demon slayer. My contracted spirit is a beast spirit, and its appearance is very similar to a beast-transformed spirit. Tang Shi's voice echoed in Sun Yi's mind. It seems that resentment has attached itself to the ghost she had contracted at the time, but none of that matters anymore. Information about the beast-like demon also appeared before Sun Yi. Beast Demon. Rank 3-star mid-game demon. Sacrifice reward, source of resentment, passively increases attack power when taking damage. Skill 1, Destructive Charge, briefly charges forward, then charges forward, dealing damage and stunning enemies in its path. It has powerful destructive capabilities against obstacles. 30-second cooldown, 3 stars, 0 proficiency, 100,000 required for upgrade. Second skill Stomp. The Beast Demon becomes unable to attack but will deal area damage as it moves. The damage is based on the Beast Demon's attack power. The faster the movement speed, the more frequently Stomp will trigger. 20-second cooldown, 3 stars, 0 proficiency, 100,000 proficiency required for upgrade. Third skill, Slam. The beast-like demon tightly grips an enemy, rendering them unable to act. It slams the ground 4 times consecutively, each impact dealing damage. The shockwave from each slam deals area of effect damage and briefly stuns nearby enemies. This skill ignores negative status effects and control effects. 5-minute cooldown, 3 stars, 0 proficiency. Requires 100,000 proficiency to upgrade. The beast-like ghost and Tang Shi are essentially two sides of the same coin. Therefore, since Sun Yi made a contract with Tang Shi, he naturally also possessed the beast-like demon. Moreover, the two ghosts only occupy one contract slot. However, the trade-off is that only one of the beast demon and Tang Shi can be on the field at a time. They cannot be summoned simultaneously. However, this made little difference to Sun Yi. Furthermore, another manifestation of this duality lies in the simultaneous upgrading of this aspect. This is because it achieved the additional sacrifice effect for Tang Shi. Therefore, the beast-like demon also received the reward for the sacrifice. Double the profits, awesome. Sun Yi, are you all right? In the distance, an old man with a white beard, wheeling himself in a wheelchair, sped towards them at breakneck speed. At that speed, it would probably be faster than a regular motorcycle. Holy crap! Sun Yi was completely dumbfounded. The old man's arms were bulging with veins as he gripped the sides of the wheelchair tightly, struggling to operate it. The wheelchair performed a graceful drift on the ground, finally coming to a steady stop in front of Sun Yi. Only then did Sun Yi get a clear look at the old man's face. Isn't this Professor Bai? What are you doing in the ghost realm? Bai Yangfeng was clearly much more excited than Sun Yi. He held Sun Yi's hands tightly and examined them carefully. How are you? Are you hurt? Fighting a beast-like demon must have been extremely dangerous, right? Forehead, that is indeed quite dangerous. This only applies to beast-like demons. Sun Yi defeated her almost instantly. As for the matter of resurrection, that's another story. I'm all right, haha, thanks for your concern, Professor. Sun Yi thanked Bai Yangfeng. Yan Zulin also rushed over at this time and stood next to Bai Yangfeng. Nice to meet you, Junior. I'm also Professor Bai's student, so let's call me your senior. My name is Yan Zulin. Senior Yan, Sun Yi greeted him politely. Bai Yangfeng turned his head and ordered the members of the Radiant Battle Group. Kill the resurrected beast-like demon, and at the same time, destroy the corpse as much as possible to delay her resurrection. Bai Yangfeng was indeed very familiar with this ghost realm, and he also knew how to delay the resurrection of the beast-like ghosts. But I'm not familiar with it yet. He was unaware of the secret of the beast-like ghost, and even less aware that she was not the core ghost of the ghost realm. Hurry up, it's very dangerous here. Yan Zulin, you led the way. Bai Yangfeng grabbed Sun Yi's hand, making a move to take him away. Sun Yi was somewhat confused. Professor Bai, what brings you here? And why did you bring so many people with you? You brat, are you really not afraid of deaths? Having just arrived in Shanghai, I went straight into White Mist Town to challenge the beast demon. You have no idea how fierce her attacks are. With immense power, it would kill a 1-star ghost master with a single slap. A 2-star ghost master, you've upgraded to a 2-star ghost master, and you're still in the mid-stage of 2 stars. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Sun Yi, Bai Yangfeng said with delight. I never expected Sun Yi's improvement after venturing into the ghost realm alone would be so great. What? Mid-stage 2-star, Yan Zulin was stunned. Sun Yi has only just arrived in Shanghai, they haven't even officially enrolled yet. Has it already escalated to this point? Yan Zulin considered himself one of the best among the freshmen that year. He also went to the nearby ghost realm for training during the summer vacation. But he had just entered the Magic University at that time and was only at the late stage of the first star level. In comparison, I am ashamed of myself. Bai Yongfeng then went back to the point. Even if you are at the mid-stage of the second star level, you still can't be a match for the beast-like demon. Don't you know she can resurrect infinitely? Even if you use all your strength to kill her, you can't obtain the soul orb, let alone form a contract with her. No, 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 I know very well because I defeated her, Sun Yi replied. Bai Yongfeng was stunned. I just heard the sounds of fighting and explosions in the distance, such a big commotion, and there were towering flames. How could this possibly have been done by a student? Bai Yongfeng had always assumed that someone else was fighting the beast-like demon and that Sun Yi just happened to be there. You defeated the beast-like demon? Bai Yongfeng looked at Sun Yi, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Professor Bai, the beast demon is missing. We haven't found her, the captain of the Radiant Legion reported. They searched the area where the beast-like demon disappeared as well as a large surrounding area. The beast-like demon was not found. She disappeared, Bai Yongfeng speculated. Or did she escape? That's not impossible. Sun Yi felt that things would get increasingly complicated if things continued this way. I might as well just summon the beast-like demon. Knock knock. The beast-like demon's massive body stomped on the ground, kicking up nearby rocks. What's going on? Everyone panicked. The moment the sound was uttered, the female ghost dressed in dark business attire appeared beside Bai Yongfeng. Yan Zulin quickly released the shadow ghost as well. Beast demon, she's here. The captain immediately called to his team, preparing to hunt down the beast demon. Wait. Look carefully. The sharp-eyed Bai Yongfeng suddenly noticed the abnormality of the beast-like ghost. Her entire body was covered by a membrane of Sun Yi's spiritual energy. This was the most obvious sign that she was bound by the contract. She quietly came up behind Sun Yi. Sun Yi then pointed to the beast-like ghost. So, do I need to explain anything now? Bai Yongfeng was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that, Sun Yi, would be able to defeat the beast-like demon, and you can even successfully form a contract? How did you do that? That's incredible. He felt an unprecedented joy. I never imagined Sun Yi could be this good. He ventured alone into the ghost realm, fighting his way to the core ghost's location, and even managed to form a contract with it. Such an achievement is almost impossible for a freshman. It's wonderful to have such a student. I am so fortunate. The captain of the Radiant Battle Group was filled with awe when he saw Sun Yi summon the beast demon. Their teams have also frequently recruited graduates from various universities over the years. There is no shortage of exceptional talents, but now, compared to Sun Yi, it's just so-so. Such an outstanding person must be reported to the regimental commander. If we could recruit Sun Yi, I wonder how much benefit it would bring to the entire battle group. Immediately afterwards, Professor Bai Yongfeng wheeled himself over to Sun Yi. So, what was sacrificed to you after you made a contract with the beast-like demon? He asked. Sun Yi did not intend to disclose the matter of the transferred side effects. However, this can slightly explain why he was unaffected by the sacrifice. That's right, Professor. Perhaps due to my constitution, I am not affected by the contracted female ghost. So I'm perfectly fine, not hurt at all. That short sentence exploded in the hearts of both Bai Yongfeng and Yan Zulin. Unaffected by the contracted female ghost. This is an almost supernatural physique. It should be noted that the average strength of female ghosts is far superior to that of ghosts of the same level. However, the reason why no one dared to sign a contract was, it's because of their bizarre and varied sacrificial effects. Contracts inevitably bring various side effects and backlashes. Without thorough preparation, rashly making a contract with a female ghost is not advisable. He would most likely die on the spot. Even if they survive by sheer luck, the demon slayer will be practically crippled. Bai Yongfeng also conducted various calculations and prepared for a very long time. The female ghost who has only been in a contract with us for a short time, even so, they still ended up with this disability. Sun Yi is different. If not affected by the side effects of the contract. Therefore, any powerful female ghost can be contracted. It's hard to imagine what would happen if the outside world knew that Sun Yi possessed such a terrifying physique. What kind of reaction will this cause? I wonder how many people will be eyeing this incredible physique. Bai Yongfeng's expression immediately turned serious. I'll explain this to you in detail when we get back to school. Everyone here today is one of our own, so it doesn't count as a leak. But you absolutely must never mention this in public. Bai Yongfeng and Zhao Yan, the leader of the glorious battle group, were old acquaintances. The group sent to assist Bai Yongfeng this time were all the commander's trusted confidants. As long as Bai Yongfeng explains things clearly, Zhao Yan will be happy to help suppress the news. Yan Zuolin also understood the seriousness of the matter. The female ghost skills are so overpowered. It's impossible to say that no one was tempted. In society, countless individuals and organizations are researching how to avoid the side effects of female ghosts. Once they find out about Sunya's existence, who knows what they'll do? Therefore, he was perfectly aware of why Professor Bai had suddenly become serious. Before Sunya becomes strong enough, he absolutely cannot show his face in public. Now that the beast-like demon has been contracted and Sun Yi has been found, having achieved their objective, the group decided to leave the ghost realm. Sun Yi also felt that there was no point in staying here now. Before leaving, Sun Yi had a silent conversation with Tang Shi. "You're leaving now. Is there anything you need me to help you take with you?" He was quite considerate. "It's fine to leave like this." "As a ghost, I've already severed ties with the past," Tang Shi replied. "Really? You don't want all those romance novels in the study anymore?" "No, I don't want it anymore." You could tell that making these decisions was very difficult for her. "Why did you hesitate for a moment?" Sun Yi complained. Tang Shi has indeed severed ties with the past, but not completely. On the way out of White Mist Town, Sun Yi began planning his next goals. The training in White Mist Town can now be considered a complete success. What's the next step? There are several things you can do next. The first thing to do is prepare for the freshman competition when school starts. Secondly, there's Professor Bai Yongfeng's side. He studied female ghosts his whole life, so he must have accumulated a lot of experience. Sun Yi felt it was necessary to find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Bai Yongfeng about the female ghost. These are the two most important things right now. Professor Bai Yongfeng suddenly started talking to Sun Yi about his investigation. "I had received some information about White Mist Town before. It is said that this place has become a ghost town, and this is related to the Luo group. What did you find out in the ghost realm?" Bai Yongfeng made a very good impression on Sun Yi. Despite never having met him, he was willing to come to the ghost realm to find Sun Yi. And they were also afraid of getting trapped, having brought so many people with them. Although it wasn't put to any use, Sun Yi could tell from the sentiment alone that he wasn't a bad person. Sun Yi secretly told Bai Yongfeng about finding the bait to lure the ghost. "HMPH, I knew it. That scumbag Luo Yuanliang," Bai Yongfeng sneered. "This matter needs careful consideration. The Luo group isn't something that can be brought down simply by announcing a scandal." Sun Yi has reservations about this. Why not just bind a name to the side effects transfer system, then contract a female ghost and cause as much trouble as possible? But now is a good time to find out what kind of background Luo Yuanliang and the Luo group behind him really have. The Roch Group is a massive business empire that practically controls everything in the Shanghai area. The founder, Luo Yuanliang, was originally from White Mist Town, and he is also a late-stage 4-star ghost master. Bai Yongfeng slowly recounted the information about the Luo group. "I've been doing research at school and don't know much about his business dealings. However, the entire group has a very bad reputation. You can check it online. This isn't difficult. Once we leave White Mist Town and return to downtown Shanghai, we can search again once we have a cell phone signal. Also, you need to be careful. They have a deep control over the entire city of Shanghai. Don't let anyone else know about what you found here. Otherwise, it could be dangerous." Sun Yi nodded. He was quite clear about this. On the way back, they did not encounter any more female ghosts blocking their path. The bait to lure the ghost is gone, and so is the core ghost. The spiritual energy of the ghost realm in White Mist Town began to dissipate and fade away. The fog gradually thinned. At the outpost base in Beiyu Town, Zhang Nianian remains here writing new articles. "Look, everyone. The fog has lifted." Suddenly someone shouted. The pervasive white mist is the very symbol of White Mist Town as a ghostly realm. The dissipation of the fog means the core ghost of White Mist Town has been eliminated. This place is no longer a ghost realm. What, really? Let me see. Holy crap, it's really gone. Zhang Nianian sensed the commotion nearby growing louder and couldn't help but look in the direction of the crowd. She covered her mouth in surprise. The fog that had shrouded White Fog Town all day long had completely dissipated. A dilapidated and abandoned town lay laid bare before us, no longer a mystery. Meanwhile, the group continued walking on the exit road leading away from White Mist Town. As the sun set, golden light bathed the earth, lengthening their shadows. There was none of the heavy casualties and disheveled state that others had when they left White Mist Town. They were like heroes returning victorious. Among the leaders, one person, Zhang Nianian, looked very familiar, Sun Yi. Eders outside Beiwu town. After dinner, he Ruikai took his child out for a walk. He habitually glanced in the direction of White Mist Town. It was like a bolt of lightning striking his heart. The fog has dissipated. The white mist that devoured all life has dissipated. He Rui rubbed his eyes. Because he had made the same mistake before. He pinched his face again, and the pain told him that this was indeed not a dream, because he had dreamed about it before. But this time, it's no longer a mistake, nor is it a dream. It's true, the white fog has dissipated. That place is no longer a ghost town. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled up in his eyes. The fog has dissipated, we can go home now. Parking lot at the outpost. The Han family vehicles that came to greet Han Kainian slowly drove away. We must seriously reflect on this failure. Such a dangerous situation must never be allowed to happen again. Han Kainian made up her mind. The commotion inside the base reached here. What's all this noise? Han Kainian found it annoying and decided to roll up the car window. Miss, look. The person sitting in the car suddenly stared in the direction of White Mist Town. Han Kainian looked over as well. I initially thought it was one of those exorcists causing trouble again. What she saw, however, made her gasp in horror. The huge cloud of white mist dissipated. The core demon must have been defeated. There shouldn't be any more demons in this area from now on. The attendant guessed. I just don't understand. Who is this person so powerful that they could actually kill the legendary immortal beast-like demon? Yes, who is it? That's really hard to guess. Han Kainian had a gut feeling about it. Perhaps it was the boy who saved her back then. His name seems to be Sun Yi. The vehicle continued its journey, leaving the outpost. Even from the road they left on, they could still observe the situation in White Mist Town from afar. After the fog dissipated, a desolate and dilapidated town was revealed. But under the setting sun, it turned golden. It looks like some kind of golden city from mythology. At the exit of White Mist Town, she saw the familiar figure of the boy, Sun Yi. However, the next moment, the vehicle entered the bend, and Han Kainian only caught a glimpse of the boy before he disappeared from her sight. Professor Bai, now that the ghost realm of White Mist Town is gone, will it affect the future ghost masters? Sun Yi suddenly thought of this problem. No, this kind of ghost realm, which is mostly inhabited by female ghosts, is not only difficult, but also offers the same rewards as other ghost realms of the same level. No one with a sound mind would use it as a training ground. Generally, only those with nothing better to do or hotheads would enter the training camp. Sun Yi felt he had been scolded. It seems that a young lady who entered White Mist Town with guards was also among those being scolded. Never mind, Sun Yi retrieved his luggage from the outpost. Of course, it needs to be stored. You can't exactly expect Sun Yi to carry around blankets, toothbrushes, shower gel, and stuff like that to fight a female ghost, can you? Bai Yangfeng took Sun Yi back to the Shanghai Ghost University. Night fell and the moon and stars were few. At the school gate, people were still coming and going. A huge sign stands here. It was written in dazzling gold lettering above. Shanghai University of the Dead, also known as the Ghost University. Right under this sign, do you know your dorm assignment? Do you need me to show you the way? Yan Zuolin asked considerately. Thank you, senior. I can go by myself. Sun Yi quickly picked up his luggage and said goodbye to the two. We just came from the ghost realm. Rest for a few days, then come back to discuss your constitution with me in detail. Bai Yangfeng said this as he was leaving. After completing the simple check-in process, Sun Yi headed to his dormitory. Along the way, I saw various well-equipped facilities on campus. No wonder it's the top ghost-controlling university in all of Daxia, Sun Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The female ghosts who had been bound to Sun Yi's body also saw the Magic University campus through Sun Yi's eyes. Is that a library? There should be lots of interesting books there, the blood sacrifice demon commented. The roads here are quite wide, the ghost truck should be able to drive here. The woman who died in the accident noticed the road on campus and offered her opinion. Tang Shi was probably the one who felt it most deeply. After all, it wouldn't have been for Xiu Qinzhen's meddling. She enrolled 3 years ago. Who knows, I might even bump into Sun Yi here on campus. It's a pity that now. She could only visit the school she longed for day and night in this way, within Sun Yi's ghost-controlling space. It's so beautiful. Tang Shi looked at the campus under the starry sky filled with emotion. The contracted ghost and the demon tamer are of one mind and body. Sun Yi could sense the changes in Tang Shi's heart. I said, why don't we come out and see this campus with our own eyes? Sun Yi suggested. Tang Shi was startled. Is it okay? It should be fine. It is not forbidden for demon slayers to summon contracted demons in non-demon realms. It would just be considered very impolite. It's like carrying a loaded gun with you at all times. In a society where everyone owns a gun, there's a difference between keeping a gun in your pocket and constantly holding it in your hand and gesturing at people. That's roughly the level of rudeness. However, there is actually another reason: evil spirits contracted by ordinary people. In terms of appearance, she is basically repulsive. Letting them out at night might scare the children. But the female ghost was different from other evil spirits. Let's just talk about Tang Shi at least. If you don't pay attention, you'll notice the subtle glow of inspiration emanating from her. Most people probably wouldn't think she's a ghost. The only thing that might be a little unusual is the Lolita dress Tang Shi is wearing. I don't know why she dressed like that after becoming a ghost. Perhaps he liked it when he was alive. In short, this is one of the few things about her that stands out. If you really want to say that their attire is different from that of ordinary students, then Sun Yi will have to have a serious talk with you about freedom of dress. Tang Shi was summoned by Sun Yi, standing on the land of the Magic University. She carefully observed every plant and tree in the green belt. Observe the students coming and going. In the distance, there are brightly lit libraries and training halls. It was as if she were a student here too. That's great, thank you so much, Sun Yi. I'm really grateful. Tang Shi expressed her heartfelt gratitude upon hearing that her wish had been fulfilled. It's all right, since we're already here, let's take a few more looks. A few minutes later. Have you seen enough? Sun Yi suddenly asked. Tang Shi nodded gently. Okay, in return, help me with my luggage. Tang Shi, the campus of Magic University, is extremely vast. For some top students and senior professors, detached villas are provided. As the top scorer in the province, Sun Yi was naturally assigned a room. Even though it's still summer vacation, you can see quite a few freshmen like Sun Yi on the streets of the campus. They all basically arrived in Shanghai in advance and then trained in the nearby Ghost Realm. Those who can get into Moda University are basically top students from their respective regions. Even during summer vacation, it's just a change of scenery for them to train. To put it nicely, they are people who are used to working hard. To put it bluntly, they're all shrewd and arrogant. Oh dear, what a pity. Sun Yi looked at these scroll masters from all over the country. Still couldn't beat me. Rai 4103. Sun Yi held the dormitory assignment information in his hand and searched for his dormitory in the villa area. Behind him was Tang Shi carrying a large bag of luggage. As the two walked along, the freshmen on the road were all dumbfounded. They were amazed by Tang Shi's beauty. And Sun Yi walking in front of me. Holy crap, is she a freshman? She's so pretty. It feels like they stepped right out of a painting. There are such beauties among this year's freshmen, hee, what a feast for the eyes. No, look, she's clearly helping the boy in front of her with his luggage. What is the relationship between these two? Is she a maid? I think she was a child bride. The students who participated in the discussion were speechless. What era are we living in? Why are they still doing this kind of thing? There were many guesses, but no one thought of a female ghost. Who would have thought that Sun Yi had made a contract with a female ghost, and such a delicate and beautiful female ghost? I took a picture. I'll ask about it on the school forum. Yes, let's ask around and see if anyone knows what happened. Wait, look in the direction they went, one of the boys exclaimed. Everyone looked and saw that Sun Yi was following the road signs and walking towards the villa area. Those who live in the villa area are all top-tier students. The fact that freshmen went straight to the villa area upon arriving at the university can only mean one thing. This person is at least among the top 3 in their province. He might even be the top scorer. I have a feeling we'll have many more opportunities to get to know these two people in the future. We've arrived. Sun Yi looked at the villa's nameplate in front of him. Tang Shi followed Sun Yi through the door and put down her luggage. Thanks for your hard work. Sun Yi said to her, it's actually not hard work at all. Don't let Tang Shi's gentle and quiet appearance fool you. She's a female ghost from the later stages of the Samsung era. His physical strength is off the charts. For someone who can easily slay beast-like demons with a sword, carrying this little bit of luggage is nothing. Sun Yi took a good look at his dormitory room. This is a 2-story villa. The next 4 years of his university life belonged to Sun Yi alone. Each floor is approximately several hundred square meters. Sun Yi didn't calculate the exact size himself. Upon entering the first floor, you'll find a living room, as well as a dining room and kitchen. Almost all the necessary appliances, tableware, and daily necessities have been prepared. And everything has been cleaned up so Sun Yi can put down his luggage and rest. On the second floor there is a study, a bedroom, and a training room. For a student, this is considered top-of-the-line equipment. After putting down his luggage, Sun Yi slumped onto the sofa. He let out a long sigh. Blood sacrifice demon, runaway demon, come forth. The two ghosts appeared together and sat on the sofa next to Sun Yi. Tang Shi, please sit down too. Although she didn't know what Sun Yi wanted to do, she did as he said. Ahem, now I'd like to announce that this training exercise in White Mist Town has successfully concluded. Everyone applauds. Clap, 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 clap. Sun Yi started clapping by himself. The other three ghosts watched his performance quietly. The process of taking stock of the spoils usually just involves opening the backpack, seeing what good stuff was found, saying a few words, and that's it, right? Why are you making it sound like you're writing a company year-end summary report, Sun Yi? Ahem, Sun Yi coughed deliberately. I'd like to say, please give me a round of applause. Since it was Sun Yi's order, the three female ghosts had no choice but to obey. Snap, 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 sparse applause broke out. Just a side note, although I feel it's a bit late to explain this now. In fact, in his previous life, Sun Yi studied management in university. That's right, it's the same old corporate system. From his current perspective, since the number of contracted ghosts within his body is gradually increasing, then management must also be able to keep up. Although the demon slayer has absolute control over the contracted demon, however, Sun Yi could also vaguely sense it at times. The will of the contracted spirit itself cannot be ignored. If you can get them to willingly carry out your orders, the results are usually better. Therefore, he decided to use this method to summarize. First, let me show you what we gained from this trip to White Mist Town. As Sun Yi spoke, he took out his backpack from the ghost realm. Splash, a large bag of soul beads was placed on the coffee table in front of the sofa. It's full of 2-star soul beads. The vast majority of them were obtained when encountering the ghost tide. The others were obtained by Sun Yi when he dealt with the female ghost blocking his way. This bag contains at least 100 soul beads. If Sun Yi continues to consume 3 soul-swallowing pearls a day, he will succeed. This is more than enough for Sun Yi to level up to late-game 2-star or even early-game 3-star. However, simply raising Sun Yi's own ghost master level is not enough now. It's about time to upgrade the contract ghosts level. For example, blood sacrifice demons. The blood sacrifice demon's inspiration level is currently at the early stage of 2 stars. Ever since he made a contract with her in the Ghost Realm Examination Hall of Hengbing Middle School, he has not improved. Ghosts cannot absorb soul beads on their own, they need the assistance of a ghost tamer. This is why in the Ghost Realm when ghosts kill each other, they don't care about the fallen soul beads. Just like when I first met Tang Shi. However, Sun Yi understood the normal process of a demon's ascension. But how should the female ghost level up? Are they the same as normal evil spirits? Sun Yi seemed a little confused about this. Perhaps there are better cultivation methods for female ghosts. Who knows? Let's put the matter of leveling up on hold for now. We'll ask Professor Bai for advice when we meet him later. Not only that, we also collected special soul beads. As Sun Yi spoke, he took out the soul bead of the deformed ghost. The name Deformed Ghost was given to it by Sun Yi. Such unique and singular evil spirits have the right to be named by the first person to see them. Of course, this only applies to people who are still alive after meeting them. Sensing the spiritual energy emanating from the soul pearl, Tang Shi's expression turned gloomy. What an unpleasant aura, this spiritual energy makes me uncomfortable. She tried her best to hide her disdain, but she still couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Sun Yi could understand Tang Shi's reaction. After all, this deformed ghost was the murderer who killed Tang Shi in disguise. It's understandable that Tang Shi has a natural aversion to its soul pearl. To avoid causing her further distress, Sun Yi put the soul bead away. This is a special demon's soul bead, an excellent material for crafting equipment and creating items. Sun Yi said. He paused briefly, then continued explaining. The location where we killed this special ghost was right in front of Tang Shi's house. This can be considered revenge for her, so that's how it is. Tang Shi nodded gently after understanding the origin of this soul bead. Our team has grown considerably during this trip to Beiwu Town. Next, let's have the newcomer speak. After speaking, Sun Yi handed the microphone to the man who had been hit by a car. No, where did this microphone come from? The driver who died in the accident complained. Portent. The ghost who died in the accident took the microphone. Ahem, everyone, I'm the runaway ghost. I can summon trucks to run people over and even help block enemy attacks. Don't you all already know this? Do I really need to repeat myself? The man who died in the accident was halfway through his sentence when he awkwardly put down the microphone. Sun Yu defines the character Chinese letter Zhuangxi Gui as a powerful tank capable of both offense and defense. Offensively, it possesses powerful area of effect abilities like the ghost truck and can also transform into a ghost tanker truck, detonating and causing massive damage over an area. The second skill, Fragment Armor, gains a blade armor effect upon upgrade. When activated, it grants a 50% damage reflection effect. This skill can completely counter the enemy's burst damage. Speaking of which, Sun Yi has been playing PvE for quite some time. It seems I've never had a truly exhilarating PvP battle with a human Oni master. He also wants to become a top PvP player. However, of all the knowledge he has acquired so far, they lack the skills to fight human demon slayers. Sun Yi currently only knows how to safely enter the ghost realm and fight the ghosts. But you should know that in this world, the creature more terrifying than a ghost is a human being. Not just in the upcoming freshman competition. There will definitely be a time in the future when Sun Yi goes to war with human demon tamers. These skills also need to be learned. Therefore, it seems increasingly necessary for Sun Yi to seek out Professor Bai Yongfeng for proper instruction. Let's get back to the current topic. The ghost that crashed into the road underwent 2 upgrades in the ghost realm. The upgrade to the second skill is the Blade Mail's counter damage effect. Upgrading the third skill might make it incredibly powerful. For every 10th successful attack interception, you can use your first skill for free. Not only does it consume no resources, but it also doesn't take up any cooldown time. Sun Yi felt that the potential of this effect was ridiculously strong. It might just give the ghost who died in the accident the ability to take on 100 people single-handedly. Additionally, regarding the effect of increasing proficiency with passive skills, Sun Yi also figured this out from the ghost who died in the accident. Each time the passive effect is triggered, it increases proficiency by 1 point. Therefore, relatively speaking, the proficiency of passive skills should increase much faster than that of active skills. If something sinister happens and all 3 skills are passive effects, I wonder what will happen, Sun Yi speculated. Alright, next up is another heavyweight newcomer, Tang Shi. Sun Yi continued in the tone of someone presiding over the meeting. The man who had been hit by a car reluctantly handed the microphone to Tang Shi. Hello everyone, I'm Tang Shi. My skills are related to swordsmanship, so please take good care of me, seniors. She cooperated very well with Sun Yi and was quite immersed in the role. It looks so real. Regarding Tang Shi, since their contract was only recently formed, Sun Yi has not yet officially commanded her in actual combat. The specific details are still unknown. However, Tang Shi's performance in dealing with the ghost tied in White Mist Town can be used as evaluation data. It must be said, the invincible slash is indeed powerful. That's ridiculously strong. The scene where Tang Shi used her invincible slash to kill the first wave of ghosts. Sun Yi is still vivid in my mind. However, the key point is what happens after the invincible slash is used. Tang Shi is a melee DPS type ghost. Her physique wasn't as sturdy as the guy who died in the accident. This was evident in dealing with the second wave of ghost tides. When invincible slash goes on cooldown, Tang Shi won't be able to handle so many attacks. Although she possesses naturally excellent swordsmanship skills, she cannot kill without taking damage. Wait a minute. So is it possible for Tang Shi to improve her swordsmanship skills? This thought suddenly popped into Sun Yi's mind. If possible, it could also significantly enhance her combat capabilities during the invincible slash's cooldown period. This is also something that needs to be done next. In addition, Tang Shi has one skill that she hasn't unlocked yet. Sun Yi opened her panel. Tang Shi. Rank 3-star late-game demon. Sacrifice reward, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. When attacking, the blood of the demon master is sprayed out to form sword energy. Continue to take revenge on Xiao Jianren to gain upgrades. Sword Saints Harden. Passively increases attack power, attack speed, movement speed, and dodge chance by 15%. Skill 1. Invincible Slash transforms the body into a stream of sword light, launching a continuous attack between enemies for 3 seconds. Invincible during the attack, unaffected by any negative effects. The number of attacks during this duration is related to Tang Shi's attack speed. 5-minute cooldown, 3 stars, 0 proficiency, 100,000 proficiency required for upgrade. Second skill. Fatal Strike. Tang Shi's 4th attack deals 250% additional damage. Passive effect, 3 stars, proficiency 0, requires 100,000 to upgrade. Third skill, Healing Aromatherapy unlocked. Unlocking requires 10 4-star soul orbs, or 500 pain points. 4-star soul beads aren't so easy to obtain. Sun Yi decisively chose to use pain points to unlock. Unlocked. Third skill, Healing Aromatherapy. Tang Shi summons an aromatherapy burner that can be destroyed by enemies. The emitted fragrance heals friendly units within range for a percentage of their health. The aromatherapy lasts for 30 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. 3 stars, 0 proficiency, 100,000 proficiency required for upgrade. It's also a healing skill, although this skill has the word healing written in its name. However, Sunya still needs to see the skill description before making a judgment. This skill can effectively alleviate the current weaknesses in the team. That's right, it's just a lack of treatment. I've acquired a new skill, Tang Shi asked, somewhat puzzled as she sensed a fluctuation in her spiritual energy. That's right, I just unlocked a new skill for you. All right, now let's invite the beast-like demon to say a few words. Sunya led the ghosts to the spacious training room. This space was specially designed. It's the size of a basketball court and the ceiling is nearly 10 meters high. It should be spacious enough. Sunya took Tang Shi back and the beast-like ghost was released. As a newcomer sharing a ghostly slot with Tang Shi, why don't you say a few words? Sunya brought the microphone close to the beast-like demon's mouth. Awo roar HMPH. The beast-like demon lacked the intelligence to speak and could only utter low growls like a wild beast. Sun Yu was actually quite pleasantly surprised by the beast-like demon. He originally thought that after making a contract with Tang Shi, the beast-like ghost would disappear. I was a little disappointed at the time. Unexpectedly, the beast-like demon was also contracted. Although there is a restriction that he cannot appear on stage with Tang Shi, but it is still very helpful. When Sun Yu was looking at the beast demon's panel before, he had a general idea of her role. Although both are tank-type characters, the beast demon is clearly different from the runaway demon. The ghost was killed by a hit-and-run. Beast-like demons are both fleshy and tough. Such a massive body is covered with hard skin that resembles armor. It looks like it can withstand a lot of damage. Moreover, her skill set is clearly geared towards the front lines, suitable as a starting character to initiate battle. According to the game's description in the previous life, that's the initiator character. Use your first skill to charge in. Use the second skill again to repeatedly stomp, disrupting the enemy's formation. Then use the third skill to control the opponent's key character. A complete process, that's a fair statement. The beast-like demon's fighting power is in no way inferior to Tang Shi's. Alright, thank you for your hard work. You can go back now. Sun Yu recalled the beast-like ghost and then replaced it with Tang Shi. That concludes the introductions of the new members. Next, we will have a workshop on team building. Another meeting, the ghosts were experiencing human troubles for the first time. Our team is lacking right now. Sun Ye asked his 3 contracted female ghosts, isn't this something you should be considering? Why are you asking us? People who die in traffic accidents are generally reluctant to do things that require thinking. Lacking support, Tang Shi glanced at the other female ghosts and replied. That's right, you truly are a good student, Sun Ye praised. Actually, I'm still looking for a new ghost to join us. But in any case, she should be a support-type demon in this bizarrely resurgent world. Ghosts come in all sorts of kinds and their skills are incredibly diverse. Let's briefly distinguish the responsibilities. That means there are damage dealers, tanks, and support roles. There are also function bits, which are a rather special type. The key is support. Sun Ye's current female ghost team has no support. For tanks, there are the rampage ghosts and the beast-transformed ghosts. In terms of damage output, it seems like all the demons have pretty high damage output, but it lacks support, lacking efficient support abilities to contain enemies, support teammates, and gather information. Another new goal. Let's wait until Sun Ye enters the ghost realm again before searching slowly. Alright, that concludes today's debriefing meeting. Thank you all for attending. Phew, it's finally over. The man who died in the accident felt relieved. It's a bit boring, commented the blood sacrifice demon. If we could find a more formal venue, it would probably have a better effect, right? Tang Shi also offered her suggestions. After saying that, Sun Ye took them back. Looking at the time, it was already late at night. Sun Ye washed up briefly and then went to bed to rest. He had it all planned out. I'll go see Professor Bai Yongfeng first thing tomorrow morning. Although Sun Ye had made a contract with the female ghost, he knew very little about her. The main reason is that it's not taught in high school textbooks. In fact, most of the demon slayers in this world have a very shallow understanding of female ghosts. Looking at the entire Shanghai and even the whole of Daxia, someone who can help Sun Yi with matters related to female ghosts, I'm afraid only Bai Yongfeng can do it. Here's the plan. Sun Yi wants to see him tomorrow and has 3 questions to ask. First, is the leveling up of a female ghost the same as that of a regular evil spirit? Are there better methods for leveling up? Secondly, can the female ghost learn skills not listed on the skill panel? For example, is there a way to improve Tang Shi's sword skills? Third, what are some things to be aware of when fighting an Oni master? How does this differ from fighting an Oni? With this in mind, Sun Yi drifted off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the bedroom window, landing precisely on Sun Yi's face. He didn't need an alarm clock. The direct sunlight alone was enough to wake him up. It's time to go find Professor Bai. The arrangements were already made yesterday. The two agreed to meet at Professor Bai's villa. Bai Yongfeng is a scholar who focuses on theoretical research. In reality, his combat strength is not very strong. The ghost skills were holding them together, but that wasn't nearly enough, due to limitations in summoning range. Contracted spirits cannot stray too far from the spirit master. The restrictions apply to ghosts at different distances. But no matter what, a demon slayer must be on the battlefield when fighting. Given Bai Yongfeng's limited capabilities, doing this is truly putting others in a difficult position. Because he made contracts with too many female ghosts, he suffered severe physical disabilities. Not just the two legs, but any organ in the entire body that wouldn't die after being sacrificed. They were all sacrificed as offerings to the female ghost in the contract. In addition, Bai Yongfeng is also afflicted with various curses, for example, a blood curse. He was actually in a state of life slipping away every moment. It was all thanks to another contracted ghost that Bai Yongfeng kept casting healing spells on him. Only then can life be sustained. In this state, Bai Yongfeng just wanted to be alive. Even though he is a 6-star ghost master, he still has to consume a lot of spiritual energy every day, and that is precisely the reason. His skill as a demon slayer will likely never improve further in his lifetime. If it were anyone else, they would probably have been tortured to the point of death and suffering unbearable pain. His existence seems like a living sign warning the world not to contract with female ghosts. Even someone as knowledgeable about female ghosts as Bai Yongfeng could minimize the side effects. They all have to make their bodies into such disabilities. What about others? He dedicated almost his entire life to the study of female ghosts. Even the elders who personally contracted with female ghosts practiced what they preached. Sun Yi felt a surge of admiration. I walked briskly through the dormitory area of the university. He went straight to Professor Bai Yongfeng's villa, the magic university campus in the early morning. The air is so fresh. Just taking a deep breath feels invigorating. This should be it. Sun Yi found himself in front of a villa. The sign on the door reads Bai Yongfeng. That should be correct. Clang, clang, clang. Professor Bai, hello. I'm Sun Yi, here to visit you. Sun Yi knocked respectfully on the door and explained his purpose. The door was opened. The person who opened the door was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a business suit. The moment Sun Yi saw her, he immediately realized. She's a female ghost. Moreover, it lacks the faint glow of spiritual energy unique to contracted spirits. It's still a ghost without an owner. Your inspiration level is at least 4 stars. Was Professor Bai's villa attacked by a ghost, or is it? Please wait a moment. Professor Bai is upstairs organizing materials and will be down shortly. The female ghost who opened the door smiled and invited Sun Yi into the house. Sun Yi was very puzzled. Could it be that she is Bai Yongfeng's contracted ghost? It seems that's true, Sun Yi thought back carefully. Back in White Mist Town, Bai Yongfeng summoned a female ghost to protect him. It seems to be the person in front of me. But if it's a contracted spirit, why does it possess such intelligence? How can you make a ghost perform such a precise action as opening a door? After a demon tamer contracts with a demon, all of the demon's actions require the demon tamer's commands. The more delicate the movement, the more focused the demon slayer needs to be. The higher the inspiration energy consumed, the more it is. Seeing Sun Yi standing there warily, she chuckled. Heh, little friend, I'm Professor Bai's assistant, just call me Ziokian. Ziokian explained to Sun Yi with a cheerful smile. Professor Bai is not in danger and there has been no attack by evil spirits here. You'll see once you come in. Sun Yi entered the villa with some skepticism. Just in case, he summoned the blood sacrifice demon beforehand and had it follow behind him. Inside the villa, several women were cleaning. Unsurprisingly, they were all female ghosts. Just like Ziokian, they all looked like ghosts without a master, but everyone was busy with their own tasks. There was no attack on Sun Yi. Sun Yi was stunned, based on his understanding of ghosts. If you want so many contracted ghosts to do housework, and for them to move in a coordinated manner without the slightest stiffness, then you need to be able to do all that. Almost impossible. It's like playing a 5v5 multiplayer online battle game. Just controlling a single hero requires complete concentration. What's more, operating 5 at once. Moreover, each of them has micromanagement skills and can form a team. How did they do that? LP but Ziokian led Sun Yi to sit down on the sofa in the living room. As soon as he sat down, Sun Yi saw a little girl who looked to be about 10 years old. She sat cross-legged in a corner on the first floor, her eyes closed, her lower abdomen rhythmically expanding and contracting, presumably meditating. In an instant, Sun Yi felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The entire first floor was filled with numerous female ghosts. Only the little girl who was meditating made Sun Yi's heart skip a beat. 6-star evil spirit, this girl looks very cute. Not only is she a female ghost, but in terms of strength, she could practically sweep through an entire city. That's exactly what happened. Right now, he was meditating less than 5 meters away from Sun Yi. This made Sun Yi somewhat uneasy. Professor Bai Yongfeng is truly unfathomable. Sun Yi only knew that he had done extensive research on female ghosts. But to my utter surprise, this claim of having done considerable research is ridiculously absurd. This brought such shock to Sun Yi. This is premium black tea, please enjoy. Zhaoqian poured Sun Yi a cup of tea. Sun Yi looked at Zhaoqian's words and actions, which were no different from those of a normal person, and couldn't help but sigh. That's really impressive. I'm upstairs organizing documents. He can even distract himself and control Zhaoqian to chat with him. Sun Yi glanced at the female ghosts cleaning up beside him. Even the movements of these female ghosts didn't stop for a moment. What kind of brain can withstand such multi-threaded operation? This cannot be explained simply by multitasking. Currently, Sun Yi has reached the limit of controlling 2 ghosts simultaneously. Moreover, they can only perform some simple movements. What kind of actions do Sun Yi's contracted ghosts intend to take? They all require Sun Yi's orders and cannot act on their own. For example, picking up soul beads from the ground or carrying luggage. If you need to perform some complex actions, you have to concentrate quite a bit. About 10 minutes later. Inside the villa, a machine specifically designed for moving wheelchairs is installed on the wooden staircase. The motor started up, and Bai Yongfeng, sitting in his wheelchair, slowly came down from the 2nd floor. Sorry to keep you waiting. A frail, aged voice came through. Bai Yongfeng nodded when he saw Sun Yi sitting on the sofa. When Zhaoqian saw Bai Yongfeng, she also stood up respectfully and stepped aside. Dad. The little girl who was sitting cross-legged heard Bai Yongfeng's footsteps, got up and ran over to him, snuggling into his arms. Hey Yar, be good. Bai Yongxing smiled and picked up the female ghost named Yar. His interactions with Yar were no different from those of an ordinary father and daughter. To an outsider, it would be impossible to imagine that Bai Yongxing was holding a 6-star evil spirit. He slowly sat down opposite Sun Yi. Sun Yi was almost overwhelmed by what he saw. The brief visit had such a profound impact on him. Professor Bai, I've come to ask you some questions. Sun Yi told Bai Yongfeng about the 3 questions he had decided on the previous night. After hearing his question, Bai Yongfeng nodded slightly in agreement. He greatly admired Sun Yi's thirst for knowledge. Not only is he strong and daring, but he is also not arrogant like other prodigies. He increasingly felt that he had made the right choice in taking Sun Yi as his apprentice. These problems of yours will take time to resolve. They can't be solved overnight. However, before answering the question, I'd like to know about the constitution you mentioned in the ghost realm. Bai Yongfeng's gaze towards Sun Yi became serious. You said you wouldn't be affected by the contracted female ghost, is that true? Sun Yi nodded, then. What about the side effects of using the female ghost skills? Will it have any impact? Bai Yongfeng continued to press. No, not either. To prove his point, Sun Yi directly summoned the blood sacrifice ghost. This is one of the most common female ghosts. Upon seeing the blood sacrifice demon, Bai Yongfeng immediately understood Sun Yi's meaning. He made a contract with a blood sacrifice demon, but no organs were sacrificed at all. He analyzed. Indeed, Sun Yi didn't look like someone whose organs had been sacrificed by a blood sacrifice demon. This is indeed very strong evidence. In addition, Bai Yongfeng was also very familiar with the blood sacrifice demon's skills. When the first skill, Soul Arrow, is released, it will cause the demon slayer's skin to ulcerate. Sun Yi's skin, however, was quite healthy. There was no ulceration, not even redness or swelling. Until you are strong enough, you absolutely cannot let more people know that you possess this physique, understand? Bai Yongfeng said. Sun Yi was somewhat puzzled, but isn't that obvious? Professor, you've made contracts with so many female ghosts. Literally speaking, you're missing limbs. Then I also made a contract with a female ghost, but I'm still standing perfectly healthy. There's something fishy going on here. Anyone with eyes can see it, right? Seemingly noticing Sun Yi's confusion, Bai Yongfeng continued. Before this, if anyone asks you about the side effects of being a female ghost, just say that the price of your sacrifice was your memories, or, by the way, how much inspiration do you have? Level E, Sun Yi confessed truthfully. Speaking of which, even though Sun Yi's spiritual talent is poor, it still doesn't prevent him from advancing all the way to his current position as a mid-stage 2-star ghost master. Because he doesn't rely on meditation to replenish his inspiration. The absorption of soul beads has always been done by swallowing them whole, using the most efficient method. This resulted in him having extremely weak spiritual talent, yet his level as a demon slayer still far surpassed everyone else. That's a good excuse. If anyone asks you about it in the future, just say you sacrificed your inspirational talent. Those who contract with female ghosts are rare, they don't know much, and having an excuse is enough for them. Bai Yongfeng kept trying to find ways to cover it up for Sun Yi. Okay, I'll tell everyone else that from now on. Sun Yi agreed with this excuse. This also explains why Sun Yi, despite having extremely poor talent for inspiration, still possesses such a high level of inspiration. The answer is that Sun Yi sacrificed his talent, after resolving Sun Yi's physical condition issues. As the saying goes, don't bite off more than you can chew. Sun Yi also knew that it was impossible to solve all his current problems with just one visit. Take your time, therefore Sun Yi believes that the most urgent task is to provide combat training between ghost masters. Are you already preparing for the freshman competition? Very good, very good. Let's move to the training room then. Bai Yongfeng said this, and then all the female ghosts in the room were simultaneously drawn back into his body. Only Sun Yi and Bai Yongfeng remained in the villa at this moment. They were all female ghosts after all. Sun Yi couldn't help but gasp. In the Magic University Villa area, every villa has a corresponding training room. Professor Bai Yongfeng's is no exception. Enter the training room and turn on the lights. How ordinary demon slayers fight is something that's been discussed to death. You can learn about it in the general courses later. I won't go into details here. I presume you didn't come here to become my disciple for that reason. Bai Yongfeng stroked his beard and began to speak slowly. Today, I'll briefly talk about the methods the female ghosts use when fighting against the demon tamers. You can't learn this kind of content anywhere else. These words really piqued Sun Yi's interest. Can't I learn this anywhere else? And it's a fighting style specifically designed for female ghosts. Okay, that's what I'm here to learn. Sun Yi had made up his mind a long time ago that he would only make contracts with female ghosts. You must have noticed this when you came here. My contracted spirits can all perform a large number of detailed actions simultaneously. Do you think I'm manipulating them? Bai Yongfeng suddenly asked. Sun Yi's eyes widened. Could it be that this was their own initiative? NG and studying. Let's take a look at the situations of the 3 patients who underwent side effect transfer. Guangxi Province, Green City. Gao Ba's face was somewhat pale as he walked away from the Green Leaf Battle Group headquarters. Have you noticed that Commander Gao hasn't looked well lately? Anyone could see that. Gao Ba ignored the gossip and drove away. He is currently very anxious. Just a few days ago, Lihongji and his daughter Li Xiaowan. It turned into a pool of pus and blood while still alive in the hospital. The way they died was absolutely gruesome. It is said that many of the nurses who witnessed this scene developed mental health issues. But Gao Ba didn't care about any of these things. What he cared about were the words Li Hongji said before he died. Sun Yi was able to pass on the side effects he endured. Gao Ba didn't quite understand the second half of the sentence at first, but now I can more or less guess what it might be. When Li Hongji was melting, Gao Ba was on the phone with him. At the same time that Li Hongji let out a scream, Gao Ba also felt an extremely intense pain throughout his body. The flesh and blood became wobbly like jelly, as if it would melt away at any moment. He knew all too well what was going on. This is the side effect of absorbing the Samsung vengeful spirit. However, because his level of demon taming was very high, he was able to withstand it. Li Hongji's melting was probably due to a similar effect, but he couldn't withstand it. In addition, just yesterday evening, Gao Ba felt a strange, piercing pain in his chest. It felt like someone had stabbed me through the chest with a sword. In this way, Gao Ba finally understood what Sun Yi was capable of. Find Sun Yi before you succumb to the torment of the side effects. I'm afraid Gao Ba's fate won't be much better than Li Hongji's. Sun Yi, this boy must not be allowed to live. Gao Ba thought to himself. Coincidentally, the Green Leaf Battle Group was recently seconded to the Shanghai region to wipe out the ghost domain. Using this as a pretext, lead the team to Shanghai and find an opportunity to kill Sun Yi. Just then, he suddenly noticed something in his rearview mirror with horror. A semi-transparent truck was chasing him from behind. Ghost truck. Damn it, not again. Gao Ba is really seeing things. Over the past few days, a ghost truck like this has been hitting him. No matter how you try to hide, it won't work. The worst part is that this truck ignores all obstacles and will only hit him. Unstoppable, and the timing is still uncertain. He was hit by a truck while he was asleep once. Gao Ba felt like he was about to have a complete breakdown because of this truck, and now it just so happened to appear while I was driving. HMPH, I won't let you have your way this time. Gao Ba slammed on the gas, trying to get away from the ghost truck as quickly as possible. However, the ghost truck continued to close the distance between him. Damn it! Bang! Gao Ba was overtaken by the ghost truck. His body crashed through the glass and flew out of the vehicle. Its extremely high flight speed caused Gao Ba to skip across the ground several times before finally landing. However, the wording here might be somewhat inaccurate. What you skip on the water should be called a skipping stone. What's the best way to refer to it on land? Let's leave this question for Gao Ba, the person involved, to think about. Meanwhile, the No. 1 Ghost Hospital in Shanghai. The Ghost Hospital is a hospital unique to this world. Heal patients using a healing-type contracted spirit. Its efficiency is far superior to that of traditional hospitals. Some of the more powerful contracted ghost doctors are even capable of regenerating severed limbs and growing flesh from bones. That's a fair statement. As long as he has a breath left, send him to the ghost hospital. There is still hope for them to be saved. However, as a price to pay, the fees are naturally exorbitantly high. It is virtually impossible for someone who is not extremely wealthy or powerful to set foot in this kind of hospital. You bunch of useless trash. I spent so much money, but they still can't even find out what's wrong with me. Luo Yuanliang sat on the hospital bed, cursing the doctors in front of him. Just yesterday, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if stabbed by a sword. In addition, his skin inexplicably became itchy and his bones fractured. Because Luo Yuanliang's ghost master level is only mid-4 stars. The more similar the user's level to Sun Yi's, the more pronounced the side effects of Sun Yi's transfer. In Luo Yuanliang's case, this was naturally much more intense than Gao Ba's. During the transfer, he vomited blood on the spot and was rushed to the ghost hospital by his subordinates for treatment. The injury has healed. But what exactly caused this problem? Nobody could explain it. This made Luo Yuanliang very angry. Of course, suffering is not limited to this, and it was in the next ward. Xiao Jianren was also lying there. "Director Xiao, how are you feeling?" his subordinate asked solicitously. "HMPH, it's nothing serious. This minor illness won't bother me at all." Xiao Jianren's tone was cold. He was a tough man, even when it came to illness. He is a late-stage 5-star ghost master and the director of the Ghost Control Bureau in Shanghai. He never allows such trivial matters to get in his way. "Once the formalities are completed, I will be discharged this afternoon," Xiao Jianren ordered. "Yes." Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound of a truck engine suddenly filled the hospital corridor. Xiao Jianren frowned. Such sounds should not be heard in a hospital. "What's that noise? Is your hospital's soundproofing really that bad?" Luo Yuanliang from next door cursed loudly. What will happen next? He's about to hit the jackpot. Bang! A ghost truck appeared out of nowhere and knocked the two men flying. Two large, human-shaped holes were suddenly smashed into the wall of the hospital corridor. Stones flew and dust billowed. The nurses in the corridor were dumbfounded. "Oh my goodness. I've been attacked. Who did it?" Luo Yuanliang, whose strength was only at the mid-4-star level, was clearly not able to withstand the impact and was hit by the ghost truck, suffering greatly. Xiao Jianren, on the other hand, was clearly not in such a passive position. He assumed a defensive stance just before the truck appeared, while simultaneously summoning a contracted spirit to protect himself. Unfortunately, the ghost truck couldn't be stopped by anything and he was still knocked out. The entire floor is in complete chaos because of this. Amidst the chaos, a doctor stood with a serious expression. He was holding the medical report he had just received. The report stated that a strange illness had appeared in Lvichang, Guangxi province. This disease is accompanied by a curse, causing persistent skin ulceration and fractures. In severe cases, the victim may be thrown into the air for no apparent reason, eventually dying as their flesh melts away, leaving only a pool of pus and blood. The current tentative name is Lihongji Zhaowan syndrome. The cause of this strange disease remained unknown until the first patient died. The only treatment available is to address the symptoms rather than the root cause. Seeing Luo Yuanliang and Xiao Jianren being knocked off the wall at the same time, his expression turned serious. Has this strange illness actually appeared in Shanghai? Sun Yi spent almost the entire day practicing in Bai Yongfeng's training room. The first lesson Bai Yongfeng taught him was a higher form of ghost-controlling method. Increasing autonomy, especially in the realm of female demons. A female ghost is a ghost with rich emotions and a higher level of intelligence. For them, your heart is important, as long as we can increase their level of autonomy. This will allow you to achieve unique results in battles against demon slayers. The form in which it is expressed. It means being able to have S*X with multiple female ghosts. Referring to multitasking, please don't get the wrong idea. Imagine what will happen when Sun Yi contracts with even more female ghosts in the future. 5, 7, or even more. Then during battle, these female ghosts can act simultaneously and cooperate with each other. Isn't this just one person forming an army? Moan Slayer has limited energy. Therefore, even those high-level demon tamers control more than a dozen contracted demons at the same time. However, in battle, you can usually focus on controlling one or two of them. Controlling three at once is already the limit. It is said that the most powerful ghost master in the entire Huaxia kingdom can only control 5 contracted ghosts at the same time. This is already the upper limit worldwide. And son, you will be able to manipulate even more in the future. Perhaps the word command would be more appropriate. When you've raised all your ghosts to the intermediate level of autonomy, I can teach you some basic multi-ghost team tactics. Before leaving, Bai Yangfeng said to Sun Yi, I returned to my dorm in the evening. Sun Yi went to his own training room. Let's review what we learned today. Ding, host has mastered a new skill. New panel unlocked. Demon Bond Panels. Blood Sacrifice Demon, Bond Value 0 Autonomy Level, Beginner. Dead Man Bond Value 0 Autonomy Level, Beginner. Tangshi/Beast-like Demon. Bond Value 0 Autonomy Level, Intermediate. Bond points are gained by interacting with contracted spirits. Each bond point reduces all upgrade costs by 1%, up to a maximum reduction of 99%. All actions of the contracted spirit will be based on the host's will. The increased autonomy will not lead to any disloyalty. Please rest assured, host. A new panel, Sun Yi immediately became interested. Oh, I knew it. With the system in place, why would I need to put in the effort to practice? Sun Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. Although it's not impossible to force him to practice, but if using a system can save time, why not do it? It seems that when a new system emerges, as long as Sun Yi can grasp the basics, he can step into the field. This will bring up the corresponding panel, allowing you to quickly increase your pain points. Perfect timing. It's been a long time since I used my pain points. Let's make a purchase. Sun Yi opened the main panel of the side effect transfer system. Sun Yi. Pain level 7990. Side effects 1 time. Removal of kidney, removal of left lung lobe, removal of half of intestine, skin ulceration, and the entire body becoming purulent and rotting. Side effect persistent. Projectile damage reduced by 50%. The uncrowned champion's fury, he's bound to lose his temper when questioned. The projectile's flight speed is reduced by 50%. At a random time each day, a ghost truck will spawn nearby and crash into the bound person. Side effect transfer targets. Galba, Luo Yuanliang, Zio Jianren, maximum of 3. Increasing the limit requires 10,000 pain points. As the level of the contracted spirit increases, the proficiency required to upgrade skills has gradually become frighteningly high. Take Tang Shi's skills, for example. To upgrade a Samsung skill, you need 100,000 proficiency points. This is terrible. A 4-star skill can cost 1 million, 5 stars 10 million, going upwards. Sun Yi dared not think about it anymore. Although within the circle of advanced exorcists, there might be some ways to lower the proficiency requirements. But for Sun Yi, the idea of leveling up his contracted ghosts by grinding like before is no longer viable. That might not be so easy. From now on, we should use pain points more often to upgrade skills. But there's no rush to upgrade skills right now. The current task is to increase the autonomy of the contracted spirits. Tang Shi has a relatively high affinity with Tang Shi. Moreover, the current level of autonomy is intermediate. It's relatively easier to reach higher levels. A basic level of autonomy is something almost all female ghosts possess naturally when they are first contracted. At this level, being able to say a few words and make a few complaints is already the limit. Blood sacrifice ghosts and runaway ghosts are like that. Starting from the intermediate level, one can gain some ability to act independently. It can execute slightly complex commands autonomously without requiring Sun Yi to control it throughout the process. As for the female ghosts that Sun Yi encountered at Professor Bai Yangfeng's house, for example, Xia Oqian, she likely possesses a high level of autonomy, no different from ordinary people. In other words, we can achieve this simply by raising Tang Shi's level of autonomy by 1 level. System enhance Tang Shi's level of autonomy. Increase Tang Shi's autonomy level to advanced, consuming 50,000 pain points. Confirm. Holy crap, that's so expensive, Sun Yi was dumbfounded. The current level of pain is simply not enough to level up. What about increasing the autonomy of blood sacrifice ghosts and runaway ghosts? Increase the autonomy of blood sacrifice ghosts and death-trampled ghosts to intermediate level, consuming a total of 10,000 pain points. Confirmed. Okay, that's not enough either. According to Professor Bai Yangfeng, as long as Sun Yi practices diligently and maintains a spiritual connection with the female ghosts for a long time, within 3 months, Sun Yi will be able to bring the contracted female ghosts to an intermediate level of autonomy. Sun Yi has no intention of spending 3 months practicing. Now, if you want to improve your level of autonomy, there are two directions you can work towards. The first approach is to increase the bond value. This panel was just opened today. Therefore, the bond value of all contracted spirits is 0. For every 1 point of bond value gained, all upgrade costs for this contracted spirit will be reduced by 1%. This includes increased autonomy and improved skills. It's a pity that the bond level can't be raised to 100%. Otherwise, all the upgrades would have been done without any cost. It can instantly level up a contracted ghost to the maximum level. Sun Yi didn't know where the maximum level was either. Let's tentatively classify it as a 10-star evil spirit. Good heavens, a 10-star evil spirit. That would be a super powerful demon on a world-destroying level. Let's stop this delusion now. Let's return to the current task. In addition to increasing bond points, Sun Yi can also strive in a second direction. That means desperately trying to shift the side effects and gain more pain points. There are more and more tasks coming up. Sun Yi gradually felt the busyness. Why not try increasing the bond level of your female ghosts first? In fact, Sun Yi has experience in this area as well. This is quite similar to the mobile games I played in my past life. The best way to increase bond level, give gifts. Sun Yi waved his hand, summoning the blood sacrifice ghost, the killed ghost, and Tang Shi. By the way, Professor Bai also mentioned before that giving children names is the first step in enhancing their sense of autonomy. Sun Yi suddenly recalled the points that Bai Yangfeng had mentioned earlier. For special female ghosts like Tang Shi, who are 1 in a million, it's fine to just use their names from when they were alive. But female ghosts like blood sacrifice ghosts and runaway ghosts. Within the ghost realm, there are many others just like them. How can we tell them apart? The answer is naming. Blood sacrifice demon, from this day forward, your name will be Blood Lotus. Then there's the ghost who died in a traffic accident. From now on, your name will be Gang Wying. Sun Yi's name wasn't chosen randomly. Sun Yi saw the small scythe in her hand and combined with the first character Blood in Blood Sacrifice Demon, made a connection. But calling it Blood Scythe directly doesn't seem to fit the style of a female ghost, so just use the homonym Blood Lotus. Gang Ying is even simpler. It's a homophone for hard or resolute. Sun Yi is praising her for her strong defensive capabilities, saying she's incredibly tough. Received, thank you for the name, Master. Blood Lotus nodded. Blood Lotus's bond value +1, currently 1. Suna and Wying's bond level +1, currently 1. Oh, can simply choosing a name increase bond points? It feels like a good start. Of course, Sun Yi hadn't forgotten why he had called them out. What do you each want? It has nothing to do with cultivation. It's purely something I wanted out of personal interest. Sun Yi asked the 3 ghosts. The 3 female ghosts were somewhat confused about the situation. What is Sun Yi up to? Books, I want to read history books. Blood Lotus, the blood sacrifice demon, made the first request. Seeing her take the lead, even the demon Gang Wying, who had been killed by running over, no longer hesitated. I want beer. I've been curious about what these foods made by humans taste like for ages. Then there's Tang Shi. I want to practice swordsmanship, she said, expressing her idea. History books, beer, and sword practice. Sun Yi kept the female ghost's request in mind. This is all for the sake of bond points. Let's get these things arranged tomorrow. The next day, on his way to study with Bai Yangfeng, Sun Yi stopped by the library, although he went to the library at 7 in the morning. However, the room was already full of people. As expected of the King of Scrolls, Sun Yi couldn't help but think to himself, I walked past the bookshelf in the history section. In this situation, it was inconvenient for Sun Yi to release the Blood Lotus and let her choose her own books. Tell me if you see a book title that interests you and I'll borrow it back, Sun Yi thought to himself, conversing with Zhu Lion. Through Sun Yi's gaze, Zhu Lion picked out a book. Master, I want to read the history of exorcising demons around the world. Okay. Sun Yi took the book A History of World Ghost Exorcism, which was thicker than a brick, off the bookshelf. Next up is Gang Wying's beer. That's easy, they have them at the school's convenience store. But I'll buy this when I get back. On this day, Bai Yangfeng taught Sun Yi how to efficiently enhance the female ghost's inspiration level. With a high degree of autonomy, the female ghost was even able to cultivate her spiritual power and absorb soul beads on her own. In the training room of Bai Yangfeng's villa, Sun Yi listened and took notes. Such individual lectures are quite important. These are mostly occasions where mentors impart their personal experience. Compared to general education courses, it is a level above in both professionalism and practicality. As a top student, Sun Yi naturally couldn't afford to slack off at a time like this. Bai Yangfeng summoned one of his contracted ghosts. It was that 6-star female ghost he called Yayar. Next, I'll demonstrate to you, big brother, how to cultivate. Yar smiled sweetly, then took out a soul bead and began to absorb it. Sun Yi had already witnessed this scene when he first visited Bai Yongfeng's villa. Now observing closely again, Sun Yi's insights are even more profound. When it comes to absorbing inspiration, efficiency is key. The absorption efficiency of a demon tamer holding a soul orb and absorbing it is different from swallowing the soul orb directly. The same applies to contracted spirits. For ordinary demons, the only way to increase their spiritual power level is to seek help from a demon tamer. The spirit master releases the spiritual energy from the soul orb, which is then absorbed by the contracted spirit. This efficiency is naturally much lower than that of a contracted ghost absorbing the soul orb. Seeing how intently Sun Yi was looking at the document, Bai Yongfeng nodded in satisfaction. To use this cultivation method, one needs at least an intermediate level of autonomy. He continued his explanation. After Sun Yi continued to observe for a period of time. Next, I'll talk about the key points. Time passed quickly. Another fruitful day. Tang Shi's level of autonomy seems to meet the requirements. However, since we've already agreed that she'd practice swordsmanship today, let's leave it for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. We're not in the ghost realm now, so time isn't so pressing. On the way back, Sun Yi walked into the convenience store outside the dormitory area. Which brand do you want? Sun Yi asked Gang Wang in his heart. Wow, there are so many. Sun Yi could clearly sense that Gang Wang was becoming excited. I'll do as my master says, I'll drink whatever my master chooses. They're quite perceptive. Sun Yi's gaze swept across the freezer. You're the ones bluebird beers. That evening in the training room of Sun Yi's villa, Sun Yi sat on a bench outside the training room. On the left and right are Zhu Lion, who is quietly reading a book. Blood Lotus's affinity +5, currently 6. And Gang Wang, who's obsessed with beer. Tsuna and Wang's bond level +5, currently 6. In front of the training room, Tang Shi was practicing her swordplay. Tang Shi's affinity value +5, currently 6. This is due to the existence of a contract curse that led to the death of the demon Tsuna. Ghost trucks will randomly appear each day and crash into 3 bound targets. Therefore, even if Sun Yi does nothing every day, he still has a fixed income of pain points. Received 30 pain points from Galba. What a coincidence, we were just talking about it and here it is. Needless to say, Galba must have been hit by the ghost truck again. As for how the collision occurred and the extent of the damage, you can barely tell from the pain value, but this is still a bit slow. By the way, why not take this opportunity to have Tang Shi help earn some pain points as well? Tang Shi, activate your passive skill, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. Commanded by Sun Yi, Okay. This is the passive effect Sun Yi obtained after completing the revenge mission on the panel when he formed a contract with Tang Shi. It allows Tang Shi to imbue her sword swings with a blood-red aura. Of course, a side effect is that it will consume the demon slayer's blood. Tang Shi ran her left hand over the long sword in her hand. A crimson energy clung to the sword wherever her hand passed. That's right, keep the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood activated and continue practicing your swordsmanship. Commanded by Sun Yi, Tang Shi continued practicing according to the sword techniques. Under the influence of the sword energy amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. With each swing, a crimson sword aura was unleashed. Sun Yi, observing from a distance, roughly estimated the attack range of the sword energy. It's at least 5 meters. With this sword energy present, Tang Shi's attack range is increased to a certain extent. Moreover, the current passive skill, Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood, is still incomplete. As Sun Yi continues his revenge against Xiao Jianren, things can escalate even further. While Tang Shi was practicing her swordplay, Sun Yi began to thoroughly investigate the information on the 2 new villains. First, there was Luo Yuanliang, who deliberately brought the bait to White Mist Town, leading to the tragedy. Sun Yi took out his laptop and began searching for information about the Roch Group. Online, most news about the Roch Group is nothing but sycophantic praise. That's the manuscript I wrote. They praised Luo Yuanliang for his noble personal qualities and his role in boosting the economy. They're practically ready to canonize Luo Yuanliang. Without a doubt, this is a paid advertisement. They probably all paid people to write nice things about them. Sun Yi opened a forum in the Shanghai area. Indeed, it is easier to hear the voices of ordinary people through these unofficial channels. Within half an hour, Sun Yi had found many of the Luo Group's glorious deeds. For example, a company under the group had serious product quality problems, resulting in the deaths of dozens of people. As a result, not only did they receive no compensation, but those who sought to protect their rights also mysteriously disappeared. It is said that the group also has connections with government officials, engaging in collusion between government officials and businessmen. There are countless examples of such negative information. As for Luo Yuanliang's own statement, that was even more of an eyesore. Here are a few simple examples. Working 996 is a blessing. Raising workers' wages is pointless. Reducing costs and increasing efficiency is the right direction. The Raj Group may go bankrupt, but it will never change its essence. Sunya still possesses evidence that they instigated the night parade of 100 demons. The bait that Sunya brought back still bore the logo of the Luo Group. There are also photos from the scene. With this evidence, Sunya is not afraid of failing to prove what they did, but the problem now is not about proving it. Rather, it's about maximizing profits. Sunya still really wanted the student aid fund from the Luo Group. There's no rush now. Let the side effects bother him for a while longer so it will be easier to communicate with him then. Sunya plans to temporarily set aside Luo Yuanliang's situation. He planned to wait until Luo Yuanliang had tried all treatments and still couldn't cure his strange illness. He then reappears as a mysterious doctor who can cure Luo Yuanliang. At that time, won't we have plenty of money and resources? Received a total of 30 pain points from Gao Ba, Luo Yuanliang, and Xiao Jianren. This prompt suddenly popped into Sunya's mind. It seems that Tang Shi's activation of the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood caused them to experience symptoms like anemia. It feels good. Let's investigate Xiao Jianren a little more. Previously in the ghost realm, I heard the deformed ghost mention Xiao Jianren. Actually, there aren't many, just the 3 words Director Xiao, that's the name of the bureau chief. Sunya quickly found his information online. The director of the Shanghai Ghost Extermination Bureau. Upon seeing this position, Sunya was immediately taken aback. What followed was unparalleled anger. As the head of the Ghost Control Bureau, how could he do such a dirty and despicable thing? Sunya felt a surge of disgust. By the way, didn't he kill Tang Shi to cover up the fact that he had switched scores and taken her place? Who was the person who stole the grades? This information is not difficult to find. Tang Shi achieved a perfect score at the time. Looking across Shanghai, you can count the number of people who can achieve such results on one hand. Then, among these people, find those who are related to H. Xiao Qingzhen. Therefore, Sunya opened the official website of Shanghai Ghost University and searched for information in the admissions section. They quickly found a news article from 3 years ago. Xiao Jianren's daughter, Xiao Siyu Right. Sunya read out the names on the screen with a cold smile. However, to ensure that no innocent person is wrongly accused, Sunya intends to verify the information. Tang Shi, I have a question for you. Sunya beckoned Tang Shi, who was practicing swordsmanship, to come over. Please speak. What was your score in the Ghost Realm assessment, and what was the exact time it took? Let me think. It seems to be 3 hours and 59 minutes. Goodness, that's an impressive time. Sunya's time back then was 3 hours and 25 minutes. Wasn't this just a few weeks ago? Why are we using the phrase back then now? Isn't it too fast to reminisce about the past? Let's get down to business. Sunya compared Xiao Siyu's grades. Xiao Siyu perfect completion, time taken 3 hours and 59 minutes. The person who took your place in the exams is probably her. Sunya asked Tang Shi to come closer so she could see the screen clearly. Such a coincidence is impossible. The person who took Tang Shi's place should still be at Magic University. I should be a senior in college this year. In other words, she lived at the school. You never know when you might bump into Sunya on the street. Tang Shi stared at the screen quietly, showing neither sadness nor anger. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, on the photo of Xiao Siyu in front of the gates of Magic University. I wonder what she's thinking. Don't worry, she'll pay the price. Sunya said. Another target for the transfer of side effects has been added. Unfortunately, there are no seats available now. Sunya, thank you. Tang Shi's affinity value +3, currently 9. Has the bond level increased? Sunya was somewhat surprised. Did what I just said strengthen the bond between us? It seems that giving gifts isn't the only way to increase bond points. The evening passed just like that. While lying in bed, Sunya suddenly opened his eyes. In 1969, the world's largest parade of ghosts occurred in East Daxia, resulting in the deaths of millions. What the heck? How did this kind of information get into my head? Son, he suddenly discovered that a lot of historical knowledge had appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Is this part of the world's history of exorcising demons? Isn't this the book Zhu Lion was just looking at? I've never seen it before. How did this information manage to force its way into my brain? In an instant, Sunya suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that what my contracted spirit learns can be directly passed on to me? If the history books Zhu Lion was reading could enter Sunya's brain, in theory, Sunya couldn't sleep either. He jumped out of bed, grabbed a clothes hanger, and started brandishing it like a sword. Whoosh! although it was the first time I had performed these movements, but Sun Yi felt as if he had been practicing for a long time. The sword techniques, each move and stance, were inexplicably etched into Sun Yi's muscle memory. Just as I expected, Sun Yi was pleasantly surprised. Sword skills were not useless to Sun Yi. Demon slayers do not rely solely on contracted spirits to fight. As mentioned before, there are Oni masters who focus on the main body's appearance. This extreme school of thought relies on a large number of support-type contracted spirits to buff the spirit master's main body. They manage to make the Pokemon battles between exorcists feel like high-level martial arts. Perhaps Sun Yi could give it a try later, if his sword skills continue to improve like this. Then find a support-type demon that can only buff itself, and you can directly engage the demon in battle with your main body. Another day has passed. Early in the morning, Sun Yi had Tang Shi hold the soul bead and absorb it according to Professor Bai Yongfeng's method. The soul pearl in Tang Shi's hand emitted a faint glow, from which spiritual energy flowed and was absorbed into her body. When a demon absorbs a soul bead, it is indeed similar to a human demon tamer. In fact, she is currently at the late stage of the Samsung level and wants to improve by absorbing a 2-star soul bead. The improvement is extremely limited, but this doesn't have any impact. For these new features, Sun Yi only needs to have a basic grasp of them. The system will then automatically organize the data into a panel, allowing Sun Yi to level up directly using his pain points. Ding, host has been confirmed to have mastered a new skill. The host can now use pain points to increase the level of the contracted ghost, increasing by 1 small realm each time. Pain points are consumed per upgrade. 500 for the first upgrade, 1,000 for the second, 2,000 for the third, and so on, doubling with each upgrade. The calculation method is the same as upgrading skill levels. If we use it now to upgrade the contract ghost, then the pain points will increase more and more as they accumulate. After all, the consumption doubles every time it's used. The allure of exponential growth is then revealed. However, the bond system has now been unlocked. Increasing bond points can reduce the consumption of pain points. If you find it difficult to understand, just think of it as a discount. In short, Sun Yi doesn't intend to keep the new features unused, as he did before. Now, let's upgrade the Blood Lotus first. Ghost Blood Lotus, ever since Sun Yi made a contract with her from Hengbing Middle School. It's always been a 2-star early game. He's a veteran contributor, although we need to save the pain points to increase the female ghost's autonomy. However, if both Blood Lotus and Gang Wang are not upgraded at the same time, upgrading only one of them is not very useful. To learn more about multi-demon cooperative combat from Bai Yongfeng, you need to upgrade everything. If we use the pain points to upgrade the Blood Lotus now, as her inspiration level increases, the side effects and backlash also become more severe. This will help you earn more pain points later. To be honest, the current level of blood sacrifice demons is indeed lagging behind. Although the percentage-based true damage effect of Soul Arrow allows you to deal damage in later, higher-level battles. However, this method is somewhat inefficient. System: upgrade Blood Lotus's inspiration level to late-stage 2 stars. A total of 1,500 pain points were consumed. Based on the current 6 points of bond points, the final pain points consumed were 1,410. Confirmed. Confirmed upgrade. Upgrade complete. A power surged into my body, Master. My level has increased. Zhu Lion reported to Sun Yi. Sun Yi nodded. This completes Sun Yi's lineup of contract ghosts. In terms of social standing, they completely outclass their peers. Very good, this gives you another boost in preparation for the freshman competition. Actually, Sun Yi didn't want to bully weaker opponents either. He's already at the mid-stage of 2 stars. Go compare yourself to those newbies who are at most 1-star late game or 2-star early game. It's really pointless. However, the freshman ranking is an important reference for subsequent college allocation. At the ghost-controlling university in Shanghai, after choosing a tutor, students also need to attend general courses offered by their respective colleges. These academies are divided according to the profession of exorcist. There are support academies, defense academies, and combat academies, corresponding to support, frontline tanks, and damage dealers, respectively. Generally, exorcists have their own defined roles and responsibilities. A demon tamer who takes the support route will naturally have contracted demons that are mostly support-type evil spirits. The same applies to other types. In addition, there is a Special Operations Academy. This is an academy reserved exclusively for the most elite individuals. The demon tamers trained among them were classified as Special Operations type. These people need to learn knowledge from all professions simultaneously. A contracted ghost that possesses tanking, damage dealing, and support abilities. Such demon tamers all possess the ability to explore the ghost realm on their own. Whenever a new ghost realm appears, these ghost masters can enter immediately to investigate the situation and assess the danger. It's known as a profession that puts you on the edge of a knife. Sun Yi's dream school is the Special Forces Academy. Solo player, solo player. He's going to keep soloing the ghost realm from now on. The Special Forces Academy is naturally the most suitable for him, however, as mentioned earlier. The Special Forces Academy is reserved for the most elite members of society. To gain admission to the university, students naturally need to achieve good results in the freshman competition. No wonder Sun Yi was stomping on weaker opponents. The next goal is to find a way to increase the autonomy of the ghosts. Of course, you should increase it using pain points. This leads to the ultimate question: how to efficiently earn pain points. Currently, Sun Yi consumes 2-star soul beads with every meal. The side effects of the surge in inspiration were quite significant for Luo Yuanliang, a 4-star ghost master. However, it has little effect on Gao Ba and Xiao Jianren, both 5-star ghost masters. And then there are the daily little surprises the ghost truck brings them. Sun Yi gains several hundred pain points every day. But that's far too little, not enough. Sun Yi had an idea. He recalled the female ghost, slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out. Within the Magic University campus, there are dedicated training rooms for practice. There are not only public training spaces, but also private single rooms. Sun Yi can practice his skills repeatedly here. You can torture Gao Ba and his gang by unleashing the side effects of your skills and incidentally earn enough pain points. In this respect, the blood sacrifice demons are the absolute main force. All 3 skills have side effects. If you were to run over Oni Tsunyoshi, it would be because the side effects of the contract were too overpowered. Therefore, the skill doesn't have many side effects. The current side effect she experiences is related to her 3rd skill, interception. Every 10th successful interception will summon a ghost truck and stun the ghost master for 3 seconds. This dizziness effect can be transferred. However, if it's just considered an abnormal state, the pain points earned might not be much. Moreover, a skill that makes such a big commotion. Sun Yi is still not a good fit for use in training. The training grounds at the Magic University are huge, that much is undeniable. But the ghost truck's operating range is just too outrageous. Without tens of thousands of square meters of activity space, it probably wouldn't be enough for the ghost truck to move around. Tang Shi's current side effect is a massive bleeding effect, resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It continuously causes blood loss, and the cumulative effect is quite good. In other words, Sun Yi currently has 2 key players who are earning him pain points. It's Zhu Lion and Tang Shi. Sun Yi arrived at the Magic University Training Hall. Looking inside from the main gate, you can see a spacious public area with many practice ranges of varying sizes. There are also mannequins in the training area used to record damage. He took out the campus card that had been sent to Sun Yi along with his admission notice. Sun Yi swiped his card at the entry card reader. The access control here is somewhat similar to that of a subway. A card is required to open the double doors for entry. Drop. Dear Sun Yi, welcome to the Magic University Training Hall. Sun Yi walked into the training field. There are quite a few senior students practicing together here. Both sides, controlling their contracted spirits, fought evenly on the training field. There were many people watching from the side. Watching powerful demon slayers fight can be very helpful for one's own training. However, Sun Yi wasn't very interested in any of these things. His purpose in coming here is to show off his skills. It was all created through sheer hard work. Sun Yi has the highest access privileges and therefore naturally has the right to use the private training room. It's different from the training room in his own dormitory. The private training rooms in the training center have better facilities. There are also training dummies that are durable enough to withstand attacks. If you cast a spell at a wall inside the dormitory, Sun Yi was genuinely afraid that the wall wouldn't hold up. If you accidentally punch a hole through it, you'll be in trouble. Enter the private training room and close the door. Sun Yi released 3 ghosts. All right, let's begin training. Blood Lotus continued to use soul arrows and bone spikes on the training dummy on the left. Tang Shi, you practice your swordplay using the dummy on the right. Remember to activate the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood skill. Blood Lotus. She silently carried out Sun Yi's orders and began releasing soul arrows at the dummy. Tang Shi also drew her sword, ran her palm across the blade to create a blood-soaked, corpse-like effect and began practicing. What about me? Don't I have anything to do? Gang Wang realized she hadn't received any instructions. Although killing the demon Gang Wang would be of no use, but she can be in charge of cheering us on. Sun Yi had actually considered having Gang Wang fill in as the training dummy. The blood sacrifice demon's attacks, whether soul arrows or bone spikes, all inflict true damage. It feels like I might accidentally smash Gang Wang's fragmented armor. Tang Shi's situation might be better. However, there is always the possibility that the armor could be pierced and Suna could be injured. After careful consideration, coming to the training center is still the more suitable option. Received a total of 100 pain points from Gao Ba, Luo Yuanliang, and Xiao Jianren. Not bad, you're already starting to see results. Let's accumulate enough pain points this way. Use of skills results in an astonishing consumption of inspiration energy. Fortunately, Sun Yi could replenish his spiritual energy extremely quickly by swallowing soul pearls, so they managed to pull through. By the end of the day, Sun Yi had gained approximately 6,000 pain points. Sun Yi opened the system panel. Sun Yi. Pain level 11,440. Side effects: 1 time. Removal of kidney, removal of left lung lobe, removal of half of intestine, skin ulceration, and the entire body becoming purulent and rotting. Side effect: persistent. Projectile damage reduced by 50%. The uncrowned champion's fury, he's bound to lose his temper when questioned. The projectile's flight speed is reduced by 50%. At a random time each day, a ghost truck will spawn nearby and crash into the bound person. Side effect: transfer targets. Gao Ba, Luo Yuanliang, Xiao Jianren, maximum of 3. Increasing the limit requires 10,000 pain points. The pain level is high enough. Raise the autonomy levels of Blood Sacrifice, Demon Blood Lotus, and Killer Demon Gang Wang to intermediate. Confirm. Confirm. Upgrade complete. Great, that means I can go find Professor Bai tomorrow to learn about multi-ghost collaboration. Sun Yu was making plans, time is tight, the freshman competition is just around the corner. The next day, Sun Yi arrived at Bai Yangfeng's villa early. During the period when school was not in session, he spent most of his time researching in his villa. Knock on the villa's door. Welcome, Sun Yi, Professor Bai is still upstairs. I'll go inform him. As expected, it was Xia Oqian who opened the door. She basically played the role of Bai Yangfeng's assistant. Almost every time Sun Yi came to see Bai Yangfeng, it was Xia Oqian who received him. This time, however, Sun Yi noticed that there was someone else sitting on the living room sofa. Yan Zulin, the senior who was the first to enter the ghost realm to find Sun Yi. Oh, you've come here to ask me a question too. Yan Zulin greeted Sun Yi when he saw him. Yes, Sun Yi nodded, I see. Yan Zulin recalled his time studying with Bai Yangfeng. I spent almost 2 months trying to increase the female ghost's autonomy. Sun Yi, your inspirational talent is lacking, so it might take you longer. It can definitely be done within 6 months. No need to rush, just slowly establish a connection with the female ghost. Yan Zulin analyzed. No need to rush, Sun Yi was very anxious. He doesn't have the leisure to practice his skills slowly. The motor started running and Bai Yangfeng in a wheelchair was taken downstairs. Hello, Professor Bai, Sun Yi and Yan Zulin greeted him together. You're here early today. Bai Yangfeng had gradually gotten used to Sun Yi's visits. Which professor doesn't like a studious student? Professor, my preliminary preparations are complete. Please teach me how to coordinate multiple female ghosts in combat. Sun Yi got straight to the point. I remember just a few days ago, I told you about increasing the female ghost's autonomy, right? Back then, weren't 2 of your female ghosts just in their early stages? Is everything upgraded now? Bai Yangfeng was somewhat surprised. Yan Zulin found it even more unbelievable. So fast. Just how outrageous is his junior apprentice? Yan Zulin considered himself to be quite talented and could be considered a genius in the eyes of others. But compared to Sun Yi, even geniuses are probably nothing. Now I'm the clown, I was just estimating that my junior brother would need half a year, he laughed. They've all been improved, Sun Yi nodded. As proof, Sun Yi summoned his 3 female ghosts who stood to the side. Bai Yangfeng, who had spent his entire life studying female ghosts, naturally recognized it at a glance. These female ghosts have reached an intermediate level of autonomy. What does that mean? It's about understanding fuzzy commands. Direct commands are simple, Sun Yi can simply point and fire. However, fuzzy commands are different. For example, if Sun Yi needs the female ghosts to guard a certain place. If a stranger appears, issue a warning. If they approach further, launch an attack. They wouldn't be able to accomplish this without Sun Yi taking over. For example, the degree of autonomy can also affect the maximum distance between the contracted ghost and the ghost master's main body. Back when it was still in the early stages, the contract ghost could only move within a 20-meter radius of Sun Yi. Once you reach the intermediate level of autonomy, your activity range will increase to 50 meters. This allows for greater freedom of movement during combat. To put it in a more sophisticated way, it increased Sun Yi's strategic depth in battle. Bai Yangfeng remained deeply shocked and unable to extricate himself from the experience. Establish a connection with the female ghost, thereby increasing your level of autonomy. He created this method. It took him a month to complete it back then. Sun Yi's time took far beyond what the founder had expected. Bai Yongfeng felt that he might be able to inherit his mantle well from Sun Yi. Recovering from the shock, Bai Yongfeng quickly said, "In that case, let's go to the training room. I'll teach you how to coordinate multiple female ghosts." He wanted to see just how fast Sun Yi could learn. That evening, Sun Yi reviewed what he had learned that day in his dormitory. Watch your position, Blood Lotus, you're too far forward. Move your left foot another 15 centimeters to the side. Sun Yi continued to make micromanagement adjustments. What Bai Yongfeng taught Sun Yi was not a specific battle tactic, but a way of thinking. After all, each female ghost has unique and varied skills and characteristics, and it's impossible for them to be good at everything. The idea of multiple female ghosts working together is an inspiration from a macro-level perspective. It can connect the individual actions of the female ghosts during battle, forming a unified whole. It was as if they were a group of human warriors who had fought side by side for many years. With such coordination, their combat effectiveness is several times higher than before. This is naturally not comparable to an ordinary demon tamer, where the demon tamer alone controls all the contracted demons. It's roughly like the difference between unaffiliated soldiers and regular troops. Not bad at all. Sun Yi couldn't help but sigh as he watched his female ghost subordinates work together more and more skillfully. He practiced on his own for a few more days. Sun Yi decided to find some people to test his current abilities. This was my first official battle against a demon slayer. When it comes to sparring, the first place Sun Yi thinks of is naturally the training hall. Even though it's summer vacation now, there are still people training there every day. Sun Yi visited the Magic University training hall once again. Almost exactly the same as last time, there were many older students playing matches in the public training field. To be more precise, it should be that their contracted spirits are fighting each other. The practice of the older students naturally attracted many students to stop and watch, hoping to learn various details of the operation. Sun Yi arrived at the spot where the largest crowd of onlookers was. He discovered that the specifications of this venue were quite different from other places. It is not only more spacious, but also has an integrator. Bang. In the center of the arena, a steel-armed demon waved its massive hand, swatting away a starving ghost. "Ha ha ha, my steel-armed demon is invincible," one of the boys in the battle laughed loudly. "Ahem, I've lost." The other player, pale-faced, put away his hungry ghost and retreated to the sidelines. The students watching applauded and cheered for the exciting match. As expected of senior Jia Chang'ai, this is his 9th consecutive victory, right? Go for it, senior. A 10-game winning streak is on the horizon, and you'll get the 3-star equipment exchange ticket. He rules of the ring from the onlookers. This is a weekly event held at the Magic University Training Center. Players who accumulate 10 wins in consecutive arena battles will receive a 3-star item exchange voucher. It's similar to the exchange coupon Sun Yi received after the Ghost Domain assessment. With this voucher, you can enter the Magic University Equipment Vault and choose any 3-star item. Jia Chang'ai is just 1 game away from receiving the reward. In addition, to encourage students to take on challenges, there is still a reward for breaking someone else's winning streak. The longer the winning streak, the higher the reward. Given Jia Chang'ai's current 9-game winning streak, the reward for breaking it would naturally be the highest. The reward is a 2-star item exchange voucher. Regardless of the subsequent results, as long as we win this match, we will win. Who else? Come quick. Jia Chang'ai stared fervently at the crowd below the arena. Jia Chang'ai looked extremely excited. It seems that being in battle makes him happy. This person is a born fighting maniac. Sun Yi was very interested. There's no harm in taking on a challenge. Go up now, and if you win, you'll immediately get a 2-star exchange voucher. Why not? Moreover, Sun Yi quickly assessed Jia Chang'ai's combat capabilities. He himself was a mid-stage demon master at the Samsung level. This level is quite impressive compared to the average person in society. Lihongji, who has already passed away, was over 40 years old, and this was the level of his spiritual insight. As for the steel-armed demon he controlled, Samsung in its early stages, it relies on 2 strong steel arms to handle both offense and defense. It can be considered a very powerful contracted ghost. That should be enough to be Sun Yi's opponent. It's important to know about Sun Yi's current contemporaries. Most people's contracted ghosts are only at the early to mid-stage of the 1st star level. For the really strong ones, a 1-star late game or a 2-star early game is already the absolute best. However, Sun Yi now has even the lowest level female ghosts who are at the late game 2-star level. How do I fight this? Therefore, if you compare yourself with peers, it will not be very effective. This senior student Jia Chengai is a perfect candidate for the experiment. I'll do it. Sunya slowly walked onto the arena. Many of the audience members were senior students and they discussed the challenge enthusiastically. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Have no idea. To dare to compete with Jia Chengai, a senior, he should at least be a senior, right? Some people speculate. Such competition arenas do not have grade distinctions. Therefore, senior students have a hierarchical advantage. The students who went on stage were mostly third and fourth year students. Freshmen rarely choose to take on challenges. If they do, they'll just get beaten up and become a laughingstock. Well done, Jia Chengai said with a smile, his spiritual power restored as he held the soul pearl in his hand. During the intervals between challenges, time will be allowed for the reigning champion to recover their inspiration. Otherwise, after 10 consecutive rounds of intense battles, few people could withstand it. 10 minutes later, the match officially began. There is no limit to the number of contracted ghosts that can participate in the arena. As long as you can manage it, you can have as many as you want. However, Jia Chengai chose to focus on controlling a steel-armed ghost. Previously, some people had attempted to multitask, controlling two contracted ghosts simultaneously, hoping to win through sheer numbers. As a result, they were all defeated by Jia Chengai because they lacked the mental strength and the ability to keep up with the pace. Sun Yu waved his hand. Blood Sacrifice Demon Blood Lotus and Kill Demon Gang Wying appear simultaneously. Its appearance immediately drew gasps from the crowd. Holy crap, this guy has a contract with a female ghost. Good heavens, that's incredibly reckless. He even changed the female ghost's clothes. Some people noticed that Zhu Lion, who was a blood sacrifice demon, was no longer wearing the blood-stained white dress that was uniformly worn in the ghost realm. Sun Yu's mere appearance sparked a heated discussion among the crowd. Jia Chengai, standing on the opposite side of the ring, frowned. You want to fight me with a female ghost? What did you sacrifice when you made a pact with these female ghosts? I don't want to bully disabled people. Although Jia Chengai appears to be a battle maniac, he unexpectedly possesses martial ethics. It's necessary to add something here. In battles between Oni masters, it is possible to attack the Oni master's physical body. However, the competition between classmates is limited to a few moves, so they only attack each other's contracted spirits. However, if the contracted spirit is injured, it will also backfire on the spirit master. Therefore, aside from not dying, there's not much difference. When Sun Yu makes public appearances, he inevitably gets asked this kind of question. If you try to hide it every time, you'll eventually be unable to hide it anymore. Therefore, Sun Yu revealed the excuse that Bai Yongfeng had previously discussed with him. What I'm sacrificing is my innate talent for inspiration. It doesn't involve any physical organs, so don't worry. These words immediately drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. Sacrificing his talent. He's really daring, willing to jeopardize his future growth for a contract with a female ghost. In other words, although he is now able to use the female ghost in good health. However, I'm afraid my progress in cultivating my inspiration will lag far behind that of ordinary people. The students watching all felt a little sorry for him. They are all students at Magic University with bright futures ahead of them. In the future, becoming a pillar of society's exorcists, a 4-star exorcist, or even a 5-star exorcist will not be difficult. But to say that for the sake of temporary dominance, one would sacrifice their future cultivation talent to form a contract with a female ghost, they dared not. In short, you can fight, right? Jia Chengai stated his conclusion. That's right, please enlighten me, Sun Yu nodded. Sun Yu's request for guidance was not out of modesty. He genuinely wanted to test the results of his learning in this battle. Then let's fight, Jia Chengai shouted, his spiritual energy flowing. At the same time, the steel-armed demon in front began to move. Just then, Sun Yu suddenly sat down on the spot. I'm leaving it to you. Just do it the way you usually train, he said to Zhu Lion and Gang Wying. After saying that, Sun Yu closed his eyes to rest. Audience? Huh. How can anyone look down on someone like that? Who gave you that confidence? Without a demon tamer to command it, a contracted ghost acts almost entirely on instinct. Even if the female ghost is more intelligent, she still can't possibly be a match for the steel-armed ghost controlled by the demon master himself. Most importantly, Sun Yu still had his eyes closed. The perspective of the demon slayer is extremely important. Without this perspective, it's easy to make mistakes in judging the battle situation. The entire picture cannot be observed solely from the female ghost's perspective. This can affect some macro-level judgments. This person is absolutely insane. All right, master, just watch and see, Gang Wying said, patting her chest as a guarantee. 35 seconds. The silent blood lotus gave a number based on past data. It can be resolved within 35 seconds. The blood sacrifice demon's words once again horrified everyone. The contracted spirit can not only speak, but it has even begun to actively analyze the situation and make judgments. And 35 seconds, do you know what you're saying? Jia Cheng, I snorted coldly. Pretty arrogant, I like it. However, arrogance requires capital. Let me see if you have the right to be arrogant. In Jai's control, the steel-armed ghost began to activate its skills. It stretched out its arms, began spinning rapidly, and crashed into the blood lotus. The steel-armed demon was incredibly fast, covering 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The moment it began to move, Zhu Lion and Gang Wang also moved at the same time. The interception effect of the runaway demon Sun Yoshi activated, and the steel-armed demon's direction of travel instantly changed, pointing towards her. At the same time, spikes sprouted from the fragments of her armor. Blade armor effect activated, just as Gang Wang was about to launch the interception. Blood sacrifice demon blood lotus's soul arrows have caught up. The collaborative efforts established earlier are proving effective here. The direction in which the soul arrow was fired was completely predicted, anticipating the direction the steel-armed demon would take after being intercepted and guided. 3 soul arrows struck the steel-armed demon precisely. Clang, 3 consecutive hits triggered the 3-ring effect. The allure of percentage-based true damage is once again on full display. The steel-armed demon suffered considerable damage. Cracks began to appear in its hard steel arm. At the same time, it also bumped into Gang Wang. Bang, ouch, cough cough, that was quite a blow. Struck by the steel-armed demon, many fragments of Gang Wang's armor were torn off. After she was contracted by Sun Yi, very few of her armor fragments were shot off. As a 3-star early-stage demon, steel-armed demon's combat power is indeed quite high. The blade mail's damage reflection effect sent steel-armed demon crashing backward once more. Taking advantage of this moment, Blood Lotus launched her soul arrows to continue attacking steel-armed demon. With her enhanced inspiration, the base damage of her soul arrow is also quite considerable. Even without relying on the true damage effect of the 3-ring effect, it still has considerable output. Damn it, Jia Cheng, I clearly sense that the 2 female ghosts on Sun Yi's side were very powerful. Not only are their skills strong, they can even coordinate tactical actions. The students in the audience gasped in surprise. The female ghost's power is beyond question. Indeed, it's strong. 2 2-star late-game female ghosts brutally beat a 3-star early-game ghost, although they benefited from the quantity advantage. But not everyone can take advantage of this kind of deal. If you're so good, then you do it. Try controlling 2 ghosts in battle at the same time. However, what is most chilling upon closer examination is Sun Yi kept his eyes closed the entire time. They were all unaware that the female ghost could enhance her autonomy. They were also unaware that after the female ghost was upgraded, she could coordinate with others in battle. There's absolutely no need for Sun Yi to bother controlling it. In their view, Sun Yi not only controls the female ghost in real time, but also controls the lead time, making predictions about the release of skills. Otherwise, when the steel-armed ghost is moving at high speed and the ghost that was hit changes direction, such a sudden change of direction is quite difficult to aim at. What's more, it's so fast. However, Sun Yi's blood sacrifice demon can predict the trajectory, ensuring that the soul arrow hits accurately. Its value is self-evident. The situation on the battlefield was transmitted to Sun Yi's mind through the eyes of Zhu Lion and Gang Wang. Well done, the rest is simple. Blood sacrifice demon Blood Lotus continued to deal damage. Bone spikes accompanied the soul arrows and the steel-armed demon's health visibly dropped. However, steel-armed demon was completely unable to bypass Gang Wang's defenses and hit Blood Lotus. Every attempt to attack was intercepted and blocked. Furthermore, they will suffer a backlash from the blade armor. Jia Cheng, I felt extremely frustrated during the battle. Half a minute later, steel-armed ghost fell down precisely on time. So easily defeated, Gang Wang's arrogance remained undiminished as she shook her head and mocked. The estimate was wrong, it was 5 seconds shorter than expected, Zhu Lion analyzed. Steel-armed ghost lost. Jia Chengai's eyes widened in disbelief. The area outside the stadium was eerily silent. Senior Jia Chengai is a well-known battle maniac. In terms of ability, he ranks among the top 10 of his senior year classmates. They couldn't help but wonder just who exactly is Sun Yi. Haha, interesting, very interesting. I've never seen an opponent like you before. Jia Chengai wasn't angry at all about steel-armed ghost's defeat. On the contrary, the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. No wonder he's a battle maniac. This challenge is not over yet. Jia Chengai has more than one contracted ghost. Perfect timing, I'll review my dual-line manipulation techniques today too. Giant Axe Demon, Acid Demon come out. Jia Cheng'ai waved his hand, and a demon wielding a giant axe and another demon with dark yellow acid dripping from its mouth appeared together. Both are early-game Samsung-level weapons. In fact, there are older students like Jia Chang'ai. Most of them also underwent excessive training. Controlling two contracted ghosts at the same time isn't particularly difficult. This eliminates Sun Yi's numerical advantage. Sun Yi had heard about Jia Chang'ai from the crowd before. In reality, Jia Chang'ai only has 3 contracted ghosts that he can actually use in combat. The remaining ghosts are either functional or still under development and don't have much combat power. In other words, the current giant axe demon and the acid demon. This is Jia Cheng'ai's last trump card. Tang Shi, you go too, Sun Yi instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, a slender figure appeared on the arena. She wore a blue and white Lolita dress with a magnificent longsword hanging at her waist. Tang Shi is going to fight. Her appearance immediately drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. What? There's a third female ghost. Could he have only made contracts with female ghosts? Some people were shocked by the number of female ghosts Sun Yi had contracted. Wait, she's also a late-stage 3-star female ghost. I thought Jia Cheng'ai would have a level advantage. However, with Tang Shi's arrival, this situation completely reversed. Instead, Sun Yi completely overwhelmed Jia Cheng'ai. Tusk, 3 such beautiful female ghosts, all his contracted ghosts. He's quite the lucky one. A boy's eyes were filled with envy. A bystander said, if you're not afraid, you can go and make the contract. Never mind, my body really can't take it. The boy quickly waved his hand. You can't blame him for having lustful thoughts but lacking the courage to act on them. The side effects of the female ghost are truly terrifying. I really don't dare to sign a contract. Nice to meet you. I might be a little rude in the upcoming battle, please bear with me. With a sweet smile, Tang Shi greeted Jia Cheng'ai. Among the onlookers, the boys felt their hearts melt. So sweet, such a perfect and beautiful girl. How could it be a female ghost? They couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Meanwhile, even more envious and jealous glances were directed at Sun Yi. Quite intelligent indeed. Even Jia Cheng'ai couldn't help but blush when greeted by such a beautiful female ghost. After exchanging greetings, Tang Shi drew her longsword and went to the center of the arena. The second round of battle is about to begin. Everyone believed that this battle would be extremely fierce. However, Sun Yi became even less interested. Even the Blood Lotus and Gang Wang on the field seemed much more relaxed. What are they doing? Even a late-game female ghost like Samsung could be turned around if she's this careless, someone commented. He could only watch as Tang Shi lowered her body and gripped the sword hilt tightly. The sweet smile from before remained on her face. A delicate shout rang out, invincible slash. Vinash speaking. Tang Shi instantly transformed into a sharp streak of light and shot out. What happened? Where is she? How did she disappear? What kind of skill is this? I've never heard of it before. The students watching from below the stage gasped in surprise. The stream of light moved back and forth between the giant axe demon and the acid demon. Every place it passed through left a scratch. What's going on? Jia Cheng'ai was also very surprised. But true to his fighting spirit, he quickly calmed down and began to devise a strategy. We have to find a way to interrupt her. He made a judgment immediately. Jia Cheng'ai controlled the giant axe demon, wielding the giant axe and slashing along the stream of sword intent. But no matter how you slash, even if it looks like you've already hit the target, none of them interrupted the invincible slash's attack. Finding that attacks and blockades were ineffective, Jia Cheng'ai immediately changed his approach. The giant axe demon roared in anger. The attack affected Zhu Lion and Gang Wang, causing both demons' eyes to turn red instantly, and they uncontrollably launched an attack on the giant axe demon. Is this an area of effect taunt skill? Sun Yi recognized the skill's effect. Pretty clever, trying to control Tang Shi with an area of effect skill in order to interrupt her invincible slash. It's a pity. He's smart but not smart enough. The invincible slash is called the invincible slash because during the release process, you're invincible from start to finish. That stream of sword intent only revealed the direction of the attack. Whether it's attacking the flowing light or releasing control skills within its range. None of this could affect Tang Shi. Jia Cheng'ai ultimately failed to find a way to break the invincible slash. That was all they could do. They could only watch helplessly as Tang Shi, transformed into a stream of sword intent, defeated the giant axe demon and the acid demon. And so began the second round of battle, which was expected to be even more intense. It's over. It wasn't just Jia Cheng'ai. The students in the audience were stunned. In this second round of battle, neither the blood sacrifice demon nor the death-breaking demon contributed anything. It was completely a one-woman showdown between Tang Shi and the two ghosts. Moreover, they completely overwhelmed Jia Cheng'ai's ghosts, leaving them utterly helpless. In fact, they only used one skill, defeated in one move. This. The scene fell silent for a moment. No one could put into words the shock they felt at that moment. They had no idea who Sun Yi really was. Not only are all the contracted ghosts under his command female ghosts, and each one of them is stronger than the last. After the invincible slash ended, Tang Shi reappeared. She gave a slight bow, "You flatter me." After saying that, she and the other two female ghosts retreated back to Sunya's side. After retrieving the three female ghosts, Sunya stepped forward. "I guess I win." Of course. Jia Chang'ai, on the other hand, readily admitted defeat. There's nothing to say about being less skilled than others. "Excuse me, what's your name?" "I've never heard of anyone in school who makes contracts with female ghosts before. My name is Sun Yi, and I haven't been at the school for long." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Newborn. He's only a freshman. Everyone suddenly felt like their worldview was about to collapse. They are all students at Magic University from all over the country. Back in the day, during the Ghost Realm assessment, weren't they all local prodigies? But no matter how talented or extraordinary they are, it's impossible for a freshman to defeat a senior right from the start. Did they waste those extra 4 years of training that you had? But this fact was laid bare before them. The students in the audience were buzzing with discussion. Senior Jia Chang'ai really lost to a freshman. That's someone who can rank in the top 10 among their senior year students. If this gets out, I wonder what other people will think. I've already recorded it and I'll upload it to the forum right away. I guarantee it'll get over 10,000 likes. Jia Chang'ai went to the recording device next to him and swiped his student card. This is the official sign of admitting defeat. "Hahaha, great, you're amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen such a powerful contracted spirit. Sun Yi, right? Come over here and swipe your student card and you can get the reward for breaking my winning streak." He was just one win away from achieving a 10-game winning streak and receiving the reward. What a regrettable thing. But on Jia Chengai's face, there was not a trace of anger, not even the slightest bit of frustration. He even went so far as to teach Sun Yi how to claim the reward for defeating him. Perhaps he really only cares about the process of fighting, Sun Yi speculated. Just as he was about to step down, Jia Cheng'ai approached Sun Yi. "How about we practice together again sometime? Here's my contact information." Sun Yi thought about it for a moment. His blood sacrifice demon Blood Lotus can help him earn pain points simply by using its skill. It's all practice anyway. Instead of spending time alone in a private training room grinding away, why not fight against Senior Jia? It also allows for more practical application of multi-female ghost collaboration in actual combat. Based on these considerations, Sun Yi agreed to Jia Chengai's request for a friendly exchange. "You can practice with him whenever you have free time." Sun Yi swiped his card at the recording device. Congratulations to Sun Yi on successfully completing the challenge. You have become the new champion of the arena, currently on a winning streak. The instrument emitted a congratulatory message using synthesized electronic sounds. Then, the device dispensed a 2-star item exchange coupon. It's also a 2-star item exchange coupon. The items you can exchange at the Magic University are naturally different from what Sun Yi exchanged at the Green City Ghost Control Bureau warehouse. The century-old heritage of Magic University is no joke. Even a 2-star item is far superior to those from Greentown in terms of effect and quality. Not bad. Sun Yi put the voucher away. Right now, neither Gang Wang nor Tang Shi has any equipment. I can go exchange for some nice things again. Sun Yi defeated Jia Cheng'ai, so now he will defend his title. I wonder if I can maintain this 10-game winning streak. If you succeed, you can get another Samsung voucher. That would be awesome. Jia Cheng'ai came down from the stage and took out the Soul Pearl to absorb and recover. The 3 contracted ghosts were defeated, and he suffered a significant backlash, his face turning much paler. "So who wants to challenge me now?" Sun Yi asked, looking at the students watching from below the stage. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. "I'm new to this school, so I'd appreciate any guidance from the upperclassmen." Sun Yi then changed his approach and politely addressed the audience. But still no one was willing to move. Even without them realizing it, the surrounding crowd took several steps back. They're not fools. The entire process of Sun Yi's female ghost defeating Jia Cheng'ai was witnessed by everyone. They possess such abnormal strength. No one present actually considered Sun Yi to be a freshman. The lively scene suddenly quieted down. Nobody dares to challenge it. Students at the Magic University typically take on official missions and go out to gain experience during holidays. It's currently summer vacation, and many of the stronger students are still on missions and not at school. Even Jia Cheng'ai, who was among the top 10 in terms of ability among the senior students, was defeated. The students in the audience couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "I'll beat up Sun Yi, really." And no one in the audience responded to the challenge. Sun Yu was getting a little bored while waiting. Almost an hour has passed. No way, really no one's willing to take on the challenge. Sun Yu was dumbfounded. In fact, he had a vague idea that some people would back down because they were afraid of the female ghost's power. After all, someone who can get into Magu University must be pretty smart, except for certain people who get in through connections. But if I go on stage now and give it a try, there's no harm in it. At most, he'll just get a beating from Sun Yi. What are the risks? Just then, finally, the instruments on the stage began playing a countdown. Countdown begins. If no one challenges within 5 minutes, Sun Yi will be declared to have achieved a 10-game winning streak. To prevent a reigning champion from failing to achieve a 10-game winning streak due to a lack of challengers, the arena was specifically designed with this feature. If the champion remains unchallenged for an extended period, then the game will be automatically judged as a successful defense, and you will directly receive the 10-win streak reward. Jia Chengai, watching from below the stage, was itching to join in. He genuinely wanted to have another good battle with the female ghosts under Sun Yi's command. Unfortunately, according to the rules of the arena, having failed to defend his title, he will not have another chance to challenge again this time. The students in the audience were also quite hesitant. Is there really no one willing to take on the challenge? Is Sun Yi really going to get his 10-game winning streak reward so easily? 5 minutes passed quickly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The challenge time has ended and Sun Yi has emerged victorious. There really wasn't one. Sun Yi swipes his card on the device. It then dispensed another Samsung voucher. I didn't expect it to be this simple. Even Sun Yi himself didn't expect it. Today, Mingaming just wanted to come to the training ground to find someone to spar with, and use this opportunity to test the results of his learning on multi-female ghost teamwork. I never expected it to go so smoothly. Sun Yi took the 3-star item exchange voucher and left the arena. Congratulations, you actually managed to get the 10-game winning streak reward. Jia Chengai greeted Sun Yi with a smile from below. How's it going? It must be pretty boring with nobody playing with you, right? Shall we practice some more? He excitedly extended the invitation. He truly lives up to his reputation as a battle maniac. They still can't forget about the battle. This was exactly what Sun Yi wanted. Anyway, I'm free today. Let's practice. You can also farm some pain points along the way. The two found an open space and began their simulated battle again. What Sun Yi didn't know was, just as he and Jia Chengai were practicing enthusiastically, the news of his challenge to Jia Chengai began to spread rapidly on the Magic University forum. Senior Jia Chengai was defeated. And by a freshman no less. Stop talking nonsense. Even when you're bragging, there's a basic principle to follow. Clickbait headlines, please die. Eagle-Eye Ding Zhen identified as a journalism student. The only way Jia could have lost is by being defeated by another top 10 senior. If he really loses to a freshman, I'll do a handstand and walk around the entire university. Immediately, comments appeared online, almost all of which expressed skepticism. However, the original poster immediately released a video of Sun Yi sending a female ghost to defeat Jia Chengai. The video shows the first round of the arena battle. That is, the battle between Blood Lotus and Gang Wying against Steel-Armed Demon. The video was just uploaded. The original poster went too far, even using AI to run a video to fool us in order to cover up their lie. Yeah, this video is obviously fake. Look, Senior Jia's steel-armed ghost is actually fighting with a female ghost. Where can I find a female ghost with a contract with a college student? A fool like that probably wouldn't even get into Magic University, right? They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. However, this statement is probably no longer applicable in today's world. Even if you actually upload the video, people will still say it's AI generated. This really angered the original poster. However, as more and more people upload videos, various on-site videos from different perspectives have surfaced. The credibility of this event is increasing. It's impossible for everyone to conspire to use AI to deceive people. Is it necessary? Gradually, the students on the forum discovered this. This seems to be true. Posts about this matter have exploded on the forum. Who exactly is Sun Yi? Is Sun Yi really a freshman? How should we view Sun Yi's choice to sacrifice his spiritual talent to a female ghost in a contract? Why did Sun Yi dress the blood sacrifice demon in a JK uniform? Does he have some kind of weird fetish? For a time, the name Sun Yi seemed to become the hottest topic on the Magic University forum. Everyone's talking about him. Some people even went directly to the offline training center after reading the post. They wanted to see for themselves whether Sun Yi had truly made a contract with the female ghost. Sun Yi, who was sparring with Jia Chengai, noticed that the number of onlookers nearby had inexplicably increased. However, he didn't care and continued to have the blood sacrifice demon blood lotus fire soul arrows. Sun Yi plans to practice multiplayer teamwork as much as possible in sparring sessions like this, where there's no hard-fought battle. Therefore, on the training field, the three ghosts, Zhu Lion, Gang Wang, and Tang Shi all faced off in their training formation, based on the formation designed by Sun Yi. Gang Wang, who was killed in the accident, was definitely standing at the very front. Tang Shi stood to Gang Wang's side and slightly behind, waiting for an opportunity to attack from the flank. Blood Sacrifice Demon Blood Lotus is positioned at the back of the formation, allowing for safe and long-range attacks. Those students who came to see it in person were surprised to find Sun Yi's contracted ghosts are all female ghosts. Goodness, what an extraordinary person. It can be said that from this day onward, Sun Yi's reputation at the Magic University is inextricably linked to the female ghost. One of the boys watching seemed to recognize him for some reason. Among the female ghosts sent on stage by Sun Yi, the female ghost holding a long sword, dressed in a blue and white Lolita dress. Have I seen this somewhere before? He took out his phone and searched for the campus forum of the university. I remember it was in the freshman section of the Magic University forum before. There seems to be a contest for the most beautiful freshman. This is easy to understand. It's a school beauty pageant. Almost every school has boys in puberty doing this kind of thing. He scrolled through the list of nominees. Actually, I didn't search too much. The first one is it. The photograph is a dark, blurry image of a figure. A girl in a blue and white Lolita dress is helping a boy in front of her carry his luggage, although the scene was somewhat dark. However, it's not hard to see the girl's near-perfect slender figure and her almost unreal beauty. Once the photo was uploaded, she was unanimously recognized as the most beautiful girl in the freshman year. Judging from the way she was carrying her luggage, everyone assumed she was a freshman. Some speculated that she was either the man's maid or someone else walking in front, but where can you find such young maids these days? What kind of society is this? Is your maid the same age as your employer? Therefore, many people believe that she is a freshman and that the two may have some kind of relationship. I wonder how many guys are praying they're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. This makes it easier for them to pick up girls. However, these people are probably going to be crying out in despair. This mysterious girl isn't even human. She is a female ghost who belongs exclusively to Sun Yi. Is it really her? More people watching. Sun Yi's Ghost Master level was also estimated. Mid-stage 2-star, holy crap. A freshman actually possesses mid-stage 2-star spiritual power. What? Holy crap, I didn't even reach that level in my sophomore year. Wow, if Sun Yi participated in the freshman competition with this kind of strength, wouldn't that just be indiscriminate killing? The discussion on the forum became even more heated. The dormitory area of Magic University. Han Kaianian also came across posts about Sun Yi on her phone. Sun Yi. He's safely back at school. And it's become even more powerful. How could she possibly forget the name of her savior? Sun Yi still vividly remembers the scene of fighting against the ghost tide in the ghost realm of White Mist Town. At the same time, she also saw Tang Shi's figure in the video. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The girl who stepped in to clear out the first wave of ghosts was actually a ghost. And it seems he's even been bound to a contract by Sun Yi. These messages are just getting more and more confusing. The Han family behind Han Kaianian is considered a prominent family in Shanghai. From childhood to adulthood, she has heard and seen countless things in various settings. But even with her broad perspective, she had never heard of a top genius like Sun Yi. Also, after she safely left White Mist Town and reported what had happened to her family, the Han family gave her a task. We must befriend Sun Yi at all costs. Han Kaianian couldn't help but admire the foresight of her elders. Investing in Sun Yi now is investing in the future. On the other side, Sun Yi's victory over Jia Chang'ai, despite being from a higher grade, alarmed the school authorities. The Academic Affairs Office made a phone call to the admissions office. Hello, this is the admissions office of Magic University. Yao Lequin answered the phone. Professor Yao, you're still in charge of student recruitment in Guangxi province, right? Yes, it's me. What's wrong? Are you sure that Sun Yi was only a late-stage 1-star ghost master when he was recruiting students? That's right, what happened? Yao Lequin didn't understand why the Academic Affairs Office wanted to talk to him. A video was sent over very quickly. The video shows Sun Yi sparring with Jia Chang'ai. Among them, Sun Yi's spiritual energy fluctuations were clearly visible. Such fluctuations should only be seen in a 2-star ghost master, right? Sun Yi. Yao Lequin suddenly remembered that Sun Yi had mentioned going to Beiwu Town for training on his own. Could it be that he reached this level solely through his training in the ghost realm? This conjecture arose in Yao Lequin's mind. Okay, I'll send over Sun Yi's complete admissions materials. Sun Yi's demonstrated skill level has indeed far surpassed that of his peers. The school's top leadership held an emergency meeting to discuss matters related to the freshman competition. As is widely known, the freshman competition is used to assess the abilities of freshmen in order to allocate them to different colleges. However, there is one new student whose abilities clearly far surpass those of the others. What's the point of even comparing them? That evening, ding dong, the doorbell rang at Sun Yi's dormitory. Sun Yi opened the door and found several teachers standing outside. This puzzled him. What's wrong? What kind of stance is this? Hello, Sun Yi. We are teachers from the Academic Affairs Office. I've come to ask you to confirm something. What's up? Your inspiration level, whether it has reached the mid-stage of 2 stars, and the levels of the contracted spirits you currently possess. If they are indeed far superior to other freshmen, the Academic Affairs Office believes you can be exempted from the freshman competition and directly gain admission to your desired college. After listening to the teacher's explanation, Sun Yi's eyes lit up. Admission without examination. This is pretty good. During his training at the university, Sun Yi had a general idea of the strengths of the other freshmen. Their skill level is roughly in the mid to late stages of the 1-star level. Those who are more capable can gain experience on their own during the summer vacation. At most, it's only a 2-star early game level. Moreover, even in the early stages of a 2-star character, the contracted ghosts one possesses are only in the range of 1-star evil ghosts. This lineup is on a completely different level from Sun Yi's, whose average female ghost lineup starts at 2 stars in the late game. Furthermore, the freshman competition is just something like a class placement exam. Rankings are used solely as a basis for dividing colleges. There were no other rewards. If you're talking about reputation, Sun Yi really doesn't lack that. The main problem is that the fighting is just too boring. What's the point of bullying newbies and showing off? If he could be directly admitted to the Special Forces Academy, Sun Yi would naturally be happy to be exempt from the entrance exam. Sun Yi let the teacher in. Using the instruments they brought, Sun Yi proved his level of inspiration. Then 3 contracted spirits were displayed. This drew exclamations of amazement from several teachers. Impressive, truly impressive. Sun Yi, you are probably the highest-ranking freshman in the history of our university. The teachers kept helping Sun Yi fill out the application for exemption from the exam and said, Huh. Sun Yi suddenly realized. It seems like that line can be said here. After time traveling, Sun Yi had a lot of lines he wanted to try out when he read online novels back then. That was one of the top 10 lines from online novels that he most wanted to say in real life. Not at all, I was just lucky, Sun Yi said modestly, cupping his hands in apology to the teachers in the Academic Affairs Office. In short, Sun Yi, your ambition is to attend the Special Forces Academy, right? One of the teachers coughed twice and said. Sun Yi nodded. Then we'll transfer your file directly to the Special Forces Academy. After the freshman competition ends and classes officially begin, just go and register. After final confirmation, the teacher marked Sun Yi's college on the laptop they had brought. The formalities are basically complete. Just as they were about to leave, the teacher from the Academic Affairs Office suddenly stopped. By the way, Sun Yi, you don't seem to have any support-type contracted spirits yet, right? Yes, I don't have one yet. Since you no longer need to participate in the freshman competition, you should take this time to contract a support-type demon. The requirements at the Special Forces Academy are very strict. It's best to complete them before classes officially begin, otherwise we might fall behind in our progress. The teacher reminded them. Thank you for reminding me, teacher. I'll think of a way. Sun Yi thanked the teachers from the Academic Affairs Office and saw them off. Even if they hadn't said anything, Sun Yi would have done it anyway. He had originally planned to contract a support-type demon, and preferably a female ghost. Now there's just another reason. But then another problem arose. Which support-type female ghost should I look for? Speaking of contracted female ghosts, she's the most suitable person in the entire Magic University to give Sun Yi advice. That's probably Bai Yangfeng. Let's go talk to Professor Bai tomorrow morning. Bai Yangfeng's villa living room. Going out for training again, they just got back a few days ago. Bai Yangfeng was very puzzled when he learned of Sun Yi's idea. There are still about 2 weeks until the freshman competition. I want to contract a sufficiently powerful support-type female ghost before that. However, it's difficult to find a target in a short time. Sun Yi explained his current problems. Bai Yangfeng's gaze turned serious upon hearing the name supportive female ghost. I wonder what she's thinking. Wait a moment, he said, then called out to Xia Oqian. Xia Oqian, go and get that. Bai Yongfeng ordered. A beautiful female ghost dressed in professional attire appeared and bowed respectfully. Which one is it? It's that one, the one I put there before. Bai Yongfeng gestured with his hands. Sun Yu, what the heck? What is Professor Bai saying? That? Which one exactly is it? A riddle teller, huh? Who can understand what I'm saying? I understand. Xiaoqian nodded and then went upstairs. They actually explained it clearly. Sun Yu was dumbfounded. A few minutes later, Xiaoqian came down with a stack of somewhat old documents. Yes, this is it, Bai Yongfeng said with a smile. Unexpectedly, he and Xiaoqian had already reached such a level of telepathy. Sun Yu was stunned. In the future, perhaps Sun Yu's female ghosts can do the same. Bai Yongfeng took the documents from Xiaoqian and spread them out in front of Sun Yi. Take a look at this. Sun Yi glanced at it quickly. A name quickly caught Sun Yi's eye. Dream Demon? Sun Yi had heard of this name before. Her numbers are extremely rare and she only appears in specific ghost realms, so she has no reference value for ghost masters in other regions. Some even suspect that there is only one dream ghost left in the world. Regarding the side effects of the contract Dream Demon, after making the contract, I will definitely have nightmares when I sleep. Don't underestimate this side effect. Many years ago, that warrior made a phantom demon into a contract. I was woken up 8 times by nightmares last night. He suffered a mental breakdown after about 2 weeks and committed suicide. The emotional trauma, coupled with the exhaustion from sleepless nights. The torment inflicted on people is unimaginable unless you experience it firsthand. It matches her extremely rare characteristics. The Dream Demon possesses an almost supernatural level of control. Both skills shown in the skill list are powerful control abilities. The first skill, Exile, immediately banishes a unit to another dimension for 5 seconds without any casting animation. It will not be affected by any forces during this period, nor will it be able to affect the outside world. If the target is an enemy, you will suffer mental damage even after leaving the alternate dimension. However, if released by a demon tamer, it will cause the demon tamer a severe headache. The second skill, Nightmare, also has no casting animation. It immediately puts the unit to sleep. And what's most impressive is, waking up from a state of deep sleep after being injured will result in massive damage. Also, a state of deep sleep entered through a nightmare can be broken if interrupted. Whoever interrupts will be infected by the nightmare effect. Therefore, no one dares to help purify or dispel the nightmares inflicted by the Dream Demon. Whoever tries to ward off evil will be unlucky. Both of these skills are absolutely disgusting. As long as it's within the skill's range, it's almost impossible to counter. And the side effects of this skill are, as its name suggests, each release will make the Demon Slayer's dreams even more terrifying and horrifying the next time they sleep. Not only are their skills strong, moreover, the torment of side effects has also gained a new dimension. If possible, Sun Yu really wanted to form a contract with her. Professor, are you suggesting I contract with the Dream Demon? Huh? No, you took the wrong documents. Bai Yongfeng removed the file containing the information about the Dream Ghost, revealing another document folded underneath. The Dream Ghost is probably too far removed from your current reality. I recommend a female ghost from the same ghost realm as the illusionary Dream Ghost. The Martial Arts Ghost, Bai Yongfeng said, the female ghost who cultivates martial arts is also a very good support-type female ghost. Although she's slightly lower in rank than the Dream Demon, she's still formidable compared to other female ghosts. A female ghost practicing martial arts? That sounds a bit strange. Here's a tutorial on how to punctuate sentences. It is martial arts, a nun and a ghost. It means that the nun who practiced martial arts became a ghost. Because it is so unique, the encyclopedia's name does not follow the naming tradition and uses 4 characters. The term martial nun is commonly used as a shorthand. Heal yourself or your teammates by dealing damage to enemies. Its positioning is quite unique. There are no fighters as good as her healers, but those who can heal better than her are, conversely, no one can fight as well as she can. Bai Yongfeng also told Sun Yi his reasons for recommending the female ghost. Currently, almost every ghost in Sun Yi's contracted ghost team is not positioned in the traditional sense. They can both fight, and they're both very strong. Therefore, we should strengthen our strengths rather than try to compensate for our weaknesses. Choose a support female ghost with strong offensive capabilities. In the future, Sun Yi will influence the overall style of the team in battle. It's about overwhelming the opponent with a barrage of attacks. Sun Yi could naturally accept this line of thinking. Moreover, according to Sun Yi's knowledge, the side effects of martial arts nuns should not be underestimated. But the Dream Demon, Sun Yi saying he wasn't tempted would be a lie. 2 powerful crowd control skills. Support capabilities maxed out. Besides, they're in the same ghost realm anyway, just like Sister Wu. He genuinely wanted to give it a try, just in case. Did it really work out? As if sensing Sun Yi's thoughts, Bai Yongfeng continued to explain, "Don't rush. When I was young, I made extensive preparations in an attempt to form a contract with the Dream Demon. It failed. Over the years, I've continuously summarized the lessons learned from past failures and compiled this document." Bai Yongfeng pointed to the documents on the table. "This describes the habits and locations where the Dream Demon appears." Sun Yi just saw the information on the Dream Ghost, the same one Bai Yongfeng mentioned earlier. So complete, Sun Yi was overjoyed. "Isn't this practically hand-in-hand helping you contract with the Dream Demon? Wait a minute, if it were really that simple. Professor, why don't you go and make the contract?" Sun Yi voiced his doubts. The Dream Demon is extremely agile and can escape at a very fast speed. Furthermore, she has a unique characteristic. To form a contract with her, one must catch up with her. After Bai Yongfeng finished speaking, he patted the wheelchair he was sitting in. The meaning of this is self-evident. The story involves an old man in a wheelchair chasing a female ghost known for her speed in a ghost realm. This is really putting people in a difficult position, although his contracted spirit can also help. However, their range of activities is also limited. Don't stray too far from the demon slayer. Therefore, Bai Yongfeng's own ability to act was a significant limitation. I don't recommend you make a contract with the Dream Demon, mainly for two reasons. First, to lure out the Dream Demon, extremely precious bait is required, and it must undergo special processing. The key is the bait to lure the ghost, which is very difficult for a student like you to obtain. Wait, I remember you seem to have some kind of ghost bait. And Ly recalled what Sun Yi had said when he left Beiwu Town. Sun Yi obtained a huge piece of ghost-attracting bait in the core area of White Mist Town. This thing was placed there by the Luo group to trigger a parade of ghosts. As a result, because the core female ghost Tang Shi was born at that location, the other ghosts dared not approach. However, the core ghost, Tang Shi, is too humane and unwilling to take the bait to lure the ghost. The beast-like demon was too stupid to get into the basement. Therefore, the bait used to lure the ghost was not eaten by the evil spirit and was preserved perfectly. Sun Yi, do you still have the bait you got to lure the ghost? Sun Yi nodded. Of course, such a precious item should naturally be preserved carefully. In that case, what stands in your way on your path to contracting the dream ghost is the matter of capturing her. Bai Yongfeng took out the ghost domain data from the pile of documents. The location where the dream ghost appears is a separate ghost realm. It's somewhat similar to the ghost realm assessment you participated in before. The ghost realm does not exist in the real world. We need to enter a portal to another separate space. His old, withered fingers touch the photograph. The ghostly realm of the Shadow Castle is divided into two areas. The outer city area is divided into late-stage 2-star and mid-stage 4-star levels. And this is the main activity area of the Dream Demon. The inner city requires at least a 4-star late-game character, and at most a 5-star late-game character. At your current level, you absolutely should not go near it. Sun Yu noticed a castle in the center of the inner city on the map and became quite curious. Professor, what is this castle? Bai Yongfeng's expression turned serious when this was mentioned. Absolutely do not even think about going here. That's the area where the Shadow Queen resides. Even if I went in, I probably wouldn't be able to protect myself. The Shadow Queen is one of the most notorious and powerful female ghosts in the world of ghost tamers in Daxia. Even a team of 6-star powerhouses would have to go all out to have a chance of survival against her. Bai Yongfeng was genuinely terrified, while Sun Yi, relying on his talent for not being afraid of side effects, foolishly ran towards the Shadow Royal City. What is that if not courting death? Sun Yi had naturally heard rumors about the Shadow Queen, although she was also a female ghost. But it's not something Sun Yi can aspire to at the moment. Sun Yi has one principle. Whether the plan is to persuade through verbal persuasion or to subdue through physical force. Before making contact with the female ghost, you must ensure that you can defeat her. This way we can prepare for the worst-case scenario in advance. For now, let's think about how to form a contract with the Dream Demon. The problem lies in the pursuit. Bai Yongfeng steered the conversation back on track and continued. The Dream Demon doesn't know which way to go when it runs away. If you recklessly pursue them, you could easily end up in a dangerous, high-risk area. We must prepare in advance and try our best to catch her in one go. Don't delay too long. Bai Yongfeng knew that continuing to dissuade Sun Yi now would probably be pointless. It would be better to explain all the points that need attention in detail, just in case. What if Sun Yi actually succeeds? Sun Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Okay, Professor, I'm prepared to leave in 2 days. He still has 3 things at hand that he can use to make targeted preparations. In addition, we also need to gather the materials to make bait specifically for luring the dream demon. Sun Yu was pondering this in his mind when he was about to get up and leave. Wait. But Bai Yongfeng stopped him. Go back and bring some ghost-attracting bait. I still have some of the materials I used to make the dream ghost, which is specifically designed to lure ghosts. We should be able to make another one. Really? Professor, are you going to help me? Sun Yi's eyes were practically sparkling. They had only known each other for less than a month. However, Bai Yongfeng helped Sun Yi almost without reservation regarding the female ghost. Now they are willing to use the leftover materials from back then to help Sun Yi make special ghost-attracting bait. In this cruel ghost-controlling society where the strong rule and the weak are prey to the strong, it's a blessing to have a professor like Bai Yongfeng who truly cares about his students. This is incredibly lucky. Bai Yongfeng waved his hand, stopping Sun Yi from continuing. Your physique is special, you are destined for great things. I was just giving you a push out of the blue. When you achieve great success in the future, just don't forget this old man who spends his days reading books at the academy. After saying goodbye, Sun Yi immediately set off for the soul bead forging room on the Magic University campus. He still has the soul orb of the deformed demon in his possession. This is a special soul bead. It would be a waste to use it for absorption. If it were made into equipment, it would be more useful to Sun Yi. The soul bead forging workshop, as the name suggests, is where soul beads are processed. Here, students at the Magic University can pay far less for processing than in the general market to process soul beads. Of course, if it's for manufacturing equipment, the cost of materials such as metals used also needs to be paid. Inside the forging room, there is a row of autonomous machines embedded in the wall. Students simply place the soul beads they want to process into the container, select the processing method, and then swipe their campus cards to pay. And what about Sun Yi? Sun Yi put the soul bead materials into the self-service machine and swiped his card. Beep, highest processing authority. Sun Yi, your soul bead processing will receive the highest priority within the workshop. It can be completed as early as tomorrow and processing fees will be waived. The self-service machine emitted an electronic voice. Not bad, Sun Yi exclaimed in admiration. The promise made by Yao Lequin regarding access to top-tier public facilities has once again been fulfilled. Being the top scorer in the province is pretty awesome. However, what kind of equipment should this soul orb be crafted into? The current objective is to enter Shadow Castle, where the enemies will naturally be much stronger than before. Correspondingly, the attacks will likely be much more intense. Let's make it into armor. There are many types of protective gear. What kind of armor should be made? Before doing that, you need to decide who it's for. Tang Shi was sent first. This soul orb is the transformed form of the assassin who killed her. When Sun Yi brought it out before, Tang Shi had an innate aversion to it. In that case, if we make it into equipment for her, its effectiveness would probably be greatly reduced. Blood Sacrifice Demon Blood Lotus already possesses the Void School uniform that grants direct immunity to physical attacks, and also has a certain degree of self-protection ability. That leaves only one answer. Let's forge a shield for Tsuna and Hyde, the ghost who died in the accident. Her hand armor was always missing, which further enhanced her defensive capabilities. Besides, the fragments of armor on Gang Wang's body will peel off. Having a shield provides extra protection. Sun Yi selected to have it made into a shield on the instrument and then swiped his card to pay for the materials. Of course, you have to pay for the materials. The processing fee is a benefit, so it's waived if we can. It's impossible to just give away all the metal needed to make the shields to Sun Yi for free, right? That's not very realistic. When Sun Yi came out of the ghost realm, he had a bunch of 2-star soul beads in his hands. One of these is worth hundreds of thousands. I sold a few things casually, and I already had a small million in my account. Paying for materials is more than enough. Complete the processing of the deformed ghost bead. Okay, let's go to the Magic University warehouse and use the item exchange coupons. Aang, dressed in full protective gear, sat at his desk. Beside him, a healing-type demon slayer continuously cast healing spells on him. Phew, that feels so good. Luo Yuanliang felt the ulcers all over his body healing rapidly. After realizing that the ghost hospital was unreliable, Luo Yuanliang, who was incredibly wealthy, directly hired several 4-star healing-type ghost masters to heal him every day. No matter where the ulcers appear on your body, they can heal in the shortest possible time. HMPH, what incurable disease? In the end, it can all be solved with a little money. Luo Yuanliang shook his head and sneered, while inwardly expressing his utter contempt for the doctors in the hospital. According to them, he contracted Lihongji syndrome. Symptoms such as skin ulceration and bone fractures may occur intermittently. The incredibly wealthy and ruthless Luo Yuanliang came up with a plan. I have a healing-type demon slayer healing me 24/7. No matter where the injury is, as long as it's an external injury, it can all be healed. In addition to these healing skills, most of them can also relieve pain and calm the nerves. Those ailments no longer pose a significant threat to him. As for the ghost truck, Luo Yuanliang spent a lot of money to buy this cushioning armor, specifically designed to counteract the impact of the ghost truck. Chairman Luo, we have results from our investigation in White Mist Town. The assistant opened the door and reported. Upon learning that the ghost realm in White Mist Town had dissipated, Luo Yuanliang immediately dispatched people there. The objective is to destroy evidence that the Luo group planted bait to lure people away. The original plan, if successful, was that the chaos caused by the night parade of 100 demons would be enough to cover up the evidence. But the plan changed, and White Mist Town was transformed into a ghost town. Although Luo Yuanliang still made a small profit by acquiring land near Beiwu Town at low prices. However, what he was worried about was leaving himself vulnerable. I don't care about anything else. Evidence of using bait to lure ghosts must be completely erased. Speak, Luo Yuanliang said coldly. The bait we used to lure the ghost has been taken away. The other side has probably discovered that it was us. We have identified the most likely person as Sun Yi. To silence them, Luo Yuanliang's expression was so nonchalant when he mentioned murder, it's like assigning a trivial task. I understand. I'll arrange for the group's trained suicide squad to find him. The assistant adjusted his glasses and respectfully withdrew. Luo Yuanliang looked at the floor-to-ceiling window next to him. He really enjoyed looking down at the entire city from this angle. The passers-by downstairs, all the buildings, seemed to be trampled under his feet. Anything that gets in my way, no matter who it is or what their status is. They will all be eliminated, he muttered to himself. When the ghost realm of White Mist Town disappeared before, to be honest, he panicked for a moment. He was genuinely afraid that these things would be exposed. This incident, however, is not enough to shake the Luo group. However, the losses that will result will still be enormous. If something goes wrong, the money will be used to grease palms, bribe people, and maintain a good image. That's a huge sum of money. In comparison, solve the problem of the person who raised it. That would be much cheaper. Suburbs of Shanghai. A high-speed train is speeding towards Shanghai. Gao Ba sat in the first-class seat fully alert. His attention was constantly focused on his ears. I was afraid of missing even the slightest detail. He's on guard against the ghost truck. Through the time it took to be hit by the ghost truck, he had successfully deflected several impacts from the truck. At this time, Gao Ba had just taken on an overseas assignment from the Guangxi provincial government. Lead your battle group to Shanghai to wipe out the ghost realm. Unfortunately, they were afraid of being attacked by ghost trucks. He doesn't even dare to fly. What if, on the plane, a ghost truck were to hit and fling you out of the cabin? It is highly likely that the plane will crash. Gao Ba was unwilling to go to jail. One durable champion is enough. Therefore, Gao Ba had no choice but to use ground transportation. High-speed rail is the second choice. Being hit and thrown into the air on a high-speed train is at least not as dangerous as being hit by an airplane. Looking out the window, the outskirts of Shanghai are gradually approaching. Gao Ba's resentment continued to grow. We'll be in Shanghai soon. Sun Yi, your death is not far off. The Xiao family, you saw it with your own eyes. Xiao Jianren sat in his chair, listening to his daughter Xiao Siyu's report. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Siyu nodded, looking somewhat nervous. You saw with your own eyes that B****ch Tang Shi turned into a female ghost. I saw it with my own eyes. You saw with your own eyes that Tang Shi turned into a female ghost and was bound by a contract. Xiao Jianren pressing him for an answer. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in the Magic University training hall. Snort. Xiao Jianren picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Xiao Siyu's expression remained quite tense. That makes sense. Seeing former classmates appear beside me in this new role, and it was someone who had been dead for 3 years, how could this not terrify her? Father, will she retaliate against me? I'm so scared. Xiao Siyu was clearly losing her composure. Her voice even trembled slightly as she spoke. Xiao Jianren shook his head. The idea that people become ghosts after death is not entirely unheard of. He never expected that the night parade of 100 ghosts would break out just as Tang Shi died. Then, coincidentally, during the night parade of 100 demons, she transformed into a demon using her powerful spiritual energy. It's unknown whether Tang Shi, now a ghost, still remembers things from her previous life. Even if I really don't know. The person who made a contract with Tang Shi must have also explored the core area of White Mist Town. They might find some evidence pointing to themselves. since there is a possibility that things might be exposed. Xiao Jianren would certainly not stand idly by. What's the name of the person who made a contract with Tang Shi? He asked coldly. His name is Sun Yi. I also saw that he had been preparing something back and forth for the past 2 days, probably wanting to enter the ghost realm again. How about we take this opportunity to get rid of him? A malicious glint flashed in Xiao Siu's eyes. Hearing his daughter's answer, Xiao Jianren finally smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's how it should be. For their own sake, any other outsider should be used as a stepping stone. If the stepping stones dare to resist, then they are ungrateful. Of course, they must be eliminated without mercy. Xiao Jianren's coldness just now was certainly not a deliberate attempt to put on airs as a father. It was Xiao Siu's attitude that displeased him. Now his daughter has finally grasped his insights into life. You're almost at the age where you'll be entering the workforce. This is the cleanup team's contact information. You'll be in charge of arranging the removal of Sun Yi this time. Consider this your practice session. Xiao Jianren took out a business card and casually tossed it to Xiao Siu. The cleanup team, to put it bluntly, is actually a squad of demon slayers specifically tasked with killing people. Many important figures need people like this to do dirty work that can't be seen in the light of day. Yes, father. I will arrange it. Xiao Siu picked up the business card, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Oh, idea that so many people outside were eyeing him. I have a 3-star item exchange coupon and a 2-star item exchange coupon. He specifically changed 2 pieces of equipment in the magic warehouse. People usually use vouchers to exchange for equipment. Exchanging soul beads is really a huge loss. Unless it's a specific soul orb used to craft certain equipment. Otherwise, you'll basically have to change your equipment or get some rare potions. The 2-star equipment Sun Yi received was a pair of boots. Phase boots. Passively increases movement speed and attack power. Actively grants a burst of movement speed in phase boots, ignoring collision volume while in phase boots. 30-second cooldown. Excessive use will cause athlete's foot. This was one of Sun Yi's preparations for capturing the Dream Demon, according to Bai Yangfeng's description. By contracting with the Dream Demon, one must obey her game. She will only make a contract with the person who successfully captures her. If force is used, she will run away immediately and would rather die than submit, if we look at it optimistically. You can form a contract with the Dream Demon without fighting, although she herself has no fighting ability. However, the impact of the skill is still quite troublesome. If we don't have to fight, it's convenient. The other 3-star equipment was a carefully selected item by Sun Yi. Refresh Orb. Instantly refreshes all skills of a contract ghost with an inspiration strength of 4 stars or lower, including the cooldown of equipment active effects. The Refresh Orb has a 12-hour cooldown. Each use will erase the memory of the most recent day. The Refresh Orb's cooldown cannot be affected by any other refresh effect. Those who know. The strength of this thing is visible to the naked eye. It's so powerful it's almost absurd. Instantly refresh the cooldowns of all skills. And that includes equipment. What does this mean? Such skills are especially terrifying when applied to powerful skills with long cooldowns. Take Tang Shi's Invincible Slash, for example. Using the Invincible Slash twice in a row sounds incredibly satisfying, or perhaps it's Gang Wang's summoning of the ghost truck. Used twice consecutively. 2 ghost tanker trucks crashed into each other, causing a series of explosions. The damage goes without saying. In addition, the shield made from the deformed ghost bead has also been completed. This shield is quite effective. The Avatar Shield. This shield can be considered an extension of the wielder's body. Any attack that hits this shield is considered an attack on the wielder's true form. The craftsman did a great job during the processing. The raw material was merely a deformed ghost bead from the mid-stage of the 2nd star level. The result was a shield that perfectly suited the demon Tsunyoshi who was killed. Half of Gang Wang's combat power comes from the ghost truck summoned by her first skill. The other half of their combat power relies entirely on the synergy between their 2nd and 3rd skills. Sun Yu was initially worried that equipping a shield might reduce the damage reflection efficiency of his 2nd skill after activating blade armor. Now it's all right. This shield transforms into the user's body. The fragments of armor on Gang Wang's body are part of her own body. What else? The fragmented armor on Gang Wang's body will peel off if she takes too much damage. Once the injury heals and the inspiration returns, it will grow back automatically. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the ghost Tsunyoshi who was killed in a traffic accident was always naked. That's a bit off topic. In short, under the special effect of the Avatar Shield. Hitting the shield is the same as hitting Gang Wang's fragmented armor. It can trigger the blade mail's counter damage effect normally, and it can also activate the intercept effect to guide attacks. The night before departing for Shadow Castle, the Magic University Villa area, in Sun Yi's dormitory, in the renovated study, a long conference table is placed in the center. To enhance the atmosphere, Sun Yi even brought in classic incandescent bulbs and installed them in the room. Directly in front of the conference table, there is a projection screen and a projector. Sun Yi approached the curtain, holding a laser pointer for marking. Sitting at the conference table below were naturally the three female ghosts, Zhu Lian, Gang Wang, and Tang Shi. I didn't expect they would actually set up a conference room. Tang Shi felt somewhat ashamed. She mentioned it briefly at the end of Sun Yi's rambling summary meeting. Surprisingly, Sun Yi really took it to heart. She felt a pang of regret. Why can't I control my mouth? This really unleashed Sun Yi's management skills. The projector was turned on and Sun Yi's pre-prepared slides appeared on the screen. Several bold characters were visible above. Shadow Castle Ghost Domain Pre-Battle Planning Conference. This feels even more like a company morning meeting. Cough cough. Sun Yi coughed twice, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned leader. Now we will begin the preparatory meeting before entering Shadow Castle. First, the new equipment will be distributed. Those whose names are called, please come to the stage to receive it. With a wave of his hand, Sun Yi channeled a wisp of inspiration into the spatial ring on his finger. This thing is quite convenient. This was purchased by Sun Yi from the internal online store of Moda University. Although it only has a capacity of 3 cubic meters, but it's already the best spatial ring we can find right now. That's all. Even with the discounted price offered by the university, it still costs Sun Yi hundreds of thousands. I want to buy a ring with more space. Then it's not a matter of money. You have to complete tasks and then use the credits earned from those tasks to earn credits. Of course, in order to enter the Shadow Castle, Sun Yi also took on some tasks related to this ghostly realm. For example, finding people who have gone missing in the ghost realm. In fact, this missing person has some connection with Sun Yi. This person's name is Chu Xuan, and he was also once Bai Yangfeng's student. If she hadn't gone missing, she should be Sun Yi's second senior sister. The topic has drifted a bit. Let's return to the present. As inspiration flowed in, the spatial ring began to shimmer. The next moment, the equipment that Sun Yi had exchanged appeared on the conference table in front of him. Sun Yi picked up the shield made from the deformed ghost bead. Next, please welcome Gang Wang to the stage. Wait a minute. Sun Yi reached out to stop Gang Wang, who was eager to go on stage. He went to the laptop that controlled the projector and started playing music. The school's award ceremony music began to play. The female ghosts, sometimes it's quite helpless to have an owner like that. Alright, now please welcome Gang Wang to the stage. Sun Yi picked up the microphone and made a formal announcement. Where did this microphone come from? While complaining, Gang Wang walked up. With a smile, Sun Yi handed the avatar shield to Gang Wang. He also patted her on the shoulder. Good luck entering the ghost realm this time too. I've always believed in you. You've probably said that to every demon, haven't you? Tsunyoshi took the shield. The moment I received the shield. Tsuna and Wang's bond level +3, currently 9. Easy. They might complain, but they're actually quite happy inside. Alright, now please welcome Tang Shi to the stage to receive her equipment. For some reason, Zhu Lian looked at Tang Shi with a hint of sympathy. With light steps, Tang Shi also came to Sun Yi's side. Sun Yi thought for a while, based on past fine traditions. Sun Yi had to personally equip the ghost every time he upgraded its gear. These phase boots should be the same. Take your boots off. Tang Shi's pupils dilated instantly, Wai bent down and slowly untied the elastic band on Tang Shi's boots. The Demon Slayer personally changes the equipment of the contracted ghost. To others, this might appear as a leader showing concern for their subordinates, but for Sun Yi, the real intention behind his actions wasn't the wine itself. Untie the elastic band and slowly take off Tang Shi's boots. Her 2 crystal-clear jade feet encased in white stockings were revealed. Logically speaking, ever since Tang Shi became a ghost, I've been wandering around White Mist Town for 3 years. The boots were definitely never taken off. My feet have been cooped up for 3 years. It must taste authentic. It conforms to the proper etiquette for making porridge. However, the expected flavor did not appear. Just kidding, how could a ghost have athlete's foot? If I absolutely had to describe its flavor, for 3 consecutive years I have been standing on the ground of Beiwu Town. It has a hint of earthy fragrance. Sun Yi gently helped Tang Shi put on her phase boots, supporting her calf with one hand. This equipment will automatically adjust its size after being equipped to a ghost. No need to worry about the size. In short, Tang Shi put on new boots. These phase boots, equipping you with them, naturally reflects my high expectations. Sun Yi stood up and said to Tang Shi, once we encounter the dream demon, you'll be responsible for chasing it down. Sun Yi assigned the tasks. Okay, I'll do my best. Tang Shi nodded in thanks similarly. Tang Shi's affinity value +3, currently 10, reached the limit, awaiting further breakthrough. Sun Yi personally helped the female ghosts put on and take off their equipment. It really does increase favorability and improve bond levels. It seems that such a fine tradition should be carried forward in the future. Sun Yi thought to himself, to capture the dream demon, you need a contract demon with sufficient movement speed. Although the blood lotus of the blood sacrifice demon floated and moved, its speed was not fast. Not to mention the ghost Gang Wang who was killed in the accident. He was wearing fragmented armor, and now he also had an avatar shield. Movement speed is naturally affected. Currently, Sun Yi's team of contracted ghosts, Tang Shi is the most flexible. Not only is it inherently fast, but it also gains the sacrifice passive skill, Heart of the Swordmaster. It can further increase movement speed by 15%. In addition, there's the burst of movement speed from the phase boots. Sun Yi estimated that they should be able to catch up with the Dream Demon. There is one refresh orb left. It's called a sphere, but it's not actually a perfect sphere. Instead, it resembles an oval-shaped pebble. This equipment is best wielded by a ghost master if it's held by a contracted spirit. Then the only solution is to upgrade their own skills. This is somewhat inflexible. Sun Yi decided to carry it with him. This way, it's very convenient for Sun Yi to refresh whose skills he wants. After completing the equipment distribution, Sun Yi switched to the next slide. Next page. 2 pictures of female ghosts appeared on the screen. Unfortunately, the Dream Demon only has a hand-drawn appearance illustration. Sister Wu has indeed been photographed. Look closely, this is our target for this trip, the Dream Demon. The appearance of the Dream Demon is that of a petite and delicate little girl. She wore a little black dress and always carried a teddy bear. She has a playful and cute appearance and loves playing pranks. Also, pay special attention to her shoes. This isn't because of a hobby. It means she was wearing flat shoes that weren't suitable for running. It's hard to imagine that a dream ghost with such an appearance could run so fast, if it weren't for the speed-specialized contract ghost. Within the same level, probably no one can catch up. Looking at the phantom ghost in the picture, Tang Shi exclaimed in admiration. So cute. This physique doesn't seem like it could withstand many impacts, Gang Wang commented, not forgetting her old profession. The plan is this. I will go to the location marked by the professor in the ghost realm and set up bait to lure the ghosts. This ghost-attracting bait has been specially processed to only attract dream ghosts. During this time, we lay in wait nearby. Once she appears, Tang Shi will be in charge of apprehending her. Do you understand? The female ghosts fell silent. Master, you can clearly understand all this information by transmitting it to us in your mind. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? The hearts of contracted spirits and demon tamers are connected. However, it is not a two-way communication system. Sun Yi could easily know what the contracted ghost was thinking. But what Sun Yi is thinking can only be transmitted if Sun Yi wants the contracted ghosts to know. Life needs a sense of ritual. Sun Yi didn't think it was unnecessary. All right, let's move on to the next one. Sun Yi pointed a laser pointer at another female ghost, martial nun. She wore a black nun's habit, had a voluptuous figure, and possessed both a restrained purity and a seductive allure befitting a demon. Unlike Tang Shi, who is a younger, more mature girlfriend type. Judging from her appearance, Sister Wu should clearly be classified as a mature woman. What's most eye-catching are the 2 large mounds on her chest. Goodness, this is an astonishing size. It feels like it could suffocate a person to death inside. Sun Yi carefully examined the picture of Wu Xiu new on the screen, then she glanced at the other female ghosts. Sigh, he sighed softly. The team is currently lacking in healing capabilities. What's with that pitying look? Gang Wang, with her fiery temper, was the first to realize what Sun Yi was thinking. Blood Lotus looked down at her chest, a perfectly flat plane. I immediately felt like I had been hit on some kind of level. Master is so mean. Tang Shi didn't say anything, but she silently straightened her chest and even her posture became more upright. Let's refocus our attention on Sister Wu. Besides her figure, there's another point worth noting. Her hands were wrapped in white bandages. Needless to say, this is the most obvious sign that she speaks with her fists. Although we have made many preparations, we still need to have contingency plans. The martial nun is an alternative when the dream demon cannot be captured. It's not that you can't have it all. Sun Yi is currently at the mid-stage of the 2nd star level. It has 5 empty slots for controlling demons. Currently, Zhu Lion, Gang Wang, and Tang Shi occupy 3 spots, 2 left, if you can. Making contracts with both the Dream Demon and the Martial Nun would definitely be the best option. We'll talk about it later. Who knows what kind of accidents might happen on the road. How to deal with her? Sun Yi couldn't help but start to think. According to the information, although Wu Xiu is a support character, she has extremely strong combat abilities. It's even comparable to a normal damage-dealing female ghost. If a direct confrontation occurs with her, we absolutely cannot let our guard down just because she's a support. Sun Yi explained in detail. Then Sun Yi led the three female ghosts to explain the map of the Shadow Castle, about half an hour later. That's all for now, we'll set off tomorrow. At the conclusion of the planning conference, Sun Yi issued an inspiring announcement. Just then, ding-dong, the doorbell rang downstairs. Someone's looking for me? Sun Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. After the meeting with the female ghosts, it was already getting late. Who could be coming to find me? Sun Yi slowly went downstairs and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a graceful young woman. At this moment, she stood respectfully at the door, holding a box in both hands. Sun Yi recognized her. Han Kaianian. Back in White Mist Town, Sun Yi rescued her while fighting the ghost who had been hit by a car. What's she doing here? Sun Yi, I've come to thank you. Han Kaianian got straight to the point. I was confused, but they still let her in. First of all, thank you again, Sun Yi, for saving my life in White Mist Town. Without you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be sitting here perfectly fine right now. Han Kaianian spoke with great respect, as if afraid of doing something wrong and upsetting Sun Yi. She presented the box to Sun Yi with both hands. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Upon opening the box, one finds an unclaimed spatial ring. Sun Yi then probed into it with a bit of his inspiration. An interior space of 5 cubic meters. It's significantly bigger than the one Sun Yi bought himself. The rarity of spatial rings is no joke. Just consider the 3 cubic meter space ring that Sun Yi bought before. They're practically priceless in the market. Countless exorcists would fight tooth and nail to get their hands on one, not to mention another 5 cubic meter one. Sun Yi would naturally not refuse such a good thing. Then I'll accept it. Han Kaianian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Sun Yi put the spatial ring on his hand. She came here with a mission, of course. That means getting on good terms with Sun Yi. Sun Yi reprimanded Han Kaianian while he was in the ghost realm. This made them somewhat unsure about Sun Yi's personality. In such a prestigious family, the managers are certainly not fools. With such a dazzling new star, the Han family would definitely try to curry favor with him. It is entirely beneficial and has no drawbacks. Let's not expect Sun Yi to bring any returns in the future. As long as we don't become enemies with Sun Yi, that's enough. Then Sun Yi, please take good care of me in my future college life. Han Kaianian completed her mission and got up to take her leave. Gao Ba was holding his phone. Does it really have to be this time to enter the ghost realm? I happen to have some personal business in Shanghai. Okay, I understand. Gao Ba hung up the phone. Damn it, what an idiot boss. He cursed. He led a team to Shanghai this time because he was sent by the Guangxi provincial government to support the Ice Cave Ghost domain. The Ice Cave Ghost Realm is an extremely dangerous large-scale ghost realm in the Shanghai area. Similar to Shadow Castle, the Ice Cave exists in a separate space and can only be accessed via portal. This ghost realm has been very unstable lately, with evil spirits frequently pouring out of the portal and attacking the outpost outside. Therefore, the Shanghai authorities mobilized combat teams borrowed from various regions. A large-scale expedition was organized to delve deep into the Ice Cave in order to investigate the cause of the anomalies occurring in the Ice Cave ghost realm. Gao Ba originally intended to use this trip to Shanghai as an opportunity to eliminate Sun Yi, but plans can't keep up with changes. Before he could even take action, the commander-in-chief in charge of coordinating this expedition has already given the order to set off. Military orders are absolute if Gao Ba dares to disobey. Even if he's a 5-star ghost master, he won't have an easy time. He might have some name recognition in Guangxi province, but in Shanghai he's nothing. What should I do? Gao Ba paced back and forth in his hotel room. Since I can't handle it myself, I'll send a small team to sneak over there. Gao Ba made the final decision. He is a cautious person. If we want to guarantee a successful elimination of Sun Yi, the safest option is definitely to go personally. But the current conditions don't allow it. The key is not to get discovered. If Sun Yi offends the powerful magic university behind him, things might get complicated. Therefore, send a small team with an average strength of 3 stars to secretly take care of Sun Yi. That should be fine. Without hesitation, Gao Ba immediately dialed his subordinates' numbers and began assigning tasks. The Xiao family. Father, it's all done. I personally led the team to make sure Sun Yi was killed, Xiao Siu reported to Xiao Jianren. Not bad, you can go now. If you were to ask which place is the hardest to be discovered when committing a murder, that would be the place where it's most likely. That's in the ghost realm, of course. When a demon tamer enters the demon realm, they bear the consequences of their actions. Even if Sun Yi died in the ghost realm, it wouldn't cause much of a reaction. Yes, Xiaosiu withdrew and left. Boss Luo actually wants us to kill a two-star brat. Inside a secret room at the Roch group, the assassins waited here listlessly for their fate. These assassins are all at least mid-3-star level, with the most powerful leader being mid-4-star. However, it was learned that Luo Yuanliang's latest mission was simply to kill a mid-stage 2-star ghost master. This bored the leader. Just do it, this time the funding approved is tens of millions, one of the assassins said. For this, Luo Yuanliang deserves praise, although he didn't have the money to solve the problem, but there is money and a lot of it to settle accounts with the people who raised the issues. Idiot, the leader of the assassins cursed. Killing him would be easy, but according to intelligence, this man named Sun Yi is about to enter the ghost realm of the Shadow Castle, the leader explained slowly. Isn't this even better? It's easier to make moves in the ghost realm. Good my foot. Do you think the ghost in ghost realm is just for show? The leader cursed angrily. The Shadow Castle is a rather dangerous place, one careless mistake. Upon entering the inner city, one finds it teeming with high-level demons. Even their team is in deep trouble. What should we do then? The leader's reprimand left the assassins somewhat bewildered. Let's outsource it, the leader said. Anyway, the approved funding amounted to tens of millions. They took out millions to pay outsourced assassin organizations. The rest will all go into their own pockets, right? Perfect. The leader of the assassins immediately took out his phone and made a call. What? 5 million yuan to kill someone in Shadow Castle. The head of the outsourced assassin company hung up the phone, his face filled with disbelief. I feel like there's still room to make some extra money here. After much deliberation, the person in charge decided to outsource again. Anyway, our opponent is only a 2-star student. Sending one of our 3-star Onmyoji out would cost more than this. So the person in charge picked up the phone again. 500,000 yuan to kill a student. In the dimly lit room, a burly man, a cheap cigarette dangling from his lips, spoke into the phone. It's all right, I can make some money this way anyway, I'll take it. That's good, see you at the usual place after it's done, said the head of the assassin company on the other end of the phone. To prevent the burly man from refusing, the person in charge deliberately omitted the target's inspiration level. Let's say he's a student. In that case, the burly man's understanding was incorrect. The burly man grinned broadly after hanging up the phone. Haha, you can get 500,000 for killing an ordinary student. This business is really lucrative. I just don't understand why the target had to go to a place like the ghost realm. Even if you're not a demon slayer, you might still be able to enter the demon realm. Of course, it's not about seeking thrills. The ghost realm is rich in spiritual energy. Ordinary people who come into contact with it may have their innate spiritual talents activated. He might even have an epiphany and become a demon slayer. Many people who are unable to cultivate themselves want to spend a lot of money to hire someone to escort them into the ghost realm. It's all about betting on that probability. To the ghost realm for 500,000, no way. Why not outsource it and find someone to kill the target before they enter the ghost realm? The burly man thought very cleverly. So he picked up the phone. Final 50 yuan. Dude, with this amount of money on my side, the worst I'll do is secretly give you a beating behind your back. In an alley next to a middle school in Shanghai, a delinquent teenager frowned and said, "Whatever you want, as long as it gets done, it's fine, you figure it out." The man in black threw down a 50 yuan note in front of the delinquent youth and turned to leave. Delinquent youth. Damn it, they had to beat people up right here at the Shadow Castle outpost. Taking the bus there would cost 10 yuan round trip. But what else can we do? The remaining money was enough for him to spend the whole night at an internet cafe. You can even add a cup of instant noodles. All right, I'll do it. The delinquent picked up a wooden stick from beside his feet. Outside the layers of fences surrounding the portal to Shadow Castle outpost. Sun Yi stepped into the base gate alone. Everything else is ready. He had just received the special ghost attracting bait from Bai Yangfeng and headed straight for the Shadow Castle. This is different from the last time I entered White Mist Town. Sun Yi had made thorough preparations before entering the country. In terms of information gathering, we had the help of Bai Yangfeng's past materials, which were also quite sufficient. This time, there's no need to linger at the outpost. This outpost is somewhat like a small castle. It is surrounded by walls on all sides and contains various small facilities and buildings inside. Sun Yi was walking on the road. Suddenly, the delinquent boy sitting against the wall noticed him. Take out the photos and compare them briefly. Yes, that's definitely him. He grabbed a stick and charged forward. A delinquent teenager is just an ordinary person. That's right, inspiration level is 0. Not even a demon slayer, Luo Yunliang probably never dreamed of this. He allocated funds specifically for the assassination of Sun Yi. They were exploited layer by those below them. In the end, it turned into hiring the best local thugs to beat up Sun Yi for 50 yuan. Fortunately, this delinquent teenager still had some professional ethics. They didn't deduct any more than 45 yuan, and then spent 5 yuan to have elementary school students beat up Sun Yi. All in all, the delinquent teenagers got involved. He is very brave. He followed behind Sun Yi with a stick in his hand and then suddenly smacked him on the back. Who? The stick danced in the air with great force. Just then, a slender hand reached out from behind Sun Yi and gently took the wooden stick. Huh, the delinquents were dumbfounded. This guy is a damn ghost slayer. You're messing with me. Give me $50 so I can beat up a demon slayer. At that moment, a multitude of ominous thoughts flooded his mind. Ordinary people in front of demon slayers. We cannot say they are on equal footing. At the very least, they should be as insignificant as ants. And he. Hitting people is wrong, Tang Shi said with a smile as she stepped out from behind Sun Yi. Although Tang Shi tried her best to appear gentle, but the delinquent's face still turned noticeably pale in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Contract spirits reside within the bodies of demon tamers. The summoning method involves the contracted spirit emerging directly from the body. This further confirms Sun Yi's identity on Sun Yi's side. He had, of course, noticed long ago that someone next to him was looking at him strangely. Remaining calm and collected was simply a way to see what the other party was really planning. That's all. I know someone might come looking for trouble with me, but they sent you? Sun Yi said helplessly. Don't underestimate Sun Yi's information-gathering abilities. Gao Ba participated in the expedition to the ice cave in the Magic City. Sun Yi knew all of this as well. As for Luo Yunliang's side and Xiao Jianren's side, given Sun Yi's level of understanding of these star-like individuals, it's estimated that they'll investigate Sun Yi soon. They might even find out that I've entered the ghost realm. It doesn't matter, I'm not afraid even if Sun Yi comes. His practice during his time at Magic University. Sometimes he would even spar with his senior classmates or even the female ghosts under Bai Yangfeng's command. With his current strength, he is more than capable of dealing with a mid-stage 3-star ghost master. If it's a 3-star late-game character or even a 4-star ghost master, with full firepower we should be able to put up a fight. Sun Yi tested it, his strongest attack to date. By refreshing the ball, Tang Shi's invincible slash was unleashed twice in a row. This combo would be enough to take down even a mid-stage 4-star ghost master. Sun Yi grabbed the delinquent's collar tightly and lifted him up. A mid-stage 2-star ghost master's physical abilities are enough for him to lift a person with one hand. Who sent you? Sun Yi's face was gloomy. Eliminate such a minor character, the minor character among minor characters. The minor character among minor characters. It doesn't mean much to Sun Yi. He wanted to find out who had approached him first. Brother, big brother, it was a masked man dressed in black who found me outside the school. He told me that if I helped him beat someone up, he would give me 50 yuan. Please forgive me, brother, I was blind to your greatness. I didn't mean to hurt you, I just wanted to earn money for an overnight stay at an internet cafe. The delinquent was so frightened by Sun Yi that he could barely speak. I feel like my soul is about to be scattered in the next second. Masked man in black. Why don't you just say it's Little Black? Sun Yi looked at the delinquent boy trembling and begging for mercy in front of him. What should we do with this person now? Just let them go? How could that be? Although he posed no threat to Sun Yi, he was still someone who wanted to attack Sun Yi. Sun Yi certainly wouldn't let someone like that get away with it easily. Should we just kill them? That's incredibly stupid. Someone would come over and hit you with a stick if you gave them $50. They wouldn't even inquire about their own specific information. If we kill them now, this could have a major impact on the circus industry worldwide. For the sake of world safety, Sun Yi decided not to take his life. What should we do then? Sun Yi thought for a moment. Suddenly, he revealed a fierce expression. How much money do you have on you right now? Hand it all over. Sun Yi, his face contorted with rage, glared menacingly at the delinquent youth. Isn't this guy a thug? Let him experience what it's like to be robbed. Ah, big. Big brother, I only had 45 on me. That guy gave me 50, I came by bus. Hand it all over. The delinquent boy's trembling hand pulled out some change from his pocket. Sun Yi snatched it away and then tossed the delinquent aside. Get lost, I'm in a good mood today. Sun Yi counted the money and put it into his spatial ring. After landing, none of the delinquents dared to stand up. He scrambled away as fast as he could. Thank you, brother, for sparing my life. Thank you, brother, for sparing my life. Watching his departing figure, Sun Yi shook his head. Ah, this is ridiculous. Ostrealm Pass, the path leading to the teleportation portal, opened in front of Sun Yi. The security level of Ghost Castle is many times higher than that of White Mist Town. After all, the ghosts in the Ghost Realm are not on the same level. In the White Mist Town I visited before, there was only one mid-stage 3-star beast-like demon in the top floor. Moreover, the female ghosts inside will never leave White Mist Town. The authorities simply set up checkpoints around the area to monitor the fogged region. Shadow Castle is different. There are real monstrous demons here capable of destroying entire nations. That's right, we're talking about the Shadow Queen in the very heart of Shadow Castle, the royal city, 7-star demons. Fortunately, Daxia is a large country with a wealth of talent. Therefore, there are still people who can keep things under control. If it were another small country, I'm afraid even a single Shadow Queen could sweep across the entire country. Their fighting prowess is no joke. Step into the portal. The scenery around Sun Yi began to change. A gray-black sky. The sun appeared as a black hole, its center completely black. Only the outer perimeter still emitted a faint light. The entire ghost realm was illuminated only by this dim light. The portal exit remains a human-built outpost to prevent the demon slayers from being ambushed and killed by the evil spirits as soon as they enter the demon realm. Large ghost realms like this would typically have bases set up both inside and outside the portal, used to better detect the situation within the ghost realm. Continuing to leave the internal outpost, Sun Yi officially arrived at Shadow Castle. This place resembles a medieval city in human history, Blood Lotus commented. Gang Wang's focus remains on the road surface. The streets are too narrow, trucks can't drive on them at all. The intricate network of alleyways is perfect for ambushes. We need to be extra vigilant. Tang Shi also made an assessment. The ghostly castle is a ghostly realm, and its interior is probably some kind of medieval city. The evil spirits that roam inside often disguise themselves as residents of the city. As planned, you need to set up bait to lure out the dream ghost. Following the map of the outer city, Sun Yi headed to the location Professor Bai Yangfeng had told him about. However, the bait that Sun Yi currently possesses is still not in its complete form. Our current objective is to first locate what the dream ghost has touched, and then activate the lure to attract it. Sun Yi listed the current goals. Under the guidance of Professor Bai Yangfeng, after the special ghost-attracting bait is made, you need to find the items that the dream ghost once came into contact with in the ghost realm. Once found, it must be mixed into the ghost-attracting bait so that the bait can attract the dream ghost alone. Sun Yi decided to try to find it on the way to the location where he was setting up the bait to lure the ghost. What if we actually find it? If all else fails, use the location as the center and explore the surrounding urban area. The ghostly realm of the Shadow Castle has been extensively explored by ghost masters. Based on the summaries of predecessors, they came to a conclusion. In the outer city areas, there is almost no spatial overlap. All the narrow buildings are located in fixed areas. It will not change. Starting from the inner city, spatial overlap will gradually appear. The roads will change and chaos will ensue. The same stretch of road may randomly become longer, shorter, or disappear. It's even possible to connect the end of the road directly to the beginning, creating an infinite loop. Entering such an overlapping space requires more preparation. Given Sun Yi's current condition, he would inevitably get lost if he entered the inner city. In the royal city, however, such spatial overlaps become extremely common. Almost all the roads are a mess. The path we walk changes every minute and every second. It is said that once a group of demon hunters explored the royal city but rashly entered without solving the problem of overlapping spaces. We've only just entered through the main gate of the royal city. When he turned around, he found himself standing right in front of the Shadow Queen. That's what happened. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Don't even mention it. In short, in this ghostly realm of Shadow Castle, only the outer city area has a map. Starting from the inner city, it was basically a matter of guesswork. Alternatively, use extremely rare and precious space-stabilizing items. This tool can fix the path that the demon slayers walk, preventing it from changing. Although the path ahead remains random, but at least it guarantees a fixed escape route. To evacuate, simply return via the same route. As they approached the street, Sun Yi summoned the female ghosts from within him. Gang Wang walked at the very front. This is only natural, she's the most resilient. Tang Shi came in last. She relied on her keen insight and agility, sufficient to fulfill responsibilities. It wasn't that Sun Yi didn't want the beast-like ghost, who served as a meat shield, to come out. However, some of these streets are quite narrow. The beast-like demon couldn't possibly squeeze through. If we force it, we might end up smashing the house and making a huge noise, just like back in White Mist Town. The ghost tide is coming, although Tsuner and Hataru may now possess the ability to eliminate the demon tide. However, Sun Yi doesn't want to test it right now. I don't want to, at least not until I catch the dream demon. The blood lotus floated beside Sun Yi. No matter if danger arises in front or behind, she can provide immediate support with her skills. The streets were deserted, with only Sun Yi and 3 female ghosts walking around. There were many broken bricks and wood chips on the roadside. Blood-stained cold weapons were also found on the ground from time to time. Was this place the site of some kind of war? Tang Shi asked, somewhat puzzled. Who knows, Sun Yi said, completely baffled. The blood lotus floating beside them suddenly spoke up. Even ghosts wouldn't know about this. Just after Gang Wang walked past a collapsed house. Where are you? From a gap in the house, a ghoul wielding a pitchfork and dressed in tattered clothes darted out. They were all dressed in medieval urban-style clothing. Even ghosts can dress up now. Sun Yi couldn't help but make a comment. This ghoul's inspiration level is probably around mid-2 stars. This is already considered the weakest evil spirit in this ghost realm. The ghoul has a fairly good self-healing ability. If it cannot be killed in one hit, it will be quite troublesome. For those ghost masters who are stuck at the level requirement and come directly to explore the Shadow Castle, it will definitely be a very distressing and hurtful thing, but for Sun Yi, hee. What Sun Yi has in abundance right now is damage. Clang. The pitchfork pierced the fragments of armor that had activated the blade armor on the demon Sunyoshi who had crashed into it. The blade mail's damage reflection effect activated, and 3 bloody holes immediately appeared on the ghoul's body, as if it had been stabbed by its own pitchfork. Due to the blade mail's damage reflection effect, the calculation is based on pre-tax damage. That is, the damage before it was reduced by the fragmented armor. Therefore, it often happens that the opponent's attack fails to break through Gang Wang's defense. However, the damage returned by the blade mail was far more severe than the injuries she had sustained. The next moment, the Blood Lotus's soul arrow was fired. 3 consecutive soul arrows hit, triggering the 3-ring effect. The sound of metal breaking rang out. This attack instantly left the ghoul, who had come to ambush them, severely injured. HMPH, they even resorted to sneak attacks. Gang Wang cursed, raising her avatar shield and aiming it at the corpse demon. The heavily wounded ghoul did not continue to fight like a wild beast. Instead, he limped and staggered as he fled deeper into the dimly lit house. Gang Wang was about to rush over and give chase. Wait, Sun Yi, having observed the room's layout through Gang Wang's perspective, immediately stopped them. Master, what's wrong? Gang Wang stopped and turned back in confusion. Take a closer look inside the room. Gang Wang peered inside from the doorway, from outside the street in slightly brighter light. In the dimly lit room, there were some barrels hidden in the shadows. Realizing what this was, Gang Wang's eyes widened and she said, These are all oil drums that could explode at the slightest touch. The heavily wounded ghoul escaped into the room. It has a double-layered internal structure. There is a second floor at the top front, and in a corner on the second floor, you can still vaguely see a rotting corpse. What he's holding is a fire pot. This is a prop that explodes when thrown. If you throw these oil drums near the room entrance, they could explode. That would trigger a massive explosion from all directions. With such explosive force, even Gang Wang, protected by fragmented armor and an avatar shield, would likely not be unscathed. Luckily, I didn't rush in. Tang Shi, who had caught up from behind, sighed softly. Why are these demons resorting to tactics? Who taught them this? Sun Yi asked, puzzled. He was absolutely certain that these ghouls, with their limited intelligence, could never have come up with such a treacherous scheme. They are not female ghosts. There must be a master guiding him behind the scenes. However, this also piqued Sun Yi's curiosity. A room that needs to have such a trap set. What good stuff might be inside? Otherwise, why would they deliberately set up so many traps just to protect a pile of garbage? Sun Yi decided to explore the ruined house further. Blood Lotus, release bone spikes at that ghoul hiding in the corner on the second floor. Once it's hit, Gang Wang rush in and prioritize killing the ghouls holding fire pots. Be careful to avoid oil drums along the way. Tang Shi, you stay by my side and await orders. Sun Yi gave orders to the female ghosts. Received. The female ghosts responded. Blood Lotus's bone spikes locked onto the ghoul holding the fire pot. With a whooshing sound, bone spikes with tracking effects shot out. Swish, the powerful impact pierced directly through the ghoul's chest. Awa. It screamed in agony as its entire body was flung backward by the bone spurs and pinned to the wall. Taking advantage of this moment, Gang Wang rushed inside. The moment I stepped into the room, the half-demon hiding on the roof beam fell down, landing right around Gang Wang. This is a demon with only an upper body, which attacks by scratching with long, thin claws. They are not strong in combat, but they usually operate in groups. Inspiration strength is also among the weakest of the 2-star mid-stages in the ghost realm. Good heavens, there are still more. These half-demon were only used to harass Gang Wang. According to the original design of this trap, it was intended to trap Gang Wang while she was being entangled by these half-demon. The ghoul on the second floor will throw out firebombs, igniting the numerous oil drums around it, although such a violent explosion would wipe out these cannon fodder half-demons. But it doesn't matter, since these half-dead ghosts die anyway, it's not considered a work-related injury, and there's no need to pay compensation. Gah, 5 half-demons roared and attacked Gang Wang together. Gang Wang activated her blade armor. Click. Instantly, finger-thick spikes sprouted from her body and the shield she embodied. The shield's special effect allows it to be perceived as part of Tsuna's body. Therefore, the Shield of Incarnation also benefits from the effects of the blade armor. When the blade armor is activated, it will also be covered with spikes. The half-demon's attacks all struck Tsuna and Hyde's armor. Simultaneously affected by the recoil and the spikes, bloody claw marks immediately appeared on the 5 half-demon bodies. Damn it, how dare they ambush me? Gang Wang cursed, brandishing her spiked shield and swatting away several half-demon. In theory, the spikes after activating the blade armor are only for reflecting damage. However, as we all know, forces act in pairs. Now Gang Wang is waving her shield like this, swatting away the half-demon. Aren't these half-demon using their faces to attack Gang Wang's shield? Sun Yi ordered Blood Lotus to fire a few more soul arrows, which rendered the half-demons incapable of moving. Gang Wang quickly rushed upstairs, seized the fire pot, and also subdued the ghoul. Soon, the room filled with traps was completely cleared out. Sun Yi entered the room. That was close, I almost got tricked. I feel like I've seen this kind of dark design somewhere before. Holy crap, Hidetaka Miyazaki. Classic firebomb, classic oil drum, plus the classic little monsters jumping down from the wall. Isn't that just a common trope in Souls-like games? Fortunately, he was very familiar with these designs. Sun Yi fell into countless traps and pitfalls set up back in the day. I know it by heart, to be honest. This kind of arrangement is something you'd only ever see before. For other demon-controlling teams, this is probably extremely dangerous. In short, let's continue exploring this room and see what's inside. With that in mind, Sun Yi continued leading the female ghosts forward. Shadow Castle Outpost. Luo Yuanliang's suicide squad arrived here in a sorry state. The leader was none other than Lu Xian, the leader of the assassins who had previously decided to outsource the killing of Sun Yi. He was followed by about 10 people, all of whom were at least mid-stage 3-star strength. The fact that we outsourced the work got discovered. I almost got yelled at to death by Boss Luo. The second-in-command, standing beside the leader of the assassins, said sheepishly. The chief was furious at the mention of this. Damn it, it's all those assassin companies' fault, the leader cursed, embodying the spirit of never sticking to his post. Originally, this could have been handled by just one outsourcing layer, but I didn't expect these people to try to skim some profits going down layer by layer. This is how it ended up. When the people of mainland Daxia heard the news, they were stunned. At the very least, this requires the ability to send out enough assassins to kill Sun Yi. You guys can skim off the top, fine. And the result? Putting aside the fact that he turned 50 million into 5 million, don't you outsourcing companies make any mistakes? 5 million turned into 500,000. They turned 500,000 into 50,000. In the very end, all I had left was $50. They hired a middle school student to beat up Sun Yi. Even skimming profits should follow basic principles. Everything's fine now. I didn't make any money from the money-sharing scheme. He even got a good scolding. Forget it, let's hurry up and get into the ghost realm, take care of Sun Yi, and then we're done. Lu Xian waved his hand, ordering his assassins to prepare to pass through the portal and enter the Shadow Castle. The battle squad dispatched by Gao Ba was led by a man named Wang Gang. The off-road vehicle carrying the squad slowly drove into the Shadow Castle outpost, after getting off the bus at your destination. Here you are, this is the target's information. Everyone, please take a look. Wang Gang took out a stack of cards and distributed them to the team members. The card contained Sun Yi's information. This includes his name, photo, physical characteristics, and so on. This was done so that the team members could report as soon as they discovered Sun Yi's whereabouts. As ordered by the commander, we need to eliminate this person in Shadow Castle. No questions asked, understand? Clear. The team members knew exactly what was going on. In the current Green Leaf battle group, Gao Ba's word is law. The last person to ask why, they're already dead in the ghost realm. Eld in front of her, she was completely trapped by the snares here and had no temper left. You'll encounter monsters lying in ambush around every corner, or it might be a trap, stepping on it will shoot out arrows. Sometimes security measures are even set up on the only way to get through, so you can't pass by without stepping on them. This is infuriating, fortunately. It was because of her paving the way that things progressed. Sun Yi, who was a few meters behind her, safely navigated through various traps. After defeating the lurking corpse demons and half-bodied demons along the way, Sun Yi and his group arrived at the deepest part. In the empty room, there was a treasure chest. That's so outdated, who do they think they are? Sun Yi couldn't help but complain, so many traps were set up beforehand. Everyone knows there's something fishy about that last treasure chest. It's most likely something like a mimicry chest monster, right? Or it might trigger a trap after being opened, and a few ghosts would suddenly appear and attack. Adhering to the principle of caution, Sun Yi let Gang Wang go into the room first. Nothing happened. Walk around again, step on every brick on the ground, Sun Yi ordered. Gang Wang did as instructed, but nothing happened. Blood Lotus, shoot a soul arrow from a distance towards the side of that treasure chest. Don't hit it directly. Whoosh bang, the soul arrow struck the ground and exploded. However, the treasure chest remained unmoved. Sun Yi didn't dare to attack the treasure chest directly. If it's true, the contents inside could be damaged. After careful consideration, Sun Yi decided to have Gang Wang open the treasure chest. Hold your shield at the front, that way you won't get swallowed whole if you encounter a mimic. Sun Yi continued giving orders. It's fair to say he's been as cautious as he could possibly imagine. Gang Wang slowly opened the treasure chest. Tang Shi, keep an eye on what's behind you. There's a chance that an evil spirit will suddenly appear from behind and attack us as soon as the treasure chest is opened. Tang Shi drew her sword and assumed a fighting stance. Seeing how cautious and careful Sun Yi was, she unconsciously became more focused as well. Creak, the sound of a treasure chest opening. Sun Yi's attention was focused on the top. How exactly will they try to scam me? Bomb, arrow trap. Or was it a sneak attack? Sun Yi's mind raced as he considered how to deal with each situation. However, nothing happened. Master, there's only a note in the box. Gang Wang took it and handed it to Sun Yi. On the note, a few words were written crookedly. Sometimes you think you're being fooled, but you're not. Isn't this also a form of being deceived? Leaves a message from Xiaomeng, Chinese letter Omega Chinese letter. There was also a drawing of a middle finger emoji on it. Sun Yi, it's warm to the touch. Master, why did your face suddenly turn so red? Gang Wang, who has slightly lower emotional intelligence, asked directly. Blood Lotus then stepped forward to explain. There are generally two reasons why a human face turns red. Either it's because I see someone I like and I blush with shyness, or perhaps she's extremely emotional, causing her to blush. Tang Shi stepped forward and greeted her with concern. Sun Yi,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.